Chen Feng found himself transported to a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme, beset by marauding demons and monsters. Although of unremarkable talent, he soon discovered that he had awakened a skill panel. Any skill that he merely begins to practice can be honed to proficiency, continually enhanced, and he can awaken an array of innate talents. Beginning with basic nutritional intake and fundamental archery, he soon unlocked extraordinary abilities such as hitting a target from 100 paces, exceptional physical strength, and impenetrable skin, all the way to multi-arm mastery, descending celestial prowess, star-gathering skills, and the ability to devour the heavens. Chapter 1: A Bowl of Porridge. My dear husband, you must be strong. I have made up my mind. If Lord Huang truly offers you medicine, I shall agree to become his concubine. Amidst the haze, Chen Feng could only hear the soft sobs of someone nearby. What is happening? Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a dilapidated, thatched roof, crumbling earthen walls that led in the wind, and a rickety bed, table, and chair. Beside him sat a young woman clad in coarse linen, wiping her tears. Confusion washed over Chen Feng, only to be replaced by a torrent of memories flooding into his mind. Have I truly traversed into another realm? After a moment, a complex expression crossed Chen Feng's face. Little did he expect that a night spent gaming would lead him to this place. This body, also named Chen Feng, belonged to a hunter from a remote village in the Dacian dynasty, nearing 20 years of age, who had relied solely on his father since childhood. Not long ago, his father had procured a wife for him from the city, and he had anticipated a life of happiness, only to find it was the beginning of misfortune. Lord Huang of the village had taken a fancy to his wife, and to coerce him into selling her, he first caused his father's disappearance in the mountains. Then, in collusion with the village hunting team, he forced Chen Feng to venture into the woods, where he encountered terrifying demons that nearly frightened him to death. Upon returning, he had been unconscious for 3 days and nights. Had it not been for the devoted care of his newly acquired wife, Shuer, he might not have survived until now. Seeing him awaken, the young woman's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly said, "My husband, you're awake. You must be starving. Let me fetch you some porridge." With that, she quickly brought over a bowl of porridge. Chen Feng's throat tightened. He wanted to speak, but found no words came forth. Who would have thought he would experience a crossing into another world, and even gain such a wife? His wife, Lin Shui, was in her prime at 18, and though she wore coarse clothing, it could not conceal her graceful figure. Very well, Chen Feng nodded. As he sorted through the memories in his mind, he sipped the porridge that Lin Shui had gently cooled for him. Though it was merely a bowl of water with a few grains of rice, he felt immensely weak and longed for something more substantial to eat. The warm, thin porridge was just right. Yet, Chen Feng's brow gradually furrowed. From the memories he had assimilated, it appeared that the Dacian dynasty resembled ancient historical dynasties. However, this world also harbored man-eating demons and formidable warriors, rendering it exceptionally perilous and terrifying. Warlords vied for power, and bandits roamed freely. The bones lay exposed in the fields, and silence reigned for miles. Droughts, disasters, and calamities were perennial, marking an era of great suffering for the common folk. Moreover, his wife, Shuer, was now targeted by Lord Huang of the village. How could he possibly survive in his current predicament? As Chen Feng pondered these matters, a sudden pounding resonated at their door. Startled, he urged Lin Shui to stand aside and propped himself up to open the door. 3 burly men stood outside. Chen Feng's expression darkened. "Wang, who we want?" These men belonged to the hunting team of Heishan village, led by Wang Hu, a lackey of Lord Huang. His father's disappearance and his own fainting spell were both linked to Wang Hu. Seeing Chen Feng emerge, Wang Hu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're still alive? It seems fortune favors you. I had intended to persuade your wife to marry Lord Huang. If you sell me your hunting permit, I can procure some herbs for you, and you might recover more swiftly. Now that you can stand, that's certainly a cause for celebration." During this time, Chen Feng had relied solely on a scant supply of healing herbs left by his father, rendering him unable to purchase more. It was no wonder Shuer contemplated selling herself to save him. Now Wang, who was also eyeing his only means of survival, the hunting permit. Suppressing the rising anger within, Chen Feng replied gravely, "The hunting permit is my means of livelihood and cannot be sold. Please leave. Wang Hu regarded him with a mocking smile. Very well, since you refuse to sell, I shall not force the issue. However, the hunting tax is due in a few days. I hope you will be prepared. With that, he turned and left with the others. Chen Feng, now alone, was helped to a chair by Lin Shui. Muttering angrily, "Damn Wang Hu!" This era was already under tight control. Those at the bottom, regardless of their trade, required permits. Fishing necessitated a fishing permit, chopping would require a woodcutting permit, and hunting demanded a hunting permit. No matter what one did, one could not escape the constraints of various factions and the government. Moreover, possessing such a hunting permit required a monthly tax payment to the authorities. Expenses were stifling. Chen Feng inquired, "How much silver do we have left?" Lin Shui replied softly, "Though there were some healing herbs left by my father, we have purchased some medicinal soup, which has depleted our funds. We borrowed a little from Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, leaving us with only 33 won." Chen Feng's expression darkened. "Is that all?" It was far too meager. With less than half a month until the tax was due, what was he to do? After all, for him, hunting barely provided enough for sustenance, leaving no room for surplus. Seeing Chen Feng's grim visage, Lin Shui hesitated. Lord Huang mentioned. Before she could finish, Chen Feng interjected sternly, "Do not speak of that again." What kind of man is Lord Huang? Everyone in Heishan village knows. His expression soured further. "I will find a way." Lin Shui acquiesced. "Very well, I will follow your lead." Yet, at that moment, as Chen Feng recalled the information within his memories, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Lord Huang was the wealthiest man in Heishan village, possessing extensive lands and guards. He not only kept several sycophants like Wang Hu, but was rumored to have legendary warriors in his employ. It was said that even the weakest of warriors possessed the strength to shatter stone. Many in Heishan village lived in servitude to Lord Huang. He had a peculiar penchant for acquiring concubines, and the fates of these women were often tragic, akin to a death sentence. Now, he had set his sights on Shui. This body was merely that of an ordinary hunter, with slightly better physical attributes than others, but how could he possibly contend with a warrior? What was he to do? If only he were a legendary warrior, he could simply crush Lord Huang with a single blow. Suppressing his worries, Chen Feng lifted the bowl of porridge beside him and drank it down in one gulp. He sought to regain some strength before contemplating his next course of action. The warm porridge seemed to invigorate his body. Just then, as he finished the last of the porridge, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him, a panel unexpectedly materialized. Chapter 2. Skill Nutritional Absorption. You consumed a bowl of warm porridge, awakening the skill of nutritional absorption. You have acquired 0.3 energy points. Name: Chen Feng. Strength 8, a fully grown man. 10, mentality. 11, speed. 7, skills. Nutritional absorption, beginner progress. 1, basic archery, beginner progress. 11, trap crafting, beginner progress. 5, cultivation, none talent. None. In a mere moment, Chen Feng comprehended the function of this panel, his eyes brimming with delight. This was a panel for accruing experience. As long as he was willing to tirelessly gather experience, he could elevate a skill without bounds. Moreover, with each advancement, a talent could be evolved. Such a talent indeed. A glimmer of light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Given his current circumstances, with debts lingering and resources scarce, this golden opportunity that required nothing but relentless effort was perfectly suited for him. Thus, he resolved to begin. "Shui," he said to Lin Shui, who bore a worried expression beside him, "this afternoon, please head to the village's grain shop and purchase some rice. If they have any scraps of meat, do acquire a bit as well." Lin Shui nodded affirmatively. "I will heed your words, my husband." With that, Chen Feng grasped his bow and stepped into the courtyard. Outside the courtyard lay a small, open area. Gazing around, he noticed that the surroundings were filled with similar low, earthen houses. Nearby, a robust man with a sun-kissed complexion smiled upon seeing Chen Feng emerge. "Chen Feng, you seem to be recovering quite well," he remarked. "Indeed, Uncle Lu," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "I appreciate your assistance during my illness, and I shall find a way to repay you soon." This man was his neighbor, who eked out a living by chopping wood. Despite his own hardships, he had lent Chen Feng money during his grave illness. A kindness that Chen Feng would not soon forget. Uncle Liu waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush on that front. However, do take good care of your health. He then leaned in closer, a hint of concern in his voice. By the way, Chen Feng, it would be wise for you to refrain from leaving the village for now. I overheard Wang Hu and his companions discussing how they intend to teach you a lesson. As you have only just recovered, it is best to avoid any conflict. A spark ignited in Chen Feng's eyes as he nodded in understanding. I am aware, Uncle Liu. He then practiced archery in the courtyard, grasping the ordinary black longbow and a handful of arrows, crafted from bamboo with iron-tipped heads, keenly sharp and barbed. He recalled how his father had once used this bow to fell wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds. However, Chen Feng was still far from that prowess, having previously only hunted rabbits and the like. Originally, he had aspired to join the village hunting team for some protection, but little did he know it would nearly cost him his life. A surge of anger coursed through Chen Feng as he set his sights on a distant circular wooden target and drew the bowstring back, releasing the arrow with determination. Thud! The arrow struck the target with a resounding thump. With a focused intent, you loosed an arrow, achieving an archery proficiency of level 2. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, change was evident. Hard work yields rewards, and effort is visibly reciprocated. This talent was truly remarkable. He continued his archery practice. Once more, you released an arrow, only to see your proficiency rise by a mere 1 point. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Feng's eyes. What could be the reason? He promptly examined his thoughts and soon came to a realization. The first shot had been fueled by his anger towards Wang Hu and Huang Laosi, imbuing it with greater intensity. In contrast, the second attempt was more relaxed, resulting in a lesser gain in proficiency. Having grasped this insight, Chen Feng resolved to envision the target as Wang Hu. One arrow after another was released, and he watched his proficiency steadily increase. Despite a lingering hunger, there was no sense of fatigue. Instead, the spark in his eyes grew ever brighter. The merging of his original self's memories with his own training had alleviated the previous awkwardness he felt. Moreover, as he gazed at his bow and arrows, he contemplated whether he could, inspired by memories of his past life, fashion a crossbow. He wondered if that would yield even greater proficiency. In the afternoon, not long after, Lin Shuai returned with 2 pounds of rice, her face alight with happiness. Husband, look at this. There's also nearly half a pound of meat. Chen Feng smiled and replied, Excellent. We shall feast on meat tonight. Although their savings had been entirely spent, he believed it would enhance their nutritional absorption. When dinner was ready, Chen Feng did not set aside his bow and arrows. It was at this moment he began to feel some fatigue. Glancing at his status panel, he noted, Archery, entry-level progress 81. A flicker of delight sprang within him. Perhaps after dinner he could further elevate his skills, and if the system's information held true, this minor advancement would likely have a significant impact on his strength. Dinner consisted of millet, a bowl of meat, and a plate of greens. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. It seemed they had nearly exhausted their remaining funds. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts, prioritizing the enhancement of his proficiency. You consumed a nutritious piece of meat. Your nutritional absorption proficiency increases by 5. You ate a bowl of rice. Your nutritional absorption proficiency increases by 3. You enjoyed a plate of greens. Your nutritional absorption proficiency increases by 2. As dinner concluded, Chen Feng was astonished to discover that his nutritional absorption proficiency had risen to 53. Did this imply that with another feast of this nature, his skill could advance? Such progress surpassed that of his archery training. After finishing his meal, Chen Feng remarked, While the night has yet to descend, I shall practice for a while longer. With that, he took his bow and arrows to the training ground, determined to enhance his archery skills today. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shuai, who had responded to him, gazed at his retreating figure, her lips poised to speak yet hesitating, followed by a soft sigh. Stepping into the training area, Chen Feng grasped the longbow, his eyes shimmering with determination even amidst the encroaching darkness. From several dozen meters away, he released an arrow. You have hit the target with a calm heart. Your archery proficiency is now level 2. You have released an arrow filled with fury. Your archery proficiency is now level 2. One arrow after another flew forth, and Chen Feng's mastery of archery steadily improved. At last, after nearly 2 hours, new information refreshed on the panel. Your archery has reached a proficient level. It has evolved into basic archery. You have awakened the primary talent, 100 steps to the yang. Your strength is 2, your spirit is 1. As the information updated, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. Could it be that such a significant enhancement had occurred? Chapter 3. The First Talent Buzz. In that instant, Chen Feng felt an influx of memories regarding archery flooding into his mind. Once an ordinary person with no experience in archery, he now held the bow as if it were an extension of himself, as if he had been practicing for years. A warm current surged within him, and his previously frail physique began to undergo a transformation. Name: Chen Feng. Skills: nutritional absorption, entry progress 53, basic archery, proficiency progress 1. Trap crafting, entry progress 5, primary talent. 100 steps to the yang. Within 100 steps, your archery accuracy is 100%. Cultivation, none. Gazing at the panel, Chen Feng gently closed his eyes, attuning to the changes within his body. Then, seizing the longbow once more, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and, without the need for scrutiny, released an arrow. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the dim night as the arrow struck true at the center of the target. Success! Chen Feng chuckled softly, feeling a newfound sense of self-preservation. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, Black Mountain Village, nestled at the foot of Black Mountain, remained vigilant against the possibility of demons descending from above to prey upon the unsuspecting. Thus, every household promptly closed their doors, often without even lighting a lamp, with only the occasional strange sounds breaking the silence. Turning back, he noticed Lin Shui still waiting for him in the living room. Their home was a modest 2-room adobe structure, comprising 3 rooms and a mud brick living area. A month prior, his father had passed away. According to rural customs, one must observe a 3-month mourning period. Moreover, as per the original owner's memories, there was dissatisfaction regarding Lin Shui, whom the original owner had deemed a frail figure yet desired to assist with the labor. Thus, there had been no intimate contact between them. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. After exchanging a few words with Lin Shui, he turned off the light. The two retreated to their respective chambers. Upon hearing the sound of the light being extinguished in the adjacent room, Chen Feng followed suit, lying upon the wooden bed, enveloped in darkness, with a faint hint of mildew in the air. Distantly, he could hear the haunting cries of wild beasts echoing from the mountains. He sighed again, realizing how different things had become. The news of his transmigration and the impending pressure of debt constantly flickered through his mind. Just then, unexpectedly, a warm body slipped into his covers. "Husband, I'm a bit scared." The soft warmth of the figure nestled against him stirred Chen Feng's thoughts, already tumultuous from arriving in this unfamiliar world. As the night passed, he found himself unable to resist the embrace. The next day, Chen Feng awoke to find a delicate arm draped over him. A smile graced his lips as he felt the emptiness within him diminish slightly since arriving in this world. He then turned his attention to the panel of information he had neglected the previous night. You have completed a delightful night of intimacy, awakening a new skill, yin-yang technique. Skill, yin-yang technique, entry progress 10. Surprised by the information displayed, Chen Feng marveled at the fact that he had awakened a new skill, and to boot, had gained 10 experience points in one go. This implied that with a few more encounters, he could elevate the yin-yang technique to a proficient level, thereby potentially awakening new talents. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, judging by the progression of his archery skills, not only would it significantly enhance his abilities, but it would also augment his other attributes. However, as he observed Lin Shui waking up with a slightly furrowed brow, he decided to set those thoughts aside for the moment. "Husband, I will make you breakfast," Lin Shui said. Her cheeks tinged with shyness as she noticed Chen Feng's gaze upon her, hastily attempting to rise. Chen Feng gently pressed her back down, smiling. "No need. I shall take care of it today." He then got up and prepared 2 bowls of porridge with the rice he had purchased the day before. You have consumed a bowl of warm porridge. Nutrition absorption skill proficiency increased by 5. Skill, nutrition absorption, Entry Progress 58. Looking at the information displayed, Chen Feng pondered. It was an improvement over yesterday, yet it was evident that consuming meat would expedite the progress of his nutrition absorption skill. As he watched Lin Shui tidy up the dishes, he remarked, "Shuier, please ensure the doors and windows are secured while I'm gone. If anything arises, you may call for Aunt Lu next door. I shall be heading to Black Mountain shortly." Lin Shui's expression turned slightly anxious. "Husband, you have just recovered. Should you not rest a couple more days?" Chen Feng shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. This time, I will merely wander around the foot of Black Mountain, hoping to encounter some wild rabbits or deer. I won't venture too deep into the mountain." Lin Shui nodded in agreement. "All right, I will heed your words, my husband." Subsequently, Chen Feng equipped himself with the bow and arrows left by his father, along with a few dozen arrows, and prepared to enter Black Mountain. Regardless of the circumstances, he ultimately had to enter the mountain. Furthermore, with the tax silver and the debt owed to Huang Laosi looming over him, amounting to over 3 taels of silver, he needed to devise a plan swiftly, lest time escape him. Additionally, his skill enhancement necessitated the consumption of meat for swift improvement. As Chen Feng departed the village, he followed the path etched in his memory towards the periphery of Black Mountain. Not long after Chen Feng entered the mountain, several figures soon converged together. It was the hunting team led by Wang Hu, accompanied by his subordinates Yang Hao and Yang Bao. Yang Hao's expression bore an unusual look as he remarked, "Captain, that Chen Feng lad possesses quite a bit of audacity, daring to venture into the mountains so soon after recovering." Wang Hu responded with a hint of a cold smile. In this world, those with courage seldom thrive for long. Come, let us follow him. Last time, he was fortunate. Let us see how he fares this time." The group swiftly trailed after him. The Black Mountain range was vast, perpetually shrouded in rumors of various demons and man-eaters, although the periphery was generally devoid of danger. Chen Feng remained cautious. Upon entering the mountain, he began to gather branches and construct several small traps. His intention was not to delve deep into Black Mountain. He merely sought to capture some small birds, which would suffice for his needs. You have set up a small trap. Trap skill proficiency increased to 1. You have set up a moderately dangerous trap. Trap skill proficiency increased to 2. As he categorized the traps by their size and strength, his proficiency in trap making continued to rise. Observing the numerous traps he had laid out and the birds circling overhead, Chen Feng felt a spark of anticipation. Surely, he would not return empty-handed today. However, at that moment, Chen Feng squinted, turning to glance behind him. Rustling sounds emerged as several figures stepped from the underbrush. Noticing the traps he had set, the leader of the group laughed derisively. "Ha! Chen Feng, can you truly call yourself a hunter with such childish tricks? Do you genuinely believe you can hunt with this? Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 4. Traps. Chen Feng's expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on his bow, drawing an arrow with his other hand. A sense of heaviness settled within him. It was commonplace to encounter others in the mountains surrounding the village, relying on the mountains for sustenance. Yet, seeing Wang Hu and his companions infuriated Chen Feng, it was evident they had been following him. Wang Hu chuckled lightly. "What brings us here? Chen Feng, you are remarkably fortunate, having evaded the clutches of demons. However, to dare disrupt the affairs of Lord Huang, you shall henceforth lie in your bed." Chen Feng's expression darkened. "You are sent by the 4th Lord Huang." Wang Hu sneered, "And what of it? Seize him." The brothers Yang Hao and Yang Bao echoed his mockery. Very well. They charged directly at Chen Feng. Yang Bao laughed heartily. "Ha! Chen Feng, with your meager marksmanship, I suggest you surrender and drop your bow. It would spare you some pain later." They regarded Chen Feng with disdain, fully aware of his novice archery skills. In their minds, they sneered. Even if they stood still for him to shoot, he would likely miss. With such thoughts, their movements quickened. Chen Feng felt a mix of shock and fury. He never anticipated their intent to end his life so swiftly. "Get back!" Drawing his longbow to its full tautness, he released an arrow. Yang Hao, at the forefront, stood before him, still filled with scorn. Yet in the next instant, as the arrow was aimed at him, he felt a jolt of alarm. There was no time to react. A flash of dark light surged past, followed by a sharp pain in his throat. He stumbled and fell to the ground. "You have slain an enemy. Your basic archery proficiency increases by 5. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Such a significant increase in proficiency from slaying an enemy? He swiftly drew his bow again, targeting Yang Bao. The initially exuberant Yang Bao, charging forward, was suddenly struck by fear upon witnessing Yang Hao's throat pierced by an arrow. His steps faltered for a moment. In that instant, he saw Chen Feng raise his hand to shoot again. He opened his mouth to speak, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his neck. With a thud, he too fell to the ground. You have slain an enemy. Your basic archery proficiency increases by 5. With his longbow in hand, Chen Feng had dispatched 2 foes, a smile of relief spreading across his face. So weak, he remarked, turning his gaze toward Wang Hu. At that moment, Wang Hu took an involuntary step back, his expression darkening as he witnessed 2 of his subordinates fall in the blink of an eye. I never imagined you had secretly elevated your archery to such heights. No wonder you were fortunate enough to return before, Wang Hu muttered, his fists clenched and his face grim. Chen Feng, with a longbow in hand, aimed at Wang Hu and sneered, "What of it? It is now your turn to die." His expression was icy. Since they dared to pursue him, Chen Feng would not hold back. With a swift motion, he released the arrow, sending it hurtling forth. However, in the next moment, a dull thud resounded. Chen Feng's countenance shifted. Wang Hu had crossed his arms before his throat just as the arrow was loosed, effectively blocking the shot. At that moment, Chen Feng noticed that Wang Hu's arms were ensnared by a layer of iron wire. His expression darkened, and without hesitation, he sprinted toward the nearby forest. A thought began to crystallize in his mind. A martial artist. Even if Wang Hu were not a true martial artist, he had certainly undergone training. With his current abilities in such a confined space, he would likely be unable to withstand Wang Hu. Wang Hu, trailing behind, scoffed. What does it matter if your archery is exceptional? You are ultimately just an ordinary person. Chen Feng, I shall flay your skin and strip your bones to quell my hatred. He charged after Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng continued to flee, shooting arrows as he ran. Although Wang Hu was swift, he had to be cautious of Chen Feng's shots, which inadvertently slowed him down. This won't do, Chen Feng pondered. Wang Hu's reflexes are astute. While I can aim precisely, he can still defend against my arrows. Behind him, Wang Hu's urgency dissipated. A cold smirk adorned his face. Chen Feng's marksmanship was commendable. But with limited arrows in this woodland, once he ran out, he would become an easy target. At that moment, Chen Feng loosed another arrow. Wang Hu, still mocking, defended against the attack aimed at his throat. However, with a sharp sound, the arrow struck true. Wang Hu cried out in pain. This time, Chen Feng had not targeted his lethal throat or heart, but had instead struck his calf. You shall pay for this. The arrow pierced Wang Hu's calf, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, igniting a furious roar as he violently snapped the arrow in 2. He then pursued Chen Feng with reckless abandon. He had never anticipated that in this thicket, Chen Feng's arrows could navigate the tangled branches to find their mark on his leg. You have struck a refining skin realm enemy. Your basic archery proficiency has reached level 6. At this moment, Chen Feng's expression grew grave. Although he could use the terrain to evade Wang Hu's pursuit, the latter's ferocity exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, it was evident that Wang Hu had undergone some training. His speed and strength were formidable. If this continued, it would not be long before he was caught. Just then, new information refreshed on the panel. In the forest, you swiftly sprint, awakening the skill of running. Skill, forest running, beginner level 3. At that moment, Chen Feng felt as if a wealth of techniques flowed into his mind, causing his eyes to gleam with realization. Is it truly possible to awaken skills in such a manner? Subsequently, he darted through the mountains with remarkable speed. As his proficiency increased, Chen Feng sensed a growing familiarity with running through the forest, mastering more techniques along the way. Moreover, during this process, he continuously utilized arrows to counterattack. Chen Feng discovered that by employing arrows, he did not need to kill. Merely striking the king tiger granted him greater proficiency than the 2 brothers, Yang Hao and Yang Bao. If his fundamental archery skills were to improve further, he felt certain he could directly slay the king tiger. He speculated it might be due to the king tiger being a martial artist. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to withstand his assaults. As time passed, Chen Feng persistently attacked the king tiger with arrows while also setting up small traps. After a few of these traps were shattered by the king tiger, new messages appeared. Chapter 5. The second talent, Sequential Awakening. You have completed the arrangement of a small trap. Your trap skill proficiency increases to 2. Your trap has injured an enemy. Your trap skill proficiency increases to 2. Observing the information displayed on the panel, Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such rapid advancement in his trap skills. Furthermore, the cold glint in his eyes revealed his astonishment at the relentless pursuit of the king tiger. It seemed improbable that the bounty alone could hold such allure, leading him to conclude that the scheming Huang Laozi was behind this. Chen Feng's expression turned icy, filled with murderous intent. For the adversary dared to target his family so audaciously, clearly underestimating him. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly, compelling him to press forward. With the mastery of the forest running skill, his proficiency continued to increase, and he began to sense a transformation within himself. Despite being in the dense forest, he gradually felt an affinity, as if he were merging with the wilderness. Within this thicket of thorns, he appeared to encounter no impediments. Realizing this, Chen Feng consciously maneuvered into the thick underbrush. This scene incited fury in the pursuing king tiger, whose expression darkened. That damned peasant can truly run, the king tiger scowled. After shattering another concealed wooden spike with a kick, he hastily resumed the chase, suppressing the anger boiling within him. He had not anticipated that pursuing a mere peasant would prove so troublesome. He watched as Chen Feng was merely a few hundred meters ahead. Yet, each time he seemed on the verge of capturing him, Chen Feng managed to escape, especially at this moment, observing the increasingly dense foliage around him. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. This cannot continue. He must be apprehended, or the losses would be substantial. Contemplating the demise of his two subordinates, Wang Hu finally made up his mind. With a cold shout, Chen Feng, to perish beneath the iron arm technique is a privilege you may take pride in. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who was steadily enhancing his skill proficiency, heard Wang Hu's bellow from behind and scoffed inwardly, showing no concern as he pressed forward. However, in that instant, he distinctly sensed a thunderous roar from behind and quickly turned to look, his expression shifting as he saw Wang Hu, who had unleashed a mighty shout. Wang Hu's blood surged, his face flushed with vigor. Simultaneously, he thrust his arms forward, producing a resounding crash as rings of iron encircled his arms. Wang Hu laughed heartily, disregarding the traps laid by Chen Feng and the thorns of the forest ahead. He charged directly towards Chen Feng, obliterating everything in his path. Is this the might of a warrior? Chen Feng's expression altered, a surge of alarm coursing through him. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He understood that he was no match for Wang Hu. Without uttering another word, he dashed forward, seizing the opportunity to release an arrow. Bang! Although most were deflected by Wang Hu's arms, a few struck his legs. To Chen Feng's surprise, these arrows inflicted merely superficial wounds on Wang Hu, deepening his concern. Is a mere entry-level warrior this formidable? He began to grasp why that Huang Laozi could establish such a grand residence beyond the county and why the villagers of Heishan dared not seek revenge. At that moment, Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Had his new skill advanced? Your forest running skill proficiency has increased. Your forest running skill proficiency has reached level 1. You have awakened a new skill talent, grounded, enhancing your speed by 1. Name: Chen Feng Cultivation, Uninitiated Martial Arts, None Skills, Nutritional Absorption, Entry Level 81. Basic Archery, Proficiency Level 12, Trapping Technique, Entry Level 87. Forest Running, Proficiency Level 1, Talent, Primary Talent, Aiming True at 100 paces, within 100 paces. Your arrows are guaranteed to hit their mark. The Elementary Talent, akin to traversing flat ground, grants a remarkable enhancement of speed by 10 while sprinting through the forest. Is this truly such a gift? A glimmer of joy flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his legs. The next instant, he sensed a significant lightness in his body. With each stride, his speed increased dramatically compared to before. It works, Chen Feng thought with delight. Meanwhile, Wang Hu's expression shifted in disbelief. How could this be? He had been on the verge of catching up to Chen Feng, only to witness his rival's speed seemingly accelerate in an instant. A hint of apprehension crossed Wang Hu's face. Could it be that Chen Feng was also a martial artist? Otherwise, how could this be possible? At that moment, Chen Feng stood 100 meters away, laughing heartily as he unleashed a flurry of arrows toward Wang Hu. Although Wang Hu evaded swiftly, 2 arrows struck his left knee without mercy. Chen Feng, I will make you pay. Wang Hu roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He charged forward, oblivious to the slight smile curling at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth as he fled ahead. Before him lay a thicket of dense brambles, the path dominated by thorny vines. Chen Feng moved with astonishing speed and consumed by both astonishment and rage. Wang Hu was determined not to let Chen Feng escape. He pursued rapidly, only to step into several wooden spike traps that shattered beneath his feet. His face contorted with anger and derision. Did Chen Feng truly believe these trivial traps could hinder him? Yet, unbeknownst to Wang Hu, Chen Feng was navigating through the thorns with an ever-broadening smile. With the destruction of yet another trap, Chen Feng's expression brightened with delight. A new notification flashed before him. Your trap skill has caused some trouble for an enemy. Proficiency level 2. Your trap skill has advanced to a new proficiency level. You have awakened a new skill talent, nimble fingers. Indeed, it was in the heat of battle that one could progress most swiftly, Chen Feng mused. He plunged once more into the thicket while hastily assessing the function of his newly awakened talent. If it weren't for his talent akin to traversing flat ground, he might have already fallen prey to the martial artist Wang Hu. This realization intensified Chen Feng's urgency to become a martial artist, and he was confident that with the talent panel at his disposal, success was inevitable. Chapter 6. The Annihilation of Wang Hu. Nimble Fingers Talent. Nimble Fingers. Your trap placement speed increases by 10, the lethality of your traps increases by 10, and your mental acuity is enhanced by 1. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Had he truly increased 2 attributes by 10 in a single instance? This was rather unexpected. At that very moment, a plethora of methods for setting simple traps flooded his mind. He pressed onward. After several dozen minutes, Wang Hu, in a fit of rage, obliterated a thorny bush before him. Just as he was about to charge forward, he paused slightly upon recognizing the familiar surroundings. How could it be here? Wang Hu's heart raced with shock. Simultaneously, as his guard momentarily dropped, a thunderous sound erupted. Suddenly, an arrow hurtled towards him. Upon discerning its trajectory, Wang Hu was instantly consumed by fury. With a powerful strike, he shattered the arrow to pieces, then propelled himself forward several meters. Spotting Chen Feng ahead, who showed no intention of fleeing, Wang Hu felt exhilarated and laughed maniacally, declaring, "Today shall be your day of demise." Standing his ground, Chen Feng wore a sardonic smile and retorted, "Let us see who meets their end first." "You." Wang Hu sneered. Yet, the next moment, his expression transformed dramatically. "What?" A piercing noise echoed as he felt a sudden, intense pain in his foot. "Ah!" Wang Hu howled, glancing down to find that his foot had been pierced by a sharpened bamboo stake. His face paled in disbelief. Was this indeed a first-grade bamboo? He was about to inspect it closely, thinking it might yield substantial rewards, when his countenance shifted alarmingly. He hastily attempted to retreat, but his face turned ashen as. In that instant, for more sharpened bamboo poles shot towards him from all directions, following the shattering of the arrow. "Break!" Wang Hu bellowed, smashing the bamboo in front and to his left with swift strikes. He narrowly evaded a bamboo from the right, but ultimately, the one behind him was unavoidable. Before he could fully rise and evade, he felt a sickening sound as a bamboo stake pierced through his waist. A first-grade spiritual object. Where did you acquire such a treasure? When did you set these traps? Wang Hu exclaimed, his face devoid of color, directing a gaze filled with genuine dread towards Chen Feng. He could scarcely believe that in such a brief span, Chen Feng had managed to lay such intricate traps right beneath his nose. He swiftly severed the bamboo at his waist, cast a glance at Chen Feng, and then turned on his heel to leave. Behind him, Chen Feng observed this scene, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Wang Hu, do you truly believe you can kill me and still escape from here?" Wang Hu, upon hearing this, scoffed, "Do you really think that even wounded, taking down a mere peasant like you would be a challenge? You fail to comprehend the vast chasm that exists between us warriors." Yet Chen Feng remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he drew his bow and loosed an arrow from 50 meters away. Whoosh! Wang Hu's heart raced with urgency. He never anticipated that Chen Feng would offer him no room for negotiation. "Chen Feng," he shouted, "do you not wish to know the truth behind your father's death? Do you not wonder why Lord Huang has set his sights on you?" However, even as he voiced these desperate words, Chen Feng's countenance remained serene, devoid of any trace of concern. Thwack! One arrow was deftly deflected by Wang Hu's iron fist, yet the other pierced through his heart. Wang Hu attempted to block the projectile, but his efforts proved futile. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he had met his demise at the hands of Chen Feng, despite his formidable strength. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood his ground, gasping for breath. Phew! That was no easy feat. It was only when the information on his interface updated that he finally exhaled in relief. "You have slain a first-rank warrior. Your basic archery proficiency has increased by 10. To think that a mere first-rank warrior could be so formidable." He shuddered to imagine the true power of higher-ranked warriors. After a moment's pause, he approached Wang Hu's fallen form and sighed. He noted that the exposed skin of Wang Hu seemed to be covered in a grayish, cocoon-like layer. This, he surmised, must be the manifestation of a first-rank warrior's realm. Determined, Chen Feng resolved that upon his return, he would seek out ways to become a warrior himself. As he searched Wang Hu's body, he discovered a modest sum of silver and a stack of banknotes from the Wantong Bank, the smallest denomination being 50 taels, and the thickness suggesting at least 4 or 5 notes. Is the leader of the hunting team truly making such a fortune? Chen Feng marveled inwardly. Yet, what delighted him most was the discovery of a small booklet among the treasures. Low-level martial art, iron fist technique. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This must be Wang Hu's cultivation manual. He had not expected it to be carried on his person. The bounty of the day had successfully dispelled the gloom that had weighed upon Chen Feng's heart, proving once again that fortune often comes unexpectedly. He suppressed his thoughts and prepared for what lay ahead. Chen Feng was poised to swiftly descend the mountain with the spoils of this venture. After all, the rewards gathered from this expedition were ample to address the forthcoming troubles. However, in the next moment, upon surveying his surroundings, his expression shifted slightly, and he dared not linger any longer. He hastily made his way towards the periphery of the mountain range, his countenance increasingly grim. How could it be here? This place marked the junction between the outskirts and the core area of the Black Mountain. The original body had perished 3 days prior precisely at this boundary, having encountered a malevolent creature that feasted on human flesh, resulting in a frightful demise. Chen Feng's expression grew increasingly somber. He had no desire to squander time in this location, especially considering the potential presence of such entities. With his current strength, confronting them was utterly beyond his capability. Escape was imperative, yet it was not long before Chen Feng's expression altered once more. He felt as though the blood within him coursed faster than usual. Upon spotting a somewhat familiar locale ahead, his countenance darkened. Qinglang Valley. This was precisely where the original had witnessed the monstrous creature in its gruesome act. To his astonishment, having been pursued by the king tiger, he had fled to this very place. A sense of gravity weighed upon his heart, given the prior appearance of the monster. Should it manifest again, he would surely be no match for it with his current abilities. Resolving to exit the area immediately, he was halted by a sudden flicker on his panel. The skill of nutritional absorption was subtly shimmering. What was happening? Chen Feng's curiosity piqued as he directed his gaze toward the spot where the shadow of the monster had once been, now only marked by brownish bloodstains that attested to past carnage. At that moment, an inexplicable allure emanated from the vicinity. After a brief contemplation, he could not suppress his intrigue. With a swift motion, he advanced towards the site. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a streak of brownish residue on the ground. His heart stirred as he reached out to touch it. Buzz! In that instant, a sharp pain shot through his finger, and the bloodstain vanished. Subsequently, new information refreshed on his panel. Chapter 7. New Talent of Nutritional Absorption. You have absorbed a drop of diluted evil god blood, increasing the proficiency of nutritional absorption by 15. Gazing at the information on his panel, Chen Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Evil god blood? What was this? He had merely grazed it, yet it had augmented his proficiency by such a remarkable degree. If he could acquire a few more drops, would it not propel his nutritional absorption skill to unprecedented heights? Regrettably, after absorbing this single drop of diluted evil god blood, the allure in this area had dissipated. Concerned about the potential for further dangers, Chen Feng chose not to linger and quickly withdrew from the site. The inner region of the Black Mountain was already beginning to show signs of malevolent creatures. Though he was acutely aware that something might be amiss, he knew it was not the time for him to become entangled in such matters. Moreover, the gains he had already secured were more than sufficient. There was no need for him to linger any longer. Fortunately, he soon broke free from the inner region, and at that moment, Chen Feng finally exhaled in relief. He even took a moment to revisit the site where he had dispatched Wang Hu and his companions. In the brief span of time, the scent of blood had attracted some wild beasts from the forest, and the remains of the few bodies had been devoured beyond recognition. Thus, Chen Feng abandoned any thoughts of concealing the evidence. Along the way, he familiarized himself with the changes in his body while reviewing his current status. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation: None. Technique: Iron Fist. Skill: Uninitiated skills. Nutritional absorption: Entry progress 96. Basic archery: Proficiency progress 36. Yin-yang technique: Entry progress 10. Trap crafting: Proficiency progress 1. Forest running: Proficiency progress 3. Talents: Primary talent: 100 steps hitting the mark. Within 100 steps, your archery is impeccable. Primary talent: as light as a feather while running in the forest. Your speed is increased by 10. Primary talent: nimble-fingered. Your trap-setting speed increases by 10, and the lethality of your traps enhances by 10. Gazing at his information, Chen Feng felt a flicker of joy. His decision to venture into the mountains had indeed been astute. He had not anticipated such significant progress during battle. On his way back, Chen Feng shot 2 wild rabbits, bringing them home with him. This scene caught the eyes of several villagers from Heishan village, who regarded him with envy. That Chen lad is truly fortunate to have found 2 rabbits, they murmured. Indeed, I heard there were rumors of demons preying on people in the mountains not long ago. It's surprising he survived. Yet, it's not so astonishing, considering that his family has caught the eye of Lord Huang. One can only wonder what the future holds for him. Among them, some exchanged glances noting, I heard that Wang Hu and his companions followed Chen Feng into the mountains. What became of them now that Chen Feng has returned? A few individuals, their expressions somewhat peculiar, quickly made their way to another location. Chen Feng paid no heed to their discussions. When he had been injured, only a handful had watched his family as home, showing little regard for him. Shuer, look what I brought back. Upon returning home, Lin Shui had already prepared rice and stood by the table. Her brow furrowed with concern. She sighed in relief upon seeing Chen Feng return, exclaiming in delight, My dear, you're back. Her astonishment grew upon seeing the 2 rabbits in his hands. You are amazing. Chen Feng smiled. Let us prepare one of the rabbits for dinner. Lin Shui nodded with joy. Of course, as you say. Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Tonight, his nutritional absorption skill should advance to a proficient level, and he wondered what new talents might awaken within him. Moreover, the tome of Iron Fist technique acquired from Wang Hu was perceived by him as a potential key to unlocking the vast realm of martial arts. While Chen Feng was steadily progressing in his endeavors, on the other side, at the Huang family estate, which although referred to as Heishan village, was actually situated on the outskirts of it in a secluded compound surrounded by extensive fields owned by the Huang family. Presently, within one of the residences, the head of the Huang family, Huang Haisheng, occupied the main seat, listening with a look of surprise to the words of a villager before him. Are you saying Chen Feng has returned? Wang Hu and the others have yet to come back. The villager, displaying a hint of obsequiousness, replied, Yes, Master Huang. You had previously instructed us to keep a close watch, and I have been vigilant. Huang Haisheng maintained a composed demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. You have performed well this time. Go collect a reward of 100 won. The villager's expression instantly brightened with joy. Indeed, thank you, Master Huang. Just for delivering a message, 100 won is far more rewarding than farming. Meanwhile, Huang Haisheng remained seated, his brow furrowed in contemplation. How could an ordinary person like Chen Feng possibly escape from Wang Hu? Did Wang Hu abscond with my money? I must wait a while longer. When it involves Yin Xingzi, one cannot afford to be hasty. He then coldly commanded, Lu Guanjia, investigate the whereabouts of Wang Hu and his companions. Understood. Regarding the situation of the Huang family, Chen Feng had not sought to delve deeply. At present, having come into possession of a substantial sum of silver, he simply wished to focus on his development. As for the Huang family, a mere Wang who had already put him in such a predicament, he had no inclination to confront them further. During dinner, a rabbit had nearly been entirely consumed by Chen Feng. Lin Shui, seated nearby, wore a radiant expression of contentment. She found immense satisfaction in this simple, meaty existence. Meanwhile, a flicker of joy illuminated Chen Feng's face as new information refreshed on his interface. You have consumed a bowl of rice, nutrition absorption proficiency, 2. You have consumed a rabbit, nutrition absorption proficiency, 3. Your nutrition absorption skill has progressed to a proficient level, awakening a new innate talent, innate divine strength. Your strength, 2. Spirit, 1. Speed, 1. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Innate divine strength? He hastily opened the interface details. Name, Chen Feng. Skill, nutrition absorption, proficiency level 1. Primary talent, innate divine strength. Your strength will continuously enhance with your growth. Consumed items will be transformed into energy, augmenting your physical prowess, with a daily enhancement limit of 1 point. This talent was truly the most fitting. Chen Feng's eyes shone with delight at the unexpected awakening of innate divine strength, a talent perfectly suited for a martial artist. And in that instant, he felt as though the flesh and blood within him were undergoing a violent tearing in that instant. The density of his flesh seemed to become increasingly compact. Then, within a fleeting moment, it rapidly healed. If Chen Feng's body had previously been a gaunt and pallid figure, now, with the awakening of his innate divine strength, his physique began to exhibit some muscular definition. However, just as he opened his eyes, a look of delight on his face, his expression suddenly shifted drastically. Chapter 8. The First Rank Warrior, Huang Family Scheme. Oh no! Chen Feng exclaimed. It was at this moment, with the awakening of his new talent and the transformation of his body, that his digestive system underwent a metamorphosis. Almost all the nutrients were instantaneously consumed, converted into energy, and absorbed into his being. His flesh grew stronger, yet he felt an overwhelming hunger, as if every cell in his body was crying out for sustenance. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Amidst Lin Shui's astonished gaze, he devoured several bowls of leftover rice in quick succession. After managing to suppress his hunger somewhat, he proceeded to clean and steam the remaining rabbit, consuming it entirely, which finally quelled the gnawing sensation in his stomach. My lord, Lin Shui said with a hint of concern. Chen Feng smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Perhaps I just exerted myself a bit too much. Lin Shui asked, Shall I cook some more rice for you? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lin Shui's face brightened with joy. So, her lord was practicing martial arts. In this world, there were numerous legends about warriors, including tales of consuming an entire cow in a single meal, which she accepted without skepticism. No need, this is sufficient, Chen Feng replied. While Lin Shui tidied up the table, Chen Feng, under the glow of the kerosene lamp, retrieved the iron fist technique he had obtained from Wang Hu and began to examine its contents. He still harbored some concerns about this Dacian world, particularly regarding the existence of demons and monsters. The terrifying scene he had witnessed in his original memories weighed heavily on his heart. Additionally, the trace of diluted blood from the evil deity he had absorbed in the mountains added to his gravity of thought. Upon opening the Iron Fist technique, the foundational information recorded on the first page provided Chen Feng with greater insight. So that is how it is, he mused. According to the information in the Iron Fist technique, the ranks of Dakian warriors were primarily divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. To cultivate a martial art to the limit of its potential and undergo a transformation in the physical body is to reach the status of a first-grade warrior. The metamorphosis of a warrior is further subdivided into layers: skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. As long as one can become a martial artist, even if it is merely the lowest rank of a first-tier warrior, it signifies a transformation akin to shedding one's skin. A single individual can directly contend with several others, exhibiting a noticeable disparity in both defense and strength compared to ordinary people. In such a remote village, this level of prowess undoubtedly signifies a formidable presence. This realization sparked contemplation in Chen Feng's mind. No wonder, when he previously confronted Wang Hu, despite his arrows striking true, they only inflicted minor injuries. The difficulty of penetrating Wang Hu's defenses had evidently increased, likely due to his own transformation. One wonders how many martial artists reside within the Huang family, and what realms the most powerful among them might occupy. Chen Feng's expression grew solemn as he reflected on Wang Hu, clearly a member of the Huang family, who now lay dead. Although one could claim he fell victim to the jaws of a Black Mountain beast, it remained uncertain whether the Huang family would accept this explanation. Such thoughts stirred a sense of unease within him, rendering him disinclined to rest. Under the moonlight, he commenced a methodical practice of the Iron Fist technique. This external martial art also contained references to necessary secret medicines, the absence of which, having been torn away, left him with merely the techniques. For others, this would be of little use, but with his unique panel, Chen Feng harbored no worries. After diligently completing a round of techniques, information about the Iron Fist technique materialized on his panel. Technique: Iron Fist technique, entry progress 1. Following a few more iterations, his progress reached 3. Observing that night had fallen, and considering the events of the day had been somewhat overwhelming, fatigue settled in, prompting him to pause his training until the following morning, when he would resume honing his proficiency in the Iron Fist technique. He sensed that it would not be long before he could elevate his mastery to the next significant realm. Were Wang Hu to hear Chen Feng's musings, he would likely be incensed to the point of spitting blood. Wang Hu had devoted decades to the Iron Fist technique, barely managing to reach the breakthrough level. In contrast, Chen Feng's training speed was astonishing, yet he still felt it was somewhat sluggish. After extinguishing the lights, Chen Feng gazed at Lin Shui, whose face bore a hint of shyness, and remarked, "My lady, the night grows late. It is time to rest." Lin Shui, lowering her head and speaking in a whisper, replied, "Yes, I will heed your words. Let's share the night twice." As dawn broke, Chen Feng awoke feeling refreshed, although he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret when recalling the information from the previous night. "You have completed a delightful night of intimacy. Your yin-yang technique skill has increased by 10. Skill: yin-yang technique, entry progress 20. While he desired to gain more proficiency, it appeared there was a daily cap, approximately 10 points per night. Contemplating this limitation, Chen Feng resolved to delve deeper into this aspect of his training in the future. Today, Chen Feng opted not to venture into the mountains. Instead, he resolved to refine his Iron Fist technique and assess his current strength. He felt confident that he could contend with a first-tier martial artist. However, he remained uncertain about the outcome against a second-tier warrior. With Lin Shui by his side, he was reluctant to invite any trouble. Unbeknownst to him, within the Huang family, Huang Haixing's expression was exceedingly grim as he regarded the butler, Lu Hao, and coldly inquired, "What did you say?" Wang Hu and the others perished at the jaws of beasts. Huang Haixing's countenance darkened further. It was truly absurd that a hunter, reliant on his skills, and a first-tier martial artist like Wang Hu could succumb to wild beasts. Lu Hao, standing before him, wore a similarly troubled expression and replied, "Indeed, my lord. While tracking, I discovered the bodies of the other two on the outskirts, while Wang Hu's body was found closer to the inner perimeter beyond the Qingling Valley. Upon hearing this, Huang Haixing's furious visage faltered slightly. Dying outside the Qingling Valley? A mixture of emotions flickered in his eyes before he took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "That kid Chen Feng." He had previously confirmed to have been afflicted by the aura of demons, did he not? Lu Hao bowed his head and affirmed, "Yes, my lord. I personally witnessed Chen Feng being besieged by the demonic aura before I departed." Huang Haixing let out a cold laugh. This is rather intriguing. Even a first-tier martial artist would perish under the invasion of demonic energy. How did he manage to survive? Lu Hao, maintaining a deferential demeanor, seemed to ponder something gravely and suggested, "My lord, do you think that Chen Feng could possibly be a gifted individual?" Huang Haixing chuckled at the notion. Gifted individuals are exceedingly rare. Only those whose ancestors were exceptional warriors might produce such talent. Black Mountain Village is merely an ordinary settlement. It is impossible for a gifted individual to emerge from there. He continued with a chilling tone. The information regarding Qingling Valley must remain confidential. Otherwise, if the Demon Patrol gets wind of it, we will be in serious trouble. First, we must investigate the circumstances, and then, in the coming days, we must eliminate Chen Feng. Although the boy beside him possesses slightly diminished coercive effect, it is still preferable to wasting time. Chapter 9. The Power of the County. Lu Hao respectfully responded, "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Left alone in the main seat, the head of the Huang family's eyes glistened with cold light as he murmured, "From what my elder brother implies, it seems that someone has recently set their sights on Black Mountain. Could there have been a leak of information? This is troublesome." Chen Feng remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Huang family, diligently practicing the Iron Fist technique in the courtyard. You have practiced the Iron Fist technique. Your proficiency has reached level 1. As the morning wore on, Chen Feng glanced at his status panel, noting that his proficiency in the Iron Fist technique had advanced to 24. He pondered whether there might be any methods to accelerate his progress. According to the information documented in the manual of the Iron Fist technique, the cultivation of martial arts is indeed connected to certain auxiliary elixirs. Had he access to these complementary potions, his progress might have accelerated significantly. Regrettably, the manual contains no such details. With a contemplative gaze, Chen Feng pondered that even in the absence of these specific elixirs, pairing his training with other tonics that enhance vitality could potentially hasten his cultivation. However, to procure such restorative remedies, he would need a journey to Haishi City, located approximately 70 miles from his village. In the past, when their village had abundant furs, they would form teams of dozens to travel to Heiyun City. Now, with the death of the hunting team leader, it was evident that he would not easily find companions for such an expedition. Thus, he set this thought aside for the time being. With the panel's assistance at hand, he resolved to focus on enhancing his proficiency first. Chen Feng decided that he must break through his current limits at least once before venturing to Haishi City. In the meantime, he visited the village grain shop to purchase several dozen pounds of rice and a few pounds of pork. After enjoying a hearty lunch, he found that his skill in nutritional absorption had improved slightly. In the afternoon, he continued to diligently practice the Iron Fist technique, feeling within himself that this was the most effective means of advancement available to him at present. As the day passed, his proficiency in the Iron Fist technique reached an entry-level progress of 45. Concerning his worries about potential troubles from the Huang family, due to Wang Hu's demise, nothing had materialized, allowing him to ease his mind. For now, his focus remained solely on self-improvement. Another night passed. Panel information. Name, Chen Feng. Technique, Iron Fist technique, entry-level progress 45. Skills, nutritional absorption, proficiency progress 15. Basic archery, proficiency progress 41. Yin-yang technique, entry-level progress 30. Forest running, proficiency progress 11. Trap technique, proficiency progress 11. Primary talent, innate strength, increases strength by 1 point daily. Expert marksman, sure-footed, dexterous. The newly acquired point of strength was a result of the enhancement brought about by his innate talent. Chen Feng felt himself growing stronger with each passing day. He intended to elevate his practice of the Iron Fist technique to a new realm today, hoping to awaken new talents. However, while he was practicing, an unexpected commotion arose at Uncle Lu's home. To his surprise, their son Lu Yuan, who had been sent to Haishi City, had returned. Lu Yuan, a childhood friend with a robust physique, had been sent a year prior to learn the art of blacksmithing. As Chen Feng continued his practice of the iron fist technique that afternoon, he was startled by Lu Yuan's voice from outside the courtyard, exclaiming, "Chengge, are you practicing martial arts?" Seeing Lu Yuan, Chen Feng replied with a smile, "Just getting a bit of exercise. It seems you are doing well in the city." Indeed, he was merely focused on gradually mastering the foundational stances of the iron fist technique. The pace was leisurely, and there was little concern about being recognized. However, upon seeing Lu Yuan, Chen Feng was taken aback. Lu Yuan had grown to nearly 2 meters tall, with a formidable physique that was intimidating at first glance. The reverence in the eyes of other villagers, as they regarded Lu Yuan, spoke volumes. Lu Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Chengge, if you wish to practice martial arts, it is unwise to rely solely on your own understanding. Proper guidance is essential, and there are even accompanying elixirs. Otherwise, you risk injuring your body." Hearing this, Chen Feng paused, a hint of confusion on his face. "Xiao Yuan, having spent considerable time in the city, could you enlighten me about martial training? How does one go about obtaining proper instruction if one wishes to learn?" Until now, he had only gleaned rudimentary knowledge from a book on iron fist techniques. Lu Yuan had been in the county town for a year and clearly had more insight than someone from the village like Chen Feng. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, "Chengge, what I know is merely superficial, but since you're interested, let me share. In Haishi City, there are several avenues to learn martial arts. The simplest method is to pay to join a martial arts school. There are approximately dozens of reputable schools in the city where one can learn for a fee. Another option is to align oneself with various gangs. Joining these factions, where daring and violence prevail, also provides the opportunity to learn martial skills. Additionally, one could join influential families that possess martial arts knowledge. These methods are accessible to ordinary people. The most challenging route, however, is to join the official organization, the Demon Patrol. If one can pass their assessment, they can learn formal techniques and rise in status, transcending social classes." Chen Feng was astonished. "The Demon Patrol?" Lu Yuan nodded. "Indeed, it is arguably the most powerful force in our great Qian dynasty, overseeing the realm with an aura of dread." There is a glimmer of aspiration in his eyes, as he added, "Joining the Demon Patrol would mean a significant leap in one's status. Even a county magistrate cannot intrude upon their authority. By the way, I heard you encountered a demon recently. The Demon Patrol specializes in dealing with such creatures." Chen Feng's surprise deepened. "They specifically handle demons?" He pondered. The horrific images of demons devouring humans lingered in his mind, along with the memory of that drop of diluted blood from the evil god, which sparked immense curiosity within him. It seemed he would need to investigate the workings of the Demon Patrol if he wished to uncover more about this realm. "Do you know how one can join the Demon Patrol?" Chen Feng inquired further. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. I have only heard that the Demon Patrol recruits powerful martial artists or exceptional talents. The specifics of their recruitment process remain unknown to me." Chen Feng, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing further. Evidently, Lu Yuan's understanding is rather limited. Chen Feng, continuing to express his bewilderment, inquired, "By the way, you mentioned that powerful families cultivate warriors themselves? Does that Huang Yuanwei from outside our village count as a family?" He had long harbored concerns regarding the influence of the Huang family, and if their power was indeed feeble, he contemplated eliminating them entirely. Lu Yuan promptly shook his head in response. "The Huang family certainly does not qualify as a true family. At most, they might have nurtured 3 to 5 entry-level warriors, merely sufficient for maintaining the surrounding fields. In contrast, those families in the county town worthy of the title possess at least dozens of warriors, with intermediate-level warriors stationed as well. However, I have heard whispers of a formidable force in the county town known as Huang Jiazhuang, which belongs to one of the more powerful families in the area. I wonder if there is any connection between Huang Yuanwei and Huang Jiazhuang. If there is, we must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng appeared enlightened. "I see. 3 to 5 entry-level warriors are not insignificant. As for intermediate-level warriors, being merely of the 3rd tier, I am still unaware of their true strength. Lu Yuan then added, "By the way, Chen Feng, if you intend to venture into the mountains for hunting, you should remain vigilant. Recently, an influx of unfamiliar warriors has arrived in Haishi City, seemingly in search of something. Our blacksmith shop has received numerous weapon orders, and I need to assist my master, which is why I returned early. Should you visit the county town, feel free to seek me at Yang's blacksmith shop. If I'm not at home, I would appreciate your help in watching over things." Chen Feng smiled in reply, "Of course." They continued to exchange information, which deepened Chen Feng's understanding of the circumstances in Haishi City. After Lu Yuan departed for home, Chen Feng remained in contemplation, sighing inwardly. Clans, families, government officials, and local dignitaries, the onset of chaos. The great Qian dynasty exerts its dominion over the world, sprawling across vast territories, generally divided into 9 provinces and 36 prefectures, each containing numerous counties, which in turn encompass countless villages and towns. Their Heishan village is merely one of those small hamlets. While the upper echelons remain a mystery, the lower strata are rife with the intrigue of various gang factions. The blacksmith shop where Lu Yuan works is but a minor force in the grand scheme of things. As for the individuals arriving from the city, their quest in Heishan seemed irrelevant to him. Indeed, he had no desire to venture into Heishan recently. He was content to remain at home, enhancing his skills. After finishing dinner that evening, Chen Feng noted that his proficiency in the Iron Fist technique had reached a commendable 91 of the introductory level. Instead of retiring for the night, he chose to practice martial arts in the shadows of the night. Although it may appear slow, a powerful whistling sound accompanies Chen Feng's arm movements, akin to a tiger's roar. Anticipation swells within him, for it seems he is poised to elevate his Iron Fist technique to unprecedented heights. He wonders what talents might awaken within him. Meanwhile, in the Lu family estate, Lu Yuan gazes through the window, observing Chen Feng's diligent practice. He sighs, realizing that the recent encounter with a monster has spurred Chen Feng into action. It is a pity that he has missed the prime years for martial training and lacks proper guidance. Relying solely on such rudimentary techniques will yield minimal results. After observing for a while without seeing anything remarkable, Lu Yuan shifts his focus, eager to converse more with Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. He harbors hopes that once the Blackstone City flourishes, he can bring his parents there to live. On the other hand, within the Huang family courtyard, the atmosphere is palpably oppressive. A sharp crash resounds as a cup shatters into fragments. Huang Haisheng, seated at the head of the table, wears a grim expression and coldly inquires, "Are you saying the news has leaked?" Lu Hao, standing below, responds with concern, "Indeed, sir. According to our sources, rumors have begun to circulate in Blackstone City about a secret realm of demonic blades hidden within Black Mountain. Though merely rumors, they have already attracted significant attention. Several groups have entered Black Mountain today alone." Huang Haisheng's expression darkens, revealing his agitation. He mutters, "Damn it, our Huang family has been here for decades, and just as we grasp some leads, they are exposed. It seems someone wishes to thwart my efforts." A cold smile crosses his face, his eyes glinting with malice. In a brief moment of reflection, he discerns the underlying cause. He then orders Lu Hao, "Tonight, arrange for someone to bring that Yin Xingzi back. We shall take the initiative and use him for our ritual. This will be our ascent to greatness. Exercise caution and avoid drawing attention from others." Lu Hao's eyes sparkle with excitement as he replies, "Yes, sir." The prospect of seizing a chance for ascendance invigorates him, for they have long waited for the right moment to reveal their plans. At last, is it time to begin? In the depths of night, Chen Feng gazes at the newly updated information on his panel, his face lighting up with joy. He has finally broken through. In that instant, a surge of immense energy floods into his arms. He could only feel his arms undergoing a rapid transformation, the flesh becoming increasingly refined. Name, Chen Feng, cultivation, 1st grade, skin refinement stage. Skill, Iron Fist technique, proficiency level 1. Basic talent, exceptional arm strength. Your arms can unleash double your own strength. As information flooded in, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. Could it be such a remarkable talent? He sensed the power within his arms. Merely clenching his fist slightly produced a crackling sound, akin to the whisper of air. The latent strength within had significantly increased compared to before, and this was without even utilizing his exceptional arm strength talent. What delighted him even more was that with the breakthrough of his iron fist technique, although primarily enhancing his arms, it had also subtly augmented his entire physique. His legs had strengthened, thereby elevating his speed. Furthermore, his cultivation had finally ascended to the first-grade realm. Upon touching his skin, he felt a surge of joy. His skin had indeed become considerably tougher. If he were to encounter Wang Hu again, Chen Feng felt assured that he would not need to flee, for a single punch could likely obliterate Wang Hu. Then, in the pained gaze of Lin Shui, he extinguished the lights and settled in for a pleasant night's rest. However, in the dead of night, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the door. Outside, Lu Hao stood with a first-grade martial artist, right outside Chen Feng's abode. Observing the house enveloped in night and listening to the two rhythmic breaths within, a flicker of cold light passed through Lu Hao's eyes as he commanded, "Attack." Yes. Beside him, a man clad in black, his face obscured by a mask, swiftly charged towards Chen Feng's quarters. Prior to their arrival, they had devised a plan, a quick resolution against a mere country bumpkin. Chapter 11. The Night of Assassination. The Huang family's secrets bang. A dull thud echoed as it forcefully burst open Chen Feng's door. The masked assailant immediately lunged towards the room where Chen Feng and the others rested. Yet, in the next instant, boom, a resounding crash erupted as a fist collided directly with the throat of the black-clad man. He had no time to react before his throat was shattered by the blow. The black-clad figure crumpled to the ground. Chen Feng emerged from the shadows, his expression exceedingly grim, with Lin Shui, her face etched with worry, behind him. Chen Feng instructed, "Stay put and do not move." Lin Shui replied anxiously, "All right, my husband, be careful." Chen Feng armed himself with a bow and arrow, as well as a machete, lifting the mask from the black-clad man's face. A wave of murderous intent surged within him upon recognizing the visage. Damn it, Huang Haisheng. Beneath the visage lay a shadow, belonging to none other than a member of the Huang family, residing outside the village, a familiar face. He never anticipated that Huang Laosi would audaciously send someone to assassinate him under the cover of night. His heart surged with a mix of astonishment and fury. Had he truly been in his original form, he would undoubtedly have met his demise this night. Several hundred meters away, Lu Hao stood shrouded in darkness, his expression marked by confusion. What was amiss? His gaze fell upon Chen Feng's dwelling, eyes narrowing with suspicion. A dull thud echoed. He had expected to return with Lin Shui after completing his task. Why, then, was there an unsettling silence? As he prepared to investigate, a sudden sound pierced the night. An arrow whistled through the air. What? Lu Hao's countenance shifted in an instant as he narrowly evaded the deadly projectile. How could this be? His expression turned grim. Just then, from the depths of the night, a figure surged toward him with alarming speed. Iron fist technique, Chen Feng bellowed, his voice resonating through the air. Lu Hao barely managed to raise a defense before being sent flying several meters away. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed in the darkness, brighter than before, surpassing even Wang Hu. Come again. Lu Hao's face was a mask of disbelief. How could a mere mortal transform into a warrior? Chen Feng's gaze turned frigid. Butler Lu, it truly is you. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he unleashed another powerful blow, simultaneously tapping into his exceptional strength. Confronted with Chen Feng's formidable aura, Lu Hao's expression darkened, his voice a snarl. It seems I cannot spare you. He too had unsealed his formidable powers. Yet in the next moment, a resounding explosion shattered the night. Boom! The sound reverberated as Lu Hao's arms were crushed to smithereens before the force struck his chest, obliterating it in an instant. Lu Hao's complexion turned pallid, his eyes brimming with reluctance. He attempted to utter something, but his breath ultimately failed him. Chen Feng stood amid the chaos, panting heavily, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his own face somewhat ashen. Yet, having endured experiences in the Black Mountain, he felt little sorrow in taking a life. Instead, a rush of exhilaration coursed through his veins, as if his blood flowed with newfound vigor. Was it possible that he was inherently a fervent and combative spirit? With a sigh, he exhaled, striving to quell the tempest of emotions within. At that moment, a new piece of information flashed upon his interface. You have slain an enemy using the Iron Fist technique. Your proficiency in the Iron Fist technique has reached level 5. You have consecutively vanquished several warrior foes. You have awakened a new skill, Killing Intent. Skill, Killing Intent, Beginner Progress 2. Is Killing Intent truly a skill? Chen Feng pondered in astonishment. Uncertain of what talents this skill might awaken, he deemed it not the time for such considerations. Gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground, he understood that he must first dispose of them. Although the current state of the Great Qian was somewhat chaotic, with a few individuals perishing at the hands of demons, open murder would undoubtedly lead to complications if reported to the authorities. Fortunately, a glance around revealed that the villagers of Heishan had not shown any inclination to investigate the commotion of battle in the night. Most had securely bolted their doors, and even households that previously had their lights aglow hastily extinguished them, fearing they might attract unwanted attention. With a shake of his head and a light chuckle, he almost forgot that this world differed greatly from his previous life. Swiftly, he seized one of the bodies and, under the cover of darkness, made his way to the outskirts of Heishan, discarding the corpse deep within the mountains. The scent of blood could easily lure wild beasts in the night. He observed from a distance, and before long, wild animals arrived to drag the bodies into the forest, at which point he chose to depart. Naturally, he had searched the two individuals, but found only a few hundred taels of silver notes on Lu Guanjia, with no martial arts or techniques that he so desired. He had no choice but to abandon that hope. On his return journey, he noticed the brightly lit courtyard of Huang Laosi in the distance, with shadows flitting about. A chill swept over his features, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He pondered the reason behind Huang Laosi's relentless pursuit of him. Was it truly just for a hunting permit? A surge of killing intent bubbled within him, yet the illumination from the courtyard, coupled with the presence of several martial artists and dozens of ordinary people, weighed heavily on his mind. He resolved to bide his time, allowing himself to grow stronger before extinguishing Huang Laosi. Meanwhile, within the Huang family courtyard, Huang Laosi paced anxiously, flanked by dozens of hired fighters. His countenance was grim as he frequently cast glances toward the distant village. Why had so much time elapsed without a report? How could it take so long to handle a mere commoner? The other figures in the courtyard, clad in black attire and masked, appeared equally tense. They had gathered the valuables within the compound, as numerous martial artists had been infiltrating the Black Mountain in recent days, and signs of the demon patrol had emerged. Huang Laosi was unwilling to take risks for a mere Chen Feng. He had prepared to leave with the Yin Shengzi. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Hao would still be absent after such a lengthy interval. Let us see what has befallen Lu Hao. Is that Yin Shengzi in trouble? Huang Laosi spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, replied a figure cloaked in black, who then leapt down, landing atop a high wall, poised ahead towards Chen Feng's residence. However, in the next moment, the stillness of the night was shattered by a sharp sound. A shrill whistle pierced the darkness as an arrow swiftly cut through the air, penetrating the throat of the black-clad figure. You have utilized basic archery skills to eliminate an adversary. Your proficiency in basic archery has increased by 5. You have slain an enemy. Your murderous intent proficiency has increased by 3. Not far away, perched upon a great tree, Chen Feng concealed his face with a piece of black cloth, his gaze intensely fixed upon Huang Laosi and his companions in the courtyard, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He murmured, "If I do not slay you tonight, sleep shall evade me." Chapter 12. Intermediate Talent. Chen Feng's expression was icy, his eyes alight with murderous intent. In just a few short days since his arrival, he had faced multiple assassination attempts orchestrated by Huang Laosi's men. He was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for the Huang family, yet he could not suppress his indignation. Thus, he had come to the outskirts of the Huang estate, hoping to quell his frustrations. To his astonishment, he witnessed such a scene unfold before him. Huang Laosi was accompanied by a considerable number of people, seemingly preparing to retreat. Surprise flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. What could possibly be the reason for this? Could it be related to the recent happenings in Haishi City, as Lu Yuan had spoken of? Chen Feng pondered, recalling Lu Yuan's words about the influx of unfamiliar warriors seeking treasures within the Black Mountain. Was Huang Yuan worried that more warriors might arrive and uncover some troubling truths? The bizarre situation surrounding the Huang family conjured in Chen Feng's mind the haunting images of demons devouring humans, reminiscent of the threats posed by Wang Hu and his ilk. Initially, Chen Feng had not given this much thought, but now a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Demons. Surely, Wang Hu and his companions were aware that advancing towards Qinglang Valley would entail peril. Could it be that the Huang family was entangled with these demons? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Chen Feng's countenance grew increasingly grim. Moreover, he recalled the mention of Yin Shengzi by Huang Laosi. Was he referring to Xueth? Had the Huang family targeted him all along because of Xuer? A flurry of thoughts raced through Chen Feng's mind. He yearned to unravel the truth. Yet the information at his disposal was woefully insufficient. Furthermore, after he had dispatched the warrior intent on capturing Lin Xue, a sudden uproar erupted within the Huang courtyard. A multitude of warriors swiftly gathered, one of them exclaiming, "A master archer." In the depths of the night, an arrow pierced the throat of a martial artist, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers as they beheld the grim sight. Many faces reflected shock, concealed among the trees. Chen Feng's heart sank as he speculated on the Huang family's potential collusion with malevolent forces. It became evident why so many martial artists had congregated under their banner, far exceeding the mere handful of first-tier practitioners known to the outside world. There might even be second- or third-tier warriors among them. Caution was imperative, he mused, and with that thought, he endeavored to conceal his presence even more effectively. The Huang family sought to abduct his beloved Xue, and retreat was no longer an option. Glancing at the sky, he noted dawn was not far off, uncertain if he could hold out until then. At that moment, as Chen Feng contemplated his predicament, a new message appeared on his interface. You have successfully concealed your form in the darkness, evading dozens of foes. You have awakened a new skill, stealth. You have hidden for 10 minutes. Your stealth skill proficiency is at level 1. You have successfully deceived your enemies through concealment. Your stealth skill proficiency is at level 1. Surprised by the notification, Chen Feng felt a flicker of joy. Skills could be awakened passively. Moreover, with the awakening of his new stealth ability, vague techniques on how to better conceal himself surfaced in his mind, significantly improving his ability to remain hidden among the trees. Meanwhile, within the Huang family's courtyard, Huang Laosi, surrounded by protectors, wore a grim expression. Surveying his surroundings, he called out, "May I inquire which friend has passed through? Should you be in need, I, Huang, am willing to offer 500 taels of silver to forge a friendship." Chen Feng seethed inwardly upon hearing this. 500 taels? Huang Laosi was indeed wealthy. Such riches were plundered from the people. Cunning and ruthless, Huang Laosi must not discover that he was merely a newly initiated martial artist, nor his true identity, or would spell trouble. Chen Feng's expression darkened. In that instant, his demeanor shifted as he noticed a figure stealthily departing from the corner of the courtyard, shrouded in black attire and a dark mask. Had it not been for his enhanced vision after awakening the talent of 100 steps, a perfect shot, he might have failed to notice the martial artist's escape. If that figure had made a move, he would have been exposed, under the onslaught of dozens of martial artists. His chances of escape would have been nil. Chen Feng suppressed his thoughts, the words 100 steps, a perfect shot echoing in his mind. In the very next moment, he drew his bow and released an arrow. A sharp sound pierced the night. The warrior's expression shifted slightly as he heard the noise in the darkness and exclaimed, "Over there," pointing towards Chen Feng's general direction. He attempted to evade the arrow, but in the next instant, he felt a sudden sting. The arrow had pierced his heart directly. He barely had time to let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. This scene left the onlookers in the courtyard even paler. It was Brother Niu. Brother Niu is dead? It must be the marksman. Chen Feng was initially oblivious to the commotion among the people in the courtyard. However, the next moment, as the information refreshed on his panel, he finally grasped the situation. You have slain a second-tier warrior with basic archery. Your basic archery proficiency has increased by 20. You have killed a second-tier warrior. Your killing intent proficiency has increased by 10. You have successfully concealed your position. Your stealth skill proficiency has increased by 5. With each line of information that flashed, Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. A second-tier warrior? In our remote village at the foot of the mountain, one of Huang Laoxi's subordinates was actually a second-tier warrior? At that moment, his heart was filled with shock. His suspicions regarding Huang Laoxi's collusion with demons and his other identity were further solidified. Moreover, noticing that his basic archery proficiency had now reached 80, he felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed likely that his basic archery would soon ascend to a higher realm. He wondered how the talent of hitting a target from 100 paces would evolve. With such expectations in his heart, and having successfully shot down a second-tier warrior, Chen Feng also gained a newfound confidence. Observing the chaos in the courtyard, he let out a cold sneer. In the midst of the turmoil, he released 2 more arrows. In the darkness, the sounds echoed, accompanied by 2 agonized cries. He had once again shot through the throats of 2 black-clad warriors. You have slain a first-tier warrior. Your basic archery proficiency has increased by 10. Your killing intent proficiency has increased. Your stealth skill proficiency has increased. Your basic archery proficiency has reached 100. Then, in a flash, the information refreshed. Your basic archery has reached proficiency level 1. Your primary talent, hitting a target from 100 paces, has been upgraded to intermediate talent. Chapter 13, Skill, Killing Intent, Intermediate Talent. 3 stars in a row, within a distance of 150 meters. You can instantaneously shoot 3 arrows in succession, targeting either dispersely or concentrically, with enough power to pierce a foot-thick wooden board. As he gazed at the information on the panel, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. A thickness of 1 foot equates to 1/3 of a meter. To penetrate such a thickness of wood, the power and penetrative ability of his arrows must be truly formidable. Even a martial artist of lower rank would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such force. In this world, martial artists are categorized into 9 ranks, with each tier divided into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. Those of the lower 3 ranks are still engaged in the refinement of their flesh and bones. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This level of archery would significantly amplify his offensive capabilities. Moreover, his murderous intent escalated with each enemy he dispatched. Skill, Murderous Intent, Entry Progress 38. Once more, a spark of determination flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he mused. Meanwhile, within the Huang family's courtyard, as new martial artists fell to his arrows, a palpable dread washed over some of them. Is there an archer among us? Quickly, take cover. Who could it be? The demon patrol? This is terrifying. Master, what shall we do? Fear was evident in the eyes of many martial artists. The notion of such an enemy lurking in the shadows filled their hearts with trepidation, especially as they were oblivious to the enemy's position. Huang Laoxi's countenance darkened at that moment as he bellowed. It cannot be the demon patrol. Their lowest rank consists of 4th-tier martial artists. They will not strike so stealthily. In that direction, let's charge forth. Judging by the strength of the arrows, it is likely only an ordinary 2nd or 3rd-tier martial artist. If we can locate him, it will be his demise. A reward of 1,000 taels of silver and 10 blood restoration pills will be granted to whoever eliminates this intruder, Huang Laoxi declared with a chilling gaze. He was confident that he could slay this insignificant creature, yet he harbored concerns that his actions might draw the attention of the demon patrol, especially given the recent turmoil in Black Mountain, where many martial artists had gathered. With a generous reward, brave souls would undoubtedly emerge. In that instant, as Huang Laoxi's words resonated, many martial artists who had previously been hiding began to shift their expressions, a glimmer of greed igniting in their eyes. After a fleeting moment of indecision, someone shouted, "Yes, let us kill him. If he were truly powerful, would he resort to stealth? Indeed, let us strike." Accompanied by this cold proclamation, the initial speaker sprang into action, followed by 3 or 4 others who swiftly maneuvered through the darkness towards Chen Feng's direction. These individuals were martial artists well trained in their craft. believing that once they pinpointed his location, they could withstand Chen Feng's archery with their combined efforts. However, in the next moment, in the depths of the night, Chen Feng let out a soft chuckle, welcoming the impending confrontation. In a mere instant, 3 arrows were loosed into the darkness, accompanied by the sound of a piercing whistle. The 3 approaching figures were stricken with terror, yet in the next moment, their horrified screams echoed through the air. The arrows had simultaneously pierced their throats. Some clutched their necks in disbelief, unable to fathom that they had all been struck down at once. You have utilized basic archery to eliminate 3 martial artists, gaining 24 proficiency points. You have slain 3 enemies, acquiring 30 points in murderous intent proficiency. Skill, basic archery, mastery progress, 25. Skill, murderous intent, entry progress, 75. As Chen Feng continued to dispatch his foes, a figure perched several kilometers away atop a small hill, fixated on the Huang family's residence. In their pale hand rested an object resembling a compass, upon which a red dot flickered incessantly, indicating the direction of the Huang courtyard. The figure murmured softly, the aura of the evil cult's minions. It seems a martial artist has already discovered this lair of demons and taken action. Standing upon the hillside, the figure observed the chaotic battlefield with an expression of calm. The level of these cultists was insufficient to provoke her intervention. However, she was somewhat astonished by the concealed Chen Feng, who had managed to evade her notice until he unleashed his arrows. Moreover, she was impressed by the precision of his archery. A marksman, serving as the primary attacker in a demonic battlefield, was an unexpected presence in this small village. She wondered which faction had nurtured such talent. Speaking softly, she refrained from immediate action, opting to watch how far this skilled archer could ascend. Initially, her demeanor remained composed, and she found herself admiring Chen Feng's proficiency. Such skill would be commendable even within certain demon-hunting academies. Yet, when Chen Feng swiftly fired 3 consecutive arrows, claiming the lives of 3 adversaries in an instant, the figure atop the hill underwent a transformation. Her expression shifted, eyes filled with astonishment. 3 stars in alignment? Who could this be? Such a marksman could wield immense value on the battlefield. Her countenance grew serious, and she resolved to approach the scene. Such a divine archer must not be allowed to perish at this juncture. Meanwhile, within the Huang household, the countenance of Huang Haisheng, the 4th elder, was equally grim as he seethed. Damn it, how could this happen? You wretched fool. Even if I am exposed today, I shall still eliminate you. At this moment, Huang Haisheng was consumed by fury, having initially hidden behind the others. In an effort to conceal his identity, Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings amidst the onslaught of arrows. What had once been a throng of dozens of martial artists had dwindled to a mere 3. These remaining individuals, pale and trembling, sought refuge behind the rocks and walls, their faces etched with fear. The presence of the demon patrol was unmistakable. It was likely that a 3rd-tier archer had arrived, sealing their fate. My lord, we cannot venture out. If we reveal ourselves, death is certain. The remaining few were paralyzed by terror, their greed for the promised silver and healing elixirs eclipsed by their instinct for survival. Yet, with a fierce expression, Huang Haisheng bellowed and charged toward Chen Feng's direction. If you seek death, I shall grant it, and then pursue that shadowy figure. In that moment, a porcelain vial materialized in Huang Haisheng's grasp. As it appeared, both Chen Feng and the figure observing from 1,000 meters away were taken aback. This vial, translucent and white, was no larger than 2 fingers, yet within it swirled a vivid crimson liquid. Chen Feng's expression shifted as he felt a tremor in his nutrient absorption skill upon its emergence. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous encounter in the demonic realm, where he had absorbed a trace of the blood of a dark god. The mere thought of this diluted blood elicited a flicker of anticipation within him, as he pondered whether absorbing this vial of dark god's blood could advance his skill once more. However, in the next instant, his countenance darkened. After retrieving the vial, Huang Haisheng let out a sinister chuckle and took a deep draught of the dark god's blood. My dark god's blood. In that moment, Chen Feng's expression soured, a chill creeping into his heart. He had considered the blood to be his own, never anticipating that Huang Haisheng would consume it so brazenly. As Huang Haisheng swallowed the blood, his aura erupted explosively, like thunder echoing on a clear day. In that fleeting moment, he transformed from an ordinary man to one of first-tier prowess. Yet this was merely the beginning. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, and crimson markings began to emerge upon his exposed skin, his hair taking on a striking scarlet shade. He had become a half-demon. The last time it was truly you. At this moment, witnessing the transformation of Huang Haisheng, Chen Feng's countenance darkened as he spoke somberly, demon, within the great Qian dynasty. All ordinary people understood that upon encountering a demon, there would be no mercy. Demons absorb and devour the souls and flesh of warriors, while warriors hunt demons. Only a handful of warriors have allied themselves with these demons, forming a faction known as the Demon Sect, followers of the evil god. At this moment, as Huang Haisheng charged forward, he finally caught sight of Chen Feng's vague silhouette and heard his words. Instantly, the malevolence radiating from Huang Haisheng intensified, and he shouted frantically, "Ah, Chen Feng, it's you. How could you possess such archery skills? Have you perhaps inherited the legacy of the demon blade?" In that moment, upon seeing Chen Feng, Huang Haisheng's expression turned utterly deranged. He sneered, "So, it is you, a double kill awaits. First, I shall capture you, then I shall seize Lin Shui. How delightful it would be to see you both transformed into tragic lovebirds." Huang Haisheng's chilling words caused Chen Feng, who sought to flee, to halt in his tracks. 3 stars in conjunction, Chen Feng declared coldly. In an instant, he released 3 arrows in quick succession, targeting the heart of Huang Haisheng. However, barely had the arrows been loosed when Huang Haisheng shattered the first one with a single punch. A cruel smile danced in Huang Haisheng's eyes as he scoffed. "This meager power cannot breach my defenses. Kneel before me." Yet, to his astonishment, after obliterating the first arrow, 2 more arrows followed swiftly. With a resounding explosion in the air, Huang Haisheng's face paled as he barely managed to shift away from the lethal strike. The next moment, 2 arrows pierced through his arm. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression shifting drastically as his left arm was rendered useless. Chen Feng gazed intently at Huang Haisheng, a cold smirk gracing his features. Not so formidable after all. Although Huang Haisheng exuded a terrifying aura, it was evidently insufficient to withstand Chen Feng's arrows. If Chen Feng could maintain his distance and employ his agility, he could certainly outmaneuver and ultimately defeat Huang Haisheng. Yet, the disparity in their speeds was glaring. In that instant, after sustaining a grievous wound, Huang Haisheng's face contorted in rage as he bellowed, "Come again." He then brandished the remaining half-bottle of evil god's blood, downing its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, his aura surged uncontrollably, shattering through yet another threshold. 4th tier? Chen Feng thought grimly. Now, despite being enveloped within the range of Chen Feng's arrows, Huang Haisheng's speed had dramatically escalated, prompting yet another assault of 3 stars in conjunction. With a fierce exchange of blows, Huang Haisheng shattered the balance. In the fleeting moment when Chen Feng barely regained his composure, Huang Haisheng lunged forward, bellowing, "Kneel before me." With a thunderous clap, he struck Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng's expression darkened, he hesitated not for an instant. He retorted coldly, iron fist technique. As he unleashed his punch, he summoned his extraordinary strength, doubling his power in an instant. The collision reverberated with a thunderous roar. In a swift and overwhelming manner, Chen Feng's assault was obliterated, sending him hurtling backwards. With a resounding thud, he half-kneeled on the ground, pallid and spitting blood. Such formidable strength! Chen Feng's countenance was grim. This force far exceeded his current capabilities. As he gazed at Huang Haisheng, who charged at him once more, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. His speed was commendable, and with the stealth afforded by his skills, he had a viable chance of evading Huang Haisheng by retreating into the woods or shadows. With the aid of the 3-star conjunction, there was a possibility he could eliminate Huang Haisheng. Resolving to act, he prepared to turn and flee. Huang Haisheng, observing the resilient Chen Feng rising to his feet, bore an expression of astonishment. How could someone of mere first-grade strength still be alive? A flicker of greed ignited within him. Your physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary person, awakened as a gifted warrior. How did you achieve this? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. He continued his pursuit of Chen Feng, dismissing any notion that escape was possible. In his eyes, Chen Feng was but a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely within his grasp. A cold smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he prepared to respond, but in that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the night. A crimson streak illuminated the darkness, hurtling towards Huang Haisheng. It struck him violently, sending him sprawling, blood spurting from his mouth as his expression morphed into one of pallor and terror. A flying sword? The demon patrol. His voice trembled with fear as he turned to flee. Grasping the ceramic vial containing the blood of the evil deity, he had been cautious in his consumption. But now he recklessly drank it all. Amidst his anguished cries, Huang Haisheng's form began to mutate, elongating grotesquely as he stomped his feet upon the ground. The speed surged instantaneously, plunging into the depths of darkness. A blade of sword energy pierced through the night, followed by a chilling scream echoing in the shadows. Then, tranquility was restored. Chen Feng observed the unfolding scene before him, his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. What transpired? The demon patrol? Initially poised to flee, he found himself rooted in place, hesitant to make a move. Particularly, the crimson light that sliced through the night left him profoundly shaken. With his evolved talent for marksmanship, he managed to discern a few details. Having prepared to escape, he had intended to shoot Huang Haisheng for the cover of night. However, the sudden emergence of that red light repelled Huang Haisheng, sending him into a panic-stricken retreat. Judging by the scream that resonated from the darkness, even if Huang Haisheng survived, he would certainly be gravely injured. Moreover, a flicker of astonishment surged within Chen Feng. If he was not mistaken, that was a flying sword? Was this the realm of martial arts or the world of cultivation? Various thoughts flitted through his mind. At that moment, a figure descended from the night, slender and graceful, clad in a crimson garment. With a delicate face framed by a strand of hair lifted by the breeze, she resembled an enchanting neighbor, yet exuded an unmistakable fiery spirit. Upon landing, she declared, "These followers of the demon cult truly deserve their fate. I was somewhat careless. He possessed complete blood of the evil god. Even after self-destructing a significant portion of his body, he managed to escape. However, having been struck by my sword energy, he will undoubtedly be incapacitated for months." From where do you hail? How did you uncover this gathering place of the demon cult? The red-clad woman inquired, her gaze penetrating as if flames flickered within her eyes, sweeping over Chen Feng before he had the chance to respond. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remarked, "Have you already turned 18? Awakening martial talent at such an age is rather late. It seems you must have lacked resources previously, causing this delay. Your hands possess considerable strength. Are you a warrior awakened in the realm of power? And your vision seems somewhat enhanced as well." As she spoke, the red-clad woman appeared to regret the circumstances. A mere glance sufficed for her to ascertain Chen Feng's physical condition, prompting her to voice her inquiries directly. As Chen Feng listened to the words of the woman in red, he felt a surge of astonishment within him. He had not anticipated that a mere encounter would allow her to discern his circumstances so swiftly. In that fleeting moment, he sensed his skin tighten. This must be a formidable martial artist, he mused, filled with awe. He had not expected to encounter such a powerful being from this world so soon. Judging by the words shouted by Huang Haisheng before his escape, this woman was indeed the rumored demon patroller. According to the information he had gleaned from Lu Yuan, the demon patroller belonged to an official faction. In a matter of moments, myriad thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly formulated a response. Chen Feng clasped his hands solemnly and said, "Thank you, fair maiden, for your salvation. I am but a humble villager from Heishan village. 3 days prior, I was forced into a predicament by Huang Laosi, and while fleeing from a demon in the mountains, I narrowly escaped with my life. My only skill is archery, which I have been practicing at home, yet Huang Laosi has relentlessly sought to eliminate me. Left with no choice, I had to retaliate. I never imagined that Huang Laosi would turn out to be a demon." Chen Feng spoke candidly, revealing little beyond his own circumstances. He remained uncertain about the character or intentions of this demon patroller. Should she misunderstand him, he feared that a single strike could end his life. While he felt confident in ambushing Huang Haixing from the shadows, this woman in red instilled a profound sense of foreboding within him. She was terrifying, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Upon hearing his words, the woman's eyes flickered with surprise. "You have just awakened? And you hail from this village?" Chen Feng replied, somewhat bewildered. "Yes, I'm unfamiliar with what this talent entails." At that moment, a notion crossed his mind regarding the awakening and evolution of various skills. Was this his golden opportunity, or did this world possess such phenomena as well? The woman in red regarded him thoughtfully before offering no further explanation. "I understand. The items belonging to the Huang family are your spoils. You may take them with you now." Chen Feng, upon hearing this, quickly responded, "If not for your timely intervention, I would have surely perished. And these items should rightfully belong to you." He remained unsure of the woman's character and intentions, and thus felt reluctant to claim the items for himself. Upon hearing his words, the woman smiled and said, "I am not so greedy as to covet your meager possessions. However, the commotion here has attracted the attention of other martial artists. Choose 2 boxes for yourself and depart." Chen Feng smiled gratefully. "Thank you, fair maiden." In the arena, there were approximately 7 boxes, the larger ones measuring over a meter in length, while several others lay open, containing little more than miscellaneous garments. Chen Feng held no particular thoughts regarding these items. Instead, he directly selected 2 closed boxes, relatively small and situated near Huang Haixing, each merely a foot in length and height. This choice was made not only to facilitate stealth, but also because such smaller items might yield better rewards. The woman in red nodded, cautioning him, "In the time to come, do not wander aimlessly. The circumstances within Black Mountain have attracted numerous cultists of the demon sect. With your current strength, encountering even one could lead to your demise. I shall seek you out again." Chen Feng, taken aback, quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Yes. Thank you, fairy." He felt no attachment to the other treasures belonging to the Huang family, and promptly turned to leave. After all, without the fairy's intervention, even if he managed to slay Huang Haixing, he would likely sustain severe injuries, or worse. At that moment, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air from a distance, tightening his chest with concern. Clearly, other martial artists had arrived. He had no desire to uncover the happenings within Black Mountain and refrained from asking further questions, fully aware that knowledge often equated to peril. He recognized that he lacked the capability to confront the situation and thus turned to depart, employing his stealth skills as he stepped into the shadows. "You have concealed yourself in darkness. Your stealth skill proficiency is at level 2. Throughout the night, he utilized numerous skills and techniques, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon him. The only source of frustration stemmed from Huang Haixing's unexpected escape. Based on their previous interaction, it was evident that the woman in red possessed the ability to eliminate Huang Haixing, yet for reasons unknown, she had refrained from taking action. The woman in red remained composed, her expression calm. Upon witnessing Chen Feng vanish into the darkness, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. How is it possible? Has he truly disappeared so swiftly? Were it not for her heightened perception, even her naked eye would have struggled to detect Chen Feng. At that juncture, the sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of several figures who landed just outside the Huang residence. Chapter 16. Cultists of the Demon Sect. Divine Phoenix, Sword, Cultivators, each of these martial artists bore an aura of fervor. Upon observing the treasures within the premises, some gazes turned greedy, while others expressed confusion. What transpired here? I sensed the clash of pinnacle 4th-tier warriors. How could they be found in this place? Are these cultists of the demon sect? Shock rippled through the crowd as some of them contemplated investigating the belongings left behind by the 4th Huang. However, at that moment, some individuals noticed the woman in red examining the corpse. They were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Yunshi, the Divine Phoenix Swordmaster, ranked 10th on the human list? She has appeared here?" Among them, a few gazed with a mixture of awe and trepidation, saying, "We were unaware that the fairy was present. We should leave at once." They dared not approach her, retreating without hesitation. Only a handful remained, observing the situation and speculating about what had transpired. At that juncture, the woman in red, Yunxi, simply smiled and remarked, "I happen upon a gathering point of the evil god sect. It would be prudent for you all to disperse swiftly. Indeed, the fairy is formidable." Some replied, their eyes filled with admiration and respect, and they too chose to depart. Subsequently, Yunxi waved her hand, causing everything before her to vanish entirely. In the midst of the night, Yunxi cast a glance toward the location where Chen Feng was situated. With a single step, she vanished into the shadows. As she traversed through the night, a jade token in her hand glimmered with a red point of light. A smile graced her lips as she mused, "I wonder if this demon cultist will provide some surprises." The jade token bore a rather dim red light, persistently moving forward. It was none other than Huang Haisheng, who had fled earlier. While the Demon Blade's secret realm was indeed significant for Yunxi, dismantling the gathering place of the demon cultists represented a considerable achievement as well. Additionally, she arranged for others to investigate news regarding Chen Feng. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, a series of events were unfolding. He was only aware that several martial artists had appeared outside the Huang family courtyard. Fortunately, the location was beyond the confines of Heishan village. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly impacted the village. Nonetheless, this development weighed heavily on Chen Feng's mind. The presence of these powerful martial artists shattered the inflated sense of confidence he had gained from awakening various martial talents in recent days. "I'm still too weak. I cannot afford to be reckless," he thought to himself. Soon after, upon returning home, he discovered that the door, which had previously been kicked open, was now shut and propped with wood. "Schwer, I'm back," Chen Feng whispered. "My husband." Upon hearing his voice, Lin Shui joyfully exclaimed from behind the door, hurriedly opening a small crack in the already damaged door. As soon as Chen Feng entered the room, Lin Shui rushed into his embrace, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes as she said, "My husband, I was so worried about you. Are you all right?" Lin Shui's body trembled slightly, but upon feeling Chen Feng's embrace, she finally sensed a measure of safety. Chen Feng smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. Everything has been resolved. Do not worry. The Huang family is no more, and we need not fear them any longer." Lin Shui's face was filled with astonishment as she gasped, "What? The Huang family is gone? My dear, can you?" At this moment, Lin Shui felt a tinge of anxiety as she closed the door, her disbelief and concern palpable. Chen Feng replied with a smile, "Indeed, I merely eliminated a few ordinary lackeys of the Huang family. The most significant factor was that a formidable presence passed by and eradicated the Huang family entirely." He chose not to elaborate further, fearing that the more Lin Shui knew, the more troubled she would become. Lin Shui clung tightly to Chen Feng, resembling a small kitten seeking refuge in his embrace, exclaiming, "Yes, my husband is the strongest." Chen Feng reciprocated her embrace, gradually relaxing his complex emotions after the events of the night. Under the cloak of night, the frightened Lin Shui fell into a deep slumber in his arms, while Chen Feng gazed into the darkness, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He pondered, "It seems I must hasten to the county town. This mountain village is far from safe." With 200 or 300 taels of silver at his disposal, he could rent a room in the county town and settle down, ensuring at least his and Schwer's safety. He had no desire to endure another incident like the one that transpired that night. Yet, now that the turmoil had subsided, a sense of curiosity lingered within him. Who was that woman in red? What did she mean when she said she would return to seek him? Could it be that he was destined to enter the demon patrol? Was this an opportunity for ascension? Lost in these thoughts, coupled with the weariness of his body, he soon succumbed to slumber. Upon waking in the morning, Chen Feng felt invigorated. He first checked the information panel and was met with a flicker of surprise at the changes displayed. He had the chance to examine it closely yesterday. To his astonishment, even his killing intent skill had been enhanced. You have successfully refined energy for a day. Strength increased by 1. You have slain multiple enemies. Your killing intent skill has advanced to proficiency level 1. You have awakened a new talent, increasing your strength by 1 and your spirit by 1. Name, Chen Feng, martial art. Iron Fist Technique, Proficiency Level 15. Skills. As he surveyed the information on the panel, a sense of reassurance washed over him. He was growing ever stronger. Particularly, the innate talent of divine strength allowed him to augment his power daily. Though it seemed modest, it was a cumulative advantage. He sensed that his strength was steadily increasing. He wondered how formidable he would become if he continued to accumulate such gains. Moreover, the most crucial revelation was that during the battle last night, his killing intent skill had ascended significantly. Killing intent dread. This skill brought him joy, for it was a talent that enhanced his offensive prowess on a spiritual level. It seems that considerations should be made regarding how to enhance one's mental fortitude. During the course of battle, should this talent be employed, even a mere moment of intimidation lasting merely a fraction of a second could suffice for a counterattack. However, the effective range is somewhat limited, extending only a few dozen meters. I wonder what enhancements may arise with future upgrades. Next, there lies the chest that I regrettably did not examine last night, which is secured with a copper lock. When I returned yesterday, it was already quite late, and with several martial artists drawn to the vicinity, I was concerned that attempting to sever the lock might create noise and attract unwanted attention. Thus, I refrained from inspecting it. Now, however, I can examine it thoroughly. I am curious about the belongings that Huang Haisheng and his companions might have left behind in their hasty escape. Chapter 17. Assessing the gains. Contents of the chest. As for the copper lock on the chest, I was hesitant to tamper with it last night for fear of provoking any sound. Now, however, such worries have dissipated. Grasping a nearby hatchet, I struck decisively, cleaving the box open. Upon opening the first wooden chest, I was met with a considerable bounty of silver, approximately 700 to 800 taels. In addition, there were dozens of silver notes, the smallest denomination being 50 taels, amounting to over 1,000 taels of silver in total. Witnessing this, Chen Feng could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Indeed, Huang Laosi is quite wealthy. Lin Shui, standing beside him, was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "My lord, did you truly bring all this back from the Huang family?" Chen Feng smiled in response, "Indeed. Once we conclude our current affairs, we shall journey to the county town." Following the events of last night, he had already contemplated the notion of relocating. Now, seeing these riches, his spirits soared. With such silver, entering the county town would present no significant challenges. Lin Shui, her face alight with amazement, remarked, "My lord, you are truly remarkable." Chen Feng chuckled. "This is merely the beginning. I shall ensure you enjoy an even better life ahead." Despite his beaming smile, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. Based on Huang Laosi's utterances from the previous night, he initially believed the man's intentions were related to a hunting permit. Yet it became evident that it was linked to Lin Shui, leaving him puzzled about the meaning behind the shadowy figure known as Yin Shengzi. Nonetheless, knowing that Huang Laosi was affiliated with the demon sect, it was clear that such matters would not bode well. He resolved to seek further information on this front. Next, he turned to the second chest, feeling a surge of anticipation. Upon laying eyes on the second chest, he was somewhat taken aback. It was evidently more exquisite than the first. However, it was secured with only a single clasp, devoid of any bronze locks. This appearance instilled in Chen Feng a sense of both value and ease of management. He could only muse inwardly. It seems highly probable that Huang Laosi believes these items will not be lost, which is why he did not secure them. As Chen Feng contemplated this, he proceeded to open the box. Upon revealing its contents, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. To his surprise, nestled within the layers of soft satin was a small white porcelain vial, meticulously protected. Inside the vial, there lay a vivid crimson liquid, blood of the evil god. Chen Feng's eyes glimmered with delight at the sight. Previously, he had fortuitously refined a trace of evil god blood, which had significantly enhanced his nutrient absorption abilities. He had felt a twinge of regret when Huang Haisheng escaped with the evil god blood last night. Little did he anticipate encountering another vial of it today. What a treasure! He sensed a surge of vitality within him. This vial contained a full measure of evil god blood, far exceeding the trace he had refined earlier. He wondered if he could refine this entire vial and whether his nutrient absorption skill could ascend to an even greater level. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Feng quickly secured the vial. He turned to Lin Shui, his expression serious, and said, "Shui, these matters must remain confidential." Lin Shui looked somewhat bewildered, but nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand, my dear. These items are precious, and I will certainly not disclose them to anyone." Chen Feng nodded in approval before deciding to assess the situation outside. As long as there were no pressing concerns, he would first focus on refining the vial of evil godblood. Though he remained inside the room, he could hear a cacophony of voices outside, as if many were investigating the circumstances. Staying shut away for too long would appear overly conspicuous. Just as he stepped outside his home, a relieved voice called out, "Chen Feng, you truly are unharmed." It was Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with concern. "I was just contemplating whether to check on your situation. Last night, we heard sounds of battle from the village, and one seemed alarmingly close to us. Are you all right?" Lu Yuan's gaze betrayed a hint of trepidation as he continued. "Moreover, I've heard that several corpses have already been discovered in our village. Those martial artists are indeed terrifying." Chen Feng responded, "Yes, we also heard it. Some residual energy even struck our house. Those martial artists are exceedingly ruthless." Fortunately, after returning home the previous night, he had dragged a few corpses from his premises further away. Otherwise, the morning would have likely greeted them with a gruesome scene. Lu Yuan nodded. "Indeed, that was quite fortunate. Fortunately, the Great Qian Empire is governed by laws that prohibit any martial artist from slaughtering innocent civilians. Otherwise, they would inevitably find themselves on the wanted list of the Demon Patrol, which would spell disaster for them." "A wanted list?" Chen Feng expressed his surprise. Lu Yuan explained, "Indeed, it is a list issued by the Great Qian Demon Patrol targeting the most heinous criminals, who are relentlessly pursued by both the patrol and the authorities. Each individual on that list carries a bounty of at least 1,000 taels." Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with interest. "Such a thing exists? I wonder what level of strength is required to take on such bounties." Lu Yuan shook his head. "There are no specific requirements. As long as you can claim the head of the wanted person, you are generally eligible for the reward." Chen Feng pondered. "I see." He felt a sense of clarity. Although the Great Qian Empire faces numerous crises, it still maintains a semblance of tranquility on the surface. He continued to listen to the bustling sounds of the village, various discussions reaching his ears. "How tragic. Have you heard? The Huang family has reportedly been completely slaughtered." "What? Is that true? Were those marauders targeting the Huang family?" "No. It seems that the Huang family head was a follower of the demon cult and was slain by a patrol officer. The Huang family head was actually a follower of the demon cult? Huang Laogo has finally met his end. Truly, the heavens have eyes." The conversations were filled with shock and horror, especially when the Huang family was mentioned. A figure who had lived in the village for decades turned out to be a follower of the demon cult. Initially, some were skeptical. However, upon witnessing the transformations among the Huang family's guards, who exhibited characteristics of demons, fear and unrest spread among the villagers of Heishan. Years of oppression from the Huang family had finally found an outlet for their pent-up rage. After all, over the years, there had been numerous reports of missing individuals in Heishan village. In the past, the villagers were oblivious, but now they directly associated these disappearances with the Huang family. Many enraged families even stormed into the Huang residence to vent their fury on the corpses scattered on the ground. Chapter 18. Drinking the Blood of Evil Gods. Mental skills. Chen Feng and Lu Yuan converse further, gathering more information. Lu Yuan invited Chen Feng to examine the state of the Huang family's residence. After a brief deliberation, Chen Feng decided to accompany Lu Yuan to inspect the courtyard of Huang Laosi. Having felt little during the night, upon witnessing the scene at dawn, his emotions were stirred. A multitude of corpses lay strewn across the ground, some of them pierced by fragmented arrows. Fortunately, they were merely ordinary arrows, leaving no particularly notable marks. The yard of Huang Laosi had been drenched in a pool of crimson blood. On the ground, the scarlet liquid had largely congealed, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of spider webs, truly horrifying. Apart from the occasional martial artist who came to survey the scene only to depart hastily, the initial restraint of the villagers soon dissolved. Once a few began to lead the charge, a multitude of villagers descended upon the Huang family's courtyard in a frenzy of looting. The tyrant Huang Laosi was finally dead, allowing us a chance to rest peacefully. Indeed, he had previously stolen silver from my household. Now, these possessions are rightfully mine. I am immensely grateful to the one who eradicated the Huang family stronghold. Had Huang Laosi continued to live, our lives would have been unbearable. If only I knew who it was, I would gladly erect a monument in their honor. Various voices filled the air with such discussions. Chen Feng stood at the edge of the scene, observing the unfolding events with a complex heart. Having acquired the most valuable possessions, he found little interest in anything else. With a sigh, he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a sudden influx of new information appeared on his panel, causing him to halt in his tracks. His eyes widened in shock as he read the refreshed details. What? How could this be? You have received heartfelt gratitude from others. You have awakened a new skill, power of belief. Chen Feng was astonished. Power of belief? What does this mean? Can new skills truly be awakened in this manner? Skill, power of belief, entry-level progress 1. Any sincere gratitude, admiration, or similar emotions from others can coalesce into power of belief, which can be used to enhance mental strength and awaken soul-related talents. As he absorbed this information, a glimmer sparked in Chen Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated such a boon this time. Indeed, as the power of belief began to coalesce, he noticed ethereal white lines seemingly emerging above the heads of the people around him. The other ends of these lines were indubitably connected to his mind. Even amidst the haze, Chen Feng felt he could perceive a vague, spectral silhouette. Is this my soul? A flicker of excitement coursed through him as he murmured to himself. Mental strength is indeed intertwined with the soul. He had not expected to awaken such a skill this time. Moreover, the proficiency of this skill was rapidly increasing. You have garnered the gratitude of others. Your proficiency in power of belief is now level 1. Similar notifications continued to refresh. Power of belief, entry-level progress 31. However, that is all there is to it. The number of individuals present here barely reaches a few hundred, and it is evident that not everyone harbors sentiments of gratitude for the downfall of the Huang family. Chen Feng was not overly concerned. Now that he had discovered how to enhance this skill and possibly acquire new ethereal skills, a sense of anticipation blossomed within him. He decided to return home to refine the vial of evil goddess blood. Regardless of the outcome, self-improvement was undoubtedly the right course. Thus, he departed from the location without lingering. Upon returning home, he shut the door and commenced a new period of seclusion. He ensured that both the windows and the bedroom door were securely closed, allowing Lin Shui to provide him with some cover outside. He believed there should be no issues. He then retrieved the vial of evil goddess blood, wary of whether the woman clad in red might possess the ability to sense it. Should she return, he would deal with that later. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng opened the porcelain vial and consumed the dark liquid in one swift motion. Buzz! In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, accompanied by a faint yet terrifying howling, seemingly rushing towards his mind. The newly awakened skill of spiritual belief provided him with the mental fortitude to withstand this onslaught. A sharp pain pierced through him, leaving Chen Feng startled. What was happening? As he pondered with growing concern, the information on his panel began to refresh rapidly. You are refining the evil god's blood. Your skill proficiency in nutritional absorption is continuously increasing. Your nutritional absorption skill proficiency, 555. Meanwhile, in the Black Mountain, Yun Shi, clad in red, was swiftly navigating through the forest. In her hand, she held the jade talisman, which flickered with red light as she pursued the fleeing Huang family member. However, the light on the talisman fluctuated between bright and dim, as if it might vanish at any moment. This caused Yun Shi's expression to grow cold, and she murmured, "Only a higher-level formation could conceal my seeking demon talisman." Her eyes gleamed with determination. There was indeed a gathering point of demons within the Black Mountain. Could it be related to the emergence of the demonic blade secret realm within the mountain? Yun Shi contemplated this. She had intended to track Huang Lao Si and investigate the situation in the Black Mountain, but unexpectedly lost track of him. Now, the red light on the talisman continued to dance, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. She scoffed, declaring, "No matter the circumstances, it is undoubtedly in this grand direction. Let me see how long you can conceal yourself." With a resounding clang, she waved her hand, and several swords descended, causing trees ahead to topple and ignite. This spectacle instilled a deeper sense of reverence among the martial artists who had been observing her. At that moment, as Chen Feng from Black Mountain Village produced the blood of the evil god, Yunshi's expression shifted subtly. For upon her hand, the demon-seeking jade plate flickered with a crimson light, enveloping the entire surface of the plate. Chapter 19. Intermediate Talent. Copper skin and iron bones. The sight of the changes on the demon-seeking plate caused Yunshi's countenance to alter significantly. Simultaneously, the direction indicated by the plate pointed beyond Black Mountain. A mere glance at the direction revealed it to be towards Black Mountain Village. Yunshi's expression grew grim as she surveyed the forest ahead. The figure of Huang Haisheng, who had been trailing her, had vanished. To elude her pursuit, one could only employ a formation that masked their presence or retreat to another secret realm. It was evident that within this Black Mountain, there existed a stronghold of the demon cult. The legendary Blade of Demons might very well be in their possession. Having made her decision, Yunshi abandoned the chase and swiftly moved towards Black Mountain Village. However, shortly after departing for Black Mountain, the fluctuations on the demon-seeking plate gradually subsided. Witnessing this, Yunshi's expression turned to one of astonishment. "It has vanished?" A contemplative look crossed her eyes. Was the demon cultist merely passing through? Or had they already inflicted significant damage? Pondering the situation at Black Mountain Village, she felt a weight of seriousness. Her pace quickened. Fortunately, upon reaching the outskirts of Black Mountain Village, she observed the rising tendrils of smoke and the figures still bustling within. A sigh of relief escaped her. It appeared that the minions of the demon cult had come to assess the situation following the downfall of the Huang family. She contemplated this and decided not to rush back into Black Mountain. As long as she confirmed that something was amiss within, there was no need for haste. Moreover, at that moment, Yunshi recalled Chen Feng's agile prowess witnessed the previous night and felt a lingering curiosity. This was the perfect opportunity to delve deeper into understanding that individual's circumstances. Unbeknownst to Yunshi, Chen Feng had already consumed a vial of the blood of the evil god, and the information on his panel was refreshing. "You have consumed a vial of the blood of the malevolent deity, and your proficiency in nutrient absorption is steadily increasing. Your skill in nutrient absorption has ascended to a level of mastery. Your innate talent of divine strength has evolved into the intermediate talent of bronze skin and iron bones, granting you a strength of 5 and a defense of 5. As various notifications refreshed, Chen Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. His flesh and skeleton were becoming increasingly dense, and his entire physique was undergoing a profound transformation. Moreover, the extent of this metamorphosis far surpassed his previous changes. Most importantly, Chen Feng sensed that, at this moment, changes were also manifesting on his skin. Lowering his gaze to his exposed arm, he observed what appeared to be a faint membrane enveloping it. Astonished by this revelation, Chen Feng wondered if this was the newly awakened defensive attribute. He opened his status panel. Name: Chen Feng. Strength: 21. Speed: 9. Gazing at the refreshed information, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. In addition to enhancing his strength, his daily potential for improvement had increased from 1 point to 2 points. This allowed him to accelerate his strength training significantly. Furthermore, there was the newly awakened defensive attribute. With a flicker of thought, Chen Feng picked up a rusty machete from his home and drew it across his arm. What should have resulted in a deep cut instead felt as though the blade had glided over leather. A mere white mark was left upon his skin. This caused Chen Feng to gasp in astonishment. His defense was remarkably robust. Although he had only just augmented his defensive attribute, he felt capable of withstanding some ordinary attacks. This was a considerable gain, not to mention the potential for continuous enhancement. Having gathered his thoughts, Chen Feng decided to leave the confines of his room and resumed practicing archery in the courtyard. The villagers of Black Mountain were bustling outside, engaged in various discussions. Remaining in his room would only lead to overthinking, especially with the mysterious woman in red who could appear at any moment. He would be better off honing his archery skills. You have accurately struck the bullseye. Your archery proficiency has increased by 1. Regrettably, shooting at stationary targets was yielding minimal proficiency gains at this stage, merely a slight improvement. Just as Chen Feng was concentrating on his archery, a voice nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Is this how you usually practice archery? Is this how you achieved such skill?" The voice startled Chen Feng, revealing that someone had approached without his notice. Turning to look, he found it was the woman in red whom he had encountered the previous day. Chen Feng clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "I have met the esteemed demon patrol envoy. This is the archery technique taught to me by my father." He felt a tinge of unease within, for he had only recently consumed the blood of the malevolent deity. He was uncertain if the crimson-clad envoy would perceive the peculiarities within his own vitality. However, as he noticed the envoy merely gazing at him with a complex expression, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that the skills and talents bestowed by the panel were indeed formidable. At that moment, Yunshi continued, "You entered the mountains a week ago, witnessed demons devouring humans, and subsequently awakened your martial arts talent. Prior to this, your only experience was archery, and your father perished while hunting in the mountains a month ago." Chen Feng maintained a serene demeanor and respectfully replied, "Indeed." It was hardly surprising to him that Yunshi had managed to uncover such information. She herself was still reeling from the revelations she had gleaned. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, her heart swelled with a mix of complexity and admiration. To awaken so recently, yet progress so swiftly in martial arts, alongside such a significant improvement in archery skills, was indeed remarkable. Regrettably, your age is somewhat advanced. Considering your valor in slaying enemies last night, I shall present you with 2 choices. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback, pondering what those choices might be. Yunshi nodded and explained, "As Demon Patrol envoys, we bear the duty of seeking out martial arts talents across the land. Although you have awakened your talent, you have missed the prime age for martial arts training. If you wish to pursue martial arts further, even aspire to become a Demon Patrol envoy, it may prove to be quite challenging. I have acquaintances in Blackstone City. I can arrange for you to join the patrol division, ensuring a worry-free life henceforth. Alternatively, the Demon Patrol has academies dedicated to training prospective envoys, and I can offer you a chance to enter Blackstone Academy." Chapter 20. The 2 choices for Chen Feng, however. I cannot guarantee what the ultimate outcome will be. After speaking, Yunshi turned her gaze to Chen Feng, who was lost in contemplation, his mind racing with various thoughts. With her keen insight, it was evident to her that Chen Feng's cultivation level was that of a first-tier warrior, somewhat lacking for his age. Yet, as a young martial artist awakened in a mountain village, she held no extravagant expectations. Most importantly, she recognized the remarkable skill in his archery within those academies. He would likely not be outmatched and possess tremendous potential. She was reluctant to let Chen Feng slip away easily. Upon hearing the 2 choices, Chen Feng showed no hesitation and declared, "Fairy, I wish to attend Blackstone Academy." Yunshi inquired, "Do you not regret this choice? If you fail to graduate from the academy, the treatment you receive afterward may be less favorable than if you had entered the patrol division. After all, the rich in martial prowess often overshadow the poor in knowledge. Within the academy, if one fails to keep pace, the resources available will be scant, or one may merely become a solitary practitioner, making it exceedingly difficult to sustain one's cultivation." Yunshi furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. She had investigated much about Chen Feng today and was quite astonished to learn that he was a native of the village. Furthermore, witnessing his unique approach to archery added to her surprise. Thus, after a moment of reflection, she decided to allow Chen Feng to make his own choice. In the current unstable climate, a position within the Demon Patrol could entice many. Although Blackstone Academy might offer a brighter future, uncertainties loomed. She did not anticipate Chen Feng would make such a decisive choice so swiftly. Chen Feng replied with a smile, I have long admired the demon patrol. Since there's an opportunity to try, why not seize it? His heart brimmed with aspirations, for he possessed an extraordinary potential that promised an illustrious future. Naturally, he opted for a path of greater prospects in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yunshi nodded slightly and said, "Very well, this shall be your choice." Each demon enforcer has a long-term mission to scout for talent for the demon patrol. Here is my recommendation token. Take it to Blackstone Academy in the heart of Heishan City. Go directly to the registration office, and you will become a student of Blackstone Academy. However, your subsequent cultivation would depend solely on your own efforts. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a black token, intricately engraved with a dark red inscription, fell into his palm. The token bore the character for Chen in dark red, while the reverse featured a striking design reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. Just a glance left him utterly astonished. Yunshi observed as Chen Feng carefully stored the token and remarked, "I hope we may meet again." Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, stating, "I will strive to do my best." Yunshi acknowledged him with a nod, refraining from further words, and turned to depart. With each step, she covered dozens of meters, vanishing from Chen Feng's sight in a mere moment. Left standing in place, Chen Feng gazed in the direction of Yunshi's departure, his thoughts a tapestry of complexity. The recommendation token still warmed his hand. The prospect of entering the Demon Patrol's training academy was a treasure of immense value, and he had not expected such a gift from the demon enforcer before him. As for the name of the red-clad woman, Yunshi had not disclosed it, nor had Chen Feng inquired. He likely appeared to her merely as a minor figure. With a calm demeanor, he remained unperturbed, armed with the potential of his extraordinary abilities. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to cultivate diligently, a bright future awaited him. To the county town, to seek knowledge, Chen Feng resolved in his heart. In the village of Heishan, everything that transpired was beyond his expectations. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. He felt a pressing need to venture to a place where information flowed more freely. Despite the opportunities that lay within the Black Mountain, he remained oblivious to the very nature of the information concealed there. Given his current level of cultivation, he scarcely possessed the qualifications to even approach it. It was imperative that he hasten his training, enhancing both his cultivation and strength. Once he had sufficiently advanced, he intended to return to the Black Mountain to explore the Qinglang Valley and uncover the mysteries that dwelled in its depths. As for the existence of Qinglang Valley, he wished to inform the woman in red, for he suspected it might be a gathering place for demonic cultists. Yet, witnessing her vanishing silhouette, he sighed inwardly and chose to remain silent. After all, his conjecture was likely erroneous unless she inquired further or circumstances shifted. After Yunshi departed, Chen Feng noticed some neighbors casting puzzled glances in his direction, tinged with a hint of reverence. That individual, rumored to have annihilated the Huang family yesterday, had sought him out? Indeed, it was said that he was a demon patrol envoy. What could Chen Feng have done to warrant such attention? It was unclear, yet many felt that this young man seemed somewhat transformed, his archery skills impressively formidable. Whispers filled the air. At that moment, Lu Yuan, standing nearby, expressed a tinge of envy. "Brother Chen, it seems you have quietly befriended someone of great importance." Chen Feng chuckled. "I merely assisted a bit in the past." Lu Yuan, still envious, replied, "Brother Chen, I always knew you would achieve greatness. When you rise in the future, do lend me a hand." Chen Feng smiled. "If the opportunity arises, I certainly shall. By the way, when do you plan to head to the county?" Chen Feng inquired directly. Lu Yuan replied, "I intend to return this afternoon. I only took 2 days off from my master, and I must resume my blacksmithing tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng said, "I see. We are also preparing to go to the county." Lu Yuan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Brother Chen, what is your purpose for going to the county?" Chen Feng nodded. "I wish to see if there are better prospects for development. Relying solely on hunting feels rather perilous." Lu Yuan contemplated voicing that it was not easy to thrive in the county, yet recalling the recent chaos in Heishan and the Huang family's tragic fate, he suppressed his thoughts and nodded. Indeed, given the current circumstances, the county is safer. After all, there are always fifth-tier martial artists stationed there. Chen Feng's heart swirled with complexity. He wondered if his upcoming journey to the county would unfold smoothly. Chapter 21. Haishi County. Chen Feng nodded. Indeed. I hope for a favorable development. There was a hint of concern in his eyes. Although Yunshi had provided him with a recommendation, he remained uncertain about any unforeseen circumstances. Until he achieved his goal, he was reluctant to share his plans with others. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Chen Feng engaged in further conversation with Lu Yuan. Subsequently, he sought out Uncle Lu to return the silver that Lin Shui had previously borrowed, and he even added an extra half-tael. Uncle Lu, upon receiving the silver, quickly remarked, Chen Feng, you are heading to the county town at a time when silver is essential. Lu Yuan, standing nearby, echoed his sentiments. Chen Feng replied with a smile, It's all right, Uncle Lu. I have earned some income from hunting in the mountains lately, so I can afford this amount. With over 1,000 taels of silver in his possession, he felt a sense of assurance. Uncle Lu, being a simple and honest farmer, ceased to decline the offer upon hearing Chen Feng's words, saying, Very well, I shall accept it for now. Lu Yuan, observing closely, was taken aback. It was only then that he began to notice Chen Feng's strength, which appeared to be quite formidable, leaving him in awe. As for traveling to the county town, Chen Feng had little to pack. Besides bringing his bow and arrows, he chose to leave everything else behind, planning to return once he had established himself in the town. If it were just Chen Feng and Lu Yuan, they would have opted to walk, given that it was merely a few dozen miles. However, with Lin Shui joining them, they decided to take a freight ox cart, a simple wooden cart loaded with goods. The nearby villages often banded together for such journeys to the town. After paying a mere 100 won, Lin Shui took a seat on the cart, while Chen Feng followed behind. As they traveled, Chen Feng's proficiency in traversing the mountains increased. Your proficiency in mountain running has improved by 1. After 2 hours, his skill had seen significant advancement. Skill: mountain running, proficiency 51. The enhancement in his skill directly contributed to a more stable and swift pace. Lu Yuan, witnessing this progress, was equally impressed. Chen Feng's endurance surpassed his own. Throughout the journey, Chen Feng engaged in conversation with others who had frequented the town, thereby acquiring a wealth of information about Heishan City. They traveled along the official roads, and although Chen Feng initially harbored concerns about encountering bandits, their journey remained uneventful. At a mountain checkpoint, the leader of the convoy paid a small protection fee, and the remainder of the journey unfolded without incident. Gradually, Chen Feng began to notice other travelers along the way. As the number of people steadily increased, he caught sight of the location of Heishan County City in the distance. Upon observing the towering city wall, rising several dozen meters, a flicker of astonishment surged within him. Is this the county city? Chen Feng exclaimed. The formidable black wall, entirely shrouded in darkness, gleamed with a cold radiance, reminiscent of black iron forged in fire. From afar, it appeared as though a fearsome black beast lay prostrate on the ground. Their destination was the eastern gate of Heishan City, where a long line of individuals awaited entry. In comparison to the imposing city, these people seemed like mere ants, inching forward at a languid pace. Even Chen Feng, who had witnessed grand cities before, felt a stir of emotion upon encountering this fortress. He had not anticipated such an enormous stronghold to exist within this ancient dynasty. Lu Yuan, standing beside him, noticed Chen Feng's expression and chuckled softly. Isn't it astonishing? When I first arrived, I felt the same way. The area enclosed by the city walls of Haishi City spans over 100 square kilometers, housing millions of inhabitants. Beyond the walls, there are even more people living. If we were to tally the total, the population of Haishi City could reach 3 million. This is the second largest city in our Nanshan prefecture, a testament to its grandeur. Chen Feng, taken aback, replied, Is it truly that formidable? This certainly exceeds my expectations. As they drew closer to the county city, he could see numerous lowly houses beyond the city walls. At the city gate, throngs of common folk and newcomers queued for entry. Standing guard on either side of the gate were soldiers clad in black armor, exuding an aura of menace merely by their presence. Observing this scene, Chen Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Lu Yuan explained, This is the entry fee to the city, which costs 100 won each time, unless one is a local resident or holds a formal occupation within the city. Supported by their affiliated faction's tax contributions to Heishan City, survival here is nearly impossible. Overnight camping along the streets is prohibited, with nightly patrols ensuring compliance. To secure lodging, aside from inns, one must seek the protection of major factions. Without a place to stay or a residence permit, one will be expelled and required to pay the entry fee again, effectively rendering it a daily charge of 101. Chen Feng was astonished by such practices. Lu Yuan continued, "Indeed, despite everything, it remains safer than in many remote areas. I suggest that if you find yourself with limited options, perhaps you could visit the blacksmith shop where I am located. I will inform my master, and you could start as an apprentice or at least secure your survival." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng replied, "I plan to gather some information first." Lu Yuan agreed, "Very well." Subsequently, the captain of the caravan, a plump gentleman in his 50s, clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Esteemed guests, we have arrived at our destination. Now you may proceed in your own directions." Chen Feng, together with Lin Shui and Lu Yuan, moved forward. Chen Feng paid a fee of 200 coins to enter the city. As he entered, he subtly sensed the presence of the guards on either side, detecting an aura of menace emanating from them, an indication of lives taken. This revelation astonished Chen Feng. To attain the status of a first-rate martial artist, and yet only serve as a gatekeeper in this county, was indeed striking. Upon entering the county town, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of sounds. The sight before him was somewhat disorienting, with several broad cobblestone paths radiating in various directions, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side. Flanking these roads were numerous shops, some of which boasted 2 or 3 stories. A variety of goods, including food, medicinal pills, and talisman papers, were available for sale, with street vendors enticing customers to browse. Chen Feng marveled at this vibrant scene, feeling as though he had stepped back in time to wander through a bustling market. Lu Yuan glanced around and smiled at Chen Feng, saying, "Chen Feng, I must return now. Feel free to explore the county town. Since it is your first visit, I recommend finding an inn to stay the night. Although the outskirts may offer lower prices, they lack in safety." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "If I wish to quickly familiarize myself with the basic conditions of the town, where should I go?" Lu Yuan replied, "You can seek out the Wanxiang Tower and purchase a map detailing the distribution of the local power dynamics. This will provide you with invaluable insights. The Wanxiang Tower is a premier commercial institution that spans multiple states of the Great Qian. Although their prices may be slightly higher than those of outside vendors, the quality is assured and highly regarded, while some small stalls may offer similar items at lower prices. They often sell counterfeit goods, which could lead to misconceptions about the county town." He continued, "Simply follow this main road straight ahead. Do you see the golden rooftop? That is the Wanxiang Tower, a magnificent 7-story edifice." Chen Feng responded, "Understood." Lu Yuan, being merely an apprentice himself, needed to hurry and report back. After parting ways with Lu Yuan, Chen Feng, accompanied by Lin Shui, made his way toward the Wanxiang Tower, with Lin Shui closely trailing behind him. As I gazed upon the surroundings, my eyes were filled with wonder. Grasping Chen Feng's hand, I exclaimed softly, "My dear husband, this county town is indeed bustling with prosperity. Shall we reside here from now on?" Chen Feng replied, "Indeed. Worry not. With over 1,000 taels of silver at our disposal, there is no cause for concern. The only question remains whether to rent or purchase a home. Come, let us visit the Wanxiang Tower," he said with a smile, leading Lin Shui as they meandered past the street vendors towards the grand edifice. Yet, throughout their journey, Chen Feng felt a profound impact on his heart. Along the way, he encountered small shops selling elixirs, which piqued his interest. Though his exposure to such matters was limited, he understood that elixirs could significantly accelerate the cultivation of martial arts. However, upon examining the prices, he noted that even the most basic qi and blood elixir cost several taels. This revelation left him astounded. The exorbitant cost of elixirs indeed rendered alchemists among the wealthiest of professions. Beside him, Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with various glimmers of excitement as they passed stores offering martial arts manuals. Outside the county town, within the numerous villages, the ancient texts were strictly sealed, yet here they were available in abundance. albeit primarily those of lower and intermediate levels. Among them was the iron fist technique he had previously encountered, though its price started at 50 taels. After a brief contemplation, he chose to forego the purchase, not due to lack of funds, but owing to his unfamiliarity with the circumstances in Haishi City. It was prudent to gather more knowledge before making any acquisitions. Thus, they refrained from lingering in other shops and proceeded directly to the Wanxiang Tower. Upon arrival, he understood why Lu Yuan had deemed Wanxiang Tower the most reputable establishment. It was, without a doubt, the most opulent shopping mall he had seen in Haishi City, boasting 7 grand levels, each exuding an air of resplendent luxury. At the entrance, 2 attendants clad in gold and silver stood guard. As they approached, they were promptly welcomed inside. "Young master, I am the maid, Xiao Lu. May I inquire what you require?" Chen Feng responded, "I seek books that will provide insight into the current state of Haishi City and the cultivation world. Could you direct me to such resources?" As he spoke, his astonishment grew. Within this level of the establishment, there were numerous glass display cases showcasing the items for sale, each adorned with their respective prices. A mere glance revealed a plethora of elixirs, weapons, and spiritual herbs. The quality and grade of these items undoubtedly far exceed those of the wares displayed by the street vendors outside, evoking a sense of wonder in Chen Feng's eyes. However, upon a mere glance, he noted that the prices predominantly commenced at several taels of silver. This was merely the first floor. One could only speculate what the cost would be for items on the higher levels. Within this floor, most individuals he observed were martial artists clad in ordinary attire, whereas those dressed in more resplendent garb were promptly ushered to the upper levels. Soon, guided by a maid, Chen Feng discovered 2 books that piqued his interest, one titled The 20th Year of Song Sang in Blackstone City, and the other a detailed explanation of martial arts fundamentals. Upon acquiring these tomes, Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration with just a fleeting glance. Indeed, they were authentic. Noticing his eagerness to delve into the books, the maid smiled and inquired, "Young master, our 3rd floor at Wanxiang Tower features various meditation chambers that facilitate a more conducive reading environment. Would you like to utilize one?" Chen Feng responded, "How much does it cost?" The maid replied, "For the basic option is 300 won per hour." Chen Feng was taken aback momentarily. It was indeed quite expensive. Nevertheless, he promptly stated, "Very well, I require a quiet space for 2 hours." The maid's eyes gleamed with delight at his words, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young master." She then led him and Lin Shui to the 3rd floor. As anticipated, the area comprised private compartments. Upon entering one of the rooms, Chen Feng immediately picked up the book detailing the martial arts of Blackstone City. Despite the endorsement from the woman in red, he resolved to first familiarize himself with the current circumstances before making his decisions. Initially, he explored the various factions within the city. As he continued to read, contemplation filled his eyes. The dynamics within Blackstone City were indeed intriguing. The most formidable power was undoubtedly the city lord's manor. Beyond that, several prominent families controlled a significant portion of the city's commerce. Additionally, various gangs held sway over certain territories. To survive in the city, one could hardly avoid entanglement with these forces. Even setting up a stall necessitated affiliation with a gang, lest one risk being dismantled overnight. Moreover, Blackstone Academy stood as one of the most powerful entities, being a subordinate institution of the Demon Patrol. Becoming a student at Blackstone Academy ensured a stable existence within the city, as even the average gang would show deference and refrain from causing trouble. Chapter 23. Wan Baoyong. The Gifted One. Each spring and autumn, Blackstone Academy conducts a major recruitment examination, supplemented by recommendations from demon patrollers. Of course, candidates must also undergo certain evaluations. As for the gifted individuals, Chen Feng encountered references to them in the materials he had purchased. In the world of Deqian, martial artists reign supreme. Most martial artists are ordinary individuals who may devote their entire lives to training, yet never grasp the fundamentals. Among those who successfully attune to their vital energy and embark on their martial journey, only a rare fraction possess the innate talent for cultivation. Some are blessed with abundant vitality, while others are born with robust physiques, allowing them to progress at an astonishing pace. These exceptional individuals are dubbed the gifted, typically capable of transcending to at least the mid-tier third rank, with some even having the potential to become masters of martial arts. They're the most sought-after talents by the Demon Patrol. In the realm of martial arts, there are 9 ranks, with the first to third ranks classified as the lower tier, primarily focused on body refinement, corresponding to the skin refining, bone forging, and organ refining stages. The 4th to 6th ranks concentrate on energy cultivation, known as the mid-tier ranks, encompassing the true chi, divine aura, and true intent stages. The upper 3 ranks are less delineated. However, upon reaching the 7th rank, one is already recognized as a master in the Great Qian Dynasty. The Great Qian Dynasty comprises 9 provinces and 36 prefectures, and any master within a province is regarded as a top-tier fighter. The 8th rank signifies a grandmaster, while the 9th rank is the martial sage. Each martial sage is a national-level powerhouse within the Great Qian Dynasty and serves as a formidable force against the suppression of demons. The 9th rank is further subdivided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and perfection, which relate to the practitioner's martial prowess. Currently, Chen Feng has attained proficiency in the Iron Fist technique, positioning him within the mid-stage of the 1st rank. Various martial arts also possess different levels. The previously observed breaking limits signifies an elevation in rank, which is indeed accurate. However, techniques like Iron Fist, capable of breaking limits only once, are generally considered to be the lowest tier. According to the foundational information regarding martial arts, it is stated that the higher the level of the cultivation method, the better it is. Yet, the reasons behind this remain unclear to Chen Feng, prompting him to conclude that to achieve superior development, he should enroll in the Black Mountain Academy. Otherwise, obtaining high-level techniques and resources would prove exceedingly challenging. After further investigation during his midday break, Chen Feng familiarized himself with the basic conditions of Haishi County. He then set off with Lin Shui directly towards the Black Mountain Academy. The Black Mountain Academy is the highest-ranking institution within the entire Haishi city, also overseeing lower-tier and intermediate academies that nurture martial artists from a young age. In Chen Feng's understanding, the Black Mountain Academy serves a role akin to that of a high school, holding a prestigious position within Haishi City, situated in a prime location. Initially, Chen Feng harbored concerns about potential troubles. However, upon arriving at the academy, he discovered that it frequently welcomes parents and their children, akin to a social gathering. The copper-red gate closed, leaving only a small side door through which a few young scholars occasionally entered and exited. Chen Feng felt a twinge of confusion regarding the recommendation token he had received. The enchanting figure in red had bestowed upon him a singular token. It had not imparted any instructions on its usage. At the entrance of the Blackstone Academy stood a small guard pavilion, manned by 2 sentinels emanating a certain aura. Though their strength was moderate, it was sufficient to deter ordinary warriors. While Chen Feng pondered these matters, a sudden laughter broke the silence beside him. "Dear classmate, are you wishing to enter?" A startled Chen Feng turned to find a rather plump young man clad in white, his round face illuminated by a broad smile. "Who are you?" Chen Feng inquired, slightly bewildered. The young man's attire revealed him to be a student of Blackstone Academy, yet Chen Feng remained uncertain of his intentions. "Haha, fear not. I am Wan Baoyang. I enjoy engaging in small enterprises. If you wish to experience the ambience of the Martial Arts Academy, a mere few silver coins will grant you entry for a brief tour," Wan Baoyang proclaimed with a grin. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback. "You could bring outsiders in?" Wan Baoyang chuckled. "Indeed. As a student of Blackstone Academy, I possess the privilege to escort fellow classmates. After all, it's merely a stroll. There's no loss involved. It also allows us students to earn a bit of pocket money. What could be wrong with that?" Chen Feng expressed his surprise. "Aren't we here to practice martial arts? Is money really a concern?" Wan Baoyang glanced at Chen Feng and shook his head. "Certainly. The scholarly are impoverished while the martial are affluent. Without funds, how can one access the finest resources, weapons, and elixirs? Especially for students of Blackstone Academy. The opportunities for expenditure are plentiful. Various cultivation sites and precious materials require financial investment. Without money, progress is stymied." He sighed, shaking his head. Chen Feng, astonished, responded, Is it truly so? Then I must trouble you to guide us inside. Lin Shui, who had been accompanying Chen Feng in silence, remained quiet. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wan Baoyang's face lit up with delight. Haha, I assure you, it will be worth every coin. He then led Chen Feng through the side entrance of the academy. Following Wan Baoyang, Chen Feng observed as he discreetly handed something to the guard, who, without even glancing at them, allowed their passage into Blackstone Academy. Chen Feng marveled at Wan Baoyang's business acumen. Upon entering, they passed through a curtain, revealing various architectural wonders within the academy. Upon entering the grand entrance, the first sight that greets the eye is an expansive square spanning over 10,000 square meters, its foundation elegantly laid with dark bricks. Above this square lies an array of training apparatuses, including bronze figures and wooden stakes, as well as various equipment reminiscent of rings, horizontal bars, and stone locks. Presently, one can observe dozens of students clad in white garments diligently practicing in this vast arena, most appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Engrossed in their training, each individual seems to embody a sense of urgency, wholly devoted to their craft. Wan Baoyang remarked with a smile, "This is the training square of our academy, and all of these training facilities are available for free use." Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed a designated area for archery practice, complete with stationary targets and even moving ones. The sheer magnitude of the space, he thought, would be an absolute delight for martial arts training. With a cheerful demeanor, Wan Baoyang continued, "There are also indoor training facilities over there. If one has the means, they can even hire instructors for one-on-one martial arts lessons." Chen Feng, taken aback, inquired, "Instructors offer one-on-one teaching as well?" Wan Baoyang assured him, "Absolutely. Instructors must also engage in martial practice, and resources are indeed scarce." He gestured toward a distant area, saying, "Over there is our teaching space, along with the scripture repository and registration office. However, students are only permitted to observe from a distance under the guidance of our students. Approaching too closely might result in being mistaken for intruders and subsequently apprehended by academy students." Chapter 24. The Recommendation Letter from the Demon Patroller, Feng Ming. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Chen Feng's eyes as he nodded. After Wan Baoyang guided him around the training grounds and prepared to lead them outside, Chen Feng inquired with a smile, "Brother Wan, are there currently any opportunities for new students to enter the academy?" Wan Baoyang shook his head, responding, "Essentially none. The autumn enrollment has concluded, and the requirements for external admissions are quite stringent. Unless through some special channels, it is unlikely for new students to be admitted. Given your age, which is similar to ours, you could consider participating in next year's autumn assessment. If you qualify, there may well be opportunities." A smile adorned Wan Baoyang's face as he spoke. While some within the academy may look down upon external martial practitioners, there are those like him who are eager to engage with them, as their interest in the academy signifies potential business opportunities and greater personal gain. Chen Feng, absorbing Wan Baoyang's words, decided not to ponder further and directly stated, "Brother Wan, I possess a recommendation letter from a demon patroller. Might I still gain entry into the academy?" He said this calmly, having refrained from seeking assistance earlier due to concerns of unforeseen complications. Now, having already entered the academy, he felt a sense of relief. During this leisurely stroll through the academy, he meticulously observed the surroundings and the students. At a mere glance, one could see several students and even some imposing middle-aged men, likely faculty members of the institution. He felt no apprehension. There was little risk of having anything snatched away should he present a recommendation letter. Initially, Wan Baoyang's expression remained calm as he smiled and remarked, "Entering the academy now might." However, in the next moment, he realized the gravity of the situation and turned to Chen Feng, astonished. "What did you say? A recommendation letter? A recommendation from the Demon Patrol?" His disbelief was palpable. He immediately scrutinized Chen Feng's demeanor. A recommendation from the Demon Patrol. He understood its significance all too well. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, producing the recommendation letter the woman in red had given him, laying it in the palm of his hand. Wan Baoyang's previously jovial expression turned tumultuous upon witnessing the letter. He instinctively reached out for a closer look. Yet, Chen Feng swiftly withdrew it. Wan Baoyang's face was a tapestry of complex emotions as he declared, "It's genuine. I will take you to the admissions office. With a recommendation from the Demon Patrol, you are undoubtedly permitted to train within the Intermediate Academy." He promptly led Chen Feng towards the admissions office, a mere few hundred meters away. As they approached the admissions office, they encountered a burly man clad in black, his dark skin contrasting sharply with his attire. Upon seeing Wan Baoyang escorting Chen Feng, the man's expression soured, and he barked, "Wan Baoyang, what are you doing? You dare bring an outsider into the core area of the academy? Do you wish to be expelled?" His face exuded an icy disdain. Wan Baoyang merely glanced at him, then retorted with a cold laugh. "Lin Jin, do you intend to stop me from entering?" He felt no urgency, a hint of derision playing upon his features. For some time, Lin Jin had been a rival within the academy, and now he audaciously dared to confront him. Lin Jin cast a scornful look towards Chen Feng and sneered. "What of it? You dare bring a mere outsider to the core admissions office? It seems you have forgotten the academy's disciplinary regulations." Chen Feng observed the exchange with quiet understanding. It appeared that within this martial arts academy, competition was rife. Wan Baoyang scoffed and led Chen Feng directly into the admissions office. Meanwhile, Lin Jin's expression darkened, and he coldly muttered, "Damn it, how dare he disregard me so easily? Wan Baoyang, I will certainly inform the teachers of your actions." A few martial artists from the academy, trailing behind Lin Jin, sneered. Indeed, Wan Baoyang has truly lost his senses. It would have been one thing to frequently bring outsiders into the academy, but to dare to bring them to the admissions office is another matter altogether. Does he truly believe that his meager reputation can persuade the academy to make an exception for a mere sycophant? Others chimed in mockingly. "Brother, let us go and see for ourselves. Once we confirm that Wan Baoyang has indeed violated school regulations, he may very well be toppled from the leaderboard in the next update. Yes, let us witness the spectacle." Their laughter echoed, filled with derision. As they cast their eyes upon Wan Baoyang and Chen Feng, they particularly scrutinized the attire of Chen Feng and Lin Shui, their gazes brimming with scorn. Chen Feng's expression remained frosty as he etched the faces of Lin Jin and his companions into his memory. Within the admissions office, aside from the busyness of the admission season, it was typically a quiet place with only a few teachers attending to their duties. Upon Wan Baoyang's arrival, he rushed toward one of the desks, exclaiming, "Teacher Qianhu, I have brought a new student. Could you verify his credentials?" Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man clad in gray, slightly balding with a receding hairline, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing Wan Baoyang's words, Qianhu lifted his head and coldly huffed. "Wan Baoyang, this is not a public square. How dare you bring someone here? Are you seeking punishment?" Qianhu's tone was laced with discontent, while Lin Jin and his companions eagerly awaited the unfolding drama, their faces alight with anticipation. However, at that moment, Wan Baoyang quickly interjected, "No, Teacher Qian, this individual possesses a recommendation from the Demon Hunter." He urged Chen Feng to present it forthwith. Without hesitation, Chen Feng produced the recommendation. The previously disgruntled Qian, whose expression shifted to one of astonishment as he swiftly moved to stand before Chen Feng, seizing the token from his hand. Then, channeling a surge of true energy into the token, a resonant hum emanated from it. Suddenly, a vibrant wave of energy erupted from the crimson token, accompanied by the sound of a piercing bird cry. A phantom of a resplendent red phoenix ascended into the sky from the token. Witnessing this spectacle, Qianhu's face radiated with excitement as he exclaimed, "It is indeed the recommendation from the Demon Hunter. This is authentic. Fewer than 10 individuals have joined our Haishi Academy holding such a recommendation. Surely, a prodigy." With those words, Qianhu turned his gaze to Chen Feng, his eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation, asking, "What martial talent have you awakened?" As for Wan Baoyang, upon witnessing the soaring phantom of the phoenix, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he exclaimed, "The divine phoenix swordmaster, Yunshi. This is the recommendation token from Yunshi, the demon patroller." Chapter 25. Entering the academy. First class student the teacher Qianhu, who held the recommendation token, wore an expression of surprise. He then handed the token to Chen Feng and regarded him with a hint of intrigue, inquiring, "Is this recommendation token from Yunshi?" Contemplating the matter, Chen Feng deduced that Yunshi must indeed be the name of that crimson-clad warrior. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of those around him, it appeared that Yunshi held a significant status. Chen Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, I am a villager from the nearby Heishan village. I assisted that red-clad fairy with a task, and she bestowed upon me this recommendation token, allowing me to attend Heishi Academy. Although I am unsure of the circumstances, it seems to be a fortuitous opportunity." Beside him, Wan Baoyong expressed with envy, "To have connections with the Yunshi Swordmaster is indeed a stroke of incredible luck." Even Lin Jin, who had initially prepared to watch the unfolding drama with amusement, was taken aback, casting a dubious glance at Chen Feng, puzzled as to how these seemingly ordinary individuals had garnered the attention of the divine Phoenix Swordmaster. Chen Feng, still slightly bewildered, inquired, "Is the Yunshi Swordmaster truly formidable?" His knowledge of the grand martial world of the Qian was still limited. Wan Baoyong chuckled, "Indeed, she is exceptionally powerful. You must understand that within our Qian dynasty, encompassing the vast territories of the 9 provinces and 36 prefectures, there are billions of inhabitants, and 3 prestigious rankings are acknowledged throughout the realm. The talent list recognizes the top 100 individuals under the age of 30 based on martial prowess and innate abilities. And the divine Phoenix Swordmaster Yunshi ranks among the top 10. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. So, she is one of the nation's top 10 prodigies. No wonder she attracts such attention. Wan Baoyong continued, "Indeed, it has been said that the divine Phoenix Swordmaster Yunshi has recently been seen in Heishan. I did not expect you to encounter someone connected to her so swiftly. You are truly fortunate." Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, it is all thanks to the opportunity provided by Fairy Yunshi." He marveled inwardly, taken aback by the magnitude of Yunshi's renown. He pondered whether she had succeeded in tracking down that Huang Laosi and if the secrets of the Heishan had been uncovered. For now, he could only await the day when his own skills would deepen, enabling him to seek further information. As he contemplated these matters, Qianhu remarked, "The recommendation token is indeed genuine. Since it originates from the Yunshi Swordmaster, you are naturally permitted to enroll. What is your name? Has the Yunshi Swordmaster confirmed your awakening of martial talent?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, my name is Chen Feng." Fairy Yunshi mentioned as much. He did not refute the claim. Qianhu nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. We shall provisionally classify you as a first-class student. Our academy boasts both a distinguished leaderboard and an esteemed grand leaderboard, with monthly assessments offering rewards. Subsequently, you may leverage your rising rank to acquire additional resources." Chen Feng had yet to fully grasp the words spoken by teacher Qianhu. However, Wan Baoyong, standing nearby, exhibited a hint of astonishment before nodding in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, obtaining a recommendation from the Cloud Radiance Fairy and earning first-class student rewards is only fitting." Qianhu nodded affirmatively, and then proceeded to the back of the admissions office. After manipulating an unspecified device, he produced a black token and a black storage pouch, stating, "This is your token for Heishi Academy, along with a storage pouch. You may bind it for use by dripping your blood upon it. This constitutes the fundamental resources for every student. Within the storage pouch, you will find a student handbook. Do take the time to peruse it. As for other information, since you are here, Wan Baoyong, please assist this student, Chen Feng, in gaining a deeper understanding of our school's regulations. Should any queries arise, you may provide explanations." Wan Baoyong smiled and replied, "Certainly, Teacher Qian, I will." Without further delay, he guided Chen Feng and Lin Shui away from the premises. As they passed by Lin Jin, the latter's expression was less than favorable. Upon noticing Wan Baoyong's gaze, Lin Jin snorted disdainfully, stating, "I hope he truly is a prodigy," before turning away. Wan Baoyong chuckled. "Chen Feng, pay him no mind. I never anticipated that the individual I casually recruited at the entrance would turn out to be a genius." He continued, "You may first examine the student handbook, and if you require assistance with matters such as purchasing elixirs, weapons, or other secret manuals, do not hesitate to approach me. I possess considerable experience in such matters within this academy." Chen Feng nodded. "Thank you, Wan Xiong. I appreciate your help." It was evident to him that Wan Baoyang harbored intentions of fostering a friendship, and he had no inclination to refuse. After binding the storage pouch with his blood, he felt as though his consciousness was intricately linked to it. A mere thought allowed him to perceive the contents. The pouch contained roughly 1 cubic meter of space, within which lay a set of student attire and the student handbook with nothing else of note. Although he wished to delve into the handbook immediately, noticing the encroaching twilight, Chen Feng inquired, "Wan Xiong, we have just arrived in Haishi City and currently lack a place to stay. Do you have any recommendations for renting or purchasing accommodations?" Chen Feng was inclined to settle in before perusing the Academy handbook for further insights. Wan Baoyang replied with a smile, "That is a trivial matter. Haishi Academy has designated residential quarters, consisting of various courtyards primarily occupied by our students' families. The rental fee is approximately 30 taels of silver per year. Regarding the purchase of a courtyard, the location in the southern part of the city is not far off, and there are numerous individual courtyards available for residents, with prices starting at approximately 200 taels of silver. What are your thoughts?" Chen Feng remarked, "Let's first explore the living quarters of the academy." Wan Baoyang chuckled. "Excellent. This is indeed the choice of most of our fellow students. After all, a martial artist training necessitates ample space, and only individual courtyards can fulfill this requirement." Shortly thereafter, within a span of roughly 10 minutes, they arrived in an expansive area of small courtyards located to the east of Haishi Academy. At the entrance, they were greeted by guards on duty. Wan Baoyang commented with a smile, "The academy's living quarters are quite populated. Generally, outsiders dare not cause trouble here." After Chen Feng accompanied the academy personnel on a brief tour, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The courtyards were predominantly individual, each possessing its own small yard, approximately several hundred square meters in size, with walls constructed of bluish stone bricks. Each residence featured 3 spacious rooms, ensuring that even a dozen occupants would not feel cramped. The living conditions here far surpassed those he experienced in Heishan Village. Moreover, the distance between each building and its neighbors was around several dozen meters, providing excellent privacy. After surveying the area, Chen Feng opted to rent Courtyard 788. Once Wan Baoyang had settled him in, he remarked with a smile, "Brother Chen, I reside in Courtyard 082. You may take a look and get settled in. I shall return tomorrow to seek you out. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Chen Feng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Brother Wan. I will." After Wan Baoyang departed, Chen Feng entered his room. Observing the well-arranged space, a look of joy illuminated his face. He had finally managed to secure a semblance of stability. Beside him, Lin Shui gazed at the courtyard, her expression brimming with delight and excitement. "My dear, is this truly our new home?" Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Indeed. Please, tidy up a bit. I noticed a place outside selling bedding and various essentials. We can procure those first and gradually organize the rest. I will take a moment to review this student handbook." Lin Shui nodded eagerly. "All right." Subsequently, Chen Feng's spirit stirred as he retrieved the student handbook, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, wondering how much information he would uncover. Furthermore, he pondered how to acquire the essential cultivation methods. Chapter 26. The Academy's Dynamics. While Chen Feng examined the student handbook, a wave of excitement rippled through Haishi Academy due to his arrival. In the principal's office, Qian Hu, bearing the recommendation letter from Yun Shi, burst through the door with palpable enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Principal, today we received a student bearing a recommendation letter, and it is from the esteemed sword cultivator, Yun Shi." The former principal, Guan Mingjiang, found himself troubled by some information relayed by the city lord. Upon hearing Qian Hu's words, he expressed a flicker of surprise. "What? A recommendation from Yun Shi?" Qian Hu replied, "Indeed, principal. Look, this information comes from a villager at the foot of Black Mountain. I sent someone to Black Mountain Village this afternoon to verify the details, and it is confirmed that the source is indeed from there. This individual is now 18 years old and has engaged in communication with Yun Shi. It is certain that Chen Feng has awakened his martial arts talent." As he spoke, Qian Hu produced a stack of documents and placed them on the desk before Principal Guan. The papers contained various details about Chen Feng, including information about Lin Shui, as well as the conflicts involving Chen Feng and the Huang family, detailing his expertise in archery and his defeat of a martial artist from the Huang household. Principal Guan's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the information. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Excellent. The emergence of each new martial genius enhances our chances of survival into Qian. Moreover, it seems that this girl, Yunxi, has indeed ventured to Black Mountain. The rumors of the Demon Blade's secret realm appearing there may very well be true." Qianhu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. We are still unaware of the current situation in Black Mountain. I also wish to establish contact with the sword cultivator Yunxi, if she is willing to intervene. Our current crisis in Haishi City could be swiftly resolved." After contemplating for a moment, Principal Guan spoke solemnly. "Naturally, the Demon Blade's secret realm is of paramount importance. It must be secured in our hands. If the followers of the demon cult manage to seize it, we will be in peril, not only for Haishi City, but potentially for the entire Nanshan Prefecture." Qianhu nodded in affirmation. The principal then inquired, "By the way, has Chen Feng indicated which martial arts lineage he wishes to pursue? Based on the collected information, he likely has limited knowledge." Qianhu smiled. "I have arranged for Wan Baoyang to assist him with his inquiries. There should be no significant issues with the information provided. Moreover, selecting a martial art is a personal choice, and one should feel some degree of resonance with it. So, I anticipate no difficulties. I observe that his cultivation is still at the first rank, and he has yet to fully master a martial art, so there should be no complications. Furthermore, I am offering him the treatment of a first-class student, so even if he makes a misstep in his first election, he will still have several opportunities ahead." Principal Guan nodded with a smile. "That sounds good. Let us keep a close watch on this. If possible, adding an extra spot for specialized training for students wouldn't be a significant issue. Also, we must pay attention to the situation in Black Mountain. These little minions of the demon cult truly are oblivious to their own mortality." Indeed, he was unaware of the circumstances unfolding within the academy. After reviewing the student handbook, he had gained some understanding of the situation at Haishi Academy. Now he comprehended why Wan Baoyang had displayed surprise upon learning that he enjoyed the privileges of a first-class student. Within the Blackstone Academy, myriad resources exist to facilitate cultivation. For instance, there are gravity chambers that can release gravitational forces to accelerate the circulation of vital energy during training. Additionally, various beast blood and flesh are available to enhance vitality, alongside elixirs that can boost both vitality and training speed. There are diverse martial arts techniques and specialized training from various instructors. However, to access these resources within the academy, one must expend merit points. It can be asserted that without merit points, one would find it exceedingly challenging to navigate life within the academy. The students are classified into 4 tiers based on their cultivation progress and innate talent: third-class students, second-class students, first-class students, and distinguished students. Third-class students receive 100 merit points each month. Second-class students are allocated 300, and first-class students receive 500. Distinguished students, who attain a position on the Academy's honor roll, even if at the very bottom, are granted an additional 1,000 merit points monthly. Moreover, various merit point rewards are bestowed upon successful challenges. The Academy also conducts assessments, as indicated in the handbook, occurring once a month. These evaluations primarily gauge cultivation progression and combat prowess. Students who rank at the bottom will have their merit points deducted. Should a student's merit points fail to meet the minimum requirement over 3 months, expulsion from Blackstone Academy will ensue. Such a system elucidates much. Chen Feng sighed softly, realizing why, upon entering the academy, he had witnessed numerous students diligently cultivating and bustling about, likely all in pursuit of merit points. This system undoubtedly compels all students to focus solely on their cultivation. Furthermore, one can select martial arts techniques from the Academy's library in exchange for merit points. With 500 merit points remaining on his identity token, he contemplated visiting the library now, but noticed it was already quite late. Lin Shui had nearly finished tidying up the 788 courtyard. Thus, he refrained from further cultivation, opting instead to wait for more information before determining his path and training regimen. Reclining in his new home, Chen Feng felt a tranquil sense of contentment. Lin Shui lay beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, "Husband, you truly are remarkable. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Keep striving. With effort, we shall continue to improve. Lin Xuan nodded earnestly, as she gradually drifted into slumber. Chen Feng remained lost in contemplation regarding his circumstances since arriving in this world. It seemed that this was his first moment of settling down. Once he had further enhanced his cultivation, he would inquire whether anyone from Blackstone Academy had ventured into Black Mountain. According to what Lu Yuan previously stated, even as an apprentice, he could discern some martial artists discussing the Black Mountain, and he would soon acquire some information regarding it. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he shall ever encounter Yunxi again. As the night passed, Chen Feng glanced at the information on his panel. You have enjoyed a pleasant night. Your yin-yang technique proficiency is at 10. Skill, yin-yang technique, entry, progress 50. After some additional time, it should be possible to elevate the yin-yang technique, Chen Feng mused. Subsequently, he rose and stepped into the courtyard, beginning with the practice of Iron Fist technique. Progress was slow, yet it was steadily advancing. Not long after, a knock resonated at his courtyard door. Upon opening it, he found Wan Baoyang standing outside, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Haha, Brother Chun. I feared you would be unable to resist visiting the Sutra Pavilion, so I arrived first. I wanted you to prepare adequately before selecting your martial arts." Chapter 27. Choosing martial arts. A natural talent. Chen Feng expressed his surprise. Is there truly a selection of techniques? Wan Baoyang replied, Indeed, while ordinary moves and martial techniques may be disregarded, the core martial arts require careful selection. Allow me to guide you to the Sutra Pavilion, where I can discuss these matters with you along the way. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, informed Lin Shui, and then proceeded toward the Sutra Pavilion. On the journey, Wan Baoyang inquired, Brother Chun, may I ask which martial art you practiced previously? Chen Feng responded, a form of Iron Fist technique, acquired from an adversary. Wan Baoyang anticipated a more elaborate explanation, yet was taken aback when Chen Feng ceased his elaboration after that solitary sentence. He gazed at Chen Feng, astonished. An Iron Fist technique? A rudimentary martial art? And you have cultivated it to this extent? Indeed, Chen Feng affirmed. Hearing his definitive response, Wan Baoyang felt a surge of admiration. He was indeed a prodigy worthy of Yun Shi's recognition as a sword cultivator. Wan Baoyang chuckled wryly. Are you aware of the various types of martial arts? Contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng replied, I have perused some information. They are generally categorized into 3 types: body refinement, qi cultivation, and soul refinement. His understanding stemmed from his experience with the Iron Fist technique and foundational martial knowledge, coupled with his reflections, leading him to articulate his thoughts. Wan Baoyang nodded. Your understanding is largely accurate. Among the 3 cultivation systems, qi cultivation reigns supreme. It can be practiced by anyone regardless of their innate talent, with higher aptitude resulting in faster progress. Body refinement is fraught with many restrictions and is exceedingly arduous, posing significant dangers in the future. Hence, it is generally not recommended. As for soul refinement, it remains quite mysterious, with our institution possessing scant teachings in this regard. Only certain unique techniques may incorporate minor training methods. You are most likely to choose between qi cultivation and body refinement as your paths. I suggest you practice the qi cultivation technique, provided your aptitude for cultivation is sufficiently high and your progress in qi refinement keeps pace. There is a possibility of breaking through to the 4th rank of true qi within a few years. Chen Feng pondered, wondering to which school of thought the Yunxi sword master belonged. He intended to stabilize for a while before making his way to Heishan to ascertain the situation within Heishan town. Furthermore, when a Yunxi sword master returned, their expression had not been particularly favorable, indicating that they may have failed to eliminate Huang Haixing. It was inconceivable that he could wait several years to achieve a breakthrough. Wan Baoyang, somewhat surprised by Chen Feng's inquiry, remarked, the Yunxi sword master is a bearer of the divine phoenix bloodline, possessing exceptional talent in swordsmanship and is a practitioner of body refinement. Moreover, it is said that the Yunxi sword master has a highly developed soul aptitude, having successfully cultivated both paths. With a 5th rank cultivation level, they managed to retreat unscathed from 6th level demon sect expert, making them one of the prodigies of our young generation in the Deqian realm. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. So that is the case. He had begun to grasp the significance of the martial arts hierarchy. A fifth-rank warrior was far from the triviality he had once perceived. Within the city of Haishi, such individuals would be regarded as leaders of the major factions. Only the city lord, a sixth-rank true intent expert, remained in seclusion for extended periods. In Huang Haixing's courtyard, where numerous first- and second-rank warriors had gathered, almost all had been shot down, instilling in him a sense of underestimation. Throughout their journey, Wan Baoyang continued to share various insights regarding martial arts, while Chen Feng contemplated his own path ahead. By the way, Brother Wan, Chen Feng inquired, is it impossible to cultivate across 3 schools? He had suddenly thought of himself. Based on his proficiency panel, his iron fist technique and various skills were primarily focused on body refinement. The awakened power of faith seemed to reinforce the mind. He speculated that he might already be a dual-path cultivator. If chi cultivation were also an option, could he potentially cultivate across 3 schools? Wan Baoyang promptly shook his head. No, that is not feasible. There have been attempts in the past. However, human energy is limited. Cultivating 3 schools essentially means pursuing 3 parallel paths. And even practicing 2 would significantly slow one's progress compared to focusing on a single path. Not to mention 3. There were highly talented disciples who attempted this. Yet the outcome was that many practitioners surpassed their cultivation levels, ultimately becoming masters, while the individual remained stuck at the 5th rank, unable to integrate true intent with body refinement, and ultimately regretting the abandonment of one lineage, yet still remained trapped at the 6th rank. Such a pity. As Wan Baoyang spoke, a trace of sighing and regret lingered in his eyes. Chen Feng nodded. I see. I understand now. Wan Baoyang affirmed, yes. You may first examine the cultivation methods and ascertain some degree of resonance. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the location of the scripture pavilion. The pavilion was a modest 6-story building. At the entrance, there was a rectangular counter with limited access, behind which sat a gaunt middle-aged man, engrossed in his reading. Wan Baoyang respectfully addressed him, Teacher Zhao, and then instructed Chen Feng to swipe his student token across a jade stone approximately the size of a brick on the table. Subsequently, they entered the pavilion, while Wan Baoyang remained outside to wait. The teacher, who had been absorbed in his book, glanced up when the information from Chen Feng's student token was displayed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. A new student already possessing 500 points, indicating he was a first-rate scholar. After a brief observation, Teacher Zhao returned to his reading. Inside the scripture pavilion, Chen Feng looked around. The first floor primarily housed ordinary and elementary martial arts techniques. Without lingering, he ascended directly to the 3rd floor. Based on the martial arts information and insights gleaned from his conversation with Wan Baoyang, he understood that martial arts techniques were categorized into distinct levels. It was not as he had previously assumed. Breaking the limits of a martial technique did not equate to an upgrade after a single breakthrough. Instead, there existed a comprehensive system of advancement. Martial arts were classified according to the levels one could attain through cultivation. Elementary techniques represented the lowest tier of martial arts, and upon reaching perfection, one had a certain chance of transcending their realm to become a first-tier martial artist. Intermediate techniques allowed advancement to the 3rd tier with some probability of breaking through to the 4th. To ensure a guaranteed breakthrough to the 3rd tier, one needed advanced techniques. Otherwise, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. The ability to transcend to the master realm rested firmly within the grasp of the major powerful factions. Even though the Blackstone Academy was an official training institution of the Great Qian dynasty, the techniques available for post-breakthrough were still controlled by these formidable systems. After a brief examination, Chen Feng realized that to ascend to a higher realm, one must cultivate advanced techniques. Merely relying on a disjointed array of martial arts to break through might seem effective for reaching higher levels. Yet such an approach would lead to a scattered cultivation. Chen Feng had pondered these notions internally, recalling that the martial arts information had documented a prodigious talent named Qin Wentian, who managed to cultivate a total of 18 elementary martial arts techniques to the limit. If assessed by rank, he could be considered an astonishing 18-tier martial artist, capable of rivaling even the grandmasters at his peak. However, the ultimate conclusion was that during a fierce battle with a formidable demon grandmaster, his body was shattered and he met his demise. To this day, Qin Wentian is still regarded by many factions as a cautionary tale for instructing their disciples. Naturally, Chen Feng was quite receptive to advice. Upon reaching the third floor, the atmosphere became significantly more spacious. Upon seeing the array of martial arts manuals displayed, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. Chapter 28, Blood Dragon Technique, 5 Elements Divine Essence within the third floor. Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting that there were approximately several dozen martial arts manuals. At that moment, only a woman clad in a white dress was present, perusing one of the manuals at a nearby bookshelf. This woman exuded an aura of understated elegance, imparting a serene sense of tranquility that resonated with the passage of time. Chen Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before he began to examine the martial arts manuals before him. Advanced Sword Technique, Gale Sword Technique, requiert 300 points. Upon reaching mastery, one can integrate the Gale Sword intent into their being, with the potential to ascend to the 6th rank true intent realm. Sword Technique. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, as this was indeed to his liking. However, as he continued to peruse the prerequisites for initiation, he could only helplessly set it aside. To cultivate this martial art, one must awaken a talent for the wind element. Otherwise, merely to enter the practice would require enduring the trials of wind and sand, which would be exceedingly arduous. With a sense of resignation, he moved on to other manuals. Heavenly Flame Technique. Inferno's Wrath requires fire element talent, 300 points. Diamond Technique. Forge oneself into a diamond-like physique, capable of withstanding various sharp weapon attacks, though it is vulnerable to water and fire assaults, 300 points. Spiral True Qi Technique. This technique allows one's true qi to be transformed into a spiral form, accelerating the condensation speed and enhancing both volume and attack power. Requires robust meridians and a talent for physical cultivation. Title Echo Technique. Azure Sea True Qi. Possesses extraordinary restorative abilities, requires water attribute martial arts talent with rapid cultivation speed. After reviewing each martial arts manual, Chen Feng felt a sense of surprise and satisfaction regarding several of them, regardless of which one he chose. Each offered a minimum potential of reaching the 4th rank martial artist realm. Furthermore, after achieving the 4th rank, he could exchange for other techniques. Thus, even if he were to pursue different martial arts, the compatibility would be greater, enhancing the likelihood of breakthroughs. Nevertheless, upon examining these techniques, it was evident that each came with various requirements. Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully, contemplating if this was indeed what was meant by compatibility. According to the information displayed for these advanced techniques, it appeared that those without martial arts talent could still practice, albeit with significantly slower progress and greater difficulty compared to those possessing similar talents. With that, Chen Feng continued to meticulously explore each of these martial arts manuals. The essence of martial talent lies primarily in its ability to ease the comprehension of profound truths when one reaches the 6th tier of the true intent realm. Chen Feng, possessing a contemplative demeanor, diverged from the perspectives of Yunxi and Qianhu. His cultivation was intricately linked to the proficiency panel. By harnessing this panel, any martial arts technique, once successfully cultivated, could awaken the corresponding talent within him. With this notion, he felt liberated from concerns regarding talent limitations. Embracing this revelation, Chen Feng resumed his exploration of the martial arts techniques with newfound ease. What he desperately needed was a systematic approach to cultivation, particularly in body refinement and internal martial arts. However, with only 500 points to his name, he could only redeem one advanced technique, thus prioritizing a cultivation system. The Wind Blade technique resonated with his disposition, while the Burning Heaven decision, a fire attribute technique, boasted terrifying offensive capabilities. He entertained various thoughts. Yet amidst the 3rd tier, near the edge, lay a bronze jade slip. The inscription below detailed the introduction of a technique, the Blood Dragon Art. It promised to refine the body with dragon blood. forging a physique no weaker than that of a true dragon, encompassing dragon skin, blood, tendons, bones, and heart. Furthermore, it included the blood dragon visualization method for spiritual refinement. Upon reading this, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. The lower-tier body refinement techniques primarily focused on the skin, bones, and organs. In contrast, the blood dragon art introduced several additional means of refinement, placing it at the pinnacle of body refinement techniques, even transcending the realm of advanced skills. However, practicing the blood dragon art came with restrictions. It primarily relied on the power of dragon blood for the swiftest advancement. Yet the dragon race, amidst the realms of demons and monsters, was an exceedingly formidable existence, not easily acquired. While he hesitated, he noted additional information indicating that one could also cultivate using the blood of semi-dragon races or even demon blood infused with dragon essence. Nevertheless, such paths would differ in speed and complexity. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to choose this technique. It promised rapid cultivation and formidable body refinement. What other option could possibly rival it? Moreover, the involvement of dragon blood sparked his curiosity about the potential talents he might awaken upon mastering it. He also yearned to select a technique involving true energy. He had his eye on the Burning Heaven decision, but regrettably, his points were insufficient for now. He would defer that choice until he amassed more points in the future. Next, he intended to explore additional offensive techniques and agility methods to compensate for his current deficiencies. Chen Feng made his choice, preparing to descend directly to acquire the complete version. At that moment, the woman in white, who had been quietly reviewing information in the attic, expressed a hint of astonishment upon witnessing Chen Feng's decision, saying, "You have chosen the blood dragon technique? While this martial art allows for swift entry without pure dragon blood, the subsequent cultivation will be exceedingly slow, and the risks of mutation are substantial. Moreover, this lineage has already declined, leaving you without any support." Chen Feng glanced at the woman in white, clasped his hands in gratitude, and replied, "Thank you." He then turned and departed. The woman left behind wore a look of surprise, pondering, is he truly leaving no room for retreat? She had indeed perceived the resoluteness in Chen Feng's eyes. It seemed that once he had set his sights on the blood dragon technique, he had entirely forsaken any notion of a fallback. This realization sparked a moment of contemplation within the woman in white. After a brief pause, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she chuckled softly. "A newcomer dares to be so resolute. What am I hesitating for?" She then grasped the martial art she had been contemplating for so long but had yet to decide upon. Beneath this technique lay a brief description: 5 elements divine aura, embodying the utmost rigidity and yang. 5 types of aura, fiercely unparalleled. She was indeed preparing to cultivate such a domineering technique as a woman. At that moment, Chen Feng had already arrived at the second floor, where the intermediate martial techniques ranged mostly from dozens to a couple of hundred in capability. After perusing the options, he selected an intermediate movement technique, the cloud and smoke technique, costing 100 points. Whether for long-distance travel or agile maneuvers in confined spaces, its speed was commendable and would serve him well. Moreover, he also chose an offensive martial technique. While he had archery skills for long-range attacks, he preferred a swift blade technique for close encounters, opting for the crimson flame blade technique. Comprising a total of 18 strikes when mastered, the technique would be as fierce as a raging inferno, instilling great terror. He expended all 500 points. Next came the period of explosive strength. He was confident that it would not be long before he could return to Black Mountain. Chapter 29. Intermediate Talent, Cloud and Smoke Illusion with the selected techniques in hand. Teacher Zhao looked on with some astonishment, but refrained from further comment. The Blood Dragon technique only had the first volume. According to Teacher Zhao, the complete version was not available. Chen Feng paid little heed to this, as the first volume alone was sufficient to cultivate to the 5th rank of martial artists. Furthermore, Zhao had assured him that once he had made progress, practitioners of this lineage would come to him. Chen Feng contemplated this, but did not dwell on it too much. As long as there was a path forward, that was sufficient. As for the cloud and smoke technique and the crimson flame blade technique, he possessed the complete versions, which would adequately compensate for his shortcomings. After acquiring the subsequent techniques, Chen Feng examined the information within, his eyes gleaming with delight. The blood dragon art is indeed a martial skill that relies on the consumption of the blood essence of demons and monsters for cultivation. While others may encounter difficulties, possessing the skill of nutrient absorption would face no such challenges. Indeed, Chen Feng mused within himself. Upon exiting the scripture repository, he found Wan Baoyang waiting outside, his face adorned with a broad smile. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had chosen the blood dragon art, Wan Baoyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "Brother Chen, are you certain you wish to embark on the path of demon body refinement? This technique allows for rapid progress in the early stages. However, in the later stages, the various demon blood essences used for tempering can become overwhelming. If one's mental fortitude is insufficient, one might struggle against the onslaught of demonic malevolence. There are some who have practiced this art, yet most only manage to reach the first 3 levels, merely enhancing their physical strength. It would be prudent to select a genuine energy technique for cultivation soon after your breakthrough to suppress the demonic aura." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware of these implications. I require some demon blood and blood essence pills. Brother Wan, do you know where I might procure them?" Wan Baoyang replied. "The Mansion of All Things is the best option, though the prices are exorbitant. Even for the blood essence of a first-tier demon, one would need to spend dozens of taels of silver." Chen Feng furrowed his brow. "Is it truly that expensive?" Wan Baoyang grit his teeth. "Yes. But if you genuinely need it, I can assist you in procuring some demon blood at a 20 discount. However, this will be limited to those below the 3rd-tier realm." Chen Feng nodded. "Very well. I would appreciate your help, Brother Wan. Here are 500 taels of silver. Please purchase demon blood with this." Wan Baoyang nodded. "Understood. I shall procure it for you as swiftly as possible." Upon returning to the 788 courtyard, Chen Feng promptly hung a sign indicating his seclusion. He had no desire to waste his mental energy on the trivial affairs of the Blackstone Academy. His sole focus was on cultivation. He opened his status panel. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation: mid-stage skin refinement. Techniques: Iron Fist Technique, Proficiency 15. Blood Dragon Art, not yet initiated. Martial Skills: Cloud Smoke Movement, not yet initiated. Skills: Nutrient Absorption, Proficiency 11. Basic Archery, Proficiency 11. Yin Yang Technique, Initiation Progress 50. Forest Running, Proficiency 60. Trap Technique, Proficiency 11. Killing Intent, Proficiency 1. Stealth, Initiation Progress 51. Power of Belief, Initiation Progress 31. Talent, 1. Killing Intimidation. Enemies entering a radius of several dozen meters around you will experience intimidation, rendering them momentarily dazed for a minimum of 0.01 seconds, diminishing with their mental strength. 2. Nimble Mind. The formations you set up can increase attack power by 10 and accelerate deployment speed by 10. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Chen Feng fell into contemplation. First, I shall focus on enhancing my movement technique. With improved agility, I shall be capable of both striking and evading when facing adversaries. In the tranquil courtyard, Chen Feng diligently practiced the technique of Yin body method, step by step. Meanwhile, Lin Shui engaged in household chores, her eyes shimmering with contentment, never imagining that she could transition from a mountain village to such a life. You have successfully completed a full practice of the Yin body method. Your proficiency is now at level 1. Martial skill, Yin body method, proficiency level 1. Excellent. Let us continue, Chen Feng mused. He persisted in his movements within the courtyard, observing the gradual increase in his proficiency. Yet amidst this process, he felt a flicker of astonishment. After reaching the initial stage, the rate of improvement seemed significantly accelerated. Your proficiency in the Yin body method has reached level 3. Your proficiency in the Yin body method is rapidly increasing. As Chen Feng sensed the harmonious connection, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. Was it the innate talent for running through the mountains that granted him such an advantage? Under the gift of agility, it appeared to enhance his training in the body method. He contemplated merging his talent with the Yin body method. In that very instant, The panel displayed that the skills of mountain running and Yunyan body method were gradually fading away. Then, fresh information appeared. Your Yunyan body method has merged with the mountain running skill, evolving into Yunyan carefree steps. Your martial skill, Yunyan carefree steps, has progressed to the mastery stage. Your basic talent, agility, has been elevated to the intermediate talent, Yunyan mirage. You have acquired 5 speed attribute points. Indeed, it was a success. Chen Feng rejoiced inwardly. A mid-level martial art could integrate the foundational mountain running skill right after its initial stage. Furthermore, it had also upgraded his basic talent to an intermediate level. The panel now displayed speed, 14, martial skill, Yunyan carefree steps, mastery progress level 1. Intermediate talent, Yunyan mirage, increases speed under Yunyan carefree steps. Capable of creating 3 Yunyan mirages. With this influx of information, astonishment filled Chen Feng's eyes. He merely shifted slightly. With a single step, he found himself 3 to 4 meters away. Bam! He nearly collided with the courtyard wall, narrowly avoiding a mishap. This speed was astonishing. Chen Feng glanced back at the spot where he had been standing, awe etched across his features. Such velocity was akin to spatial displacement, comparable to the formidable individuals he had encountered in Black Mountain Village. Chen Feng marveled at the swift enhancement of the Yunyan body method. Contemplating the possibilities, he pondered whether he could amalgamate various mid-level techniques to forge even more advanced martial skills. However, with no points available at present, he chose not to dwell on it further. In the afternoon, Wan Baiyang arrived, bringing with him several porcelain vials. He said, "Brother Chen, I have procured 40 vials of first-grade bull demon essence blood." Chen Feng sensed the contents and replied, "Thank you, Brother Wan." He then inquired, "By the way, Brother Wan, do you know the current situation in Heishan? Is there any news regarding the Yunshi sword cultivator?" Chapter 30, Dragon Scale. It piqued his curiosity that such a distinguished individual of the 5th rank would be concerned. He wondered what treasures lay within. Wan Baiyang responded solemnly, "Indeed, there is news about this prodigy. It is said that within Heishan, a secret realm of the demon blade has emerged, and the Yunshi sword cultivator has been searching for it. However, last night, he fell into a trap set by the demon cult, where 3 of their emissaries ambushed him." Chen Feng was taken aback. "What was the outcome?" he asked. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Wan Baoyang's eyes as he replied, "Naturally, the Yunshi sword cultivator triumphed. Under the siege of the 3 equally ranked emissaries, he managed to slay one and severely wound another, escaping the encirclement." Chen Feng was equally astonished by the cultivator's strength. "Is he truly that formidable?" Wan Baoyang nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. The Yunshi sword cultivator is a descendant of the Divine Phoenix clan. A mere trio of 5th-rank emissaries from the demon cult poses no threat to him. However, those treacherous traitors of the demon cult must be eradicated eventually." As he spoke of the demon cult, his words were laced with a palpable intent to kill. Chen Feng recalled Huang Haisheng and the horrific scenes of demons devouring humans he had witnessed in Heishan, which ignited a similar fury within him. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, any association with demons deserves death. Yet, pondering over Wan Baoyang's previous remarks, Chen Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. "By the way, Brother Wan, what is this secret realm of the demon blade you mentioned? This is the first time I have heard of such a thing in Heishan." Wan Baoyang, unfazed, contemplated for a moment before explaining, "You must know that various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as weapons, are classified by rank, correct?" Chen Feng affirmed, "I am aware. We categorize most treasures into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and heaven the highest. What does this have to do with the secret realm of the demon blade? Is it a weapon?" Wan Baoyang nodded. "Indeed, each demon blade is at least of earth-grade quality. Moreover, within these blades, there are usually sealed essences of demon gods. Should a demon come into possession of one, it could potentially summon a 6th-rank demon. There is even a chance it could manifest a 7th-rank master-level demon. This poses a significant threat to us." Chen Feng pondered. Could a 6th-rank stronghold truly arrive? Wan Baoyang shook his head. "No, the Demon Hunter Legion commander is stationed in Haishi City. Once a demon reaches the 6th rank, it can no longer easily conceal its form and enter human territory. If it dares to come, several Demon Hunter Legion commanders working together would be sufficient to subdue it. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Thus it was. He had indeed heard of the six-tier strongman mentioned by Wan Baoyong, who was none other than the current lord of Blackstone City. In light of this revelation, there was no need for excessive concern. After exchanging further information with Wan Baoyong, Chen Feng returned to his courtyard, bearing the demonic essence he had acquired for 500 taels of silver. He felt a surge of anticipation, pondering how far his cultivation of the blood dragon technique would progress with the demonic blood in hand. Meanwhile, Wan Baoyong, observing Chen Feng enter the courtyard, turned to leave. Lost in thought, it seemed rather peculiar that the sword cultivator Yunxi would permit Chen Feng's admission into Blackstone Academy. Was there perhaps a connection between this Chen Feng and the secret realm of the Demon Blade within Mount Black? Contemplating these matters, Wan Baoyong sighed inwardly. Even if one were a genius, what of it? With such low cultivation, it bore no impact on the current state of affairs in the Black Market County. Within the courtyard, after informing Lin Shui, Chen Feng promptly produced a porcelain vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Buzz! A torrent of scorching energy erupted within his body, surpassing even the ferocity of the previous evil god blood. Subsequently, Chen Feng resumed his practice of the blood dragon technique. You have entered the first stage of the blood dragon technique. You have refined a drop of demonic essence. Your proficiency in the blood dragon technique's skin refining method has reached level 2. You have refined the bold demon essence. Your proficiency in the blood dragon technique's skin refining method continues to increase. In that instant, Chen Feng felt an intense surge of vitality coursing through him. Simultaneously, his nutrient absorption skill diligently refined this energy. You have refined the demonic essence. Your nutrient absorption skill has reached level 5. Various notifications flashed upon the panel before him, and Chen Feng sensed the steady amplification of his physical strength. The progress of the blood dragon technique skin refining method continued to rise, ultimately reaching a proficient level. Your blood dragon technique skin refining method has achieved proficiency. You have awakened a new primary talent, Dragon Scales. You gain 3 points in strength attributes and 2 points in defense attributes. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon Scales? As the panel's information flooded his mind, a sense of joy enveloped him. Primary talent, Dragon Scales, allows the utilization of vitality to condense dragon scales on the surface of the body, doubling defense while the scales are formed. With his eyes wide open, Chen Feng felt a stirring within. Buzz! In the next moment, a faint blood-colored scale materialized upon the back of his hand. He grasped his long knife and brought it down. Creak! The sound of grinding teeth echoed, leaving Chen Feng astonished. Such a degree of defensive power could likely withstand even the assaults of an ordinary first-tier warrior. He continued his training. As he gazed upon the remaining dozens of bottles containing the essence of demons, he exhibited no hesitation, continuing his cultivation. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's mind stirred as he merged the Iron Fist technique with the Blood Dragon technique's skin refining method. Information flickered across the panel. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was possible. Your Blood Dragon technique's skin refining method has integrated with the Iron Fist technique, significantly enhancing your proficiency in the Blood Dragon technique. Your Blood Dragon technique's skin refining method has reached a mastery progress of 1. Your arm strength has been reinforced and merged into the Dragon Scale talent. Upgraded to an intermediate talent, Dragon Scale, which allows you to unleash up to 3 times the power and defense when utilizing the Dragon Scale talent. Your strength is 5, defense is 5. Buzz! At that moment, a surge of immense energy flowed into his body. Chen Feng felt a scorching vitality coursing through his limbs, unleashing an extraordinary force within him. As he sensed the power residing in his body, thoughts raced through his mind. Indeed, his cultivation speed was rapid. Currently, among first-tier warriors, his strength was likely among the strongest. Moreover, with the Dragon Scale talent, he could unleash triple the power and defense. Glancing at the remaining demon essence, only 1 bottle of second-tier demon essence remained. The energy contained within it was undoubtedly more substantial. However, after a brief moment of perception, Chen Feng contemplated that while this second-tier essence should significantly enhance the blood dragon technique's skin refining method, it would likely still fall short of directly breaking through to the second-tier realm, necessitating more demon essence, he mused. Subsequently, he exited the courtyard, making his way towards Courtyard 082. With the steps of the carefree cloud and mist, Chen Feng moved like a phantom. Along the way, other warriors, upon witnessing Chen Feng's speed, expressed their astonishment. Upon arriving at Courtyard 082, Chen Feng chanced upon Wan Baoyang engaged in conversation with a student at the entrance. Just as the student took his leave, Chen Feng was taken aback. Merely exchanging a glance allowed him to sense the formidable malevolence emanating from the student, reminiscent of the other warriors he had encountered in Black Mountain Village. This was a warrior who had slain demons. Chen Feng marveled inwardly. At that moment, Wan Baoyang also spotted Chen Feng, a smile gracing his face as he greeted, "Brother Chen, do you require my assistance?" "Indeed," Chen Feng replied with a grin. "I am in need of some items. Was that person just now one of your clients?" Chapter 31. The Conspiracy of the Demon Sect and the Weapons of the Smithing Master. Upon entering Wan Baoyang's courtyard, Chen Feng was somewhat astonished by the arrangements within. Unlike his own modest courtyard, Wan Baoyang's abode was adorned with gold leaf even on the stone tables and benches. The courtyard's grand entrance was embellished with various gold and silver accents, yet it exuded a remarkable harmony, devoid of any vulgar ostentation. Wan Baoyang chuckled, "Indeed, I have no other passions in life but the pursuit of commerce. Engaging in business with talented individuals like you, Brother Chen, is my utmost delight." Chen Feng nodded. "I see. Additionally, I require the blood of a second-tier demon." He then produced 500 taels of silver and handed them to Wan Baoyang. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Wan Baoyang's eyes as he exclaimed, "Excellent. When do you require it?" Chen Feng replied, "The sooner, the better. By the way, how much would a long blade cost?" Wan Baoyang contemplated. For a common weapon, it would merely be a few dozen taels. However, for a quality yellow-grade weapon, it would likely start at over 100 taels. Chen Feng inquired, "What distinguishes a quality weapon from an ordinary one?" Wan Baoyang elucidated, "The primary difference lies in the enhancement of attributes. In our realm, aside from warriors, professions such as alchemists, weaponsmiths, and beast tamers hold a significant status, as these vocations demand exceptional mental aptitude. A weapon imbued with attribute power is considered a quality one. Yellow-grade weapons can enhance between 1 to 36 attribute runes, while mysterious-grade weapons enhance 36 to 72 runes. Earth-grade weapons can amplify 72 to 144 runes, and heavenly-grade weapons are said to involve even more intricate elements, of which I possess limited understanding." A spark of astonishment lit up Chen Feng's eyes upon hearing this. Attribute enhancement? Is it akin to the cultivation attributes of warriors? Wan Baoyang nodded. "Indeed. You should be aware that in our cultivation, the techniques and skills have distinct attributes. Basic attributes include the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with light, darkness, wind, and electricity. From the very beginning, a warrior's cultivation essentially determines their future attribute path. Upon reaching the 4th tier of true qi, one will condense a specific type of attribute true qi. Quality weapons can enhance these aspects, thereby augmenting a warrior's offensive capabilities." Chen Feng pondered. "I see. I now require a long blade, with a singular demand. It must be heavy and durable." At that moment, he recalled his previous escape in the Black Mountain, where he was pursued by a warrior under Huang Haisheng, who had exclaimed in shock that the traps he set were embedded with attributes. It now appeared that his innate enhancements allowed the materials used to set the traps to carry attributes as well. Wan Baoyang mused, "Very well. I shall expedite the search for you. However, the blood you seek will likely require at least until tomorrow." Chen Feng acknowledged, "Understood." At this juncture, Wan Baoyang added, "By the way, Brother Chen, our student tokens possess a functionality similar to that of a communication talisman. Let's add each other as friends. This way, we won't have to run around for brief communications." Chen Feng expressed with a hint of surprise. "All right." After adding each other on the student platform, Chen Feng's attention was drawn to the name of Wan Baoyang, which was flashing vibrantly. "Impressive. He marveled, recognizing the extraordinary capabilities of this fantastical world, akin to a device for long-distance communication. Wan Baoyang chuckled. Indeed, these are the techniques employed by array masters. What we have are merely rudimentary sound transmission talismans, capable of communicating over a mere few hundred miles. It is said that some high-level communication talismans can reach distances of millions of miles, which is utterly astounding. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prowess demonstrated. After exchanging a few more pieces of information, he retreated to his courtyard to continue his cultivation. With one bottle of second-tier demon blood remaining, he chose not to squander it. After refining the remaining blood, he found that his progress in the blood dragon technique had advanced to a mastery level of 60, still a distance from perfection. He was not in a hurry, opting instead to read and enjoy a serene life with Lin Shui. He planned to continue his breakthroughs once Wan Baoyang's demon blood arrived, preparing for the next phase of his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the depths of Black Mountain, within a secluded valley, an individual with a twisted expression, consumed by madness, uttered, "Chen Feng, I want you dead. I want you dead." It was Huang Haisheng, the one who had previously fled. Presently, his body was stained with blood, and one arm was grievously injured. He found himself in a valley, beneath a flickering black arrayed barrier. Nearby, a pale-faced warrior clad in black heard Huang Haisheng's words and coldly replied, "Huang Haisheng, you are responsible for this situation. Not only has the secret realm been exposed, but we have also lost a fifth-tier envoy. You must consider how to explain this to the master." Huang Haisheng's face contorted with displeasure as he responded, "I did not foresee that Yin Shi would be drawn here. It is all Chen Feng's fault. Otherwise, she would not have discovered the location of the secret realm. However, we have severely injured her this time. They will not locate the demon blade secret realm anytime soon." His expression darkened, his eyes glinting with crimson fury. The black-clad individual scoffed, "It is imperative that we gather the offerings quickly to open the secret realm. Otherwise, we will inevitably be found." Huang Haisheng replied solemnly, "I understand. As long as we have that Yinshengzi in our possession, we need not remain so passive. I believe it will surely incite the uprising of the demon blade." The black-clad individual sneered, reduced to such a state while targeting mere ordinary individuals. "News has reached us that Chen Feng, accompanied by Yinshengzi, is currently residing in the family villa of Blackstone Academy. Do you still dare to venture into that villa?" The black-clad man's eyes glimmered with derision. How easily one can manipulate events in Black Mountain Village. It is this Huang Haisheng who continually insists on compelling Yinshengzi to voluntarily offer a sacrifice to the malevolent deity. Perhaps, if the deity were pleased, the rewards they could reap would be even greater. Yet, unexpectedly, a momentary lapse allowed their target to escape into Blackstone City, ultimately becoming a student of Blackstone Academy. Huang Haisheng exhaled a heavy sigh and spoke in a grave tone, "I have a plan. In just a few days, even with his remarkable talent, Chen Feng is merely a first-tier martial artist. Based on his previous intelligence, it appears that Chen Feng places great importance on emotional ties. We shall use Black Mountain Village as bait, confident that it will draw Chen Feng out. At that juncture, we can use Chen Feng to lure Yinshengzi. Once they dare to step beyond the confines of Blackstone City, we shall ensure their return is impossible." The black-clad man replied solemnly, "Then you shall undertake this task. Let us hope it does not disappoint. You are aware of the vast implications of this secret realm. Even the leader of our sect will be present. We shall see how many heads you possess then." Chapter 32. The Demon Patrol, Calamity of the Fiends. Huang Haisheng spoke with determination. "I will." A cold glimmer sparkled in his eyes. This failure has led him to his current predicament, which he attributes primarily to Chen Feng. Moreover, he harbors a lingering question. How could Chen Feng have acquired such formidable archery skills in such a brief span? One night passed, and Chen Feng awoke feeling invigorated. He sensed his growing strength. A glance at his status panel revealed. Name, Chen Feng. Cultivation, mid-stage refining skin realm. Strength, 35. Speed, 14. Mentality, 12. Defense, 12. Technique, blood dragon art. Refining skin proficiency, 65. Martial skills, cloud smoke leisurely steps, proficiency, 20. Scarlet Flame Blade Technique. Not yet initiated. Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully, feeling his physical form continually strengthening. There was an air of anticipation in his eyes. He wondered what transformations would occur once the Blood Dragon art reached perfection and he ascended to the second tier. Not long after finishing breakfast, Wan Baoyang delivered the Essence Blood, 10 vials of second-tier Essence Blood. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within him. He then resumed his seclusion. Even those who are renowned prodigies, like the sword cultivator Yun Shi, face threats in this chaotic world. If he wishes to lead a tranquil life, he must grow stronger. Secluding himself, Chen Feng suppressed the myriad emotions within him, preparing to continue his cultivation. However, not long after, a tremor coursed through his student token. Brother Chen, come quickly to the Demon Patrol Hall. The urgent message from Wan Baoyang sent a ripple of surprise through Chen Feng's heart. After exchanging a few words with Lin Shui, he hastened towards the hall. He had previously informed Wan Baoyang of his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation. And if there were no pressing matters, he believed Wan Baoyang would refrain from contacting him. The Demon Patrol, an auxiliary institution of the Demon Patrol Division, is dedicated to the eradication of demons. Unlike the official organization known as the Demon Patrol Envoy, anyone can enter the Demon Patrol as long as they accept a mission to hunt demons. Students of the Blackstone Academy are directly regarded as Bronze Guards of the Demon Patrol. One of the primary means for students to acquire resources lies within the Demon Patrol, which is why Chen Feng dared to expend all his funds, leaving himself a safety net. He intended to accept missions from the Demon Patrol and slay demons to exchange for cultivation resources once he broke through the Blood Dragon technique. However, he did not anticipate being summoned by Wan Baoyang so soon. The Demon Patrol Hall is not far from the Blackstone Academy. Upon Chen Feng's arrival, he discovered several students already gathered within the hall, most of whom exuded a palpable aura of malice, clearly indicating their previous encounters with demons. Chen Feng, appearing to be a mere newcomer, caused little stir as he entered. He made his way directly to Wan Baoyang, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What is it, Brother Wan?" Wan Baoyang's expression was grim as he gestured towards the front. "Take a look." Chen Feng glanced forward, and his countenance darkened within moments. The heart of the Demon Patrol featured a towering stone tablet, reaching several dozen meters high, resembling a screen that continuously displayed various missions. Currently, the most alarming notifications detailed frequent demon attacks on villages near Blackstone County, calling for the Demon Patrol's assistance. What truly unsettled Chen Feng was the sight of information regarding Heishan Village. Just last night, the village had suffered a demon attack, resulting in casualties. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Feng. While he had little emotional attachment to others, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu still resided in Heishan Village. They had shown him kindness, and he was unwilling to see them come to harm. Taking a deep breath, he seized his student token and accepted the mission. Observing Chen Feng's actions, Wan Baoyang expressed his concerns. "Chen Feng, the villages at the foot of Heishan are currently under close scrutiny. Your presence there may not have much impact and could pose significant danger to your life." "I understand," Chen Feng replied resolutely. "However, my martial training is aimed at slaying demons." A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, as the haunting image of the demons devouring their victims replayed in his mind. As he now required the blood essence of demons for the cultivation of his Blood Dragon technique, it seemed more prudent to return and confront them. Wan Baoyang, standing nearby, exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes before he solemnly declared, "Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey." Chen Feng wished to dissuade him. Yet Wan Baoyang chuckled. "In such chaotic lands, various resources and opportunities await. Besides, I am curious to uncover the true nature of the Demon Blade secret realm." Chen Feng replied with a smile, "Agreed." Unbeknownst to him were Wan Baoyang's underlying intentions. He certainly would not wait idly. Upon accepting the mission, they set forth directly toward Heishan Village. The student token could also be regarded as a bronze patrol token. By vanquishing demons and obtaining a drop of their essence, one could exchange it for merit points. These points were universally applicable within the patrol hall and the academy. Thus, nearly all students were de facto members of the patrol. Chen Feng utilized the cloud, smoke, carefree steps, moving with remarkable speed. He was somewhat astonished to discover that Wan Baoyong was a third-tier martial artist, even swifter than himself. This revelation greatly reassured Chen Feng regarding their expedition. Along their route, they encountered several other martial artists heading toward Heishan, and Chen Feng could only hope that no additional complications would arise. Meanwhile, within Heishan village, an atmosphere of profound dread and oppression pervaded. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, alongside a throng of others, had been herded into a square at the village's center. Approximately several hundred individuals stood there, many with ashen faces, while some wept aloud in terror. How could this be happening? Please do not kill me. The audacity of the demons to emerge so brazenly was unfathomable. A cacophony of terrified voices filled the air. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu exchanged fearful glances as they beheld 3 azure wolf demons in the square. Azure wolf demons, Uncle Lu exclaimed, his eyes betraying his trepidation. Powerful demons had always been suppressed within the demon stronghold by the Legion commander. So what was transpiring now? These were at least second-tier demons. Without the arrival of formidable patrol members, our village would surely face annihilation today. Uncle Lu lamented, his heart heavy. The only solace he found was that he had sent his son to Haishi County a few days prior, and that Chen Feng had also managed to escape. Otherwise, they would likely not evade this calamity. Suddenly, as the crowd remained encircled, one of the wolf demons let out a sinister laugh and tore off a man's arm in one swift motion, devouring it piece by piece. Chapter 33, Dragon Scale Enhancement, Quintuple Strength and Defense. The villager, now lacking an arm, turned pale and screamed in agony, while the wolf demon merely snarled, "Silence." With a visage twisted in rage, a claw descended, shattering the man's skull into a fine mist. Blood gushed forth, splattering the villagers nearby. The onlookers, pale-faced and stricken with terror, dared not utter a sound. Some, in their panic and fury, attempted to charge at the demon, but before they could draw near, they were sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Among the crowd, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu surveyed the carnage, their faces drained of color. These accursed fiends. A sorrowful glimmer filled Uncle Lu's eyes. Demonic incursions into the village were not unprecedented. Yet they typically resulted in the fiends consuming a few souls before hastily retreating to evade the demon hunters. This time, however, they had gathered the villagers together. Was this to be a massacre? 3 wolf demons surrounded the terrified populace, occasionally devouring one of their own. One of the wolf demons, visibly agitated, addressed the larger of the 2. "Brother, do you truly believe that man will come? Why would he bother with these mere insects?" The larger wolf demon grinned wickedly, replying, "If he does not come, all the better. These humans will serve as our lunch. If it weren't for the attention drawn by the Demon Blade secret realm, we would never have such a splendid opportunity. Should we manage to unlock the realm and seize its treasures, we shall truly make a name for ourselves." Another wolf demon cackled, "Indeed, I've heard that masters from the sect have arrived. If we can distinguish ourselves this time, the rewards will be bountiful." Meanwhile, several human warriors, having discerned the dire situation, attempted to confront the demons, but were swiftly overpowered and forced to retreat. News soon spread of the presence of a 3rd-tier and 2 second-tier demons, requiring at least several 3rd-grade warriors to vanquish them. As Chen Feng journeyed, Wan Baoyong received the grim tidings. Presently, the 2 found themselves not far from Black Mountain Village. Wan Baoyong, his expression grave, remarked, "A 3rd-tier demon possesses formidable defense and strength. I should be able to hold it off, but we need someone to deal with the other 2 second-tier demons. The physical defenses of demons exceed those of their counterparts." Initially, he had assumed this was merely a sporadic demon intrusion, never anticipating the emergence of a 3rd-tier leader. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the power coursing through him, and declared, "I shall handle the remaining 2 second-tier demons." Wan Baoyong glanced at Chen Feng. Concern etched on his face, for in his eyes, Chen Feng was merely a fledgling warrior who had just awakened his talents. Yet in the next moment, Chen Feng swiftly drew his longbow, releasing an arrow with a resounding thud. Boom! The sound echoed loudly. The arrows pierced through 3 trees of considerable girth with remarkable precision. Witnessing this sight, Wan Baoyong narrowed his eyes, a flicker of astonishment evident within them. A divine archer? Chen Feng nodded in affirmation, declaring, "Indeed, there should be no issue." Wan Baoyong responded, "I see. A divine archer poses a formidable threat to the demons on the battlefield. With your assistance, we might even be able to subdue that third-tier demon." With the display of Chen Feng's prowess, his worries began to dissipate. "Very well, let's not delay further. We must proceed now," Chen Feng urged. Without any further hesitation, the duo made their way toward Black Mountain Village. Chen Feng trailed behind Wan Baoyong. Somewhat astonished by his speed, he found that he had to employ the cloudy smoke leisurely steps to keep pace with Wan Baoyong, which provided him with a newfound understanding of his own velocity. Among the lower-tier martial artists, he certainly ranked as swift. As they journeyed, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to refine the demon blood he had collected. Throughout their passage, the proficiency of his blood dragon technique was steadily advancing. Upon arriving at the eerily quiet village, Chen Feng's expression darkened. However, his interface revealed refreshing new information. "You have refined a substantial amount of demon blood. Your blood dragon technique proficiency has increased. Your blood dragon technique has reached proficiency level 1. Your intermediate talent, dragon scale, has enhanced. Utilizing this talent allows you to unleash quintuple strength and defense. You have gained 5 points in strength and 5 points in defense." As this information flooded in, Chen Feng felt a transformation occurring within his flesh and blood. The density of his muscles and bones was becoming increasingly compact. More significantly, he sensed the emergence of dragon scales beneath his garments. With a mere thought, he retracted these scales. Simultaneously, his attributes underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. A slight clenching of his fist allowed him to perceive a surge of overwhelming power. Moreover, as he continued to refine the demon blood, the proficiency of his nutrient absorption skill climbed to 80. A bit more refinement would yield a significant enhancement in this skill, he mused. Lost in these thoughts, he eventually beheld the lifeless bodies and severed limbs scattered throughout the village, accompanied by villagers ensnared in a grim tableau. Among them, several lay in pools of their own blood, while 3 wolf demons prowled nearby, one of which was ravenously devouring a massive, severed arm. Damnable demons! Chen Feng's visage turned frigid as he observed the scene, his expression contorted with fury. This harrowing sight conjured memories of the demons feasting upon the living that he had encountered in the Black Mountain. Even so, he harbored a lingering suspicion in his heart. Was his father also devoured by demons in such a manner? Wan Baoyong, observing the scene from the side, wore an expression of discontent. These demons, regardless of how many times they appeared, remained the sworn enemies of humankind. Lowly pests. Yet, upon the arrival of Chen Feng and his companion, the 3 wolf demons displayed sinister grins, utterly disregarding the 2 warriors. Amidst their malevolent laughter, 2 second-tier demons charged towards Chen Feng and his companion. The humans, encircled by the wolf demons, felt little excitement at the sight of the 2 warriors. Instead, there was a bitter glimmer in some of their eyes. Over the past few days, several human warriors had noticed the peculiarities of their situation and attempted to intervene, only to be defeated and forced to flee, leaving behind a fallen comrade. At this moment, the distance was considerable, and with Chen Feng clad in white robes, his demeanor transformed significantly due to his recent breakthroughs in cultivation. Many villagers failed to recognize him, mistaking him for another passing warrior. Even those who sensed a semblance of familiarity were filled with uncertainty. Only Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, amidst the crowd, were taken aback upon seeing Chen Feng. Uncle Lu's face turned pale, and as Chen Feng approached, he anxiously shouted, "Chen Feng, flee quickly. There is a trap here." At the instant Uncle Lu's words fell, the expressions of the other villagers shifted. Chen Feng. Was it the same Chen Feng who had just departed? Meanwhile, the originally ferocious third-tier wolf demon, which had been waiting indifferently for its 2 subordinates to deal with Chen Feng, felt a surge of sinister delight upon hearing this voice. It stood upright, exclaiming, "Chen Feng, you've truly come." Chapter 34. Intent to kill, slaying demons. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the third-tier wolf demon lunged towards Chen Feng with ferocity. As it charged, it created a whirlwind, its malevolent aura pervading the surroundings. Some villagers, lacking any cultivation, were struck down to the ground with a thud under the oppressive force. Others turned pale, spitting blood. Was this truly the extent of the demon's power? In that moment, Wan Baoyang's expression darkened as he exclaimed in alarm, "A peak third-tier demon. How could it appear here?" However, after a brief hesitation, he bellowed, "Your opponent is me, D." With this cold proclamation, a black spear materialized in his hand. Boom! A thunderous roar pierced the void, hurtling towards the third-tier wolf demon. The once cheerful demeanor of Wan Baoyang now bore a hint of grim determination. A peak third-tier wolf demon. Somewhat unexpected. Yet, since the moment has arrived, there is no turning back. The countenance of the third-tier wolf demon was grotesque. How dare these lowly ants seek their own demise? Amidst its sinister laughter, the immense wolf claw collided forcefully with the spear, producing a dull thud. A wicked grin adorned the third-tier wolf demon's face, acknowledging the strength of the slightly more robust ants. As for Chen Feng, he remained utterly indifferent, merely a mortal. Had it not been for the fact that his opponent had sought refuge within the Blackstone Academy, he would not have even earned the right to have his name known. Bang! Bang! After several rounds of combat, Wan Baoyang's expression grew grim. The power of this wolf demon surpassed his own. With a hint of concern, he glanced towards Chen Feng's direction. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed Chen Feng retreating with an ethereal grace as two second-tier wolf demons charged forth. Then, amidst the illusion, an arrow manifested, piercing through the void. Boom! The first second-tier wolf demon, its visage contorted with malice, had yet to regard Chen Feng with any seriousness. Nevertheless, the moment the arrow was unleashed, panic flickered in the wolf demon's eyes. Before it could evade, the arrow had already found its mark, puncturing its throat and sending it crashing to the ground. What? The second-tier wolf demon that had pursued from behind was now gripped by a semblance of fear. The divine archer. It abruptly halted in its tracks, then frantically retreated, desperate to escape the reach of Chen Feng's arrows. In a frenzy, it contorted its body into an S shape, attempting to evade Chen Feng's aim. Yet in the next instant, Chen Feng merely squinted, and 3 arrows flew forth, instantly traversing the void. Shatter! The second-tier wolf demon bellowed, striving to obliterate Chen Feng's arrows. However, in that fleeting moment, Chen Feng merely snorted disdainfully. With a swift motion, 3 arrows pierced the air, slicing through the wolf demon's throat. You! The second-tier wolf demon pointed at Chen Feng, its face a mask of terror. It sought to utter a word, but its efforts were utterly futile. With a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground. Chen Feng, standing at a distance with his longbow in hand, exhaled in relief. Indeed, upon unleashing his quintuple strength, his arrows were capable of penetrating the defenses of second-tier demons. The information on his panel continued to refresh. You have slain 2 second-tier demons. Your basic archery proficiency has increased by 20. Skill, basic archery, mastery progress, 35. You have vanquished demons. Your skill in killing intent has increased by 20. Skill, killing intent, mastery progress, 25. Chen Feng collected the remains of the 2 second-tier demons, casting his gaze back over the battlefield. A glint of intrigue shimmering in his eyes. Wan Baoyang appeared somewhat stout, yet when he wielded his black spear, he emanated an imposing presence. The thunderous sounds of combat resounded continuously, and the third-tier demon seemed to be at a disadvantage, particularly at this moment, as Chen Feng swiftly dispatched 2 second-tier demons. Both Wan Baoyang and the third-tier demon exhibited signs of unease. Wan Baoyang's heart raced with astonishment. Just how formidable was Chen Feng's strength to slay second-tier demons? Meanwhile, the peak third-tier demon's eyes reflected a flicker of alarm. A divine archer. How could a mere mortal ascend to such heights? At this juncture, he finally believed the words of that Huang Laozi regarding Chen Feng's prowess as a divine archer. As Chen Feng readied his longbow again, The peak third-tier demon's expression fluctuated between fear and fury, contemplating retreat. Yet, Chen Feng's visage twisted with ferocity as he bellowed, "Stay right there." A third-tier demon was not easily found, and he required the demon's essence for his cultivation. Slaying a third-tier demon would greatly enhance both his skills and his cultivation. Kill. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the void, aimed at the third-tier demon. "You wretched insect! How dare you!" The third-tier wolf demon roared with chilling wrath. In that instant, the wolf demon's form surged, doubling in size to become a towering 2-meter giant wolf demon, its exposed skin cracking like bark, emanating an even more formidable aura. "Leave it to me." On the other side, upon witnessing Chen Feng seize the initiative, Wan Baoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a mighty roar, he charged forward, spear in hand. A thunderous crash echoed as Wan Baoyang's body was jolted back from the force of his assault, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. In that fleeting moment, Chen Feng's arrow, akin to a shooting star, pierced the heavens and shot toward the wolf demon's throat. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, voicing his intent. His foundational archery skills were honed to perfection, augmented by the talent of a triple-star alignment, rendering any miss impossible. Indeed, the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as the arrow struck true against the wolf demon's neck. However, the wolf demon erupted into wild laughter. "Ha! Is that all? Insects are still insects. You shall perish here today." Amidst its sinister cackling, the third-tier demon, once intent on fleeing, now stood still, eyes ablaze with madness. Chen Feng's countenance darkened, for his arrow had indeed struck the wolf demon's neck. However, it did not pierce the neck of the azure wolf demon at all. Instead, it was thwarted by the demon's formidable skin defenses. "Damn it!" Chen Feng's expression darkened. At that very moment, the exposed peak third-tier demon, in a fit of rage, began to frantically burn its blood essence, causing its already imposing body to swell even further. Boom! With a resounding thud, it sent Wan Baoyang flying, who was momentarily dazed. "Wan!" Chen Feng exclaimed, witnessing Wan Baoyang soar through the air, spitting blood, his eyes filled with fury. "Demon, you shall pay for this." He never anticipated that in his quest to eliminate the demon plaguing his village, he would encounter such a dire predicament. With the grace of a phantom, Chen Feng executed the cloud smoke evasion technique, swiftly dodging the impending attack. Yet, scarcely had he evaded when the third-tier wolf demon reappeared in its original position. A thunderous crash ensued, creating a massive crater where he had just stood. "What should I do?" Chen Feng's face grew grim as he desperately employed the cloud smoke evasion to avoid the wolf demon's onslaught. Meanwhile, his mind raced, seeking a solution to the current crisis. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant idea flashed through his consciousness. Chapter 35, Celestial Level Technique, Annihilating the Third-Tier Demon. Fusion. His countenance reflected his unease. He had underestimated the presence of a peak third-tier demon in Black Mountain Village. Now that matters had escalated to this extent, it was evident that this third-tier demon had set its sights on him. To survive, he needed to devise a plan. The primary method, it seemed, would hinge on panel fusion. Drawing from previous experiences with fusion, he surmised that merging techniques, martial arts, and talents would yield a substantial leap forward, resulting in a new skill and significant progress. However, it was imperative that the fusion involved compatible attributes. Similar to the previous fusions of movement techniques and the blood dragon art with the iron arm technique, which belonged to the physical enhancement category. Chen Feng's current thoughts revolved around nutritional absorption and the blood dragon art. The talent derived from nutritional absorption also pertained to physical enhancement, while each level of the blood dragon art granted a new talent. If his conjecture was correct, awakening a talent at each level should belong to the same system, thus allowing for fusion. Therefore, could the blood dragon art and nutritional absorption skills be merged? With this idea firmly established in his mind, Chen Feng wasted no time, resolutely declaring, "Fuse the blood dragon art with nutritional absorption." Buzz. At the instant he focused his thoughts, the two pieces of information on the panel began to flicker rapidly. Then, amidst the flickering light, the skill of nutrient absorption vanished, and a new technique emerged in the skill section. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into his body. The information on the panel also refreshed rapidly. Your blood dragon technique has fused with the skill of nutrient absorption, and your proficiency in the blood dragon technique is rising swiftly. Your blood dragon technique has transcended to the second realm of entry, evolving into the celestial grade technique. Blood dragon devour. Your intermediate talent, copper skin and iron bones, has advanced to the superior talent, energy absorption. Your intermediate talent, dragon scales, has advanced to the superior talent, dragon scale eruption. Your strength increases by 10, your defense by 10, your speed by 10, and your spirit by 5. Observing the refreshed information, a glimmer of joy appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Indeed, it had succeeded. At that very moment, with the influx of information, he felt as if his skin had undergone a metamorphosis. Within his blood and flesh, his vitality surged, the density becoming more compact, the strength vastly amplified. He could even sense that in this brief moment, his physical form had become several times stronger than before. This transformation was a comprehensive enhancement. Moreover, his cultivation had finally broken through to the second tier. Opening the panel information, he noted strength 50, defense 25, speed 24, spirit 17, cultivation, second tier, technique, blood dragon devour, second realm entry progress. 1. Martial skills, cloud smoke carefree steps, proficiency progress, 30. Scarlet flame blade technique, not yet entered. Basic archery, mastery progress, 35. Yin yang technique, entry progress, 60. Primary talent, killing intent dread, intermediate talent, superior talent, dragon scale eruption can unleash up to 10 times strength and defense. Could there be such significant changes? A flicker of delight sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. In the span of a heartbeat, all of this transpired in his mind. Just as he managed to glance at the panel information, Wan Baoyang shouted, "Be careful." Chen Feng opened his eyes, and at that moment, he saw the third-tier beast charging towards him. He could even see the drool dripping from the wide-open jaws of the third-tier wolf demon. In the eyes of the third-tier beast, there was a glimmer of excitement and arrogance, as if it reveled in the thought of finally capturing him. "Kneel before me." Chen Feng's expression turned frigid. He discerned a lack of murderous intent in the eyes of the wolf demon. A thought flickered in his mind. This wolf demon intended to capture him. Damn it. Chen Feng's countenance darkened as the name Huang Haisheng involuntarily surfaced in his thoughts. Currently, he had only one deep-seated enmity, and that was with Huang Haisheng. However, within his heart, tranquility reigned supreme. Previously, the third-tier wolf demon appeared to him as a formidable foe, its speed and strength beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet now, with the enhancement of his attributes, the attacks of the third-tier wolf demon seemed to have slowed considerably in his perception. The wolf demon, with a menacing glare, lunged forward with its massive claws aimed at Chen Feng, displaying no regard for him whatsoever. In the distance, Wan Baoyang's expression turned to one of horror as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was too far away to intervene. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he stood frozen in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" To his astonishment, the Chen Feng, who should have been gravely injured, merely sidestepped the wolf demon's assault with a slight adjustment of his stance. Then, amidst the wolf demon's bewildered gaze, he unleashed a powerful punch. The dragon's scales erupted forth, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. A chill coursed through Chen Feng's heart as he thought, "This is it." Boom! In that instant, blood-red dragon scales manifested upon his form, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The third-tier wolf demon, now mere moments away from Chen Feng, wore a mask of fury. It observed Chen Feng's momentary pause, as if paralyzed by fear, while it reveled in the thought of vanquishing such a lowly insect. Having already lost 2 of its kind in the process, it sought to capture Chen Feng, intending to rip him apart to sate its wrath. Yet in that fleeting moment, it heard Chen Feng utter a low, menacing growl before locking eyes with him. What a gaze it was! The irises were engulfed in a crimson haze, as though they were windows to an ocean of blood. However, in an instant, The wolf demon regained its senses, its eyes wide with alarm. This is bad. It had momentarily lost focus, a critical error on the battlefield. Just as the wolf demon shook off its stupor, it was met with the sight of Chen Feng's fist, surging with tenfold strength, descending like a mountain. The third-tier wolf demon, driven by madness, bellowed in fury. "Get away!" as it attempted to strike the crimson fist with its claws. Yet, it was already too late. Boom! Chen Feng's fist, reminiscent of a colossal mountain, crashed into the wolf demon's throat with a thunderous roar. The wolf demon's neck shattered, sending it hurtling backward to the ground. Chapter 36. One man destroys a city. The sixth tier is terrifyingly powerful. You have slain a third-tier wolf demon. Your mastery of murderous intent has increased. The interface refreshed. In that moment, having obliterated the wolf demon with a single punch, the power of the dragon scales that surged within Chen Feng swiftly receded. He exhaled deeply, a breath of relief escaping his lips. At that moment, Chen Feng truly felt the weight of his exhaustion. The sudden surge of tenfold power and defense had indeed taken a toll on his physical form. In a brief flicker, Chen Feng appeared before the wolf demon, his voice cold as ice. "Was it Huang Haisheng who sent you?" His expression was frigid. The wolf demon on the ground, in its final moments, bore a mocking glint in its eyes. It attempted to utter a word, but was afforded no opportunity, swiftly transforming into a lifeless corpse. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. He no longer required an answer, for the demon's gaze had already revealed the truth to him. Huang Haisheng, it seemed, was indeed still alive. At this juncture, Wan Baoyang, who had been pursuing from behind, finally arrived before Chen Feng, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Chen Feng, was that your awakened talent just now?" Chen Feng, feeling a tinge of weariness, exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Wan Baoyang's words and nodded. "Yes. Fortunately, this wolf demon fell for the trap. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament." Wan Baoyang's eyes sparkled with envy. "I see. No wonder you garnered the favor of the divine phoenix sword cultivator, Yin Shi, even receiving a recommendation token from her. During the recent battle, he had sensed that Chen Feng had indeed broken through his realm amidst the conflict. Seizing the moment of his breakthrough, he unleashed that terrifying martial talent, delivering a devastating punch that annihilated the wolf demon. Newly ascended to the second tier, he had slain a third-tier opponent with ease. Such a warrior, as long as he does not fall, is destined to become a future prodigy of the human rankings. As Wan Baoyang pondered these thoughts, he inquired, "What do you intend to do next, Brother Chen? Having slain 3 demons, you should at least accumulate 100 points upon your return." Chen Feng, upon hearing this, cast a glance towards the direction of Black Mountain and solemnly replied, "Brother Wan, are you aware of the current situation at Black Mountain? Should we venture in to investigate?" Wan Baoyang, contemplating the matter, responded gravely, "Entering Black Mountain now may not be the wisest choice. I've heard that not only are the followers of the demon sect gathering there, but various demons are also converging. Moreover, given the recent events, it is highly likely that a demon general has emerged within Black Mountain. Organized demons differ vastly from their disorganized counterparts. We are still young and should exercise caution." Chen Feng, taken aback, asked, "A demon general? What does that entail?" Wan Baoyang glanced around, noticing several villagers observing them. He continued, "Let us relocate. Discussing too much here may incite panic among these villagers." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well." With a wave of his hand, he collected the corpses of the 3 wolf demons. The newly advanced blood dragon devouring technique required demon corpses for cultivation. Furthermore, it could be said that all 3 demons had perished at Chen Feng's hands. Wan Baoyang needed only a small amount of demonic essence, harboring no intentions of contention. At that moment, numerous villagers had gathered nearby, gazing at Chen Feng and his companion with expressions of awe. Particularly when they looked at Chen Feng, some exhibited disbelief. Could this truly be their village's Chen Feng? Even Lu Shu and Lu Shan, standing aside, were visibly shaken and hesitant to approach. Observing this scene, Chen Feng smiled and addressed them, "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, do you not recognize me?" If you wish to go to the county town, you may accompany us back a bit later. The village at the foot of Black Mountain may not be safe in the coming days. Both Lu Shu and Lu Shan's faces broke into smiles, with Lu Shu quickly responding, "That sounds good." Lu Yuan had also sent me a letter. We were planning to stay in the county town for a while. Chen Feng replied with a smile, and then he and Wan Baoyang entered his former residence. It remained the same humble earthen house as before. Upon opening the door and surveying the interior, Chen Feng's eyes reflected a tinge of complexity. Although he had only been away for a few days, it felt as if a long time had passed. Wan Baoyang glanced at the modest dwelling in surprise and remarked, "Brother Chen, is this truly where you lived before?" Chen Feng, with a look of complexity in his eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, I grew up here. Had it not been for becoming a Cloud Radiant Sword cultivator, I might have become a hunter." Wan Baoyang's eyes shone with admiration. "Brother Chen, you are indeed a prodigy. The Cloud Radiance Sword cultivator possesses an exceptional eye for talent." Chen Feng chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on that subject. Instead, he continued, "Brother Wan, you mentioned the demon generals earlier?" Wan Baoyang nodded, explaining, "We martial artists are categorized into 9 ranks, while demons correspondingly fall into 9 tiers. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one typically becomes a formidable figure capable of commanding a region. A 6th-tier expert in our Diqian is generally the lord of a city and often leads a demon-hunting army. Among demons, they are referred to as demon generals. Do you understand why?" Chen Feng shook his head, admitting, "I truly do not. I have only recently entered the martial arts realm. Although I have reviewed some foundational information, I remain unfamiliar with this." A hint of complexity flickered in Wan Baoyang's eyes as he spoke solemnly. In martial cultivation, prior to the 6th tier, whether refining the body or cultivating qi, it solely pertains to personal training. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one begins to comprehend the realm of intention. Any martial artist who has grasped intention can alter the very fabric of nature with a mere gesture, capable of overturning mountains and seas. It can be said that a single individual could obliterate an entire city, becoming a walking disaster. Chen Feng's pupils constricted in shock, exclaiming, "One person can annihilate a city? Is it akin to our Blackstone city?" Wan Baoyang confirmed with a nod, "Indeed. To be considered a city, it must at least be a county town. You must understand that the only city I am aware of, Blackstone City, has a population exceeding 1 million, along with a multitude of martial artists. And a 6th-tier demon could destroy an entire city?" Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head, murmuring, "How could this possibly be?" Wan Baoyang understood that Chen Feng had never encountered this before and proceeded to explain, "Nothing is impossible. The capabilities of a 6th-tier warrior are closely related to the realms they comprehend. Take our Lord of Blackstone City, who is known as the mountain-moving sage. He has mastered the essence of moving mountains. When he applies this understanding, he can physically transport mountains from reality. Imagine a mountain towering over 100 meters. If he were to move dozens of such peaks and drop them directly into Blackstone City, would that not obliterate an entire city?" Chen Feng pondered this scene, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Can warriors truly achieve such feats?" He could hardly fathom the terror of it all. Wan Baoyang's expression was complex as he replied, "Indeed, and this is merely the realm of the 6th-tier warriors. When one ascends to the 7th-tier master level, the horror intensifies. With a mere wave of their hand, the heavens and earth shift. In our martial cultivation, the disparity before reaching the 6th tier is not insurmountable. But once one reaches that level, the difference between even a minor realm becomes as vast as a chasm. This realm was once referred to as the land god immortal realm in ancient times." Chen Feng's gaze reflected his complexity as he murmured, "I see. If there truly are 6th-tier demon generals within the Black Mountain, then it is indeed wise for us to refrain from venturing in recklessly." At that moment, he recalled the Cloud Radiant Swordmaster. If a 6th-tier warrior is already so formidable, how powerful must the Swordmaster be to have escaped from one with only a 5th-tier cultivation? Wan Baoyang replied solemnly, "Exactly. Thus, for us, the most crucial task is to elevate our cultivation. We must reach at least the 5th tier before we can safely enter the Black Mountain and enhance our chances of survival." Chen Feng nodded in agreement, understood. They continued to converse about various topics, broadening Chen Feng's understanding of the martial world of Deqian. After their discussion, Wan Baoyong decided to return first, while Chen Feng asked him to relay a message to Lin Shui, indicating he needed to gather some belongings in the village before returning later. In truth, Chen Feng desired to experiment with the blood dragon devouring technique. However, he was concerned that if he returned and attempted to devour demons, the powerful figures in the city might find ways to spy, or unforeseen complications might arise, leading to trouble. It would be wiser to attempt it in this mountain village. Chapter 37. The Blood Dragon Devouring Technique. In the village, many residents fell into a state of panic that afternoon. Several villagers hastily packed their belongings and fled. Regardless of the circumstances, they were unwilling to linger at the foot of the Black Mountain. Those with connections made their way to the county town for refuge, while those without hoped to leave the village with Chen Feng the next day. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu were also busy packing at home. Meanwhile, Chen Feng locked himself in his old house, declaring to the outside world that he was entering seclusion for cultivation. No one raised any objections. Continuing on, Chen Feng cast a glance at the demon corpses within the storage space of his student token, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation and anticipation. Pondering the transformations that the evolved blood dragon devouring technique might bring forth, he then promptly extracted a second-tier demon and took a decisive bite. The crimson vitality surged through him like a blood dragon. With a resounding boom, the wolf demon's corpse was refined. A new message appeared on the interface. At that moment, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Baoyong had returned to the Blackstone Academy and sought out teacher Qianhu, who had previously conducted the assessment. There was a hint of awe in his gaze as he remarked, "Teacher Qian, this Chen Feng is a promising talent. Did he truly just break through? During our recent hunt in Black Mountain, he alone vanquished 3 demons, including one at the peak of the 3rd tier." Qianhu's expression reflected surprise. Chen Feng killed a peak 3rd tier demon? Wan Baoyong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is beyond doubt. Moreover, he possesses an astonishing martial arts talent, seemingly akin to an explosive power type. During battle, Chen Feng ascended to the 2nd grade realm and, after unleashing his talent, he decisively struck down the peak 3rd tier wolf demon with a single punch. He surpasses many newcomers. He may very well emerge as a future genius on the talent rankings. A complex mix of admiration and envy flickered in Wan Baoyong's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qianhu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Where's Chen Feng now?" Wan Baoyong replied, "He remains in Black Mountain Village, wishing to stay home for a while and apparently intends to bring his neighbors into the city." Qianhu nodded and said, "Contact Chen Feng and urge him to return promptly to see me." Wan Baoyong bowed respectfully and departed, a hint of envy lingering in his gaze. Clearly, an opportunity awaited Chen Feng. In Black Mountain Village at this moment, Chen Feng was voraciously consuming the flesh and blood of the Azure Wolf demon. Blood gushed forth. However, after employing the blood dragon devouring technique, the essence of this demon's flesh felt akin to a restorative elixir. Upon finishing the 2nd tier wolf demon, the interface refreshed with new information. You have consumed a 2nd tier wolf demon. Your proficiency in the 2nd level of the blood dragon devouring technique has increased, advancing to proficiency level 1. Your strength has increased by 10, and your defense by 10. You have awakened a new primary talent, Dragon Blood. A flicker of joy illuminated Chen Feng's eyes. Indeed, this was a holistic enhancement. Furthermore, upon reaching proficiency in the 2nd level, he had astonishingly awakened a new talent, Dragon Blood. He glanced at the interface information. Primary talent, Dragon Blood, burning Dragon Blood allows for an explosion of greater power and defense. A realization dawned upon him. This talent was likely synergistic with the defensive capabilities of Dragon Scales. Even after activating a particular ability, one could still continue to enhance it with new traits. This notion was somewhat intimidating. Chen Feng pondered whether it would be possible to merge with the Dragon Scale, given that they both belonged to the same attribute. Based on previous instances of fusion, it appeared that the resultant techniques and martial arts would indeed be bolstered. However, just as he resolved to proceed, new information flickered on the panel. Fusion attribute incomplete. Fusion failed. Failed. Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Upon perceiving the information, he felt a dawning realization. It seemed that the pure dragon scale and dragon blood were insufficient. Glancing at the technique information, he noted that the third and fourth levels of the blood dragon devouring technique would awaken relevant talents. Thus, he resolved to continue his training. Chen Feng proceeded to refine the remaining 2 demon corpses. With the presence of advanced talent energy absorption, although the number of these demon remains was staggering, they transformed into energy as he consumed them, continually fortifying his physique. As night fell and dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of crimson light flickered within them. Should someone have looked closely, they would have observed this crimson glimmer resembling the fleeting shadow of a dragon. Exhaling gently, Chen Feng marveled at the terrifying power of the transcendent technique post-transformation. He accessed the panel information. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation: late stage of 2nd rank. Strength: 75. Defense: 50. Speed: 5. Spirit: 20. Technique: blood dragon devouring technique. 2nd level. Proficiency: 56. Evidently, after refining the essence of the 3 demon corpses, his physical attributes experienced a significant enhancement. The training progress of the blood dragon devouring technique had also reached a proficient level. With a few more demon corpses refined, the technique could likely ascend to the 3rd level, and he believed he could also break through to the 3rd rank. Chen Feng mused softly, noting that compared to when he left the academy, his strength and defense had multiplied several times over. Even though he remained at the 2nd rank, he felt confident that he could slay the previous pinnacle level 3rd rank demon without fully unleashing his potential. The most pressing matter now was to seek out resources, as his methods still felt somewhat lacking. Chen Feng murmured softly. Although he possessed a volume on the Crimson Flame blade technique, he had yet to find a suitable long blade. Without having mastered the basics of it, he was left with no choice but to rely solely on his bare fists against demons, which felt rather inadequate. Upon his return, he would need to exchange for more offensive capabilities. Chen Feng contemplated these thoughts as he gazed through the window towards the direction of the Black Mountain. A desire to seek out the demons arose within him, for it was undoubtedly the most prolific location for such creatures. However, the presence of 6-tier demon generals loomed ominously. With his current cultivation level, it was certainly unwise to venture into that perilous domain. He could not help but ponder whether the sword cultivator Yunshi had discovered the hiding place of the demon sect. It was evident to him that Yunshi was likely leveraging Huang Haisheng in the quest to locate the sect's stronghold or the secret realm of the demon blade. Since Huang Haisheng had miraculously survived, he must certainly possess a base within the confines of the Black Mountain. Chen Feng's mind wandered to the Qinglang Valley, a site fraught with memories of death. Both his father and his original self had met their demise there. Disturbingly, he had witnessed demons feasting upon human flesh in that very place, leading him to suspect that it harbored some sinister secrets. Yet, with no sight of Yunshi, he resolved to investigate that area when an opportunity arose. A flicker of determination ignited within his eyes. His strength was still insufficient. Otherwise, he would embark on the exploration of Qinglang Valley himself. He made the decision to return, for the Demon Suppression Hall contained a wealth of information regarding demons, and now seemed to be the most opportune moment to hunt them down. If he could acquire any pertinent leads, that would suffice. Then, he would devote himself to his cultivation and grow stronger. After he had gathered his belongings, he found that his neighbors, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, were already prepared. Several other villagers had also assembled, standing alongside Uncle Lu. As they caught sight of Chen Feng, a glimmer of obsequiousness crossed their faces. Yet Chen Feng paid it no mind. They promptly set off towards Haishi County. With plans in place and a growing concern about potential demon ambushes, they arrived outside the city of Black Mountain in approximately 2 hours. Once within the city, Uncle Lu and the others had a means to contact Lu Yun. Although Chen Feng longed to reminisce with Lu Yun, his focus remained on enhancing his abilities. He simply informed them of his intentions and proceeded towards Haishi Academy. Initially intending to head straight for the sutra repository, he was unexpectedly met with a message from one Baoyang upon his arrival at the school. Chen Feng, have you returned today? Teacher Qian, who has requested you to see him after your arrival. Chapter 38. The shock of Qian Hu and the peculiarities of demon body refinement. Chen Feng expressed his surprise. Very well, I shall go at once. Curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to seek answers. Before long, he reached Teacher Qian's office, tasked with overseeing the enrollment of the new students this year. He was the go-to person for any issues that arose. Upon Chen Feng's entrance, a smile illuminated Qian Hu's face as he prepared to speak. However, that smile quickly transformed into one of astonishment and gravity as he swiftly approached Chen Feng, grasping his arm with an urgency that caught Chen Feng off guard. Instinctively, Chen Feng considered resisting, but recalling Teacher Qian's esteemed position, he managed to suppress his impulse. At this moment, Teacher Qian Hu placed his hands directly upon Chen Feng. Sensing the power within his body, his eyes filled with astonishment and awe, he exclaimed, "Such a level of physical refinement. Have you truly ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier within just a few days?" Qian Hu's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on Chen Feng. Confused, Chen Feng pondered whether he should not be at the late stage of the second tier. However, observing Qian Hu's expression, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply nodded in affirmation. Indeed, during my battle with the demons yesterday, I broke through the bottleneck that had been hindering my cultivation. I lingered in the village for an additional night, and upon awakening this morning, I sensed a significant advancement in my abilities. He concealed the existence of his status panel. Qian Hu, with a complex expression, remarked, "What cultivation technique do you practice?" Chen Feng replied, "The blood dragon technique. Although it has mutated, it should still retain the essence of the original blood dragon technique." Upon hearing this, Qian Hu's demeanor shifted noticeably. "The blood dragon technique? You're practicing this art? If possible, I would advise you to consider switching to a different technique." Chen Feng was perplexed. Why? He had intended to exchange for more resources related to demon blood to enhance his cultivation. Why was Qian Hu suggesting a change in techniques now? Qian Hu, with a complex expression, explained, "Are you aware that this technique belongs to the realm of demon body refinement?" Chen Feng nodded. "I have a general understanding." After the fusion of techniques, he had realized that it could refine not only demon blood, but also any demon flesh to enhance his strength. Qian Hu spoke solemnly. "The blood dragon technique is indeed unique among body refinement techniques. It suffices before reaching the fourth tier, as ordinary blood pills and demon blood can be employed for cultivation. However, beyond the fourth tier, one must seek out demons infused with dragon blood to refine in order to transcend to the next level. The fourth stage of demon body refinement is referred to as the blood fusion realm or the body fusion realm. Do you grasp its meaning?" Contemplating this, Chen Feng mused. "Refining dragon blood? Transforming into a dragon?" Qian Hu nodded. "Precisely. If this were several decades ago, during the height of our great Qian, we would not have to worry. Demons possessing dragon blood could still be hunted on the battlefield. However, nowadays, the difficulty of hunting dragon-blooded demons has increased tremendously. You may find yourself stagnating at the fourth tier for many years. I strongly recommend that you select a new technique." As he spoke, a grave expression adorned Qian Hu's face. He genuinely harbored concerns for Chen Feng's future path. Yet at this moment, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, pondering, "Is the blood dragon technique not powerful enough?" Qian Hu shook his head. "That is certainly not the case. The blood dragon lineage was once among the most formidable forces on the demon battlefield. Ordinary demons possess little resistance when confronted by the blood dragon lineage, merely serving as sustenance for them. Regrettably, due to internal strife and the relentless pursuit of the dragon clan by the blood dragon lineage, a fierce assault by the demons ensued. This has rendered the blood dragon lineage exceedingly weakened, making it exceedingly difficult for you to seek support in resources." Chen Feng nodded and responded, "That is of no consequence. I shall cultivate on my own and acquire the necessary resources." He paid little heed to the words of Qian Hu, lacking any profound understanding of them. He solely trusts in his own capabilities. Given the high potential of the blood dragon technique, he would certainly not abandon it or squander time. Chen Hu's eyes reflected worry as he solemnly remarked, "Should you choose to forsake the blood dragon technique in favor of other practices, I will ensure you receive compensation as an elite disciple. Even without venturing out to slay demons, you would still receive support in the form of vitality elixirs and cultivation techniques." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng did not pause for thought, but replied resolutely, "That is unlikely. My life's ambition is to eradicate demons and avenge my father." His past experiences had confirmed that the process of slaying demons accelerated the enhancement of his skills, and the blood dragon technique was most suited to his cultivation. Therefore, abandoning it was out of the question. Chen Hu's expression shifted, a complex look crossing his face. "We had already prepared the standards for elite disciples. I did not anticipate such a choice from you. I advise you to reconsider. Compared to this unyielding path, other techniques offer a smoother journey. Otherwise, regaining the elite training will be exceedingly arduous." Chen Feng nodded, asserting, "I will not reconsider. I will find time to challenge the storm and cloud rankings. I trust one shall not lack in resources." Chen Hu, observing the calm demeanor on Chen Feng's face, expressed his confusion. "You seem unfazed by the prospect of failure. Even after all I have conveyed, do you not perceive the grave risks associated with the fusion of blood and body? You could very well fall under the control of the demon's malevolent energy, becoming a mere magical servant." Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. "I fear not. I only believe in the path I have chosen." Chen Hu, upon hearing this, ceased further discussion, but with a complex gaze remarked, "I look forward to seeing your name on the storm and cloud ranking soon." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "That is assured." He then exited Chen Hu's office. Pondering deeply, Chen Feng had not anticipated the inherent drawbacks of the demon's body refining methods. However, with his panel in hand, he felt no trepidation towards any threat. All demonic malevolence would be refined and absorbed. After leaving, Chen Feng first went to the Academy's administrative hall to exchange the points earned from slaying 3 demons, totaling 200 points. Subsequently, he directly spent 100 points to acquire a weapon akin to a Tang Dao, classified as a yellow-grade weapon. Only 2 characteristics define it: sturdiness and weight. For Chen Feng, this was undoubtedly sufficient. He then returned to his courtyard, immersing himself in the cultivation of the Crimson Flame Blade technique. By enhancing his offensive capabilities and refining his cultivation, he would soon be able to slay the Dragon Blood Demon. Upon Chen Feng's return, Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with immense joy. "My dear," she exclaimed. Although she had received a message from Wan Baoyang the previous day, Lin Shui still harbored some concern due to Chen Feng's absence. Now, seeing him return, she breathed a sigh of relief and promptly threw herself into his embrace. "Darling," Chen Feng replied, noticing the worry etched on Lin Shui's face, which tugged at his heart. He then led her into the bedroom, where, under her bashful gaze, he felt a surge of happiness. "You have enjoyed a pleasant experience. Your proficiency in yin-yang technique has reached level 10. Your proficiency in yin-yang technique has progressed to 60. Sensing this, Chen Feng's countenance brightened. It seemed that his mastery of the yin-yang technique would soon advance further. He then took up his Tang Dao and began to practice the Crimson Flame Blade technique. In a brief span, the panel updated. "You have completed a session of the Crimson Flame Blade technique. You have acquired the new combat skill, Crimson Flame Blade technique." For the next few days, Chen Feng remained at his courtyard, sleeping only 4 hours a day while dedicating the rest of his time to the relentless practice of the Crimson Flame Blade technique. 3 days later, as he observed the information on the panel refresh, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. "Your proficiency in the Crimson Flame Blade technique has reached mastery. Your basic talent in Crimson Flame Qi has increased in strength." Basic talent: Crimson Flame Qi, the blade energy condensed from external martial arts, characterized by its intense heat and formidable penetrating power. Crimson Flame Qi. Chen Feng murmured in delight. He then waved his hand within the courtyard, his figure vanishing like a phantom. A shimmering blade energy descended through the air. In that instant, a streak of blazing blade light sliced through space, almost resembling a flickering flame. More importantly, he could faintly sense a subtle stream of energy residing within his body. With a swift downward stroke of his blade, a stone in the courtyard was instantaneously shattered to pieces. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the fragments bore a charred appearance, as if scorched. However, this fleeting blade energy dissipated soon after, and when he sought to perceive it again, even Chen Feng felt a hint of fatigue. Is this true energy? Contemplation and astonishment mingled in his gaze. Merely a wisp of blade aura, unleashed with such power, astonished him, making him feel as if it surpassed his own strength. From his limited understanding, he knew that there existed martial artists who specialized in cultivating qi. However, it was only at the 4th rank that one began to engage with true qi. Remarkably, he had managed to condense blade aura while practicing an external sword technique. This revelation left him somewhat bewildered. Yet, with little information at hand, he was uncertain of the cause. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to seek the counsel of his teacher, Qianhu, to unravel the mystery. In the office, when Qianhu witnessed Chen Feng emanating a blade aura, his eyes widened in astonishment. Blade aura? Are you practicing the Crimson Flame sword technique? He inquired, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng, who nodded affirmatively. Yes, teacher Qian. With a hint of confusion, Chen Feng continued, I am unsure of what to do next. Was it not said that those cultivating qi focus on refining their physical bodies in the first 3 ranks? Qianhu rose to observe the spot where the blade aura had descended, his expression revealing a mixture of complexity. He then exclaimed, Indeed, that is the prevailing view. However, it is essential to understand what qi truly is. Initially, qi is condensed from vital energy. Hence, as one progresses in martial arts, even qi cultivation begins with body refinement. Among practitioners, there are always those gifted individuals whose formidable physicality allows them to condense true qi even before their bodies are fully tempered. Chen Feng pondered, so, does this mean I am considered a 4th-rank practitioner? Qianhu replied solemnly, you may be regarded as a weaker 4th-rank warrior. The most challenging aspect of being a 4th-rank practitioner lies in refining the first wisp of true qi. Once that is achieved, the subsequent processes of opening the dantian and unblocking the meridians become significantly easier. A spark of understanding ignited in Chen Feng's eyes. So with this blade aura, I could potentially vanquish warriors below the 4th rank. Qianhu affirmed, that would be a fair assessment. However, prior to the eruption of this blade aura, the speed of its refinement must not be swift, unless you can unleash it continuously or strike at the enemy's vital points. After all, the greatest disparity between 4th-rank warriors and body-tempering warriors is true qi. The attacks of true qi are nearly insurmountable for those below the 3rd rank unless equipped with protective artifacts. Chen Feng nodded, I understand. At that moment, Qianhu hesitated briefly before advising, you are still at the lower 3rd rank. I recommend you carefully consider your future path. If you possess a talent for qi cultivation, pursuing that route would be the most prudent choice, as it is less fraught with the dangers of demonic energy and spiritual influences. Chen Feng inquired, is it not possible to cultivate both? Qianhu shook his head. It is exceedingly difficult. The path of demonic body tempering can be considered a form of dark cultivation, refining the blood of demons, and even transforming one's physical body towards that of a demon, as well as refining the souls of demons, can lead to a profound influence on both one's mind and corporeal form. This could be considered a deviation, utilizing external forces to alter and control one's own body. In contrast, cultivating qi is akin to meditative practice, wherein one absorbs the spiritual essence of the universe, relying more on intuition and enlightenment. To pursue both paths simultaneously would fundamentally limit one's capacity for comprehending the cosmos. Listening to Master Qianhu's insights, Chen Feng's mind raced with myriad thoughts, and he pondered. So that's how it is. I still wish to give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Qianhu responded, it is indeed worth attempting. There are exceptionally gifted martial artists who have endeavored to cultivate both body and qi, yet as they advance, they often find themselves compelled to choose a singular path. Chen Feng, reflecting on this, realized that what he currently lacked was a method for cultivating qi. By adhering to a particular qi cultivation technique, he could directly bypass the initial 3 realms of body refinement. Contemplating his future direction, Chen Feng was acutely aware of his next steps. At this juncture, Chen could sense Chen Feng's thoughts. After a brief period of reflection, he retrieved a white jade pendant and a small box from his storage pouch, stating, "This is a warm spirit jade stone, which can enhance a martial artist's absorption of the universe's spiritual energy by approximately 20%. Additionally, here are 5 spirit stones. You may utilize them for your training. As for the cultivation techniques, I recommend selecting from the Academy's scripture repository, where all methods displayed have undergone rigorous scrutiny and have been endorsed by practitioners. You may choose according to your inclinations. Regarding points, you will need to earn those on your own." Chen Feng gazed at the items in Qian Hu's hand, astonished. "Master Qian, these items are extraordinarily valuable. In the marketplace, treasures that can enhance cultivation speed are worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, and a single spirit stone is valued at over 1,000 taels. I did not expect you to gift me such a bounty." With a smile, Qian Hu replied, "They are not overly precious. Consider this my personal investment in you. As long as you grow and slay more demons, it will be worthwhile." Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng responded, "I will ensure your investment is not in vain." After expressing his gratitude to Qian Hu, he set forth toward the Academy's Fengyun Tower. Nowadays, the most expedient way to accumulate more points is to challenge the Fengyun ranking. Chapter 40. The Fengyun ranking and mirror clones within the Academy. There exists both a small and a large Fengyun ranking. Today, he intends to challenge the rankings. If he can ascend even the weakest of the small rankings, the points and various resource rewards will significantly bolster his subsequent cultivation. Upon arriving at the assessment area for the Fengyun ranking, he was met with a sense of astonishment. The location of the wind and cloud rankings is situated on the rear mountain of the Blackstone Academy, where 2 towering structures rise majestically, each comprising 9 levels. These towers, shrouded in a hue of deep black, resemble molten steel, glinting with a chilling luminescence. At the entrance on the right side stand 2 enormous gray stone tablets, each engraved with names. The left tablet represents the minor wind and cloud rankings, while the right one denotes the major wind and cloud rankings. Upon Chen Feng's arrival, he observed that individuals were still entering the towers. Until this moment, he had not participated in the competitions of the wind and cloud rankings. Instead, he opted to first gauge the state of his peers. As he surveyed the students partaking in the assessments, a sense of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Unlike his previous experience in Black Mountain Village, he now sensed an aura of fierce determination emanating from these students. Most of them had undoubtedly faced the trials of bloodshed. With a mix of admiration and intrigue, he shifted his gaze back to the 2 towering structures. He first focused on the minor wind and cloud rankings, which, according to his understanding, primarily featured practitioners of the 2nd and 3rd ranks. In contrast, the major wind and cloud rankings were composed of individuals at least at the late stage of the 3rd rank, with some even being 4th rank warriors. Observing these details, Chen Feng was eager to discern the unfolding events. Most of the participants were entering the tower associated with the minor rankings, while scarcely anyone ventured towards the major rankings. Just as Chen Feng was contemplating this, a wave of exclamations erupted from the direction of the major rankings. It was Brother Lin Jin preparing to challenge Brother Wan Baoyang. An exciting spectacle was about to unfold, as Brother Wan ranked 6th in the major rankings, while Brother Lin held the 8th position. The crowd buzzed with speculation about whether Lin Jin might emerge victorious this time. Curiosity piqued, Chen Feng turned his attention towards the major rankings, where he soon spotted the tall, slender figure of Lin Jin, the very individual who had previously questioned his right to cut in line, only to be quelled by the authority of Chen Feng's recommendation letter from the Cloud Dawnsword School. Without any hesitation, Lin Jin approached the tower and stepped forward, entering without delay. From his vantage point in the crowd, Chen Feng was taken aback. He had only witnessed Lin Jin entering the tower, while Wan Baoyang had yet to make an appearance. This raised a question in Chen Feng's mind. Wasn't the challenge supposed to feature a duel between 2 participants? Just as confusion enveloped him, the stone tablet of the wind and cloud rankings glowed with fresh information. Lin Jin had triumphed. Following this, Lin Jin secured the 6th position on the wind and cloud rankings. In that instant, the crowd outside erupted in excitement. Impressive, truly remarkable. As expected, Senior brother Lin Jin dared to challenge, demonstrating his confidence. Indeed, attaining 6th place may seem like a mere advancement of 2 ranks, but the rewards are exponentially greater, with the potential to earn several thousand points each month. Numerous exclamations of amazement filled the air. Chen Feng, somewhat puzzled, glanced at a dark-skinned man beside him and inquired, "Excuse me, could you enlighten me on the nature of the assessments for the wind and cloud rankings? What do they primarily entail? Is it not necessary for Senior Brother Wan to engage in a direct duel?" The dark-skinned man regarded Chen Feng with a look of realization before replying with a smile. "It seems you are a new student, aren't you? Haha, in ancient times, the outcome between warriors was determined through duels on the arena. However, since the rise of demons, circumstances have changed. All warriors now focus on battling these formidable foes. The higher-ups at the Demon Suppression Hall prefer to minimize internal strife among warriors. Hence, each training academy is equipped with 2 wind and cloud towers. It is said that treasures within these towers can imprint a warrior's mirrored avatar. By defeating the mirrored avatar of an opponent, one naturally ascends in rank." Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a method exists? Can the mirrored avatar replicate all of a warrior's techniques? The dark-skinned man chuckled. Naturally, it cannot. Therefore, warriors must continuously refine the strength of their mirrored avatars through repeated battles, thereby enhancing their power. Often, the ranks on the wind and cloud rankings are determined through this back-and-forth process, resulting in increasingly formidable mirrored avatars. Understanding dawned upon Chen Feng as he nodded. "I see. So, the top-ranked warriors must have extraordinarily powerful mirrored avatars?" The dark-skinned man affirmed, "Indeed. To enter the wind and cloud rankings, one must possess at least peak 3rd-tier combat strength. Otherwise, even if one manages to ascend, it is all too easy to be cast down again. Of course, merely stepping onto the rankings, even for a fleeting moment, grants one a share of the rewards. Each of them is a potential master." There was admiration gleaming in his eyes as he spoke. Listening to this, a spark of excitement flickered in Chen Feng's gaze. He had not anticipated such a method of combat, which alleviated concerns about sustaining injuries. To challenge the wind and cloud rankings, one must first conquer the wind and cloud minor rankings. With this newfound knowledge, Chen Feng decided not to linger any longer and made his way toward the wind and cloud minor rankings. Observing Chen Feng's actions, the dark-skinned student shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, a true newcomer. Ignorance indeed breeds fearlessness. Without having ascended the illustrious rankings, one cannot fathom the arduousness of attaining a coveted position therein. He paid little heed to such thoughts. At that moment, Chen Feng stepped into the realm of the minor rankings. Instantly, the scenery around him seemed to transform as if under a spell. Initially, he had anticipated encountering the mirrored avatars mentioned by the man, preparing himself to gauge the extent of the disparity. However, he was taken aback the moment he crossed the threshold. A buzzing sensation enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes again, everything had changed. Chapter 41. The sprint for the minor rankings. Was this the trial of the minor rankings? Chen Feng opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings with a hint of astonishment. Unlike the grand rankings, the trials of the minor rankings were said to assess one's mental fortitude and willpower. Upon entering the first layer, he felt as though he had stepped into a space shrouded in swirling white mist. All around him was a dense fog, and then, accompanied by a fierce roar, 3 shadowy black wolves charged towards him. Roar. The feral growl emanated an ominous aura. Early stage, 2nd-tier demon wolves. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression turning frigid. With a disdainful sneer, he dismissed the threat posed by these 2nd-tier beasts. With a mere flick of his wrist, his Tang Dao descended. Swish! A single arc of his blade sent the wolves' heads soaring into the air, and the surrounding mist dissipated into nothingness. A voice echoed beside him. "You have passed the first layer. Proceed to the 2nd layer." As the white fog receded, Chen Feng beheld the scene of this layer. Within the tower of the minor rankings stood several stone platforms, each inscribed with intricate formations. As the mist cleared, he noticed that dozens of individuals were also present on the platforms, ensnared within the formations. Is this an illusion formation? Chen Feng pondered silently. Before him lay a path leading directly to the staircase of the second layer. Those who failed the trial would be teleported back. Contemplating his next move, Chen Feng advanced towards the staircase. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Information flashed in his mind. You have navigated a layer of illusion formation. Your mental attribute has increased by 1. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a test of mental fortitude. Without further delay, he pressed onward. Stepping directly into the second level, one finds themselves besieged by 3 mid-stage second-tier demons. Utilizing the Scarlet Flame Blade technique, with each swing of his blade, the 3 demons are reduced to mere fragments. Proceeding to the third level, the assault continues with 3 late-stage second-tier demons. In the fourth level, the onslaught intensifies with 3 fully realized second-tier demons. By the fifth level, the challenge transforms into an illusionary array featuring 3 early-stage third-tier demons, which instills a sense of gravity within Chen Feng. Is the disparity truly this vast? A flicker of astonishment crosses Chen Feng's eyes. However, as he perseveres through the trials, his spirit continuously ascends. Confronted with such assaults, he feels no burden whatsoever. With a mere punch, he obliterates them. Upon reaching the 6th level, Chen Feng initially anticipated yet another illusion. To his surprise, upon entering this level, a black demon puppet materializes before him. A genuine attack? Chen Feng's eyes widen in astonishment. With a roar, the demon lunges directly at him. Scarlet Flame Blade technique. Chen Feng utters sharply. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts as he is momentarily forced back several paces. Gazing at the puppet ahead, his expression grows solemn. It possesses at least mid-stage, third-tier capabilities. Unexpectedly, there is only one puppet at this level, yet its defense and power are formidable. Once more, Chen Feng squints his eyes. With a flicker, he employs the cloud and smoke carefree steps. In an instant, his figure becomes a mere shadow, vanishing from sight. When he reappears, he is directly behind the puppet. Then, with a decisive stroke of his long sword, he severs the puppet's neck with precision. Crack! A sharp sound reverberates as the puppet crumbles to the ground. Having navigated through the 6th trial, the path to the 7th level is unveiled. Chen Feng retrieves his long sword, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The storm and cloud rankings are indeed perilous. To conquer the 6th level, he relied on the enhancement of his agility to dismantle the puppet, relying solely on cultivation. One would likely need to be at least mid to late 3rd tier. Now, after breaching 5 levels of illusions and confronting a puppet, his spirit has surged by 15 points. Spirit, 35. In his perception, as he surveys the surroundings, Chen Feng can discern the environment with remarkable clarity. The previous puppet's attacks now seem to unfold in slow motion, as if time itself has decelerated. A spark of determination ignites within Chen Feng's gaze. Upon exiting, he yearns to explore other professions and their potential for advancement. His immense spiritual prowess should yield significant benefits across various disciplines. He then strides into the 7th level. As Chen Feng enters, the external world experiences a tremor. Everyone remains captivated by the fierce competition of the wind and cloud rankings. After all, Lin Jin has recently triumphed over Wan Baoyang in these standings. In light of this, it is customary for news to reach Wan Baoyang swiftly, prompting his imminent arrival. Consequently, the crowd not only remains, but has swelled in number, with many eager to witness the outcome of Wan Baoyang's challenge. Amidst this unfolding drama, some individuals suddenly noticed a shift in the rankings of the wind and cloud minor list. An astonished voice exclaimed, "Goodness, have you seen? The 10th place on the minor list has changed. Who is this Chen Feng? What? The minor list has seen a change? Surely not. I distinctly recall that the previous 10th place was on the 6th level of the wind and cloud tower. Has someone surpassed the 6th level with greater speed? I have never heard of Chen Feng. Has he been diligently training for an extended period, only to emerge and challenge the rankings for a chance at rewards?" Various gasps echoed through the crowd. While the rankings of the wind and cloud minor list do not possess the same fame as the major list, entering the minor list still garners considerable attention. signifying a clear breakthrough in the third grade, which piques the interest of many factions. Among the throng, a dark-skinned man who had previously conversed with Chen Feng now looked on with astonishment. Could it possibly be that individual? As a seasoned student, he was familiar with those on the minor list. This sudden emergence of an unfamiliar name involuntarily brought Chen Feng to mind. Could it truly be him? He appeared to be a newcomer, entirely oblivious to the Academy's affairs. The dark-skinned man murmured softly. In contrast, it seemed as though the allure of the wind and cloud minor list had grown even stronger. At that moment, a figure rushed in amidst the exclamations. It was none other than Wan Baoyong, who had previously held the sixth position on the major list. His expression was grave as he arrived, intent on ascending the wind and cloud major list. Hearing of the changes on the minor list, he was taken aback and delighted upon seeing the familiar name Chen Feng. Chuckling, indeed, the discerning eye of the Cloud and Dawn Sword Master is truly remarkable. Brother Chen, await my return to reclaim my position on the major list, and we shall celebrate together. With a light-hearted laugh, Wan Baoyong entered the Tower of the Wind and Cloud major list. Meanwhile, numerous students were inquiring about the identity of Chen Feng. In the midst of this, Chen Feng's ranking on the Wind and Cloud minor list was rapidly ascending, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Chapter 42. Soaring upwards, the Academy in turmoil, the 7th level. As Chen Feng stepped into it, a roar erupted around him. Immediately, he surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing serious. 3 mid-phase, Tier 3 demons loomed before him, a wolf, a tiger, and an ape, all cloaked in sleek black fur, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. However, the 3 demonic creatures were ensconced within a formation ahead of him. The silvery array descended from the heavens, enveloping these 3 fiends like a shroud. A crimson light flickered in their eyes, and an aura of madness erupted from their beings. They relentlessly battered against the barrier of the formation, their frenzy intensifying upon the appearance of Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression grew serious upon realizing that he faced 3 mid-stage, third-tier demons. At that moment, words materialized beside him. Exiting the formation results in failure. Gulme. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep tone. Without hesitation, he stepped into the protective barrier of the formation. With a roar, the 3 demons lunged at Chen Feng. Gulme. Cloud missed carefree steps. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed as he shouted coldly, his form becoming an ethereal shadow, deftly evading the combined assault of the 3 demons. He then commanded, killing intense suppression. In an instant, a horrifying aura radiated from Chen Feng, enveloping the surrounding area. The demons charging towards him were met with this overwhelming killing intent, and in that moment, Chen Feng severed one demon's head with a single stroke. Blood gushed forth, crashing to the ground with a thud. Like a phantom, Chen Feng swiftly maneuvered behind the other 2 demons and dispatched them with another decisive strike. You have slain a demon. Your killing intent skill proficiency has increased. Information refreshed. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplation flickering within them as he gazed ahead. The path to the 8th layer had emerged, and a sense of gravity weighed upon him. If 3 mid-stage, third-tier demons had already appeared on the 7th layer, would the 8th layer not house later-stage demons? At that moment, a thought crossed Chen Feng's mind. Based on the information he had previously gathered, entering the 8th layer should grant him a place among the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud rankings, thereby earning him nearly 10,000 points. If that were the case, he had already achieved his goal. However, considering the needs for subsequent cultivation, Chen Feng resolutely stepped into the 8th layer. As expected, he was met with 3 late-stage, third-tier demons, and he could already feel the pressure mounting. Yet, he activated his dragon scale talent, unleashing a surge of power and defense, and forcefully vanquished the 3 demons. Sensing the fluctuations within his body, Chen Feng exhaled softly. Indeed, the testing methods of the Blackstone Academy were justified by their formidable nature. Under such formidable power, he now regarded the 9th level with a certain gravity. It remained a mystery what trials awaited him there. After a moment of contemplation in the 8th level, Chen Feng felt a surge of determination. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Regardless of the challenges he might face, even if formidable third-tier demons lurked within the 8th level. He resolved to step forward and uncover the truth. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Feng boldly entered the 9th level. Meanwhile, outside the Fengyan Tower, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Numerous students congregated there, their attention primarily fixated on the Fengyan leaderboard. Even Wan Baoyang, who had intended to confront Lin Jin, had paused to witness the unfolding events, standing outside the tower with an expression of utter astonishment. It was only as he was about to enter the Grand Tower that he learned of the unexpected developments on the Fengyan leaderboard, prompting him to linger and discern what was occurring. To his astonishment, he saw Chen Feng's name soaring rapidly. From an initial 10th place, he had astonishingly ascended to 2nd within a mere span of time. The implications of this leap left countless spectators in profound shock. Students of the Blackstone Academy surrounded the area, their voices a cacophony of disbelief. Who exactly was this Chen Feng? Have you heard? He is a newcomer who has only been with our academy for a few days. How could he be challenging for the top spot on the Fengyan leaderboard? Could it be a ruse? Or perhaps Chen Feng was already a third-tier warrior before joining our ranks. If that were the case, it would be understandable. However, if he truly managed to reach such heights in just a few days, it would be utterly terrifying. Surely, that cannot be. After all, the current leader of the Fengyan leaderboard is senior sister Huayu Xuan, whose talent is among the most exceptional in Blackstone Academy's history. It is implausible that Chen Feng could surpass her on his very first attempt. As the students engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes reflected their astonishment. Among them, Wan Baoyang was equally taken aback. Chen Feng's entry into the Fengyan leaderboard alone was enough to leave him in awe. Now, witnessing Chen Feng's meteoric rise to challenge the top position, he noted that such a precedent had never occurred in Blackstone Academy. Standing rooted in place, Wan Baoyang felt a flicker of anticipation. Could Chen Feng conquer the 9th level? Even if he fell short of surpassing Huayu Xuan, securing the 2nd position would still yield significant rewards. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, who had harbored a grudge against Wan Baoyang, had lingered at the scene after his challenge, eager to deride Wan Baoyang's efforts. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering such a turn of events. At this moment, Lin Jin's expression darkened considerably as he murmured, "Chen Feng. Is he the same Chen Feng from before?" In his eyes, there was a flicker of astonishment. If his memory served him well, Chen Feng must have been in the academy for no more than a week, right? At that time, he remembered that although Chen Feng was a martial artist, he was certainly not at the 3rd tier. This implied that within a mere span of less than a week, Chen Feng had managed to slay a 3rd-tier demon. Moreover, among 3rd-tier martial artists, he was considered quite formidable. This is rather intriguing, Lin Jin murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. As for the events occurring outside the tower, Chen Feng was entirely oblivious. After all, he had only a scant understanding of the challenges posed by the Wind and Cloud Tower. Had he been better prepared, perhaps he would have navigated the trials with greater alacrity. Regarding the 9th level of this Wind and Cloud ranking, he initially anticipated it to be akin to previous levels, involving battles against demons or trials of the mind. However, upon stepping into the 9th level, he was taken aback by the unexpected nature of the challenge. What was this? Chapter 43. The Spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower. 3 choices as Chen Feng entered the 9th level. A sense of gravity and anticipation weighed upon him. According to his prior conjecture, he expected to encounter peak 3rd-tier demons. Having previously slain a peak 3rd-tier wolf demon, he felt little trepidation. Yet, to his astonishment, upon entering the 9th level, he found an eerie silence. There were no roars from demons, nor any illusions to confront. This 9th level was utterly tranquil. The ground was adorned with white jade stones, and at the center stood a white jade platform, approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height and width. Upon this platform, 3 white jade slips were arranged from left to right, each enveloped by a small array. Is this some form of technique? Chen Feng wondered, surprised. Murmuring softly, this scene resembled his previous experience selecting techniques in the scripture pavilion. However, at this level, there were only these 3 jade slips, which piqued his curiosity. He felt a pang of regret for not having gathered more information about the challenges of the Wind and Cloud Tower while still outside. Clearly, the reality diverged from his expectations. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden fluctuation emanated from the stone platform. Subsequently, a figure resembling a beam of light materialized, taking the form of an elderly man clad in coarse linen garments. His hair was a mix of white, and a gentle smile graced his face as he looked at Chen Feng and remarked, "I never anticipated that the one to attract attention would be a low-tier martial artist." The gentle elder chuckled. Chen Feng's expression grew somewhat solemn as he took a step back, gazing at the figure before him, his heart filled with astonishment. Although he was aware that this was a fantastical realm, it was his first encounter with something so extraordinary, an ethereal white apparition materializing seemingly out of thin air. Despite the benign appearance of the conjured elder, the mere existence of such a spectral being was enough to instill a sense of awe and gravity within Chen Feng. Naturally, he dared not entertain any ulterior motives. Instead, he clasped his hands in respect and said, "I am Chen Feng, a humble student, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that this was linked to the Shuo Wei within the Wind and Cloud Tower. The fact that no immediate hostilities ensued was indeed a positive sign. The ethereal elder discerned Chen Feng's sentiments and replied with a smile, "I am the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower. I am quite pleased to witness the emergence of new talents among the human race. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask." Chen Feng, wide-eyed with surprise, exclaimed the spirit of this very tower? The spectral elder chuckled. "Indeed, I am the spirit of this tower." Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. In this fantastical world, he had come across certain information suggesting that weapons, upon reaching a certain level of refinement, could give rise to spirits. Thus, the appearance of a weapon spirit was not entirely unexpected. However, at that moment, the ethereal tower spirit continued with a smile. "Not only am I the spirit of this tower, but within the great Qin dynasty, every affiliated academy of the Shizu possesses 2 wind and cloud towers. All the spirits of these wind and cloud towers are, in truth, me." Chen Feng was immediately engulfed in shock. "What? All the spirits of the wind and cloud towers are you, esteemed elder?" His astonishment only deepened. For what he understood, the great Qin dynasty encompassed the territory of the 9 provinces and 36 prefectures. The city of Haishi, where he currently resided, was merely one of the counties within the southern mountain prefecture of Yun province. There were at least dozens of such counties within a single prefecture, and hundreds of academies across an entire province. Across the 9 provinces, the number of academies surely exceeded 1,000. To think that all of them were connected to a single weapon spirit. The Wind and Cloud Tower spirit chuckled. "Indeed, this is only natural. The Wind and Cloud ranking is a premier artifact of the Shuosu, and I have merely divided myself into thousands of incarnations. Each incarnation presides over a single sub-tower, and, typically, I do not manifest myself. This occurrence is solely due to my sensing your remarkably swift progress. I wish to assess your talents." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled. "I see. But how is this talent assessed?" He found himself perplexed, unsure of what the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit intended. The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower then approached the stone platform at the rear and said with a smile, "Here lie 3 superior-level Xin-class martial techniques. According to the previous testing procedure, mastering one of these techniques within a day would suffice to pass the assessment. However, given your remarkable speed in clearing the challenges, I believe you deserve a better option. I can authorize a trade for these 3 Xin-class techniques to be exchanged for 3 Earth-class martial arts, from which you may select one to practice. If you can comprehend it within a day, you will have successfully passed. Of course, you may also choose to pursue the Xin-class techniques." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's face displayed a mixture of surprise and delight. Is such a reward truly available? This is quite unexpected. The reason he ventured into the Wind and Cloud Tower was to earn points for the purpose of exchanging resources for training, which included acquiring new martial arts. He had not anticipated that there would be an assessment of talent within the Wind and Cloud Tower itself. However, practicing martial techniques posed no challenge for him. With his proficiency panel, he could engrave the techniques simply by practicing them once. Thus, Completing this task would hardly take a day. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng replied, "Naturally, I shall choose the Earth-class martial techniques." He then inquired with curiosity, "Senior Spirit, is it permissible to practice more than one? Cannot all three be pursued?" The Spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower chuckled. "Ah, indeed it is possible. However, for a martial artist, both talent and energy are finite. Earth-class techniques can even be utilized up to the master realm. For such a level of martial arts, mastering just one is sufficient to effect a profound transformation in one's combat prowess. One cannot bite off more than they can chew." As he spoke, the spirit's eyes reflected a hint of encouragement. Having witnessed countless prodigies over the years, he had facilitated many in advancing to Earth-class techniques or even heavenly-class martial arts. Yet, few had truly risen to prominence. Though Chen Feng was impressive, having cleared 8 layers in swift succession, garnering his attention, he did not yet belong to the highest echelon of prodigies. In fact, Chen Feng's desire to practice all 3 Earth-class techniques simultaneously stirred a slight discontent within him. Chen Feng simply smiled and said, "Might I inquire what standard you could possibly provide? I would be willing to give it a try." Earth-class martial techniques. He had only glimpsed a few in the scripture pavilion, and their exchange cost was exorbitantly high. Given this fortuitous opportunity, he was reluctant to let it slip away. Upon hearing this, the Spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower regarded Chen Feng with a semblance of displeasure and said, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." Chapter 44. The Vajra Demon-Slaying Fist. As long as you can grasp the fundamentals of a terrestrial-level martial art within the span of 1 hour, I shall allow you to comprehend a second martial skill. Should you succeed again within another hour, you will then be granted the opportunity to delve into a third martial technique. How did that sound? The Spirit of the Fengyun Tower spoke in a solemn tone. When he turned his gaze towards Chen Feng, a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. He continued, "Of course, your time for comprehension is limited to 1 hour, just like the other aspirants at the pinnacle. Regardless of whether you succeed in your understanding during this hour, you will not have the chance to pursue further comprehension of martial arts." As the spirit articulated these words, he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, his expression tranquil. As the spirit of the Fengyun Tower under the Qin dynasty, his primary purpose is to be impartial and to select the most exceptional talents for the empire. However, this does not imply that geniuses may act with arrogance or demand without restraint. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept." He recognized the spirit's ire, but, for him, this opportunity was invaluable. The difference between an hour and a day, in terms of cultivation, was negligible. Having come to this realization, Chen Feng looked ahead with anticipation at the spirit of the Fengyun Tower. The spirit nodded, then descended to the platform behind him. With a wave of his hand, the original 3 martial techniques of the profound level transformed into 3 terrestrial-level martial skills. Subsequently, the spirit vanished from sight, leaving only a lingering voice. "Chen Feng, you have 1 hour ahead of you." Chen Feng acknowledged, understood. He then hurriedly turned his attention to the 3 martial techniques before him. Upon examining the information, a glimmer of astonishment illuminated his eyes. Indeed, these were exceptional techniques that transcended the heavenly level. It was remarkable that 3 terrestrial-level martial skills could be presented so effortlessly. Now, the only task was to determine which one to choose and to swiftly succeed in cultivation. The first technique, the Vajra Demon-Slaying Fist, was of superior terrestrial level. It was a martial art of utmost rigidity and vigor, capable of refining the entire body. The second technique, the Ninefold Golden Bell Shield, also of superior terrestrial level, once mastered, could create a defensive golden bell around the practitioner, rendering them impervious to harm until the bell shattered. The third technique, the Sky Pong Soaring Technique, was a superior terrestrial level agility manual. Staring at the 3 martial skills, Chen Feng was engulfed in awe and astonishment. Whether this was a test of his comprehension by the spirit of the Fengyun Tower remained uncertain, but the offering of 3 superior terrestrial-level martial skills was undeniably formidable. With a sense of wonder in his eyes, Chen Feng contemplated which martial skill to prioritize. Naturally, he aimed to master the first technique with utmost speed. for this would enable him to grasp the other skills. In a short span of time, he made his decision to commence his cultivation with the Vajra demon-slaying fist. This was a technique primarily focused on offense, while the Golden Bell Shield could be considered an internal skill, presenting greater difficulty in its practice. The Skypong soaring technique also involved the manipulation of true qi. It stands to reason that these martial arts techniques could only be practiced by cultivators of the fourth rank. Yet, here he was, encountering them prematurely within the Wind and Cloud Tower. This revelation left Chen Feng somewhat astonished, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Following that, he chuckled lightly, declaring, "Let me first attempt the Diamond Subjugation Fist." The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, observing from a void, responded with a smile. "Very well." With a hum, the array enveloping the Diamond Subjugation Fist dissipated, unveiling the martial arts jade slip contained within. As the spirit gazed at Chen Feng, it mused inwardly. Does he believe the Diamond Subjugation Fist to be the simplest? I anticipated you would think that. There was a glimmer of expectation in the spirit's eyes. It had rarely encountered a genius such as him, especially one eager to pursue higher-level martial arts techniques. This presented an opportunity to observe how far Chen Feng could advance. If he truly managed to grasp the fundamentals of this earth-level martial art within an hour, it would certainly merit attention. At that moment, Chen Feng acquired the complete text of the Diamond Subjugation Fist. Presently, the highest level technique he practiced was the heavenly grade blood dragon devouring art, which he had formed after merging various techniques. Once he had entered the realm of practice, it posed little difficulty. Therefore, he had no apprehensions about the earth-level technique. However, to his surprise, upon receiving the Diamond Subjugation Fist, and as information flooded his mind, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Was this merely the upper half of the Diamond Subjugation Fist? Chen Feng exclaimed in awe. As part of the assessment, one must pass the evaluation to obtain the complete martial arts technique. Currently, what Chen Feng possessed was only the first half, which, contrary to his expectations of it being a singular technique, contained a staggering 108 variations. To achieve mastery, he would need to comprehend all 108 variations. Once perfected during an attack, with true energy entwined, he could ultimately grasp the essence of subjugation. Gazing at the description of this martial art, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Let's give it a try. With this thought in mind, he commenced his practice of the Diamond Subjugation Fist on the 9th floor. 108 variations, if it were anyone else, merely viewing them would prove to be a formidable challenge. Practicing would necessitate mastering several movements before gradually achieving proficiency. However, for Chen Feng, such a method was unnecessary. He followed the variations of the Diamond Subjugation Fist, gradually practicing each one, as if to first attune himself to these movements. Hidden within the void, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower shook its head at this scene, realizing it had perhaps overestimated this martial artist. This appearance does not suggest a top-tier genius. Rather, it resembles that of someone lacking in innate talent. Once a thought arose in his mind, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower even contemplated severing Chen Feng's cultivation altogether. However, recalling the words that had just been spoken, it shook its head and vanished, deciding that in merely an hour, it could simply cast Chen Feng aside. Should he fail in his cultivation, his ranking on the Wind and Cloud list would inevitably reflect that. Virtually all students from various academies have the opportunity to comprehend a martial art technique within the 9th level. Yet, it is a singular chance. Those who grasp more will naturally find greater opportunities during the challenge of the Wind and Cloud Great List. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower had already deemed him a moderately talented individual who merely boasts and aspires to lofty heights. Even if he were aware, Chen Feng would remain unfazed. Presently, he was solely focused on completing the transformations of the Diamond Subduing Demon Fist, one by one. With anticipation in his eyes, he awaited the moment when he could fully master all the variations, curious as to what attributes this earth-level martial technique would awaken. Meanwhile, in the outside world, upon Chen Feng's entrance into the 9th level, the passage to this chamber of the Wind and Cloud Tower would close. This was a distinctive feature of the Wind and Cloud Small Tower, allowing only one person at a time to comprehend martial arts. Once this news was confirmed, it garnered significant attention. Wan Baoyong, also present in the outside realm, gazed with expectation and softly mused, "Chen Feng, how long do you think you can endure inside?" Chapter 45. The Golden Bell Shield. The Skypong soaring technique, the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Small Tower, is dedicated to the comprehension of martial arts techniques. Nearly everyone understands that the longer one comprehends within this Wind and Cloud list, the greater the rewards. Aside from Wan Baoyong, on the other side of the Wind and Cloud Tower, Qianhu stood in astonishment, murmuring, "Could it be that this Chen Feng is a disciple of the Yunshi Sword Master? Was he already a high-ranking martial artist before coming to our academy? Otherwise, how could he have advanced to this stage in such a short time?" A glimmer of shock and anticipation sparkled in Qianhu's eyes, regardless of the circumstances. The emergence of a new genius would be a boon for him. Oblivious to the happenings outside, Chen Feng continued to meticulously complete the transformations of the diamond, subduing Demon Fist. As time passed, after a span of several dozen minutes, a flicker of joy finally illuminated Chen Feng's eyes. He had succeeded. The panel before him refreshed with new information. "You have completed a session of the diamond, subduing Demon Fist cultivation. You have entered the beginner level. Proficiency has increased. Martial technique, diamond subduing Demon Fist, beginner progress 1. Excellent." A spark of delight radiated from Chen Feng's eyes. Having perceived the passage of time, it seemed scarcely 20 minutes had elapsed. However, a glance at the stone platform revealed that the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit had not reappeared. This left Chen Feng pondering. Perhaps he had yet to meet the necessary requirements. He resumed his practice of the diamond, subduing Devil Fist. With each repetition of this rigorous training, the information on the panel was in a state of constant refreshment. "You have completed a session of the diamond, subduing Devil Fist. Your proficiency is now at level 2. Your proficiency in the diamond subduing Devil Fist is on the rise." Particularly after Chen Feng grasped the fundamentals of this technique, the subsequent training saw a remarkable increase in proficiency, with the striking speed accelerating significantly. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, as Chen Feng unleashed his powerful movements, a resounding roar echoed through the 9th level. Martial technique, diamond subduing Devil Fist, entry progress 30. During this process, Chen Feng's proficiency in the diamond subduing Devil Fist continuously surged, reaching an impressive 30%. Amidst the whistling sounds, a tempest arose within the grand hall of the 9th level, as even the spiritual energy swirled around Chen Feng's striking fists. Had he truly succeeded in his training? Just as Chen Feng completed another round of the diamond subduing Devil Fist, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. Turning to look, Chen Feng was taken aback to see the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit, who had departed earlier, now floating above the stone platform. Observing his movements with eyes wide in shock, Chen Feng clasped his hands in gratitude and replied with a smile, "I believe I have grasped the basics." Thanks to the generous gift from the esteemed Tower Spirit, the Wind and Cloud Tower Spirit gazed at Chen Feng, awe evident in its eyes. It then inquired, "For your second technique, which martial art do you wish to select?" The remaining 2 techniques were the Golden Bell Shield and the Heavenly Rock Soaring technique, both of which pertain to the manipulation of true energy. The Wind and Cloud Tower Spirit, contemplating, considered whether to lower the difficulty for Chen Feng. Although its expression remained calm, tumultuous thoughts stirred within. It had only been a little over an hour since Chen Feng's departure, far less than the 2 hours allotted, and it seemed that Chen Feng had entered the foundational stage much more swiftly than anticipated. This was indeed an Earth-level martial technique. Even the most talented prodigies from the Central Plains would find such rapid progress challenging to achieve. A true genius. After some reflection, Chen Feng smiled and declared, "I choose the Golden Bell Shield." Having harbored a keen interest in this technique since his previous life, he deemed it an exceptional defensive art. As long as his true energy remained constant, no adversary could breach the Golden Bell Shield. For Chen Feng, it was the epitome of defensive martial arts. Moreover, at present, within his body, The essence of the red flame blade, Qi, has already begun to coalesce. Though it may only be a few wisps, it should suffice for him to initiate his training in the Golden Bell Shield. The spirit of the wind and cloud tower nodded in acknowledgement, for he could naturally perceive the genuine energy circulating within Chen Feng. To awaken such energy at this tender age is undoubtedly the mark of a prodigy. This time, he chose not to depart. Instead, he sat cross-legged, suspended above the stone platform, observing as Chen Feng settled into meditation, commencing his practice of the Golden Bell Shield. He was eager to discern the nature of Chen Feng's remarkable comprehension and talent, wondering how one could, in less than an hour, achieve the preliminary stages of this terrestrial-level martial art. In his view, he observed Chen Feng seated in contemplation, engaged in the usual process of deciphering the Golden Bell Shield. A single thread of genuine energy clumsily circulating within him was evident in his perception. Its pace was exceedingly slow, and its potency feeble, adhering to the meridian pathways prescribed by the Golden Bell Shield. It appeared as though he was not truly practicing a martial technique, but merely striving to complete the cycle of this singular thread of energy. A momentary lapse could render that thread entirely lost to the void. Compared to many other martial artists he had encountered, the likelihood of mastering the Golden Bell Shield within a single hour was negligible. Such a method of practice seemed utterly implausible for achieving success in the Golden Bell Shield. However, not long after, as he sensed that the genuine energy within Chen Feng was on the brink of vanishing, a sudden fluctuation emerged. Buzz. Accompanying this wave, a faint golden bell phantasm materialized around Chen Feng, enveloping his entire being. What? The spirit of the wind and cloud tower, who had been seated in meditation, was now taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he sprang to his feet in disbelief. In the next moment, he appeared beside Chen Feng, gazing at the ethereal golden bell phantasm that had manifested around him. He even reached out to touch it with a finger. Buzz! With a resonating hum, the golden bell phantasm began to dissipate. Yet, the spirit of the wind and cloud tower's expression bore no trace of skepticism. Rather, it was filled with sheer astonishment. Had he truly entered the realm of practice? He murmured in disbelief. This was utterly inconceivable. It had been scarcely 10 minutes. The training of the Golden Bell Shield primarily tests a martial artist's mental control and mastery over their internal energy. If he perceived correctly, Chen Feng had merely managed to condense a few wisps of energy through the practice of a martial technique, which could hardly wield any significant power, let alone control it to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield. This was beyond his expectations. As the Golden Bell phantasm shattered, Chen Feng opened his eyes at that moment, gazing at the spirit of the wind and cloud tower with a smile, asking, Senior Tower Spirit, I believe I have successfully initiated my training. Haven TI? At this moment, Chen Feng gazed at the information displayed on the panel, feeling a surge of joy within. You have completed a training session of the Golden Bell Shield and awakened a new martial skill, Golden Bell Shield. Martial skill, Golden Bell Shield, entry-level training progress 15. As he sensed the ethereal silhouette of the Golden Bell Shield manifesting around his body, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. He had noticed the emergence of the wind and cloud tower spirit earlier, driven by curiosity to discover the function of this Golden Bell Shield. Having only utilized a mere thread of true energy, he felt that if he were to concentrate all his true energy into solidifying the Golden Bell Shield, even the formidable three-stage demon wolf from before would find it impossible to breach his defensive barrier. Truly, it was astonishing, suppressing the awe welling within. The wind and cloud tower spirit nodded and said, Indeed, you have embarked on your training journey. I shall fulfill my promise to you. This is the foundational text of the third-tier Earth-level martial skill, Sky Prowler Technique. Typically, only the upper volume is granted, but should you excel in your training, I will bestow upon you the complete Sky Prowler Technique, a skill capable of reaching the celestial level. Even within the vast realm of Deqian, it ranks among the finest martial techniques, allowing you to unleash a speed rivaling that of a fifth-tier warrior while remaining within the fourth tier. Furthermore, the denser your true energy becomes, the swifter your speed will be. Once you reach the 4th-tier realm, beneath the Grandmaster level, no one will be able to catch up to you. It is one of the most elite life-preserving techniques in the Qin dynasty. The wind and cloud tower spirit looked at Chen Feng, a glimmer of anticipation in its eyes. Chapter 46, Tower Spirit's Astonishment, Advanced Talent. Sky Prowler Mirage, is it truly that powerful? Chen Feng listened to the words of the wind and cloud tower spirit, astonished. He was well aware of the sheer terror embodied by a 6th-tier warrior, a being capable of manipulating the heavens and altering the very elements. According to Wan Baoyang's earlier assertions, a single individual could annihilate an entire city. With this knowledge, a thread of worry had lingered in Chen Feng's heart. He yearned to venture directly into the Black Mountain to uncover what secrets lay within, drawing the attention of the Cloud Dawnsword cult and numerous top-tier experts. It was precisely this fear of 6th-tier demons that had deterred him from entering. Now, however, the prospect of such a powerful technique that could elevate his speed to rival that of 6th-tier demons was simply overwhelming. Without a hint of doubt regarding the wind and cloud tower spirit's intentions, he commenced his training in the Sky Prowler technique, determined to master it before awakening his undoubtedly forthcoming new talents. With enhanced speed, even if he could not emerge victorious, he could at least ensure his escape. Unlike the cloud smoke evasion step, which was merely derived from a yellow-tier martial technique and was exceedingly simple, providing only a modest increase in speed and limited to short-range maneuvers, the Sky Prowler technique focused significantly on long-distance dashes. As per the cultivation of the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique, Chen Feng meticulously controlled his vital energy, cautiously directing it toward the meridians in his legs. The pathways traversed by the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique were exceedingly intricate. Chen Feng's control over the flow of his vital energy was remarkably slow, as if he feared causing harm to the meridians. Observing Chen Feng from the stone platform, the spirit of the wind and cloud tower was filled with perplexity. This should not be the case. In his eyes, Chen Feng's pace of cultivation and comprehension resembled that of a martial artist with mediocre talent, one whose meridians were exceptionally frail. Otherwise, how could he maintain such a sluggish flow? Over the years, the spirit of the wind and cloud tower had encountered countless prodigies, some of whom were born with a multitude of meridians, the innate sword body, or the martial body. To him, these individuals, endowed with various supreme talents, were the true paragons of genius. Yet, even those exceptional talents did not progress as slowly as Chen Feng. What could be the reason behind this? A sense of doubt lingered in the spirit's mind. He wished to observe more closely, but now, as Chen Feng practiced various strengthening techniques, coupled with the preliminary mastery of the Golden Bell Shield, a faint golden radiance enveloped his exterior. This sight evoked a sense of awe within the spirit. Should he forcefully delve into Chen Feng's internal condition, it would significantly impact Chen Feng's current comprehension of the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique. It might even lead to a failure in his understanding, an outcome that the spirit was reluctant to witness. Thus, he could only wait patiently for Chen Feng to achieve his enlightenment. The Celestial Rock's transcendent technique was arguably the most powerful and complex among the 3 martial arts. It remained uncertain whether Chen Feng could grasp it within an hour. Previously, he had only managed to comprehend the Golden Bell Shield in 20 minutes, and it was certain that the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique would require double that time, the spirit mused. Yet, in that very moment, a thunderous sound erupted. With a gentle stomp of his foot, Chen Feng's form surged forth like a phantom, transforming into a streak of golden light and colliding directly with the wall. You have successfully completed a session of the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique. Your training has succeeded. Martial technique, Celestial Rock's transcendent technique, entry progress 10. Now, Chen Feng stood in place, his face alight with excitement. It was truly astonishing. He had just completed a full cycle of the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique. Under normal circumstances, such an attempt would surely have ended in failure. For the cultivation of the Celestial Rock's transcendent technique required a ferocious flow of vital energy to achieve unparalleled speed. Yet, to operate so slowly should have resulted in failure. It is imperative to accomplish the movement at a swifter pace. However, for Chen Feng, it was at the very moment when a complete operational route took shape that he astonishingly solidified it, propelling his mastery of the celestial rock traversing technique to its foundational level. At that instant, a torrent of information regarding the celestial rock traversing technique surged into his mind, greatly enhancing his proficiency in its practice. Subsequently, he found himself instinctively immersed in the cultivation of the technique. The spirit of the stormy cloud tower, initially astonished, was left bewildered by the sudden success of Chen Feng's training, just as it was about to rise and inform Chen Feng of his accomplishment. Preparing to bestow upon him the full essence of the celestial rock traversing technique, it became momentarily frozen in place. Observing Chen Feng darting through the tower, disbelief and astonishment filled its eyes as it exclaimed, "Proficient realm? How is it possible to achieve such mastery in such a brief span?" At this moment, Chen Feng, engaged in the practice of the celestial rock traversing technique, felt a surge of exhilaration upon successfully entering the foundational stage of the technique. Information regarding the celestial rock traversing technique appeared vividly before him. Following this revelation, the cloud mist carefree steps began to flicker wildly, initiating a fusion of movement techniques. Your celestial rock traversing technique has fused with the cloud mist carefree steps, significantly enhancing your proficiency. Your celestial rock traversing technique has reached a proficient level. Your intermediate talent, cloud mist phantasm, has evolved into the advanced talent, celestial rock phantasm. Martial technique, celestial rock traversing technique, proficiency level 50. Advanced talent, celestial rock phantasm, transitional movement, swift as the wind, speed enhancement, allowing for a 30 speed increase during the execution of the technique. As Chen Feng beheld the refreshing updates on his panel, a flicker of astonishment illuminated his gaze. Could it truly be this formidable? With merely a slight mental shift and a stamp of his foot, he found himself appearing before the wall, as if he had teleported. The sheer intensity of this ability was astounding. Based on his previous experiences alongside Wan Baoyong, he sensed that his current speed had far surpassed that of Wan Baoyong, a practitioner at the late stage of the 3rd rank. Could it be that he had already ascended to the 4th rank? Excitement gleamed in Chen Feng's eyes as he murmured softly to himself, though he had yet to test it. He felt that his speed was certainly among the swiftest within the 4th rank. I wonder how my speed compares to that of a 5th rank warrior? He pondered, anticipation dancing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the spirit of the stormy cloud tower remained ensnared in shock, unable to extricate itself from the overwhelming revelation. Until this moment, Chen Feng looked over and respectfully inquired, "Senior Tower Spirit, do you happen to know the latter half of the celestial rock ascension technique?" Listening to Chen Feng's words, Tower Spirit finally regained his senses. When he gazed at Chen Feng, he was still astonished. However, in front of Chen Feng, he forcibly controlled the ethereal image of the spirit, revealing little of his true feelings. Chen Feng awaited Tower Spirit's response. Having merely sensed it briefly, he could already discern the formidable nature of the celestial rock ascension technique. Particularly now, after integrating it with the cloud smoke carefree step, its speed had become even more terrifying. Now, he was eager to discover what the latter half entailed. After all, as a heavenly grade technique, if he were to continue his cultivation of it in its entirety, who could fathom its terrifying potential? Suspended in the air, Tower Spirit gradually regained some composure, then spoke in a solemn tone, "This is what you rightfully deserve." With a wave of his hand, a golden scroll materialized from his grasp, descending before Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes brightened as he gazed at the bamboo slip before him. However, to his astonishment, he noticed a golden light flickering upon the slip, obstructing his view. This left Chen Feng somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Tower Spirit continued, "The latter half of the celestial rock ascension technique has historically required at least a 6th-tier warrior to practice. Your extraordinary talent warrants its early transmission to you. Although there are no cultivation prerequisites, it is advisable to fully master the first half of the technique before proceeding with the latter half. I have inscribed a seal upon the latter half, Once you achieve perfection in the celestial rock ascension technique, this jade slip will resonate, and the seal will naturally unlock, allowing you to cultivate it then. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng maintained a calm demeanor and responded with a light smile. Thank you, Senior Tower Spirit. He was unable to perceive the essence emanating from the venerable Tower Spirit before him, and regarding the latter half of the heavenly grade technique, he had approached it with a sense of ambivalence. According to Senior Tower Spirit, he was the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, affiliated with all the Demon Patrol's academies, and it seemed unlikely that he would deceive him alone. He would await the completion of the first half of the Celestial Rock Ascension technique and see what the latter half would reveal. Furthermore, as he prepared to stow the latter half of the Celestial Rock Ascension technique into his storage pouch, unexpectedly, in a flash, the latter half transformed into a stream of golden light and surged into his brow. What? Chen Feng exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. It felt as though the jade slip of the latter half of the Celestial Rock Ascension technique emerged vividly in his mind. Yet, a hint of astonishment still lingered on Chen Feng's face. At that moment, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower gazed over with a hint of surprise and said, "It is of no concern. Heavenly-level techniques are essentially manifestations of true intent. As long as your soul reaches a certain strength, you can accommodate them within your sea of consciousness. Take a moment to perceive and see if you sense anything." Chen Feng, somewhat astonished, replied, "The sea of consciousness?" The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower cast a curious glance at Chen Feng and affirmed, "Indeed, the sea of consciousness is the realm within the human body that houses the soul. The strength of the soul becomes increasingly crucial as one progresses further. It is quite remarkable that, even at the mere second-tier realm, you possess such formidable soul strength." The spirit continued. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng focused intently. He realized that accommodating this technique within his sea of consciousness indeed posed no immediate danger or harm, which allowed him to relax slightly. Nevertheless, a chill still lingered within him. A mere ray of golden light could so easily enter the sea of consciousness, which is one of the most vital areas for a martial artist. Based on the multitude of information he had gathered earlier, any injury to the soul typically leads to a dead end. It is no wonder that those who practice soul techniques are regarded with such mystery and notoriety. Ordinary martial artists, when confronted by a soul practitioner, often find themselves with no choice but to flee. His mind heavy with concern, he turned to the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower and inquired, "Elder, might there be any techniques available to strengthen the soul? Or perhaps methods suitable for soul practitioners?" At this moment, Chen Feng had resolved within himself. The ability to directly penetrate the sea of consciousness was exceedingly eerie. He did not wish to find himself defenseless against a soul practitioner in the future. To mitigate this threat, the most prudent course of action would be to become a soul practitioner himself, or, at the very least, acquire some means of soul protection. The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, upon hearing Chen Feng's question, quickly grasped his intent and asked, "Are you concerned about the potential for your soul to be attacked?" Chen Feng affirmed, "Yes, I would like to know if the elder possesses any methods." The spirit nodded. Soul practitioners are indeed enigmatic and pose a significant threat to martial artists. However, various defensive measures against their attacks have been developed. Techniques such as soul-protecting treasures or formations can achieve this. A look of joy spread across Chen Feng's face as he prepared to inquire further. However, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower continued. "Nonetheless, regardless of the form, anything related to the soul is exceedingly precious. You have already received all the rewards from the Wind and Cloud Tower, so it is naturally impossible to grant you more." Chen Feng's eyes dimmed slightly in disappointment, though he had anticipated this outcome. Nevertheless, a thought struck him, and he said, "What about the Wind and Cloud ranking? If I were to successfully traverse the first level of the Wind and Cloud Tower, would I not have a chance to acquire soul techniques or martial skills?" Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation within him. He had previously perused the scripture pavilion within the academy, but found no information regarding soul cultivation techniques. His hopes of acquiring more knowledge now rested on the esteemed presence of the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit before him. Based on the numerous martial artists Chen Feng had encountered, this wind and cloud tower spirit undeniably ranked among the foremost elite. Even the renowned Yunshi sword master would pale in comparison to this venerable figure. After Chen Feng posed his inquiry, the wind and cloud tower spirit fell silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. It is not impossible. After all resources and martial techniques exist to nurture the prodigies of our Deqian human race. If you can conquer the 9th level of the wind and cloud tower within a year, what harm is there in granting you a soul cultivation technique? Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Chen Feng's face as he joyfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed wind and cloud tower spirit, for your generous consideration. I shall take my leave and endeavor to reach the 9th level of the wind and cloud rankings in the shortest time possible." The wind and cloud tower spirit smiled and watched as Chen Feng exited the tower. With their figures suspended in the air, they gazed at the jade tablet on the stone platform, reflecting on Chen Feng's astonishing performance, still filled with admiration. They murmured, "To conquer the 9th level of the wind and cloud rankings, one must possess at least peak 4th grade cultivation. Yet, Chen Feng appears to be merely at the 2nd grade level. Is a year truly sufficient?" Chapter 48. First of the wind and cloud rankings. With a light chuckle, the wind and cloud tower spirit vanished from sight. Regardless, as long as he was a prodigy of the Deqian human race, that was enough. Meanwhile, outside the wind and cloud small tower, the atmosphere was already abuzz with excitement. Various astonished voices surrounded the changes on the wind and cloud small rankings. Remarkably, when Chen Feng successfully cultivated his first Earth grade technique, a monumental shift occurred on the rankings, as his name surged past the previous first-place holder, Hui Yuxuan, claiming the top spot. At that moment, numerous students from Blackstone Academy gathered, their eyes filled with shock as they beheld the transformations on the wind and cloud small rankings. Chen Feng had indeed ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings. Such prowess was astonishing. His innate talent marked him as a seed of a 6th grade warrior. Provided he did not falter, he would undoubtedly become a formidable 6th grade powerhouse, with the potential to reach the realm of a 7th grade master. Truly terrifying. This development would surely send the various clans and factions of Blackstone City into a frenzy. Such a prodigious talent was undoubtedly worthy of investment from all major forces. Indeed, it was said that Wanshang City had once excelled in investments, having produced a 9th grade heavenly fire martial saint, which allowed it to expand rapidly from a mere county to encompass the entire Deqian, serving as a paragon of foresight investment. I have also heard that since the rise of the Wanshang City, within the Great Qian dynasty, various factions have eagerly invested in the promising talents during their formative years, hoping to reap the rewards once these prodigies mature. The discourse surrounding this phenomenon is abundant. Currently, as one gazes upon the Fengyan Tower, the name that remains steadfast at the pinnacle of the rankings evokes a sense of awe among the onlookers. It can even be said that the information has already permeated beyond the Blackstone Academy. Numerous factions have begun to investigate the identity of this Chen Feng, while many have sent emissaries to congregate outside the Blackstone Academy, eagerly anticipating the moment Chen Feng emerges to make contact. Upon his emergence, Chen Feng, though possessing some foreknowledge and thoughts, was nonetheless taken aback by the commotion outside the Fengyan Tower. As he stepped out, a multitude of gazes were directed towards him, accompanied by an array of excited exclamations. "Is it the genius, Chen Feng?" With the utterance of an unknown voice, a wave of fervor swept through the crowd. "Chen Feng, the prodigy? I must witness him." Indeed, Hui Yuxian has been the most exceptional talent at Blackstone Academy in recent years, having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier in less than 3 years. Yet, this Chen Feng seems even more formidable. It is said that Chen Feng has only been awakened for half a month, and he has already attained such strength. Is it truly credible? Surely this must be false. Chen Feng appears to be one of those exceptional individuals nurtured by our great Qian forebears, destined to astonish the world. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, there were also those who sought to negotiate terms. Chen Feng found himself somewhat bewildered. If he was not mistaken, there were indeed over 1,000 individuals gathered outside the Fengyan Tower, all for the purpose of witnessing him. Just then, The imposing figure of Wan Baoyang bellowed from the forefront of the crowd. What are you all doing? Chen Feng has just broken through and is in dire need of seclusion for contemplation and mastery. Do you wish to disrupt his cultivation? With Wan Baoyang's thunderous shout, many in the crowd appeared startled and hesitated to press forward. At that moment, Wan Baoyang seized Chen Feng's arm and urged, "Let us depart." Chen Feng, having observed the fervor surrounding him, readily acquiesced. They swiftly utilized their skills to hasten away from the scene. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chen Feng activated the protective formation, signifying his intention to enter seclusion. It was only then that Chen Feng exhaled deeply, a flicker of disbelief still lingering in his eyes. Is it truly this extraordinary? Is it merely a Fengyan in ranking? I do not recall such a spectacle surrounding Hou Yuxian before, he pondered, filled with uncertainty. This was entirely unexpected for him. Wan Baoyang sat on a stone bench beside Chen Feng, gazing at him with a complex expression, and remarked with a smile, "You may not fully grasp the immense value of securing the top position in the Fengyan ranking. The Fengyan Tower is present in every affiliated academy of the Demon Patrol, serving not only to motivate students and allocate resources, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to assess their innate talents. Achieving the first rank in the Fengyan Tower is sufficient to attract the attention of all factions within the county of Haishi City, and even some forces from the prefectural cities will be drawn to it. All you need to do is extend a greeting, and numerous factions will be eager to bestow resources upon you. It can be said that, prior to the 6th tier, you will find yourself lacking for nothing. Regardless of your previous status, this single ranking can transform everything about you. From henceforth, you will represent a significant faction on your own." Wan Baoyang exclaimed in awe. Chen Feng, taken aback, asked, "Is it truly that impactful? Does this mean I could acquire heavenly grade techniques or soul cultivation methods as well?" Wan Baoyang replied with a wry smile, "Not quite. While earthly grade techniques and martial skills are certainly within reach, obtaining soul cultivation methods presents a considerable challenge. Such methods correspond to at least the 6th tier of true intent, and opportunities in that regard will only arise after achieving true intent or ranking on the Fengyan Great List." Understanding dawned upon Chen Feng as he nodded. "I see. This aligns with what the spirit of Fengyan Tower had previously conveyed." He then continued, "What about procuring demon blood of at least the 4th tier? Or demon corpses? Perhaps even 5th tier pills that can enhance my physical form?" Currently, his techniques were sufficient, and what he truly needed were resources related to pills and demon blood or corpses. He had initially planned to hunt in the Black Mountain himself, but if a faction could prepare everything for him, he would certainly prefer that. Why venture out in search of resources when he could focus on his cultivation? Wan Baoyang shook his head with a bittersweet smile. That presents a difficulty. After all, this is merely the Fengyun small list, which can attract only some local and surrounding factions. It is rare for prefectural or even national-level forces to take notice of it. The resources corresponding to the first rank of the Fengyan small list might only rival those supporting the lower tiers of the Fengyan Great List. Crossing such a vast divide would likely require a rank among the top tiers of the Great List. As he spoke, a hint of sighing and complexity appeared in Wan Baoyang's eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head. "In that case, it seems unnecessary." His expression remained calm. According to his understanding, such resources could also be exchanged within Haishi Academy. Why should one engage in signing various support contracts with those feeble forces at the county level, which only serves to constrain oneself? If that is the case, it would be more prudent to venture forth after achieving prominence. At this juncture, however, Wan Baoyang appeared to be deep in thought, and then, as if he had resolved to take a certain course of action, he spoke in a low voice. "Chen Feng, there exists another method." Chapter 49. The Identity of Wan Baoyang and the Blood of 4th-rank Demons. Chen Feng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Wan Baoyang replied, "I'm the young master of the Wanchang building in Haishi County. I can represent my father to offer you a contract. We could provide you with 100 portions of 4th rank or higher demon blood and 100 4th rank or higher chi blood pills over the course of a year. But you would need to sign a contract to become a patron of our Wanchang building." Chen Feng was taken aback. "You are actually the young master of Wanchang building? No wonder you have so many channels." Previously, When he sought demon blood, it was from Wan Baoyong that he procured it. He never anticipated that now Wan Baoyong would still possess a means to obtain higher-grade demon blood. Being the young master of Wanchong building certainly explained the fruitful opportunities. Wan Baoyong chuckled wryly, yes. But the resources at our Wanchong building in Haishi County are quite limited. We can only provide some fourth-rank demon blood. Anything higher is indeed challenging to acquire. For that, one must venture to the capital city-level Wanchong building. Chen Feng nodded. I understand. Does the school's resource exchange center have such demon blood? After exiting the Fengyan Tower, he found that he still had around 8,000 points. If he could exchange for it at the school's resource center, he might not require as much external support. Wan Baoyong responded. They do have it, but the price for demon blood at the school resource exchange is quite steep, and large quantities cannot be exchanged. This is mainly to prevent students from practicing demon techniques, which could compromise their sanity, or worse, lead them to ally with demonic forces. To obtain higher-grade blood, one must either hunt within the Black Mountain or participate in auctions, or venture to the capital city, where the major powers surely have a stock of high-grade demon blood. Chen Feng nodded. I see. There was a contemplative look in his eyes, and he could indeed comprehend Wan Baoyong's words. Yet he sighed inwardly, realizing that acquiring high-grade demon blood would pose a significant challenge. Chen Feng informed Wan Baoyong that he needed to deliberate further. In the following moments, Chen Feng first proceeded to the Resource Exchange Center. As expected, the information he received there was akin to what Wan Baoyong had conveyed. Although he currently possessed 8,000 points, exchanging for fourth-rank demon blood required nearly 400 to 500 points for just one vial. This meant he could, at most, exchange for 20 vials of high-grade demon blood. After some contemplation, he opted to exchange 6,000 points for demon blood, acquiring a total of 16 vials of fourth-rank demon blood. He decided to first observe the extent to which the blood of these demons could elevate his cultivation. Subsequently, Chen Feng chose to enter seclusion for his training, placing a sign outside his courtyard to indicate his retreat. This action rendered many major factions, eager to invite him to join their ranks, silent. Some even shook their heads, remarking, Chen Feng has truly overstepped his bounds. I have investigated his background. He is merely a common villager from a rural area, lacking sufficient resources to support his advancement. How would he possibly progress further? Indeed, I concur. He is merely the first on the wind and cloud small rankings. While Chen Feng possesses commendable talent, he is but a minor prodigy in comparison to the wind and cloud great rankings and the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. The disparity is stark. I agree. With such arrogance, Chen Feng is unlikely to secure adequate resources. It is only a matter of time before he falls behind the others on the wind and cloud small rankings, a regression that would be entirely expected. In the city of Haishi, various factions, including several minor families, such as the Zhongs, Wangs, Lis, and Lius, were eager to invest in Chen Feng, hoping to attach themselves to his rising star before he fully matured. For these factions, even if Chen Feng were to stagnate at the fourth tier of cultivation, it would still be a worthy investment. Now that Chen Feng has entered seclusion, these individuals felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, they dared only to slander him in the shadows, not openly expressing their disdain, fearful of his potential ascendance. In the office of the academy, Qianhu sighed in relief upon hearing that Chen Feng had entered seclusion and declined any investments. He settled back into his chair, contemplating the situation. The first place on the wind and cloud small rankings, while yielding point rewards and support from the academy, was overshadowed by Chen Feng's choice of resources, all demon blood, coupled with his practice of the blood dragon technique. It seemed prudent to have a serious discussion with the dean. Having made up his mind, Qianhu proceeded towards the dean's office. Meanwhile, in the Wanxiang Tower of Haishi, Wan Baoyong was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man clad in golden attire. With a hint of astonishment in his eyes, Wan Baoyong remarked, Father, I have also gathered information about Chen Feng. His background is indeed lacking. He is truly in need of resources. The investment standards I proposed were already the highest, yet he did not accept outright. Instead, he chose to exchange for resources and continued his seclusion. What do you think is on his mind? Beside him, Wan Fei, the manager of the Wanxiang Tower in Haishi, a businessman with a keen eye for talent, having risen to the position of branch manager, maintained a perpetual smile. Listening to Wan Baoyang's words, he pondered and replied, perhaps he simply desires more. However, within the entire Blackstone County, who could rival our Wanxiang Tower when it comes to investment? What we at Wanxiang Tower cherish is not the abundance of requests, but rather the scarcity of genuine talent. Take a moment to consider engaging in a conversation with Chen Feng, the top contender on the Rising Stars list, if time permits. I shall arrange a banquet so I can converse with him directly and discern his thoughts. If he possesses true talent, what harm is there in offering him even more? Furthermore, since you both have already established a certain rapport, it is essential to maintain that connection. Wan Baoyang, upon hearing this, wore an expression of admiration and replied, very well, I shall make it a priority to contact him. After emerging from the Rising Stars Tower, he had opted to exchange resources for seclusion. Chen Feng harbored his own intentions, unaware that his actions would provoke a myriad of reactions from various factions within Blackstone County. Currently, he had chosen to retreat into his courtyard for cultivation. Fortunately, the Blackstone Academy was equipped with rudimentary protective formations, and with the presence of the venerable fifth-tier principal overseeing matters, few would dare to act recklessly on the premises. Lin Shui, observing the demon blood that Chen Feng had acquired, expressed her concerns. My dear, could this demon blood have any adverse effects? Chen Feng reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, it shall have no ill effects. My love, you need only to focus on preparing some meals. He was eager to see how far his cultivation could advance this time. Lin Shui nodded earnestly. Indeed, I trust your judgment. She understood that their current prosperity stemmed from Chen Feng's unwavering dedication to his practice. Yet, as she watched him close the door to his room, a tinge of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Inside the room, Chen Feng produced 16 vials of fourth-tier demon blood. A glimmer of crimson light flashed in his eyes as he murmured, let us begin. He then swiftly consumed the contents of one vial. Chapter 50. Breaking through to the third tier, special career, invitation from Wanxiang Tower Blood Dragon Devouring Art. Chen Feng's mind stirred, and he immediately activated the cultivation pathway of the Blood Dragon Devouring Art. Coupled with his innate ability to absorb energy, he began to refine the demon blood continuously. You have refined fourth-tier demon blood. Your proficiency in Blood Dragon Devouring Art has increased by 10 points. Your proficiency in Blood Dragon Devouring Art is continuously rising. As each vial of demon blood was refined, Chen Feng's mastery of the second tier of the Blood Dragon Devouring Art steadily advanced. Upon refining the fifth vial of fourth-tier demon blood, new information finally refreshed on the interface. Buzz. In that instant, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming surge of energy enveloping his entire being, initiating a profound transformation within his flesh and blood. Your Blood Dragon Devouring Art has reached perfection in the second tier. Your Blood Dragon Devouring Art has broken through to the entry level of the third tier. Level. Early stage of third rank. Technique. Blood Dragon Devouring Art. Entry level progress 1. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Had he finally achieved a breakthrough? In that instant, the energy and blood within him surged rapidly, his flesh transforming into something far more formidable. Sensing the elevation of his cultivation, a glimmer of joy appeared in his gaze. He had indeed ascended to the third rank. This rapid advancement was a testament to the efficacy of refining through the consumption of demon blood. Gazing at the remaining 11 vials of demon blood, a spark ignited in Chen Feng's eyes. Would these vials elevate his cultivation to even greater heights? Presently, he had reached the third rank, and within him, true energy had already coalesced. The practice of the Blood Dragon Devouring Art was intrinsically linked to the demon blood he consumed. For practitioners of similar techniques, the greatest concern lay in the malevolent energy contained within the demon blood. A moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed by this energy, resulting in soul injury or succumbing to madness, possibly even becoming a servant to the demons. However, Chen Feng harbored no such fears. He merely needed to continue his practice. The unique traits he had awakened would suppress all malevolent energy present in the demon blood, rendering any apprehension unnecessary. Under these circumstances, as long as he possessed sufficient demon blood, his cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. With a sense of anticipation, Chen Feng wondered what talents might awaken when he reached proficiency in the third layer of the blood dragon devouring art. He pondered how long it would take to integrate the various talents of this art, for that would surely awaken an extraordinarily terrifying gift. Yet, as he prepared to refine the demon blood, Chen Feng's expression soured upon receiving new information. You have refined 4-rank demon blood. Your proficiency has increased by 5. You have refined 4-rank demon blood. The notifications continued to refresh, but the implications left Chen Feng's face grim. Following his breakthrough, the proficiency gained from 4-rank demon blood had been significantly affected. When he was at the 2nd rank, a single vial of 4-rank demon blood could yield 10 points of proficiency. Now, it had diminished to just 5. This realization elicited a sigh from Chen Feng. Upon absorbing the remaining 4-rank demon blood, his blood dragon devouring art's 3rd layer reached an entry-level progress of 55, leaving a considerable gap before he could awaken new talents. What should he do next? Chen Feng contemplated. Since the demon blood was insufficient, only 1,000 reserve points remained at the school's resource exchange. Even if he spent all of it, he could only redeem 2 vials of 4-rank demon blood. What was to be done? Chen Feng sat cross-legged in contemplation, pondering whether he was to accept investments from other factions. After receiving some information from Wan Baoyong, he sought to further understand this matter. The investment from a certain force involved high-quality demon blood, with a single vial fetching no less than 1,000 taels of silver. Such resources are exceedingly precious to any faction, being indispensable in alchemy, artifact crafting, and cultivation. Upon accepting resources from these powers, it is customary to sign contracts which, although seemingly non-restrictive, often assign titles such as guest elder or bodyguard. If one achieves a breakthrough in cultivation and possesses strength, the situation is manageable. However, lacking strength would necessitate fulfilling the contract obligations. In such scenarios, being compelled to undertake perilous tasks assigned by the other party is quite commonplace, with dangers including potential demise not being unheard of. Although the top position in the minor storm rankings is renowned, it is essential to recognize that there are at least 1,000 minor towers within the Great Qian dynasty, and the title of first in the minor tower frequently changes hands. While this garners attention, it is not of paramount significance. Only those on the illustrious renowned figures list, celebrated throughout the Great Qian dynasty, can truly capture the attention of myriad factions. It seems it is time to consider avenues for generating income, Chen Feng mused. Since arriving in Blackstone City, he had been utilizing the earnings he brought from the Huang family, followed by relying on points accrued from his endeavors in the minor storm tower for cultivation. Given his innate talent, the prospect of earning was clear. After a brief moment of reflection, an idea crystallized in his mind: the pursuit of a specialized profession. Based on the information he gathered, warriors are the most common practitioners in the Great Qian dynasty, and nearly every occupation is intertwined with the martial arts. Beyond warriors, there are highly lucrative professions such as alchemists, weaponsmiths, array masters, and beast tamers, all of which yield substantial incomes. Among these, the potions crafted by alchemists significantly enhance a warrior's cultivation. Particularly during critical junctures, Chen Feng's experience with the panel shielded him from the challenges presented by these thresholds. For the vast majority of ordinary warriors, the availability of potions to alleviate the difficulty of such trials is worth any price. Moreover, weapons that bolster a warrior's combat prowess can potentially double their effectiveness. This is particularly true within the same tier. For instance, in the lower 3rd tier, the difference in combat capability between wielding a weapon and being unarmed is stark. Similarly, in the middle 3rd tier, a 4th-tier warrior wielding an Earth-grade weapon can easily overpower a 5th-tier warrior without a weapon. Upon reaching the 6th-tier realm, new transformations begin to unfold. However, possessing a formidable weapon inevitably bestows a significant advantage within the same realm of cultivation. Furthermore, the array masters, who are rather unique, utilize various terrains and spiritual stones to arrange diverse formations. These formations serve multiple purposes, including defense, entrapment, and offense. For the major factions, Having a robust protective formation is often pivotal to their existence. A powerful protective formation can indeed buy time, greatly enhancing the survival chances of martial artists. Moreover, array masters have the ability to inscribe certain formations onto array plates, enabling instantaneous attacks upon their deployment, which is exceedingly fearsome. As for beast tamers, their primary role is to domesticate various demons. Once tamed, these beasts can be subjugated and wield considerable influence for the major factions. Creatures such as the swift antelope for travel or the celestial crane for flight are invaluable assets within the beast-taming sect. To pursue these specialized vocations, one must possess a formidable mental fortitude. Chen Feng, confident in his own mental prowess, contemplated how best to embark on these unique paths. After a brief reflection, Chen Feng began to formulate his thoughts. From the information he had gathered, alchemy required the most resources, necessitating an abundance of rare materials to concoct pills. Although the potential yields were substantial, a single misstep during the alchemical process could lead to the ruin of exceedingly precious herbs. The same could be said for weapon forging. The strength of this profession is often closely tied to the quality of the materials used. Indeed, some elite weaponsmiths and alchemists would spend years in frigid regions, awaiting the successful crafting of a rare material to achieve renown. Observing all this, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head. None of these paths resonated with him. It was only upon encountering the concept of formations that a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. Could array masters wield such immense power? He was astounded. According to the texts he had retrieved from the library, there were accounts of array masters, even in their nascent stages of cultivation, obliterating formidable factions with unparalleled killing formations. Most crucially, the efficacy of an array master's inscribed formations hinged significantly on precision and focus. Chen Feng resolved to seek out knowledge regarding array techniques. Just as he solidified his decision, Wan Baoyang returned, joyfully exclaiming upon seeing him, "Chen Feng, you have emerged from your seclusion. My father wishes to meet you." Chapter 51. Unusual developments on the panel. Discussions on the 9th level, your father? Chen Feng inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Prior to this moment, Wan Baoyang had revealed his identity to him, stating that he was the son of the master of the Wanxiang Towers branch in Haishi County. Thus, Wan Baoyang's father must be the master of that very branch. Chen Feng had previously set foot in the Wanxiang Tower, where the array of items was both diverse and exorbitantly priced, catering primarily to the affluent aristocracy of Haishi County. These individuals constituted the wealthiest segment of the population within the county. Ordinary martial artists, on the other hand, typically frequented the lower levels of the Wanxiang Tower, acquiring only mundane goods. Even as a mere branch of a county tower, its wealth was staggering, arguably placing it among the most affluent forces within all of Haishi County. However, given the current turmoil in the Deqian dynasty, it was clear that such status could not have been attained through mere benevolence. Even a branch tower, in the context of Haishi County, ranked among the most formidable powers, and the status of the Wanxiang Tower's branch master likely rivaled that of the county's mayor. Observing Chen Feng lost in contemplation, Wan Baoyang chuckled, "Chen Feng, there's no need for concern. Do you recall our previous discussion regarding investment? I have spoken to my father, and he expressed a desire to converse with you. If you possess genuine confidence, you might secure even greater resources. Moreover, my father typically imposes no restrictions. Our Wanxiang Tower is among the most enthusiastic entities in the entire Deqian dynasty when it comes to investing in prodigies." Listening to Wan Baoyang's words, Chen Feng nodded. Indeed, that is true. During this period, he had received several investment propositions from other factions. While some even offered 4th-grade demon blood, the conditions presented were exceedingly unreasonable. Furthermore, numerous smaller factions sought to compel him into signing inequitable agreements while he was still in a vulnerable state, which he naturally could not accept. Among all these invitations, the most generous was undoubtedly that from the Wanxiang Towers branch. 100 vials of 4th-grade demon blood sparked contemplation within Chen Feng. Such an abundance, once refined, would surely be sufficient to elevate the blood dragon's 3rd stage of cultivation to a proficient level. This advancement would enable the awakening of new innate traits. With a multitude of innate characteristics, continuous integration could lead to the emergence of even more formidable abilities. Thus, embarking towards the Black Mountain would instill a greater sense of security within him. Moreover, based on his recent insights, a martial artist aspiring to transcend levels and achieve breakthroughs required an immense reservoir of resources. Lacking sufficient resources, many individuals find themselves stagnating at a lower tier throughout their lives. Therefore, Chen Feng harbored no significant aversion to acquiring resources, provided that he refrained from entering into excessively outrageous agreements. As for the knowledge regarding formations he intended to study, it was already rather late for that. Thus, he decided to set it aside for the moment. He resolved to converse with Wan Baoyong first before returning to delve into the subject of formations. Before long, Chen Feng and Wan Baoyong arrived outside the Wanxiang Tower, which still radiated the same splendid brilliance as before. However, during Chen Feng's previous visit, he had been alone. This time, upon his arrival, a slightly plump middle-aged man stood at the entrance, beaming with a welcoming smile, eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's arrival. As soon as he spotted Chen Feng, he hastened forward and exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Come, let us ascend to the 9th floor and enjoy a meal while we converse." Chen Feng, slightly taken aback, responded with a smile, "Thank you, esteemed manager." Wan Baoyong trailed alongside him. This scene astonished the patrons within the Wanxiang Tower, who were engaged in purchasing various items. They looked at Chen Feng with expressions of shock and disbelief. "Who is this?" they murmured. "What could warrant the personal reception by the manager? Could it be that he hails from a powerful faction in the capital? Or perhaps it is an inspection by the Wanxiang Tower?" They speculated. It seems unlikely. He is so young, yet has stirred such a commotion. The crowd buzzed with exclamations of awe and envy. Among them were students from the Blackstone Academy or individuals who had acquired information about Chen Feng. Upon recognizing his visage, memories flooded back. One exclaimed, "I know him. He is the recent genius who ascended to the top of the wind and cloud rankings in the Blackstone Academy. It is said that he has declined nearly all investment offers from the factions in Blackstone City. Has he come here because the Wanxiang Tower intends to invest in him?" Another, filled with envy, remarked, "So is he. However, I have heard that the authority of the wind and cloud rankings might not be as substantial as one might expect. It merely indicates a potential to advance to the 4th tier as a warrior. Yet, many who have reached the pinnacle of the wind and cloud rankings have remained stagnant at the 4th tier for their entire lives. Surely, to receive the manager's attention, one must be a prodigy ranked on the Grand Wind and Cloud list." Amidst the myriad voices of astonishment and discussion, many were taken aback upon learning of Chen Feng's significance. They wondered how he had captured the attention of the manager of the Wanxiang Tower. Unaware of the external murmurs and discussions, Chen Feng, along with Wan Baoyong and the manager, ascended to the 9th floor of the Wanxiang Tower. This sight filled many witnesses with envy and admiration, for the Wanxiang Tower comprised 9 levels in total. On the 1st and 2nd floors, one typically finds a marketplace frequented by martial artists of the lower tiers. As one ascends to higher levels, the quality of goods improves correspondingly. The 9th floor, however, is predominantly accessible only to the elite of Blackstone City, serving as a venue for the esteemed host, Lord Wan Fei. It came as a surprise that a young warrior like Chen Feng could gain entry to the 9th floor, which propelled his name into the conversations of many. At this moment, Chen Feng was entering the 9th floor alongside Lord Wan Fei. Although Wan Fei wore a smile, he was internally taken aback upon first laying eyes on Chen Feng. In his mind, he marveled. 3rd tier. Moreover, it was not the kind of superficial 3rd tier that comes from a mere recent breakthrough. Chen Feng's foundation was remarkably solid. Yet, hadn't Wan Baoyong mentioned that Chen Feng had only just reached the 2nd tier? Wan Fei's mind was filled with astonishment, uncertain of the circumstances surrounding Chen Feng's prowess. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but be impressed. At such a young age, and with relatively little time dedicated to cultivation, achieving the 3rd tier was indicative of extraordinary talent. Such abilities would place him among the elite of those who had previously topped the renowned rankings. Ascending the grand rankings was merely a matter of time. This investment would undoubtedly prove fruitful. It was merely a question of what kind of collaborative agreement could be forged. Wan Fei's expression was one of satisfaction as he glanced at Wan Baoyong, thinking to himself that this young man had a knack for choosing commendable companions. Meanwhile, as Chen Feng settled into the room with Wan Fei, he experienced a moment of astonishment. At that instant, new information began to refresh on his panel. Someone has developed a sense of reverence for you. Your proficiency in faith power has increased by 1. Someone has developed a sense of gratitude towards you. Your proficiency in faith power has increased by 1. What on earth? Chen Feng was taken aback, quickly examining the information on the panel. Chapter 52, The Undulations of the Soul Sea in Lord Wan. At this moment, the panel displayed a continuous stream of refreshing information. More importantly, he sensed a subtle yet distinct white aura gathering around him from the surrounding environment. He glanced at Wan Fei and Wan Baoyong beside him. They both returned his gaze with smiles, evidently oblivious to the ethereal white aura surrounding him. Faith power, Chen Feng contemplated. This stemmed from the gratitude of the villagers after he vanquished the demons, which had subsequently manifested as a new skill. For considerable time, faith power had shown no signs of change, leading him to believe that this skill had stagnated. Unexpectedly, such fluctuations have arisen, which truly surpasses his expectations. Moreover, as the power of faith surged, it predominantly flowed into his soul sea, specifically into the lower half of the heavenly rock's transcendence technique that he had previously left behind. Now, within his perception, this technique has always floated at the very center of his soul sea. However, with the influx of this power of faith, it has been forcibly displaced from its central position. It transformed into a small, swirling mist, creating a miniature ocean of fog in that vicinity. Meanwhile, the heavenly rock's transcendence technique now drifts outside the realm of faith. It even seems that the technique desires to return to the center of the soul sea. But upon merely brushing against the white power of faith, it quivers slightly and remains still thereafter. Furthermore, as the power of faith continues to coalesce, he faintly senses a delicate phantom at the very heart of this power. A flicker of confusion arises within him. Is this my soul? According to his perception, it must indeed be his soul. This power of faith can fortify the soul, which astonishes him. It appears that with sufficient renown, one can indeed gather a measure of faith. Skill, power of faith, entry progress 61. Observing the rise and proficiency of this skill, Chen Feng feels a mix of anticipation and wonder, pondering what talents might awaken upon reaching full mastery of the power of faith. However, the advancement of this power seems to be slowing. It appears that awakening a unique characteristic will require additional time. At this moment, Wan Fei has been attentively observing Chen Feng, sensing his state. Chen Feng, meanwhile, is immersed in the enhancement of the power of faith, seemingly oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Witnessing this scene, Wan Baoyong, feeling a sense of urgency, smiles and inquires, "Brother Chen, do you recall the investment plan I mentioned last time? Is there anything you would like to add?" Chen Feng, keeping the matter of the power of faith to himself for later contemplation, responds, "Are you suggesting I acquire 100 vials of 4th grade demon blood? It mainly depends on what you require me to do." He poses the question. Based on the various conditions presented by other factions, it is evident that in order to obtain resources from a faction, one must offer something in return. This is a matter of balance. The reason for remaining with the Myriad Phenomena Tower is that Wan Baoyong has provided the most lenient terms, requiring only that he become a patron of the tower once he achieves a certain level of cultivation. Now, it remains to be seen whether Wan Fei will agree to Wan Baoyong's terms. Wan Baoyong glances at his father, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of expectation. Strictly speaking, Chen Feng can be considered a prodigy he has unearthed. If he truly rises in the future, it would indeed be attributed to his merit. This would greatly benefit his prospects for advancement within the Wanxiang Tower system. Particularly, having fought alongside Chen Feng against demons has fostered a certain camaraderie between them. It all hinges on what his father decides. At this moment, Wan Fei, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "There is no issue with the 100 vials of demon blood that Baoyong mentioned. In fact, on that basis, we can add an additional 20 vials of 4th grade demon blood." Chen Feng was somewhat astonished and inquired, "What do you require of me?" Based on his earlier conjectures, 100 vials of demon blood could potentially allow his blood dragon devouring technique to reach its third level of perfection. However, if an additional 20 vials were included, it would provide an even greater sense of security. Wan Fei replied, "For now, there is nothing required of you. It is essentially for us at Wanxiang Tower to gain recognition in Haishi City. The acknowledgement of our investment is sufficient. Of course, if young Master Chen is willing to become a patron of Wanxiang Tower, we can double the original 100 vials." A contemplative look appeared in Chen Feng's eyes as he asked, "Does becoming a patron entail a multitude of obligations?" Wan Fei shook his head. "Generally, it is not necessary. Our patrons primarily intervene when issues arise with auction items, or if there's a need to escort certain goods. Naturally, besides the basic provision of resources, each engagement thereafter would also yield additional income." Chen Feng pondered. This indeed sounds appealing. However, becoming a patron essentially binds one to certain constraints, which I find rather limiting. After a moment of reflection, he stated, "I can agree to enhance the reputation of Wanxiang Tower in Haishi City, but I can only commit for a year." A year? Wan Fei's expression shifted upon hearing this. As a commercial giant, Wanxiang Tower naturally seeks to undertake ventures that enhance its reputation. Currently, it stands as the largest trading house in the entire Deqian dynasty. The reason for its significant renown stems from its early investment in the young Tianhua Wuxing, who still holds Wanxiang Tower in high regard today. This has elicited envy among other factions and has encouraged Wanxiang Tower to invest more readily when discovering talent, seeking famous martial artists to bolster its reputation. Naturally, the primary focus remains on prodigies of greater renown, such as those on the renowned talent list. In Haishi City, being a small county, it is rare for individuals from the renowned talent list to linger long. Thus, attention shifts to the secondary ranking of the wind and cloud list. Now, Chen Feng has proposed the condition of only enhancing the reputation for 1 year, which has left Wan Fei feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After all, 120 vials of 4th-grade demon blood could even attract 4th-grade martial artists for an extended commitment of 3 years or more. Indeed, this year feels rather brief. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Chen Feng smiled and remarked, "Of course, Uncle Wan need not worry. What I mean is that within this year, regardless of the level of my cultivation, whether I ascend to the storm and cloud ranking or the human ranking, I will permit Haishi County to utilize my renown." Wan Fei, who had been contemplating, instantly changed his expression upon hearing Chen Feng's words, exclaiming in surprise, "The storm and cloud ranking? Do you truly believe you can enter it within a year?" At this moment, a serious expression graced Wan Fei's face, and as he gazed at Chen Feng, a sense of astonishment arose within him. Judging by Chen Feng's demeanor, it appeared that he was already fixated on the storm and cloud ranking, perhaps even the human ranking, conveying an impression as if he had already secured a place on the ladder. Even Wan Baoyong, who had initially harbored concerns that his father might dismiss Chen Feng's ambitions or consider him somewhat presumptuous, was taken aback by this unexpected reply. Wan Baoyong, having once ranked 6th on the storm and cloud ranking himself, understood the immense difficulty of attaining such a position. It was not solely a matter of cultivation level, but also the mastery of various martial techniques. Chen Feng had only visited the scripture pavilion a few times, and he surely must have acquired a commendable Xian-level martial technique from his position at the top of the storm and cloud minor ranking. Yet, given the brevity of time, how could he claim such audacity? Particularly as Wan Baoyong regarded Chen Feng, it was evident that the latter possessed little knowledge of the storm and cloud ranking, yet exuded such confidence. Chen Feng nodded and said, "What harm is there in trying? Or rather, if I were to become the foremost on the storm and cloud ranking within a year, would Uncle Wan be willing to support me with some 5th-grade demon blood?" As he spoke, his gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Wan Fei. 5th-grade demon blood. Even among demons, this belonged to the absolute pinnacle of strength. After all, within Haishi Academy, the old principal's cultivation was merely at the 5th-grade level. Throughout Haishi County, it was rumored that only the city lord reached the 6th-grade realm. Typically, the city lord remained in seclusion and seldom appeared. The most formidable cultivators dealing with external matters were generally at the 5th grade level, rendering them top-tier figures in the entire Haishi County. Correspondingly, 5th grade demons represented the equivalent strength among human martial artists. Thus, the rarity of 5th grade demon blood is self-evident. In all of Haishi County, the most likely place to procure such blood would be the Wanxiang Tower. Before his arrival, Chen Feng had harbored some thoughts regarding this matter, albeit not particularly intense. However, upon hearing the words of Lord Wan Fei, these thoughts began to crystallize in his mind. The title of the first on the Wind and Cloud small list does not grant one the privilege of obtaining the blood essence of a 5th grade demon. Yet, if one were to hold the title of first on the Wind and Cloud grand list, that possibility becomes quite feasible. It is well known that, irrespective of location, a warrior who ranks first on the Wind and Cloud grand list possesses a significant opportunity to ascend to the human list. To have a formidable warrior from the human list endorse a merchant association in a county town would indeed carry considerable prestige throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. For the owner of the Wanxiang Tower in the county town, such an achievement would represent a remarkable milestone. Initially, Wan Fei had been contemplating this matter, but his expression shifted as he regarded Chen Feng, his demeanor growing more serious. He dismissed the notion of the human list that Chen Feng had mentioned. For ascending to the human list necessitates at least a 5th grade realm, a threshold that Chen Feng was far from achieving. Such considerations were not within his purview. Nevertheless, merely securing the top position on the Wind and Cloud grand list, or even a spot within the top 3, would suffice to garner significant recognition. There exists a substantial possibility that one could eventually ascend to the human list. For a prodigy of this caliber, despite the scarcity of 5th grade demon blood, he could still persuade investors to procure several vials, reaping rewards and fame, or forging alliances for Wanxiang Tower, all of which would greatly facilitate his path to advancement. With a soft exhale, Wan Fei suppressed his inner thoughts and remarked, "I understand your aspirations. If within a year, you can ascend to the first position on the Wind and Cloud grand list, I shall, even at the cost of my entire fortune, procure 10 vials of 5th grade demon blood for you." 10 vials? Chen Feng pondered, somewhat taken aback by the quantity. Given the current pace of his cultivation with the blood dragon devouring method, he understood that once he transcended his current limitations, the enhancements derived from refining demon blood would diminish. In such circumstances, the efficacy of merely 10 vials was uncertain. Certainly, more would be better. However, it was evident that Wan Fei had discerned Chen Feng's concerns, and he elucidated, 5th grade demon blood is exceedingly precious, with a single vial fetching no less than 10,000 taels of silver, often with no market available. Frequently, even when warriors manage to hunt 5th grade demon blood, they are reluctant to sell it. They prefer to exchange it for resources required by high-grade warriors or to barter for essential spirit stones needed by mid-tier warriors. In such scenarios, the price of a vial of 5th grade demon blood can be inflated to several tens of thousands of taels of silver. To obtain this precious blood essence, I can only venture to the Wanxiang Tower in the capital city for an exchange. Wan Fei sighed, indicating Chen Feng's lack of understanding regarding 5th grade demon blood. However, at this moment he comprehended and nodded, saying, "All right, I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Wan. 10 vials will suffice." Chen Feng harbored certain thoughts. As long as he could obtain the blood essence of a 5th-tier demon at that time, it could be utilized to enhance his cultivation, allowing him to experiment and see what gains he could achieve. Compared to merely being a spokesperson for a year, these benefits far exceeded the initial investment. Wan Fei nodded with a smile. Good. Shortly thereafter, he produced the cooperation contract between the Wanxiang Tower in Haishi City and Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at it, found no issues, and promptly affixed his signature. In such investment collaborations, the investing factions typically refrain from excessive demands, as the primary goal is to foster collaboration and reap future benefits. Even if there are certain restrictions on figures of such caliber, the potential for their rise remains. Should the collaboration fail, it could lead to animosity, which would be troublesome, even if there were hidden agendas awaiting the rise of these prodigies. Such factors could impact the cooperation between the two parties. After both had secured their contracts, Wan Fei remarked, I look forward to witnessing Chen Tianjiao's name resound in Nanshan Prefecture in Yinzhou. Upon finishing his words, Wan Baoyong, standing nearby, appeared somewhat excited and soon exited. Before long, a young and beautiful maid approached, carrying a silver tray. Upon the tray lay a small red cloth covering. Wan Fei presented the tray before Chen Feng, smiling. "Little brother Chen, everything is inside." Chen Feng nodded, "All right." Upon lifting the red cloth, he discovered a holy silver bracelet within. Chen Feng looked at Wan Fei in surprise. Wan Fei chuckled. "This is a high-grade storage bracelet of the mysterious level. The blood essence of these fourth-tier demons is worthy of such an item." Chen Feng picked up the silver bracelet, his spirit stirring as it connected with the bracelet, leaving behind his spiritual mark. Upon observing the interior space, Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The storage pouch he received at school was merely the most basic one, with a capacity of only 1 cubic meter. After storing some demon corpses, it had begun to feel inadequate. In stark contrast, the storage bracelet presented by Wan Fei was significantly larger at first glance. It possessed at least several dozen cubic meters of storage space, densely filled with 120 vials of fourth-tier demon blood essence. Such a storage treasure, he had previously learned, even among mysterious grade artifacts, would be considered high-grade. Its value was comparable to several vials of fourth-tier demon blood essence. Chen Feng then took a deep breath and clasped his hands, expressing, "Thank you for your support, Master Wan." He would remember this gesture. Wan Fei replied with a smile. "It is nothing. It is all in support of Chen Tianjiao." Chen Feng etched this in his memory. After a lengthy conversation with Wan Fei and his son, Feng finally chose to take his leave. Once Chen Feng departed, Wan Baoyong looked at his father with a hint of confusion and remarked, "Father, you did not express this sentiment earlier. Why, upon meeting Chen Feng, have you chosen to increase the investment?" Wan Baoyong was puzzled, as he was well aware that this time, 120 vials of fourth-grade demon blood had nearly depleted the high-grade demon blood reserves within this division, which seemed uncharacteristic of his father's usual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wan Fei's eyes glimmered with a spark of insight as he responded, "Baoyong, make an effort to engage more with Chen Feng. He has already reached the 3rd grade, and with such a substantial amount of demon blood, he is likely on the verge of breaking through to the 4th grade. If, as you mentioned, his awakening period was indeed brief, then should he succeed in his breakthrough, he may very well become the fastest martial artist I have encountered to ascend into the mid-3rd grade." Wan Baoyong's expression was one of astonishment. "What? He has reached the 3rd grade?" At that moment, he began to comprehend the implications of his father's words, murmuring to himself, "3rd grade? Does that not place him on par with me?" Meanwhile, Chen Feng had returned to his courtyard, carrying the 120 vials of 4th grade demon blood. He held no intention of reserving resources for future use, believing that resources utilized were the true treasures. He eagerly anticipated the results of refining all this demon blood, hoping to elevate his cultivation to new heights and awaken even stronger talents. Upon his return, Lin Shui had prepared a meal and awaited his arrival. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Husband, you're back. How'd it go?" She was aware that Chen Feng had ventured forth to seek investment. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet a hint of concern lingered within her. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, she offered words of comfort, saying, "Husband, you are exceptional. Even if this investment does not materialize, there will surely be other opportunities." When she looked at Chen Feng, her gaze was filled with admiration. She had heard tales of his remarkable achievement in the academy, where he had claimed the top position on the prestigious rankings. At that moment, Chen Feng chuckled and assured her, "Rest assured, my dear, the negotiations went splendidly." Lin Shui's eyes shone with delight as she replied, "Indeed, husband, you are truly remarkable." The couple then enjoyed a warm dinner together, spending a joyful evening in each other's company. Chen Feng intended to rest well that night before embarking on another round of secluded meditation, striving to break through the 4th grade barrier. However, upon waking the following morning, he discovered new information had refreshed on his panel. Upon reading the details, a glimmer of surprise illuminated his eyes. "You and your wife have spent a delightful night. Your yin-yang technique has reached proficiency level 10. Your yin-yang technique has now elevated to the proficient realm. You have awakened a new talent. Chapter 54. The enhancement of root bones, pinnacle of the third rank, frenzied refinement. A new talent? Upon witnessing the refreshed information on the panel, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. The yin-yang technique, a skill awakened following his nocturnal endeavors with his beloved Shuer, had long stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. It was one of his skills that had seen a notably languid ascent in proficiency compared to others, whose mastery had already soared to impressive heights, often integrating with various other techniques. In contrast, his yin-yang technique had barely reached the stage of familiarity. Initially, he had expected it to be a related talent. Yet, as he beheld the newly awakened gift, surprise flickered in his gaze. Was it truly this? You have awakened a new basic talent, root bones. Your cultivation speed will increase by 0.3 times. Gazing at the freshly revealed information, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. This essentially meant his cultivation speed had augmented by 30%. Previously, his pace of advancement could only be described as average. It was solely due to the proficiency panel and the various talents he had awakened that he ascended to the pinnacle of the young heroes list, earning him the title of an exceptional martial artist. However, deep down, Chen Feng was acutely aware of the ordinariness of his innate gifts. Even his practice of various martial arts had encountered significant obstacles. Now, with the awakening of his talent of root bones, he could finally be regarded as a minor prodigy. As these thoughts traversed Chen Feng's mind, a sudden hum resonated within him. At that moment, he distinctly sensed a tremendous force surging into his body, akin to a warm current coursing through him. Creaking, in the depths of his being, he could even perceive the metamorphosis occurring within his bones and muscles, transitioning into a state more conducive to martial practice. His bones became denser, his frame broader, and his muscles more compact. Moreover, he seemed to faintly sense the ethereal energies permeating the world around him. What is this? Chen Feng mused in astonishment. At this moment, he could also sense the power of faith, yet this aura was not that. After pondering for a brief moment, a piece of information he had previously encountered flashed across his mind, and surprise filled his eyes. Could this be the spiritual energy of the cosmos? According to what he had learned, once a martial artist broke through to the 4th rank, they began cultivating true energy and absorbing spiritual energy from the world. However, to perceive such energy before reaching the 4th rank was an astounding testament to the enhancement of his root bones. Chen Feng marveled at the revelation, especially as he became aware of the faint spiritual energies existing in the universe, a portion of which was being absorbed by his corporeal form as he cultivated. Uncertain of the potential enhancements to the blood dragon devouring technique, Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. After exchanging a few words with Lin Shui, he chose to resume his seclusion. With 120 bottles of 4th-grade demon blood at his disposal, he felt certain that he could elevate his cultivation to a higher realm. You have refined a bottle of 4th-grade demon blood. Your proficiency in the 3rd level of the blood dragon devouring technique has reached 7. Indeed, there was an enhancement. Chen Feng thought with a hint of delight. Previously, a single bottle of 4th-grade demon blood could only increase his proficiency by 5 points. This time, however, the augmentation allowed for an impressive 7 points. Excellent. He resolved to continue. One by one, he refined the demon blood. As he neared the refinement of 7 bottles, a sudden vibration coursed through his body. His vital energy surged tumultuously, and his flesh began to undergo a transformation. Concurrently, information on his panel refreshed. Your blood dragon devouring technique has advanced to proficiency level 1. Congratulations on awakening a new primary talent, Dragon Tendon. The emergence of this new talent sparked a glimmer of surprise in Chen Feng's eyes. As this talent manifested, he felt his flesh undergoing a new metamorphosis. He sensed that the tendons within him were intertwining and solidifying like the roots of a tree. Without needing to consult the panel, Chen Feng could perceive that his strength had indeed multiplied several times over. It was astonishing. He continued, feeling the transformative power surging within him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He aimed to leverage the ample supply of demon blood to elevate his physical prowess to even greater heights. Meanwhile, during Chen Feng's seclusion, Qian had received a promise from the old principal. Initially intending to seek out Chen Feng, he could only shake his head upon seeing Chen Feng immersed in his training, thinking to himself, "It seems I have arrived too late." He wondered what level Chen Feng would attain upon emerging from his retreat. Respecting Chen Feng's focus, Qianhu chose not to intrude and departed instead. With his thoughts drifting to the recent events in the Black Mountain, Qianhu realized he had little time to monitor Chen Feng's progress. As Chen Feng continued his seclusion, numerous martial artists began to converge upon the Black Mountain. A substantial number of human martial artists entered the Black Mountain, eager to explore the secret realm of the Demon Blade. Securing access to the Demon Blade's secret realm would almost guarantee a breakthrough to the master level, naturally attracting considerable attention. Not only the Nanshan Prefecture, but the entirety of Yinzhou was stirred. A multitude of martial artists flocked to this location, and the convergence of the Qian warriors and demon cultists within the Black Mountain inevitably led to countless conflicts. In the vast realm of the Qian, martial warriors engage in a relentless hunt against the demonic cultists, who in turn besiege the valiant fighters. Among them, even the renowned Yun Shi, ranked 10th on the human leaderboard, has faced numerous ambushes, narrowly escaping peril on several occasions. Naturally, Chen Feng remains oblivious to these tumultuous events. As he diligently refines vial after vial of demonic blood, his proficiency in the third level of the blood dragon devouring technique steadily ascends. Days swiftly pass, and after refining approximately 15 more vials of demonic blood, a glimmer of joy illuminates Chen Feng's eyes. Your mastery of the third level of the blood dragon devouring technique has reached an advanced stage. Your primary talent, Dragon Tendon, has been upgraded to an intermediate level. Once more, Chen Feng senses an increase in power, his eyes sparkling with delight. Soon, a week has elapsed. After refining an additional 60 vials of demonic blood, he attains a consummate state in the third level of the blood dragon devouring technique. With a resounding crack, anticipation flickers in Chen Feng's gaze. Finally, he has achieved perfection in this third level. The prospect of breaking through to the fourth level beckons, which would elevate him to the equivalent of a fourth-grade martial artist in physical cultivation, an immensely formidable status. In his heart, Chen Feng feels assured that even within the treacherous Black Mountain, a fourth-grade cultivator would not be deemed weak. Gazing upon the remaining 50 vials of demonic blood, a spark of determination ignites within him. He wonders if these last remnants could facilitate another breakthrough in his blood dragon devouring technique. During the repeated breakthroughs of the technique, Chen Feng perceives the fluctuations of the dragon blood, scales, and tendons within him. Were it not for his restraint, the awakened talents might very well converge anew. Yet, he still feels the absence of a crucial component. Might the fusion of these talents await the attainment of the fourth-grade realm? Chen Feng muses with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 55. The Path of Choice, 5th-grade demonic blood next. The goal is to ascend to the 4th-grade realm. Chen Feng's eyes shine with expectation. He has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade, and with nearly 50 vials of 4th-grade demonic blood remaining, he holds hope for a breakthrough, perhaps even a step further. However, upon refining a vial of 4th-grade blood, a flicker of astonishment crosses his features. What could this mean? You have refined a vial of 4th-grade demonic blood. Your mastery of the 3rd level of the blood dragon devouring technique is complete. Nobudaxru. Chen Feng ponders, a hint of contemplation shadowing his eyes. After consuming several additional vials of 4th-grade demonic blood, he still feels the enhancement of fleshly power, yet the breakthrough remains elusive, leaving him with a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, a new idea suddenly flashes through his mind. Is it necessary to possess higher-grade blood essence to transcend the boundaries? After all, one currently dwells within the realm of the lower 3rd rank, and there exists a significant chasm between the middle and lower 3rd ranks. In this world, warriors capable of crossing from the lower 3rd to the middle 3rd rank are exceedingly rare. Many practitioners find themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of the third rank for their entire lives. With a sigh, Chen Feng exhaled softly. It appeared that he mustn't be too hasty. From the onset of his cultivation journey to the present day, scarcely a month had passed. Within this brief span, he had ascended from an inconspicuous peasant to the pinnacle of the third rank, positioning him among the elite warriors of this realm. Regarding the bottleneck between the third and fourth ranks, even those extraordinary warriors listed among the top would often require several months to overcome it. Hence, his aspiration to break through in one fell swoop was indeed a formidable challenge. However, as he continued to refine the blood essence of fourth-grade demons, a flicker of contemplation crossed Chen Feng's mind. He could sense that as he absorbed the fourth-grade blood essence, his physical strength was gradually enhancing, yet there seemed to be an insurmountable barrier preventing further progress. This power felt inadequate. Chen Feng pondered whether a vial of fifth-grade demon blood might be necessary to shatter this limitation. His current cultivation level demanded a catalyst for breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng chose to exit his seclusion. After a brief exchange with Lin Shui, he sought out Wan Baoyang, inquiring if there was a way to procure fifth-grade demon blood. Wan Baoyang expressed surprise. Fifth-grade demon blood? Brother Chen, while refining demon blood does indeed accelerate cultivation, one must not become overly reliant. After processing a substantial amount of demon blood, it is crucial to have sufficient time to refine the demonic aura within, lest one becomes susceptible to demonization. Wan Baoyang was aware that Chen Feng had recently acquired 120 vials of fourth-grade demon blood from their branch of the Wanxiang Pavilion. While refining this blood could indeed facilitate rapid advancement within the lower third rank, one must remain vigilant against the threats of demonization. Moreover, to refine fifth-grade demon blood, one must at least attain the middle third rank. Otherwise, the risks of demonization would greatly increase. As Wan Baoyang spoke, he regarded Chen Feng with a hint of perplexity. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. I see. He contemplated the situation, recognizing the need to maintain an air of discretion. Should other warriors discover that he could disregard the dangers posed by the demonic aura during refinement, it might lead to complications for him. Chen Feng shook his head. I primarily wish to ascertain the disparity between fourth-grade and fifth-grade demon blood, which will enhance my comprehension of demonic body refinement. At present, a single vial will suffice. There is no need for an excess. Wan Baoyang nodded, understanding the situation. It seemed that obtaining a vial of fifth-grade demon blood was indeed feasible. The procedure would involve traveling from our county to the Wanxiang Tower in Nanshan City to apply for it, followed by the task of escorting the vial back, a process that would likely require no less than 3 or 4 days. Moreover, due to the incomplete nature of your agreement, the fifth-grade demon blood would be charged at the standard price, typically amounting to around 20,000 taels of silver. I wonder if you are adequately prepared for this expense. Wan Baoyang inquired, outlining the conditions and concerns surrounding the acquisition of the fifth-grade demon blood. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. It was a reasonable transaction. After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, I can accept this. Given the current relationship between him and the Wanxiang Tower, it seemed plausible to apply for a loan. As long as he secured the fifth-grade demon blood, if his cultivation truly allowed him to break through to the fourth-grade realm, then the 20,000 taels would certainly not pose a problem. However, he couldn't help but sigh at the prospect of waiting 3 or 4 days. This time could be well utilized to diligently practice the 3 martial techniques he had acquired from the Fengyan Tower: the diamond subduing demon fist, the golden bell shield, and the heavenly rock technique, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. At that moment, Wan Baoyang, having touched Chen Feng's flesh, was struck with a sense of astonishment. Chen Feng, have you reached the pinnacle of the third grade? He exclaimed, overwhelmed. It finally dawned on him why Chen Feng required the fifth-grade demon blood. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I believe I have. However, it seems that refining fourth-grade demon blood might not yield significant benefits anymore. Wan Baoyang was also taken aback. I see. Many martial artists, upon reaching the pinnacle of the third grade, often choose to continue refining demon blood to sense the higher realms of body refinement. I will speak with my father to see if we can expedite the process of procuring some. Despite having known of Chen Feng's prodigious talent in martial arts and his exceptional aptitude for demon body refinement, Wan Baoyang felt a twinge of disappointment at how swiftly this day had arrived. He realized that Chen Feng might soon surpass him. "Thank you, Brother Wan," Chen Feng replied with a nod. Then, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, he asked, "Brother Wan, from what you've said, do martial artists at the pinnacle of the third grade have other options?" Wan Baoyang explained, "Indeed, martial cultivation generally divides into three categories: body refinement, soul refinement, and qi cultivation. Typically, one begins with body refinement. Once a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of the third grade, to mitigate the risk of demonic transformation, they often opt to start cultivating qi, practicing higher-level qi techniques, and seeking opportunities to break through into the fourth grade. This method of breakthrough is considered the safest. As for the practice of body refinement, utilizing the blood of demons is undoubtedly the swiftest path. However, it is fraught with peril. One must understand that within the forbidden depths of the mountains, dangers abound not only from the demons themselves, but also from those martial artists who have succumbed to demonic transformation. Once transformed, they are largely beyond recovery, finding it exceedingly difficult to reintegrate into the martial world. They either retreat into the mountains or are absorbed by demon sects, becoming followers of darkness. Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly. "Are you suggesting that among the demons, there are those who were once martial artists?" Wan Baoyang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, once they are demonized, they essentially lose their sanity, becoming frenzied beings driven solely by slaughter. Consequently, many martial artists who tread the path of demon body refinement refrain from advancing too far, opting instead to seek paths of suppression in their later stages, whether through body refinement or soul cultivation, relying on a more potent spirit to contain the demonic aura." Chen Feng nodded in contemplation. "I see. So, if I choose not to continue my practice of demon body refinement, I could pursue a breakthrough in the fourth rank of qi cultivation?" Wan Baoyang confirmed, "Yes." Chen Feng replied, "Understood. I must carefully consider the path that lies ahead." With that, he departed Wan Baoyang's courtyard, his mind swirling with thoughts about his future course. First and foremost, he knew he could not abandon the path of demon body refinement. With his innate ability to absorb energy, he had yet to feel the impact of demonic aura. As long as he could procure sufficient demon blood, his journey in body refinement could continually progress. Moreover, he could sense an attraction among the talents he had awakened as his mastery of the blood dragon devouring technique deepened. A few more breakthroughs would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative transformation. Naturally, he could not afford to forsake this path. However, in the immediate term, finding fifth-rank demon blood seemed implausible, and relying solely on himself would be arduous. Therefore, he resolved to explore the path of qi cultivation over the next few days, testing whether he could break through to the fourth rank of true qi. Given that he had already condensed true qi, all he required was a suitable cultivation technique. With anticipation glimmering in his eyes, Chen Feng contemplated a visit to the scripture repository to see if there were appropriate techniques for true qi cultivation. He still had 1,000 points remaining, and the techniques he had previously encountered lingered in his thoughts. Now, with points to exchange and time to experiment, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. According to Wan Baoyang, few martial artists chose to cultivate dual systems. Thus, he would embrace the challenge of mastering both, perhaps even aspiring towards the trifecta of cultivation. The question remained, would the scripture repository offer suitable techniques? And how should he choose among them? Chapter 56, The Five-Element Divine Aura, Reunion with the Woman in White. This marks Chen Feng's second visit to the scripture pavilion. On his way here, several students had already caught sight of him. Unlike the prior occasion when he went unnoticed, this time, as Chen Feng approached the scripture pavilion, he was met with an abundance of astonished and reverent gazes along the way. Although many students engaged in hushed discussions about him, when face to face, they still bowed respectfully and made way for him. In the eyes of numerous students lingered a palpable sense of awe. After all, he was the top student on the stormy list, inspiring admiration in many. Upon witnessing Chen Feng enter the scripture pavilion, some students were taken aback, pondering whether he had not only recently visited the pavilion. Wasn't he, it said, that after claiming the title of the first on the stormy list, he would surely gain access to the martial techniques and skills within the stormy tower, thus lacking in means? Perhaps he had encountered a bottleneck, seeking avenues for breakthrough? Indeed, many were closely observing when Chen Feng would ascend to the grand stormy list. Rumor had it that betting had already commenced regarding the timing of his ascent, which surely must place a degree of pressure upon him. Among the crowd, one individual fixated on Chen Feng as he entered the pavilion, harboring an unusual expression. It was Lin Jin, who had previously exchanged brief words with Chen Feng at the enrollment site. At this moment, his countenance was grim as he murmured softly, "Has he truly advanced to this stage so swiftly? During our last encounter, he seemed merely a novice in martial arts. How is it that he now exudes strength that could rival my own? Is he already capable of ascending to the grand stormy list?" Lin Jin's expression darkened, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. It appeared that waiting any longer was not an option. Such a prodigy of the human race must be eliminated post-haste. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, he remained indifferent to the circumstances outside the scripture pavilion. His foremost thought was to break through to the 4th grade, seeking ways to grow stronger and to intervene in the matters of Black Mountain. He merely skimmed through the techniques and skills on the 1st and 2nd floors, grasping their types and correlations before directly ascending to the 3rd level to select a suitable true chi technique. Moreover, unlike before, this time, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd grade in physical prowess, Chen Feng's perception had transformed. He now understood why true chi techniques were said to possess elemental distinctions. Each martial artist's constitution corresponds to certain attributes of techniques, which also have varying degrees of compatibility. Techniques with high compatibility yield results with half the effort, while those with low compatibility require twice the effort for scant reward. However, martial artists themselves are typically unable to discern which attributes suit them best. Yet, after awakening his innate talent, Chen Feng found himself in a different situation. He merely closed his eyes and, with a slight sense of perception, became aware of the myriad colorful lights swirling between heaven and earth, akin to particles. Chen Feng mused inwardly. This must be the elemental spiritual energy. The last time he studied the techniques, such as the Gale Sword technique and the fiery arts, they represented the attributes of wind and fire. A martial artist of his exceptional talent could naturally perceive the existence of elemental spiritual energy and was inclined to select the one that resonated with him most harmoniously. According to Chen Feng's perception, both the Gale Sword technique and the fiery arts exhibited a remarkably high degree of compatibility. What does this imply? Chen Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Does it mean that any technique I cultivate would align well with me? It seems he has an abundance of elemental techniques available for cultivation. He even glanced at several other elemental techniques, discovering they too possessed commendable compatibility. Does this mean that my innate constitution allows me to harmonize with all elemental techniques? Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise as he murmured to himself. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. It is essential to note that, based on his understanding of the cultivation of Qi martial artists, once an elemental attribute is chosen, it closely intertwines with future cultivation, particularly upon reaching the 6th grade of the true intent realm. The determination of the true intent attribute profoundly influences the foundational aspects of the subsequent 7th, 8th, and 9th grades. Thus, the selection of techniques must be approached with utmost caution. Gazing at the array of techniques before him, Chen Feng pondered how to make his choice. With his innate constitution assuring a certain level of compatibility with any elemental technique, he should opt for a technique of greater potency. Among them, he held a fondness for the Gale Sword technique and the fiery arts. However, upon discovering new techniques, a different notion began to stir within him, those with dual elemental attributes, such as the water and fire duality and the thunder-fire divine spear technique. These techniques require compatibility with at least 2 elemental attributes for cultivation. Yet once successfully cultivated, the power harnessed would be equivalent to that of dual existence, immensely formidable and terrifying. A glimmer of realization crossed Chen Feng's gaze. Since he could cultivate all elemental attributes, might he not choose techniques that encompass a broader array of attributes? He continued to explore further, and particularly upon encountering one specific technique, his previous thoughts were entirely overturned. He murmured to himself, "I shall select this technique." In his hands lay the introduction to the technique, boldly inscribed with the 4 characters, 5 elemental divine force. Its rank was classified as upper earth grade, with an exchange price of 800 points. It could be said to be the highest-ranking technique within this layer of the scripture repository. Moreover, it enabled the cultivation of 5 elemental attributes simultaneously: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, coalescing into 5 types of true qi. Especially upon reaching the true intent realm, one could comprehend the 5 divine manifestations, transforming them into the celestial prison. It was equally offensive and defensive, extraordinarily fearsome. As Chen Feng gazed at the introduction before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The power it promised was indeed formidable. Just as he was preparing to exchange for this technique, a melodious voice interjected, "Are you considering this skill? Do you realize it is also known as the death technique?" Surprised, Chen Feng turned to see the woman in the white dress he had encountered during his previous visit. Her beauty was striking, and as she regarded the 5 elements divine aura he held, a complex expression crossed her face. With curiosity, Chen Feng clasped his hands and inquired, "Excuse me, could you enlighten me on what the death technique entails?" He recalled that during his last visit to the scripture pavilion, this same woman had indeed stood by the 5 elements divine aura. Did it imply that she had also chosen this technique? The woman's gaze reflected complexity as she explained, "The requirements for cultivating the 5 elements divine aura are exceedingly high. It is only suitable for warriors capable of perceiving multiple attributes. Generally, those who can sense 2 or 3 types of elemental energy find mastering this technique exceedingly challenging." One of the greatest difficulties of the 5 elements divine aura is the necessity for the 5 elemental energies to progress simultaneously and rapidly, achieving a state of balance. Otherwise, if one attribute becomes imbalanced, there's a risk of energy going out of control. Furthermore, if one attribute lags significantly, it becomes difficult to break through realms, leaving one to languish in lower levels of cultivation. Many prodigies who once ranked first on the young talents list have chosen this technique, only to later be compelled to switch paths after wasting years of cultivation, their potential nearly exhausted, ultimately surpassed by warriors of lesser talent. It is a tragedy indeed. The woman softly elucidated these points to Chen Feng, her eyes revealing a hint of empathy. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt enlightened but then smiled, saying, "I see. Thank you for your clarification. Nonetheless, I still intend to give it a try." With that, he grasped the jade slip and made his way downstairs. Left standing alone, the woman in white watched as Chen Feng departed, her expression a blend of complexity and bewilderment. After a moment, a glimmer of understanding illuminated her eyes, and she murmured, unaffected and resolute in his determination to cultivate, "This new first on the young talents list is quite intriguing. What grants him such confidence?" Gradually, a spark of determination flickered in her eyes, and she whispered, "If he dares to cultivate, how can I let a moment of weakness deter me from such a powerful technique? Only the mediocre would choose to abandon their potential." After uttering these words, a powerful aura emanated from her being, resonating in all directions. With a glimmer in her eyes, she smiled softly. "Indeed, it is as I thought. Let us continue our cultivation." In her hands lay a new martial art, the 5 elements divine force, which she had initially considered abandoning. Yet, upon encountering Chen Feng once more, witnessing his unwavering confidence as a novice martial artist willing to cultivate the 5 elements divine force, she could not bring herself to forsake it. In the first floor of the scripture repository, teacher Zhao Chan gazed at the martial art chosen by Chen Feng with a hint of astonishment, inquiring, "Chen Feng, are you aware of the difficulty involved in cultivating this technique? And the cost of exchange? Are you truly resolute in your choice?" Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have made my decision. With a tinge of concern in his eyes, Zhao Chun responded, do you know that prior to this, the previous champion of the Stormy rankings also selected this technique? Yet even to this day, he has not made any progress, nor has he broken through his current realm. At that moment, Zhao Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise as he raised his gaze to the higher levels of the repository. A complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes as he murmured, has there been a breakthrough now? Chapter 57. Fire Element True Qi Afterward. He refrained from elaborating further on Chen Feng's choice, simply exchanging the complete version of the 5 elements divine force with him. With a light-hearted smile, he encouraged, do your best, Chen Feng. The future of Deqian belongs to the youth. Chen Feng replied with a grin, thank you, Teacher Zhao. As he held the completed 5 elements divine force, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhao, he returned to his courtyard, eager to delve into the contents of the 5 elements divine force. What could possibly have garnered the attention of the enigmatic woman in white and astonished the teachers of the scripture repository, who had seen countless martial arts? In his heart, Chen Feng felt that cultivating this 5 elements divine force as a foundational technique could yield unique rewards. Yet he pondered, to what level had that woman in white mastered this technique? While in the scripture repository, Chen Feng had been quite close to her, yet he had not sensed any trace of true qi emanating from her. Could it be that, after all this time, she had yet to even grasp the fundamentals of the 5 elements divine force? After some contemplation, Chen Feng chose not to dwell on it further, and instead focused on understanding the essence of the 5 elements divine force. As he perused its contents, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Indeed, the method of breakthrough differed greatly from that of demon body refinement. Demon body refinement primarily involved the relentless strengthening of one's physical body, allowing it to undergo a transformation akin to that of a demon, or even more fearsome, capable of tearing apart demons and upheaving mountains with sheer physical prowess. In contrast, true qi cultivation required the refinement of true qi, the establishment of a dantian energy sea within the body, the circulation of qi through meridians, the opening of acupoints, and the storage of true qi. With a mere flick of the hand, a strand of true qi could erupt forth, capable of shattering a human body, its power extraordinarily formidable. According to the information presented regarding the 5 elemental divine powers within the realm of true qi, the number of true qi meridians one can open correlates directly with the amount of stored true qi and, consequently, the potency of one's abilities. The capacity to unlock these meridians is intrinsically linked to the martial artist's innate talent and the level of their cultivation techniques. The most rudimentary techniques permit only a few meridians to be opened, although such practitioners may still be classified as 4th-tier warriors. They are often relegated to a lifetime of stagnation within the lower echelons of the 4th-tier true qi realm, devoid of any hope for advancement. Such individuals are typically the targets of more gifted martial artists, who can easily defeat them despite their higher rank. Conversely, those capable of opening a dozen or even 20 meridians among the 4th-tier warriors exhibit a degree of strength that allows them to dominate physical cultivators, rarely facing defeat from those of higher tiers. Achieving the milestone of 36 open meridians marks a significant stage within the true qi realm. At this level, if one acquires rare and extraordinary resources, there exists a slim possibility of ascending to the 5th tier. However, the chances of such a breakthrough remain exceedingly low and fraught with difficulty. Techniques that enable the opening of between 36 and 72 meridians fall under the category of profound-level techniques. Practitioners of these techniques possess formidable combat prowess within the true qi realm, demonstrating both resilience and a substantially greater probability of transcending to the 5th tier. Their combat capabilities are regarded as intermediate within the 4th tier, already placing them at the upper echelons among ordinary individuals. Further, those who can unlock between 72 and 108 meridians are considered minor geniuses, endowed with both robust familial resources and remarkable innate talent. Such warriors are rare, with a significant likelihood of breaking into the 5th tier. As for those who manage to open between 108 and 144 meridians, their talent is evidently impressive, and their access to resources is ample, thereby qualifying them for the ranks of renowned martial artists, with a minimum of 108 meridians achieved. Lastly, the range of 144 to 180 meridians signifies progress towards the pinnacle of true Qi mastery. At this stage, these individuals can be deemed true prodigies. By unlocking such a multitude of meridians, they significantly enhance their chances of attaining the fifth tier. The 5 elemental divine powers are classified among the superior techniques of the earth level precisely because they represent the pinnacle of cultivation, capable of unlocking up to 180 meridians. These 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are cultivated simultaneously, allowing practitioners to absorb their attributes and manifest the 5 elemental divine forms. Each attribute permits the opening of 36 meridians. However, unlike other elite techniques, mastering this art necessitates a profound understanding of the 5 elements and the maintenance of balance. Otherwise, any misstep may lead to catastrophic conflicts within the true Qi, resulting in severe injuries or the shattering of one's meridians and dantian. Otherwise, the technique capable of unlocking as many as 180 acupoints could undoubtedly be classified within the celestial tier. So, it was indeed the case. Chen Feng pondered, murmuring softly to himself. To comprehend a specific divine aspect is to embrace a corresponding attribute. The 5 elemental divine aura possesses formidable power. However, the true Qi is inherently attributed, and achieving a harmonious balance within one's body proves to be a daunting challenge. As for the 5 elements, it depends on the aspect one perceives. The martial artist who originated this technique categorized the 5 aspects as Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Qilin. Yet, there exists an interpretation suggesting that one need not adhere strictly to these 5 aspects for cultivation. One can perceive their own unique aspect. Upon reaching mastery, the manifestation of the 5 aspects would bow to the self, bestowing upon the practitioner an overwhelming surge of true Qi and power, which is nothing short of terrifying. Thus, the pursuit of this technique shall commence, starting with the fire attribute. Chen Feng contemplated thoughtfully. Within him, he already harbored a strand of true Qi belonging to the red flame blade technique, which is inherently of the fire attribute. The fire aspect is synonymous with Zhuke. Although one can perceive other divine aspects, Chen Feng felt no inclination to diverge from this path for the moment. He resolved to methodically elevate his cultivation to a higher realm. Subsequently, he commenced his practice. Buzz, accompanied by a resonant hum. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. There were no hindrances within his body. The original red flame, Qi, seamlessly began to transform into the fire attribute of the 5 elemental divine aura. A strand of searing energy was stored within him. In Chen Feng's perception, the surrounding world gradually emanated faint traces of fire attribute energy, converging toward his being. It felt as though he had plunged into an environment of profound stillness, as the fire aspects technique followed its designated path through repeated cycles. A strand of fire attribute true Qi was successfully condensed. The panel displayed new information. Your 5 elemental divine aura has condensed a strand of fire attribute true Qi. Entry level in fire aspect cultivation, Proficiency 1. Skill, 5 elemental divine aura, fire aspect entry progress 1. Exhaling deeply, Chen Feng opened his eyes and glanced out the window. The sky was gradually brightening. He contemplated, wondering if mastering merely the fire aspect took an entire night. This pace of cultivation seemed rather slow. There was a considerable disparity between this and his earlier expectations of swiftly condensing the 5 aspects. He suppressed these thoughts and continued to circulate the fire aspect of the divine aura, awaiting the formation of another strand of fire attribute true Qi. Chen Feng sensed the gathering of vital energy within him, his eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Under such circumstances, it would likely take at least a month to proficiently cultivate the fire elemental divine aura, and that was assuming he possessed innate talent. To master all 5 fire elemental divine auras, would it not require half a year? Such a timeline felt rather sluggish to him. Chen Feng sighed internally. If it took him half a year to achieve mastery, would he still have time to venture to Black Mountain? If other practitioners of the 5 elemental divine auras were to learn of Chen Feng's thoughts, they would surely be incredulous, as many had spent years merely scratching the surface. With a furrowed brow, Chen Feng pondered that to expedite his cultivation, he must seek pertinent resources, yet these resources were beyond his current reach. The swiftest method to acquire them might be to challenge the stormy rankings. However, given his current pinnacle of the 3rd rank, with only a trace of vital energy coalesced and no acupoints opened, even if he entered the rankings, he would likely only manage to secure a position at the very bottom, yielding minimal points in rewards. Contemplating his next steps, he noticed the sky outside had brightened. Chen Feng resolved to visit the scripture repository to search for insights left by predecessors who had cultivated the 5 elemental divine auras. If that proved futile, he would have to wait for the 5-rank demon blood that one Baoyang had mentioned in 3 days, hoping it might aid him in overcoming the challenges of the 4th rank in body refinement. As of now, he had yet to hear of any practitioners of the 4th rank within the Blackstone Academy. He felt that if he could break through to the 4th rank, he might have a chance to contend for the top spot on the Stormy rankings. Currently, he still felt somewhat lacking. With a newfound determination, Chen Feng set forth towards the scripture repository. However, he had not ventured far when a message from Teacher Qian Hu arrived through his student token, instructing him to come to his location. Chen Feng was taken aback, uncertain of what Teacher Qian Hu required of him. Nevertheless, with his cultivation stagnated, he felt no hesitation and proceeded to the courtyard where Teacher Qian Hu awaited. Upon arriving at Teacher Qian Hu's courtyard, he found the teacher already there, waiting. Chen Feng respectfully greeted Teacher Qian. By now, he could perceive some fluctuations of energy emanating from Teacher Qian, indicating that he too belonged to the 4th rank, with a vitality far surpassing his own current thread of vital energy. Teacher Qian sat in the courtyard, awaiting Chen Feng's arrival. As Chen Feng entered, a smile graced Teacher Qian's face, poised to speak. In the next moment, he swiftly appeared before Chen Feng, surprised, and asked, "Have you begun to condense your vital energy? Which technique are you practicing?" Qian Hu's face was awash with astonishment, unable to fathom how swiftly Chen Feng had begun to consolidate his true energy. As Chen Feng sensed his teacher, Qian Hu's movement, he instinctively prepared to evade, but ultimately restrained himself. He discerned that there was no malice emanating from Qian Hu and thus spoke up. "It is the 5 elements divine aura." A complex expression flickered in Qian Hu's eyes as he attuned himself to the fluctuations of Chen Feng's aura, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, so it is this particular technique of true energy cultivation. Indeed, it belongs to the more formidable practices of our academy. Your decisive approach to cultivating true energy is commendable. I had presumed you would remain engrossed in the arduous path of demon body refinement, neglecting all other avenues." Chen Feng sighed. The path of demon body refinement is exceedingly arduous. The resources consumed in demon blood alone have been overwhelming thus far. Confronting demons down the line is inevitable. Qian Hu paused, momentarily taken aback, then replied with a complex expression, "Indeed. So, you have shifted to the path of qi cultivation? That is a positive development." However, before he could finish his thought, Chen Feng interjected, "Teacher Qian, I aspire to practice dual cultivation, both body refinement and qi cultivation concurrently." Qian Hu's surprise was palpable. Dual cultivation? Have you considered the implications? A person's innate talent and capacity are finite. The resources and energy required for dual cultivation far exceed those needed for singular practice. It may not merely demand double the time and effort, but potentially exponentially more. Furthermore, pursuing demon body refinement, while cultivating true energy, could hinder your progress, as a stronger true energy may suppress the transformation of flesh, while the demonic aura could impede your understanding and advancement in true energy. This is not an advisable path. Chen Feng, absorbing Qian Hu's words, expressed his surprise. They can indeed hold each other back? Qian Hu nodded yes. The paths of demon body refinement and martial chi cultivation are fundamentally opposed. The reliance on demon blood to transform flesh simultaneously introduces demonic energy into the body. While the demonic aura might not pose an issue at other times, should you pursue the path of true energy, any taint from the demonic aura could severely hinder your progress. Moreover, the future stages of demon body refinement involve the refinement of demonic souls. While the path of true energy focuses on personal comprehension of the world, these two pursuits inherently conflict. Without sufficient aptitude, traversing this path is quite challenging. Listening to Chen Feng pondered, realizing the implications of his words. However, he reflected upon his own practice and noted that he had not yet experienced any hindrance. Particularly, he had never felt the demonic aura that had been spoken of since the beginning. It seemed to have been entirely refined by his innate ability to absorb energy. Furthermore, with his talent panel, he could awaken corresponding abilities for any technique or martial art. He sensed that limiting himself to a singular path might prevent him from fully realizing the potential of his innate gifts. Chen Feng refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead spoke earnestly. "Teacher Qian, I still wish to give a try. Should I feel any discomfort, I will choose to withdraw." Upon hearing this, Qian nodded in agreement. "Very well. I have already conveyed the distinctions to you. I trust you will exercise your own judgment. The purpose of summoning you today is to assess the extent of your cultivation. Furthermore, I have reported to the dean, who is currently away but has already granted permission for me to allocate certain resources to you. Initially, I intended to provide you with several vials of 5th-grade demon blood store within the academy, but now that you have refined your true energy, an additional option has emerged. You must be cultivating the fire aspect of the 5-element divine energy, correct? The Academy's repository still contains some fire spirit stones, which could also be awarded to you to expedite the condensation of your fire aspect. Now, it is up to you to decide how to proceed." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes brightened at the mention of 5th-grade demon blood and fire spirit stones. He felt a surge of excitement. The 5th-grade demon blood was precisely what he needed for his blood dragon devouring technique. With it, he might directly break through to the 4th level of the technique. Perhaps upon awakening the 4th level talent, he could initiate a new round of talent fusion. As for the fire spirit stones, they are excellent supplementary resources for practitioners of true energy. He was pleasantly surprised that Teacher Qian even mentioned them. Obtaining either of these resources could significantly accelerate his current cultivation. He desired both. Acting on his thoughts, Chen Feng asked with a wry smile, "Teacher Qian, may I inquire why you are offering these resources to a student? Can I choose for myself?" He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Since entering the Blackstone Academy, it seemed he had not contributed anything to the institution. Instead, it had consistently provided him with various resources and support, from the initial martial arts techniques to the earth level and even heaven level skills obtained from the wind and cloud tower. Additionally, there were rewards exchanged for points, which made Chen Feng feel as though he had received too much. Qian paused momentarily. Then, noticing the expression on Chen Feng's face, he seemed to grasp his thoughts and laughed heartily. "Chen Feng, you are still preoccupied with this matter. The Academy's willingness to nurture you is a testament to your potential. At this stage, you are not expected to contribute much, as you have yet to reach a point where you can offer significantly. In time, as you achieve success in your cultivation, that will be when you can repay the Academy and the Demon Patrol." As he spoke, Qianhu's gaze grew complex, and he sighed. "Do you understand the current situation within the Great Qian realm regarding the demons?" Chen Feng, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it said that our Great Qian Legion is invincible, continuously repelling the demons and slaying them beyond our borders?" Qianhu shook his head. "If we were truly invincible, how could there be so many demons within our realm? Why is there a necessity to establish so many strongholds for demons in various regions? The situation between the Great Qian and the demons is indeed dire. What our Great Qian most desperately needs now is the emergence of talented martial artists like you. If we could produce even a single master, or at the very least a 6th-grade true essence warrior, it could dramatically alter the fate of a local city or even an entire province. Thus, for you at this moment, the best way to repay our academy is to focus on your cultivation, striving for perfection in your growth. Chen Feng, deep in thought, sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the outlook is not optimistic. Hence, he must hasten his progress, at the very least to possess the strength to protect himself. Moreover, given the abundant resources and support the Academy has provided him, how could he bear to stand idly by and witness the potential for destruction? Teacher Qian, who gazed at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with anticipation and satisfaction. Initially, after receiving the dean's reply, he harbored some doubts. Both the 5th grade demon blood and the fire spirit crystal are considered precious strategic resources within the Blackstone County. However, after conversing with Chen Feng, his resolve solidified. These resources would not be squandered on him. Had he been faced with a talent solely focused on extracting resources without reciprocation, he would have felt some trepidation. Yet, from their dialogue and Chen Feng's demeanor, he could clearly sense that this young man genuinely cared about the plight of the great Qian. With such a perceptive talent, exhibiting such insight at this moment, why should he be stingy with these resources? Particularly upon witnessing the expression in Chen Feng's eyes. Qian, who suppressed his initial inclination to refuse. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "For today, you may select only one resource for support. Once you secure the top position on the Storm and Cloud rankings, I shall grant you the remaining reward." Qian, who harbored his thoughts. Chen Feng's pace of cultivation was remarkably swift. He had already surged ahead to claim the first position on the Storm and Cloud minor rankings with astounding speed. While he held confidence in Chen Feng's mindset, he wished to prevent the young man from becoming overly proud. Moreover, given Chen Feng's current level of cultivation, he had the potential to challenge the Storm and Cloud major rankings. However, remaining absorbed solely in training was not the ideal approach to cultivation. It would be more beneficial to utilize this 5th grade resource to stimulate Chen Feng, allowing him to experience the atmosphere of the Academy and gauge the state of other martial artists. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately discerned Teacher Qian's intentions. Without hesitation, he smiled and replied, "Teacher Qian, I gladly accept this condition. I choose the 5th grade demon blood." A look of joy illuminated his features. In comparison to resources like the Fire Spirit Stone, which require cultivation to perceive their transformative effects, it is evident that the blood of 5th grade demons holds far greater allure. With the possession of 5th grade blood, one would be granted the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the 4th level of the Blood Dragon devouring technique. Chapter 59. Breaking through to 4th grade. The transformation of the right hand. Qian, who nodded and said, "Indeed, these 6 vials of 5th grade demon blood were procured specifically for you. Take them and utilize them as you see fit. I trust your judgment in whatever you choose to do. However, I advise against forcing the refinement at this moment. Should the demonic aura infiltrate your body, it may adversely affect your future cultivation path." As he spoke, Teacher Qian, who waved his hand, and 6 vials of 5th grade demon blood materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing these vials, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Qian. I will remember the Academy's support, and when I am capable, I will undoubtedly repay the Academy." Chen Feng spoke earnestly. Since his entrance into the Blackstone Academy, he had consistently enjoyed its benevolence. Now, with Teacher Qian who willing to bestow such a strategic resource upon him, he was determined not to disappoint. He continued, "Moreover, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Storm and Cloud rankings in the shortest time possible, ensuring I do not let you down." Qian smiled and nodded. "I too look forward to witnessing your rise." "Rest assured, I will," Chen Feng replied. After acquiring the 6 vials of 5th grade demon blood, he returned directly to his courtyard. Originally, he intended to review the insights of the 5 phases divine energy, but now that he had obtained the 5th grade demon blood, his priority was to first refine his body with its essence. He contemplated advancing his cultivation and strength to their utmost before challenging the Storm and Cloud rankings. According to the information he had gathered, the bottom 5 ranks were predominantly occupied by 3rd grade warriors, with only the top 5 featuring 4th grade warriors. The strength of these competitors did not pose a significant threat to him at this stage. Upon returning to his courtyard, he informed Lin Shui of his return and began preparing for a new seclusion. After Chen Feng departed, Teacher Qian, who remained in the courtyard, gazing in the direction of his departure, his expression complex. He murmured softly, truly a prodigious warrior, having already reached the pinnacle of third-grade body refinement. He stands a chance at making his mark on the storm and cloud rankings, yet he remains humble and focused on his cultivation. Such a promising talent. If we could produce another 6th-grade true intent warrior, it would greatly benefit the situation in Nanshan Prefecture. Just as Teacher Qian, who was lost in thought, a flicker of confusion crossed his face as he retrieved his communication talisman. Upon reading the message, his expression shifted abruptly, darkening as he exclaimed, "Damn it! The demon cultists have infiltrated Blackstone City. The accursed demon cultists have audaciously slain the genius from our leaderboard. It is utterly infuriating." Qian, whose countenance was exceedingly grim, gazing at the message on the communication talisman, he realized that, during this period, the demon cultists had made several attempts at stealthy assassinations. The latest news revealed that one Baoyang had fallen victim to one such ambush. Had it not been for Wan Baoyang's status as the vice-master of the Wanxiang Tower, along with his array of defensive talismans, he might have met his demise. Yet, even though Wan Baoyang escaped this peril, the situation within Haishi City remained dire. In the past couple of days, several other talents from the minor leaderboard had also faced assassination attempts, including a member of the major leaderboard at the peak of the 3rd tier who had perished. Observing this information, Chen, whose expression darkened further. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that Chen Feng still held the position of the foremost contender on the minor leaderboard, given that the demon cultists had infiltrated Haishi City. And considering their audacity in launching brazen assaults, it was evident that they must have an accomplice within the Haishi Academy. It was imperative to inform Chen Feng to refrain from leaving the academy during this perilous time. Contemplating these matters, Qian, who attempted to send a message to Chen Feng, but received no reply. Clearly, Chen Feng had commenced another round of seclusion. Qian, who could only shake his head and sigh, acknowledging that refining the blood of a 5th-tier demon would require several days. He decided to leave a message for Chen Feng, while he would join forces with the city guard to eliminate more demon cultists, thereby alleviating some pressure on the talented students within Haishi City. Subsequently, Qian, who made his way towards the city guard. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng was entirely unaware of the unfolding events. After returning with the 5th-tier demon blood, he promptly entered seclusion. Without a moment's pause, he consumed an entire vial of the 5th-tier demon blood, eager to ascertain its effectiveness. 5th-tier demon blood, he murmured softly, filled with anticipation. Upon acquiring the demon blood, he had sensed that the flow of his own blood seemed to quicken. Now, as the vial was drained, a resounding boom echoed in his ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of this thunderous sound emanated entirely from within his blood. His blood surged with frenzied energy, and beyond the transformation of his flesh and skin, energy coursed through his meridians. Furthermore, a portion of this energy flowed with the blood, seeping into his very bones. A gentle breath of energy surged in, causing Chen Feng to momentarily pause in awe. He could perceive a faint silver glow beginning to emanate from the bones of his right hand. Crack! As the power within his bones coalesced, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Was this the transformation of his bones? Within his mental realm, he sensed the metamorphosis of the skeletal structure in his right hand. Creak! Particularly as the power evolved, an influx of energy flowed into the bones, until the essence of the 5th-grade demon blood was completely absorbed. The interface before him refreshed with new information. You have refined a new 5th-grade demon blood. Your blood dragon devouring technique has ascended to the 4th level. The bones of your right hand are undergoing transformation. A spark of brilliance shone in Chen Feng's eyes as he chuckled softly. Bring it on. Body refinement realm. 4th-grade bone refinement. According to his previous understanding, upon reaching the 4th grade in body refinement, one would begin to temper their bones. This was distinct from the training of the lower 3 grades. The training of the middle 3 grades had clear subdivisions. In Qi training, the 4th grade true Qi realm was determined by the opening of acupoints. However, in the 4th grade body refinement realm, strength was dictated by the tempered bones. Once the bones of the limbs, spine, and skull were successfully refined, one could essentially claim to be devoid of weaknesses. Moreover, any area that was tempered would exhibit a significant enhancement in strength compared to the state before reaching the 4th grade. Just as now, as Chen Feng opened his eyes and glanced at his right hand, a sense of wonder filled him. He simply threw a punch forward. Whoosh! Both speed and power, he felt, had improved at least twofold since before his breakthrough. Excellent. Let's continue, Chen Feng thought. He then resumed refining the remaining 5th grade demon blood. He could sense that as he broke through, the innate talents of the first 3 levels of the blood dragon devouring technique, dragon scales, dragon blood, and dragon tendons, were beginning to shimmer faintly. It was highly likely that once he reached a proficient level in the 4th stage of the blood dragon devouring technique, new talents would awaken, potentially leading to a new round of integration. He was uncertain what surprises awaited him this time, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. Chapter 60. Transformation of the Upper Limbs, the 5 Elements Connection. You have refined a vial of 5th grade demon blood. Your proficiency in the 4th level of the blood dragon devouring technique is now 10. You have refined a vial of 5th grade demon blood. Your proficiency in the 4th level of the blood dragon devouring technique has increased. With each vial of demon blood refined, Chen Feng sensed his right hand's skeletal structure transforming towards a golden hue. However, a serious expression crossed his face. He anticipated that upon reaching the 4th grade realm, a single vial of 5th grade demon blood would yield merely a 10-point increase in proficiency. Should this continue, by the time all 6 vials of demon essence are fully refined, it would still be impossible to advance the blood dragon devouring technique to a proficient level, thus hindering the awakening of the 4th tier innate abilities. Contemplation flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. However, not long into this process, after refining 3 of the 6 vials, his right hand bones had already undergone a transformation into gold. It was time to initiate the metamorphosis of the bones in his limbs. Without hesitation, Chen Feng opted to transform the bones of his left hand. His speed was not lacking, thanks to the heavenly Peng soaring technique and the heavenly Peng illusion talent. Moreover, as the first transformation involved his bones, it was prudent to complete the metamorphosis of both hands, thereby enhancing his overall strength, which would yield benefits in combat. By the time all 6 vials of 5th tier demon essence were fully refined, his left hand's bones had also been tempered to completion. Blood dragon devouring technique 4th tier, entry level progress 60. He gazed at the panel information, feeling the newfound strength in his hands. Now, upon a slight assessment, he realized that his power had increased significantly compared to before. In terms of physical cultivation, he could be considered at the pinnacle of the initial 4th tier. Chen Feng mused that with such strength, he should be able to secure a position within the top 10 of the Storm and Cloud rankings. However, he sighed at the thought of the challenges that lay ahead in attempting to reach the top spot. His initial plan was to break through to the 4th tier realm of demon refining, awaken new innate abilities, and then storm into the Storm and Cloud rankings to seize the 1st place, thus obtaining the 5th tier demon essence promised by Wanxiang Tower. Yet, it appeared he would require at least 4 more vials of 5th tier demon essence. He wondered how many vials Wan Baoyang would be able to provide in 3 days. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that if he could acquire 4 or more vials of 5th tier essence, he might awaken the 4th tier abilities. At that moment, he contemplated the earlier blockade he faced at the peak of the 3rd tier, which required 5th tier demon essence for a breakthrough. He pondered the potential utility of 4th tier demon essence. Could it possibly grant him some degree of proficiency? He still had about 50 vials of 4th tier demon essence remaining from the previous 120. Resolutely, Chen Feng retrieved a vial of 4th tier demon essence and consumed it. In the next instant, a glimmer of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was still effective. He had initially thought it would yield no proficiency whatsoever. You have refined a vial of 4th tier demon essence, gaining 5 proficiency points. Although it was merely an increase of 5 points, it was still significant. However, it is indeed sufficient to take a significant leap forward. During the following hours, Chen Feng diligently refined the essence of 4th grade demon blood. After a whole afternoon had passed, he successfully completed the refinement of the remaining 4th grade demon blood. At this moment, his blood dragon devouring technique had reached a proficiency of 90 in its 4th level. With just 2 more vials of 4th grade demon blood, or a single vial of 5th grade demon blood, he would be poised to advance to the proficient level of the 4th level of the blood dragon devouring technique, thereby awakening a new talent. This prospect, for Chen Feng, posed no pressure whatsoever. If necessary, he could first challenge the storm and cloud rankings, secure a commendable position, and subsequently earn substantial merit points, which could be exchanged for resources. As he relaxed after refining the demon blood, Chen Feng then made his way to the scripture pavilion. With a solution for refining the demon body in hand, it was time to delve deeper into the knowledge of the 5 elements divine aura. Understanding the methods of true Qi warriors was imperative. Otherwise, encountering unfamiliar techniques in the storm and cloud rankings could lead to complications. Lost in contemplation, Chen Feng soon arrived at the scripture pavilion, ascending directly to the 3rd floor, where the 5 elements divine aura was located, hoping to discover any insights left by predecessors. To his surprise, he encountered the same woman in white he had seen on a previous visit. The woman, upon seeing Chen Feng enter, displayed a hint of astonishment in her gaze. Yet, in the next moment, her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "You have entered the realm of the 5 elements divine aura?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had been one of the most gifted students at the Blackstone Academy, deeply engrossed in the study of the 5 elements divine aura. Although she had observed Chen Feng a few times, she barely knew him well. She recalled that only a few days had passed since Chen Feng had chosen the 5 elements divine aura, and now she could sense a fluctuation of genuine qi emanating from him. At that moment, Chen Feng, too, was taken aback. He sensed a similar fluctuation of genuine qi from the woman in white. A thought crossed his mind. Was she also a practitioner of the 5 elements divine aura? He was astonished, recalling that during their last encounter, he had not sensed any qi fluctuation from her, likely because she had been concealing her presence. Or had she, in the span of a few days, managed to enter the realm of the 5 elements divine aura as well? The shock resonated within him. His rapid advancement was aided by the proficiency panel. Yet how had this young woman achieved her entry? If it were solely due to talent, it would indeed be remarkable. In his heart, Chen Feng contemplated these thoughts and then cupped his hands in response, expressing his modesty. The woman in white gazed at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with admiration, and remarked, "To achieve entry into the 5 elements divine essence within such a brief period is indeed a testament to your innate talent in this discipline." Chen Feng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Over the years, there must have been numerous practitioners of the 5 elements divine essence. Why is it that merely entering is considered a mark of genius?" The woman in white shook her head, explaining, "The 5 elements divine essence is regarded as a pinnacle among earthly grade techniques. Were it not for various constraints, it could easily be classified as a heavenly grade technique. The difficulty of mastering a heavenly grade technique is far from trivial. Entry is merely the first hurdle, while maintaining balance is the crucial subsequent step. Nevertheless, the quicker one can condense new 5 elements true qi, the lower the difficulty of maintaining that balance. Your swift success in this endeavor clearly marks you as a prodigy of this lineage." Chen Feng pondered. So, maintaining balance is paramount? He recalled having encountered similar notions concerning the 5 elements divine essence. The greatest challenge of the 5 elements divine essence lies in achieving equilibrium. A single misstep could lead to an imbalance in the true qi, resulting in catastrophic self-damage. This was the first time he learned that the faster one condenses the true qi, the easier it becomes to maintain that balance. As Chen Feng was deep in thought, he noticed the silver scroll held by the woman in white. She, perceiving his gaze, smiled and said, "This is my own acquisition. I cannot share it with you. However, here is the Academy's compilation of insights on the 5 elements divine essence. You may peruse it. Once you have condensed at least 3 elements of true qi, I shall gladly share this scroll with you, and we can engage in further discourse." As she spoke, she stowed the silver scroll away and gestured towards the remaining jade slips upon the stone platform. Chen Feng felt a twinge of disappointment and continued to express his curiosity. Esteemed senior, based on your words, does it imply that many practitioners of the five elements divine essence exist? Are there insights circulating outside regarding its cultivation? Chapter 61. Career Choices and Spirit Gathering. Array. Chen Feng was aware that the five elements divine essence laid before him must have been practiced by others. Yet he had not anticipated, according to the woman in white's assertion, that insights regarding the five elements divine essence were indeed circulating externally. This suggested that a considerable number of practitioners existed beyond the confines of the academy. The woman in white nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed. Do you understand how precious it is to cultivate a technique with 180 perfected acupoints? The five elements divine essence is often regarded as a heavenly grade technique, and it is rumored that there are subsequent techniques beyond the current understanding of the five elements divine essence. The version of the five elements divine essence that is known today is not the complete one. The true, complete form may even exceed 180 acupoints. Thus, it is only natural that many warriors practice it outside. It can be said that numerous geniuses have cultivated the five-element divine essence, leaving behind a wealth of insights regarding this practice." Chen Feng nodded in understanding, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes as he pondered whether it was indeed possible to unlock more than 180 acupoints. He felt a wave of astonishment. Merely engaging with the five-element divine essence had already imparted upon him an overwhelming sense of power. One could only imagine the sheer terror that would accompany unlocking over 180 acupoints. The woman in white contemplated for a moment before adding, "If you wish to cultivate the five-element divine essence, it is essential to consider not only various rare treasures, but also the environment in which you train. The Blackstone Academy is merely a standard training ground. To expedite your cultivation, you must seek out lands imbued with elemental properties, such as magma-rich zones for fire attributes, or frigid realms for water attributes. As for the specific effects you require, that is something you must investigate for yourself." Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully, replying, "I understand. Thank you, senior sister." The woman in white did not linger in the scripture pavilion for long. By the time Chen Feng was exploring new techniques and other martial skills, she had already departed. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for not having inquired about her name. Regardless, she was the first disciple he had encountered who practiced the five-element divine essence, and it seemed she had quickly grasped its fundamentals. Otherwise, they might have exchanged further information. He could only hope for another opportunity to meet this enigmatic woman. As for resources, Chen Feng contemplated the matter, recalling what teacher Qian Hu had previously mentioned. Fire spirit stones. Indeed, they belong to the category of rare treasures, and they would significantly aid in his cultivation of the fire element. He also speculated about the magma terrains. Training in such locations would naturally allow him to absorb more fire attribute energy. After reviewing the insights on the five-element divine essence, he discovered that acquiring them required 100 points. After a brief moment of deliberation, he chose to exchange for the knowledge, leaving him with 500 points remaining. Chen Feng began to strategize how best to allocate these points, realizing that simply exchanging for demon blood would not suffice. Furthermore, in a day or two, he would have access to the 5th-grade demon blood from Wan Baoyang, which, even if exchanged, would not significantly impact his forthcoming endeavors in demon body refinement. Apart from that, he was not lacking in martial skills. His primary objective now was to ascend to the pinnacle of the wind and cloud rankings, followed by delving into the mysteries of the Black Mountain, particularly the enigmatic Demon Blade secret realm. The opportunity bestowed upon him by the Yushi Swordmaster was too significant for him to remain unnoticed in obscurity. Moments later, a glimmer of inspiration shone in Chen Feng's eyes as he softly declared, "It is time to cultivate a side venture and earn resources through that endeavor. Martial arts and techniques can be mastered through diligent practice, but can one rise through secondary professions in the same manner? If this holds true, it would indeed be remarkable." Chen Feng gazed at the remaining 500 points. After surveying the 3rd floor, he descended to the 2nd level. This floor was bustling with students. To ascend to the 3rd level, one must meet certain requirements in both cultivation and points, thus significantly reducing the number of students who could access it. On the second floor, however, a diverse array of students had gathered. At this moment, Chen Feng began to select books that suited his interests. Soon, he discovered a comprehensive guide to secondary professions, which required only a few dozen points. He promptly exchanged for it. While perusing the guide, he contemplated which secondary profession he should pursue. The primary aim of selecting a secondary profession was to generate greater wealth and benefits without excessive complications. As he examined the descriptions, Chen Feng began to formulate his own ideas. According to his selections, the most fitting professions for him appeared to be either an alchemist, a formation master, or a weapon forger. Among these, the alchemist and weapon forger were the most lucrative. However, both required rare resources. Without sufficient exceptional materials, it would be nearly impossible to refine high-level elixirs or weapons. Chen Feng pondered this, realizing that he likely lacked the necessary resources to begin forging weapons or refining elixirs, and that these pursuits might not significantly enhance his strength. Thus, he decided to postpone these secondary professions for a time when he would have ample resources and time to consider them properly. Another option was the formation master. Compared to the alchemist and weapon forger, the formation master's earning potential was slower. Yet, the power of a formation master should not be underestimated. The guide indicated that those with exceptional focus and meticulousness might consider this path. Unlike the other professions, becoming a formation master did not necessitate an abundance of rare materials. Rather, it primarily required a formidable mental aptitude with a high entry threshold. One must be capable of precisely controlling spiritual energy on a blank formation plate, spiritual stones, or even ordinary soil to inscribe formation runes. These range from the commonly favored gathering formations of ordinary martial artists to the grand protective arrays of elite factions. Moreover, historical records suggested that some formation masters could inscribe formations powerful enough to envelop an entire world or even entomb it. This was truly awe-inspiring. Chen Feng marveled quietly to himself. Beyond these considerations, what fascinated him most was that each inscribed formation rune demanded precision. A single error could render an entire formation utterly ineffective. Even the most ordinary formation requires dozens of small formation runes. Each small formation rune contains at least several dozen intricate patterns. To inscribe such a miniature formation onto a disc no larger than the palm of one's hand is a task fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the disc and severe injury to the practitioner. However, for Chen Feng, this endeavor is remarkably simple. With the proficiency panel at his disposal and the ability to solidify his skills, it stands to reason that once he successfully inscribes the formation rune, future attempts will pose little challenge. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng felt a flicker of excitement upon reading the introduction to formation masters. He promptly chose to pursue formation mastery as his first secondary occupation. The selection process encouraged practitioners to begin with simpler formation runes for practice, progressing to the inscribing of minor first-tier formations once they had mastered the basic runes. Yet, for Chen Feng, armed with his proficiency panel, it was unthinkable to settle for those rudimentary runes. He dismissed the runes with dozens of engraved patterns and instead opted for one of the most sought-after formations among the lower-tier ones, the Gathering Spirit Formation rune analysis. The cost in points was merely a few dozen. As for the blank formation runes, each one was valued at around 4 to 5 points. However, successfully inscribing a Gathering Spirit Formation upon one could elevate its worth to over 100 points. Furthermore, the exchange center even accepted the successfully inscribed formation discs. With these prospects in mind, Chen Feng was filled with joy as he swiftly exited the scripture pavilion, exhilarated by the thought, the Gathering Spirit Formation, I am coming. He wondered how his innate talent would influence the process of formation inscribing. Chapter 62. Inscribing Formations, Arrival of the Blood of Fifth-Tier Demonic Beasts, the Gathering Spirit Formation. This formation is among the most practical within the realm of lower-tier formations. Formations are categorized into 9 tiers, corresponding to the 9 ranks of practitioners. The first-tier formation is the most basic, while the 9th tier represents the pinnacle of formation mastery. The gathering spirit formation serves as a vital tool across all levels, exerting substantial influence from the lowest to the highest tier. For instance, within the Blackstone Academy, there exists a colossal gathering spirit formation that envelopes the entire institution, allowing it to harness more spiritual energy than the surrounding areas, thereby facilitating the cultivation of its practitioners. Moreover, there are lower-tier gathering spirit formations within the courtyards, which can concentrate a certain amount of spiritual energy. The quality of the courtyard directly correlates with the level of the gathering spirit formation it houses. Beyond the academy, practitioners venturing to the Black Mountain or other locales for cultivation find that possessing a lower-tier gathering spirit disc is among the most enticing advantages. Even in remote wilderness, one can draw a significant amount of spiritual energy, enabling cultivation to occur anytime and anywhere, thus accelerating the pace of improvement. As Chen Feng gazed upon these items, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. If he could inscribe a few more spirit-gathering array runes for himself, it would undoubtedly enhance the speed of his cultivation. Next, he aimed to comprehend the array runes of the spirit-gathering array. The first-tier spirit-gathering array comprises a substantial 18 basic array runes, and each fundamental spirit-gathering array rune contains numerous intricate array patterns. Chen Feng marveled at the sight of these complexities. Upon returning home, he promptly retrieved a blank array disc and commenced the engraving process. For inscribing low-tier arrays, one could utilize an array engraving pen, which better directs one's spiritual energy and true qi. The cost was merely a few points of contribution, which Chen Feng had naturally exchanged for. When Lin Shui observed Chen Feng returning with these items, she expressed surprise, asking, "My dear, what are you planning to do?" Chen Feng replied with a smile, "Shuer, I intend to experiment with inscribing some arrays and aspire to become an array master. If I can attain that status, we shall certainly not lack resources in the future." Lin Shui looked at him with admiration, declaring, "My dear, you are truly remarkable." In her eyes, there was nothing that Chen Feng could not achieve. Meanwhile, as Chen Feng was engrossed in inscribing the arrays, teacher Qian Hu at the school continued to monitor Chen Feng's cultivation. Upon learning from the library administrator Zhao Chan that Chen Feng had once again exchanged for items related to arrays, Qian Hu felt a twinge of surprise. What could have prompted Chen Feng's renewed interest in array-related matters? Furrowing his brow, he mused that this might be a waste of his talent. He contemplated reaching out to Chen Feng to encourage him to devote more time to martial arts cultivation. However, after deliberation, he shook his head. Forget it. Every genius has their own aspirations. Our role is to refrain from excessive interference. As long as it does not pertain to the core of cultivation, everything else is inconsequential. Perhaps he may indeed carve out a path in the realm of arrays. With these thoughts in mind, Qian Hu continued to observe Chen Feng, while also keeping an eye on the unfolding situation within Heishan. Not long after, Wan Baoyang's face illuminated with joy as he realized that the items had arrived sooner than expected. By a full day, no less. This was indeed in reference to the 5th-grade demon blood that Chen Feng had previously mentioned. After acquiring the 5th-grade demon blood, Wan Baoyang felt exhilarated. He possessed 3 vials of it, and his father had entrusted him with the task of delivering it to Chen Feng. This was before Chen Feng had met the agreed-upon conditions, and Wan Baoyang was entirely aware of his father's intentions. Naturally, this filled him with even greater enthusiasm. Delivering these items to Chen Feng would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial for his future development. Moreover, reflecting on the anxious demeanor of Chen Feng during his prolonged wait, Wan Baoyang felt certain that upon learning of the arrival of the 5th-grade demon blood, Chen Feng would undoubtedly be elated and would demand to acquire it without delay. It would be akin to offering timely assistance in a moment of need. However, to his astonishment, after Wan Baoyang relayed the news, he anticipated a prompt response from Chen Feng, expecting him to arrive shortly thereafter. Yet, several hours passed without any reply, leaving Wan Baoyang bewildered. What could possibly be amiss? Based on prior experiences, Chen Feng would never procrastinate for such an extended period when it came to matters involving demon blood. Could something have gone awry? A sudden unease gripped Wan Baoyang as he pondered. especially considering the recent reports of various demon cultists targeting the prodigious warriors of humanity within Haishi City. Was it possible that Chen Feng had fallen victim to an ambush by these nefarious cultists? Troubled by these thoughts, Wan Baoyang made his way to Chen Feng's courtyard. Upon receiving Lin Shui's response, Wan Baoyang was taken aback and perplexed. A formation? Chen Feng was engrossed in the intricate art of formation sealing. When did my brother Chen embark on this endeavor? Wan Baoyang mused with a touch of confusion. Growing increasingly anxious, he remarked, the path of formations, within the realm of auxiliary professions, is indeed fraught with complications. Each formation's sealing runes are distinct, and even the slightest deviation can yield vastly different outcomes. To master the craft of a formation master requires an investment of time and energy that rivals that of becoming a formidable warrior. Wan Baoyang's expression grew complex. The fact that Chen Feng had immersed himself in the study of formations suggested he would expend a considerable amount of time on this pursuit. When then, would he ascend the ranks of the illustrious? Within the Dacian dynasty, it is exceedingly rare for multifaceted warriors to emerge as top-tier powerhouses. Typically, one would choose to pursue auxiliary professions only after achieving strength. The notion that Chen Feng, at merely the 3rd or 4th grade, was attempting to cultivate in so many disciplines filled Wan Baoyang with concern. Previously, Chen Feng's focus on the path of true energy had already caused him unease. Now, with his continued pursuit of formations, Wan Baoyang's feelings were indeed conflicted. Grasping the 5th grade demon blood in his hand, he felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the collaboration they had previously fostered. Was it a wise choice or a misguided one? With a gentle exhale, Wan Baoyang addressed Lin Shui. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. When Chen Feng emerges from his seclusion, please inform him that I have come with pressing matters. With a newfound resolve, he spoke. At that moment, he had made a decision. Chen Feng's profound interest in various paths of cultivation was evident. While dual cultivation was one thing, if this trend continued, he feared it might squander Chen Feng's innate talent. If within 3 days, Chen Feng could discern his innate talent and recognize the drawbacks of pursuing multiple paths simultaneously, subsequently dedicating himself solely to the cultivation of body refinement or true energy, then the prior support would still hold merit. However, if Chen Feng remained entrenched in the realm of formations, neglecting martial arts and true energy cultivation, the loss of the previous 100 vials of 4th grade demon blood would necessitate an early termination of the investment contract. At the very least, no further support for 5th grade demon blood would be forthcoming. Just as Wan Baoyang contemplated these matters and prepared to depart, a thunderous roar emanated from the direction of Chen Feng's seclusion chamber. Following this, a powerful fluctuation surged forth from the room where Chen Feng resided. Upon sensing this aura, Wan Baoyang was momentarily immobilized, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as he turned towards Chen Feng's location, murmuring in astonishment, "Has he succeeded?" Chapter 63. The Blood Dragon's 4th Talent, Fusion of Formation Power. Wan Baoyang was certain that the fluctuation he had just sensed was indicative of a successful formation. But how could this be possible? Merely a few days had passed, and according to Lin Shui, Chen Feng had only acquired the relevant texts on formations a short while ago. A few days of seclusion would typically yield only the ability to etch formation patterns, which would be commendable in itself. To inscribe basic formation runes would require at least several months, if not years. Achieving this within a year could suggest a latent talent for formations, potentially leading him to become a formation master. Naturally, the shorter the time taken to inscribe these basic runes, the greater the talent. The prospect of Chen Feng choosing to pursue formations had initially left Wan Baoyang feeling somewhat disheartened. In his view, given Chen Feng's innate talent in martial cultivation, he should forge ahead relentlessly, advancing in martial arts until reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Wan Baoyang had intended to observe whether Chen Feng would merely experience a fleeting enthusiasm. Yet he never anticipated that a surge of spiritual energy would emanate from Chen Feng's seclusion chamber. As a young master of the Wanxiang Tower, Wan Baoyang had certainly encountered and utilized formation plates before. Thus, upon sensing this fluctuation, he was filled with astonishment. It was evidently the resonance of a formation taking shape. Especially considering that this was likely Chen Feng's first attempt at inscribing a formation plate, he could not fully control the aura of all the formation runes. Wan Baoyang murmured softly, a first-tier formation, and it seems to be the fluctuation of a spirit-gathering formation. His heart raced with excitement, and the steps he had intended to take towards departure halted. Standing outside the room, he gazed towards a courtyard where Chen Feng was, his mind awash with a mix of emotions and disbelief. Thoughts flitted through his mind. Could it be that Chen Feng was employing a different formation plate? Is not necessarily the first-tier formation inscribed by Chen Feng. However, at this moment, as the fluctuations within the room began to converge, a disheveled Chen Feng emerged, offering a wry smile and clasping his hands in greeting. Wan Xiong, since you are here, why hurry away? Wan Baoyang glanced at Chen Feng, particularly sensing the potent fluctuations of the formation emanating from the room, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chen Feng, are you truly practicing formations? A smile graced Chen Feng's face as he replied, Indeed, I have fortuitously inscribed a gathering spirit formation. There was no trace of arrogance upon his countenance. The endeavor to inscribe the gathering spirit formation had consumed a considerable amount of resources. Initially, even the slightest error in the intricate patterns could lead to the collapse of the formation, rendering the entire array ineffective. Moreover, a catastrophic failure could inflict harm upon him, which was one reason for his disheveled appearance. Fortunately, after mastering the small-scale formation runes, he had been steadily improving his proficiency. Subsequently, after forcibly memorizing all the foundational patterns of the gathering spirit formation, he embarked on a new round of inscriptions. In the beginning, there were signs of failure. Yet once he succeeded in his first inscription, the subsequent attempts were devoid of failure. However, due to his lack of experience, he failed to contain the fluctuations, which drew the attention of Wan Baoyang from outside. Nevertheless, Chen Feng felt a sense of joy. His awareness of Wan Baoyang's arrival was primarily due to the fluctuations of his vital energy. The surge within his body allowed him to perceive the presence of the essence blood of a fifth-tier demon. This was also the reason he chose to emerge from his seclusion at that moment. As Wan Baoyang listened to Chen Feng's explanation, his eyes sparkled with admiration, and he clasped his hands, saying, Chen Xiong, your talents are truly remarkable. The initial doubts he harbored had completely dissipated. In the realm of auxiliary professions, the vocation of a formation master held considerable renown. A proficient formation master, whether in exploration or daily cultivation, occupied a prestigious position, particularly in ventures involving ancient relics or secret realms. It is essential to note that most of the secret realms existing in this world are fraught with various formations, many of which are incomplete. While some may lack offensive capabilities, they still harbor numerous dangers. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. Thus, within the context of exploration, formation masters hold a position of great importance. With that, Wan Baoyang did not linger on the subject, instead smiling as he said, Chen Xiong, here is the fifth-tier demon essence blood you mentioned needing. Although it is challenging to acquire in large quantities, I managed to obtain 3 vials. Do you think this will suffice? As he spoke, Wan Baoyang produced 3 vials of demon essence blood. Initially fatigued from the engraving formation, Chen Feng felt his weariness dissipate upon beholding several vials of demonic essence. Elation illuminated his countenance as he exclaimed, This is sufficient. My gratitude extends to you, Brother Wan. He then solemnly added, I shall strive to ascend to the pinnacle of the wind and cloud rankings and will cherish the camaraderie of Wanxiang Tower and your friendship. Wan Baoyang, sensing relief in his heart, replied with a smile, Allow me to congratulate you in advance on your impending breakthrough to the 4th tier of body refinement. I shall refrain from further interruption. With that, he took his leave. Holding the vials of demonic essence, Chen Feng watched Wan Baoyang's departing figure, his grip tightening. He recognized the significance of the investments made by Wanxiang Tower and Blackstone Academy. He could not afford to linger indefinitely. Though both factions had granted him a year's grace, he was unwilling to remain stagnant. The anticipation surrounding his potential breakthrough to the 4th tier of demonic body refinement would place him among the upper echelons of martial artists within Blackstone City. As for the breakthrough of true energy, without the opening of meridians, it merely rendered him slightly superior to an ordinary third-tier martial artist. Contemplating these matters, Chen Feng took a day to rest at home. To his astonishment, the proficiency of his yin-yang technique had advanced without diminishing in skill level, a stark contrast to his other abilities, which typically experience regression upon progress. This piqued his curiosity regarding the potential outcomes of further enhancing his yin-yang talent. On the following day, he resumed the refinement of fifth-tier demonic essence. Upon successfully refining a vial, he felt a vigorous flow of blood coursing through his body. The interface revealed new information. Your blood dragon devouring technique has reached the 4th tier proficiency. In that moment, as a new talent awakened, a torrent of radiant energy surged into his transformed arms. Without needing to discern it, Chen Feng could perceive the fleeting golden light emanating from his skin. The bones, having already undergone metamorphosis, experienced yet another transformation. Slightly waving his hand to sense the change, he noted that the bone density had intensified and his strength had magnified. A glimmer of astonishment filled Chen Feng's eyes. Was this the gift of the 4th tier? The dragon bone. Compared to before, his power had multiplied several times over. He found himself pondering the extent of his strength in comparison to other 4th tier body refinement martial artists. Moreover, most critically, this was something Chen Feng had long yearned to accomplish. The blood dragon devouring technique awakened a unique talent with each level: dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, dragon bones. Previously, there had been subtle signs of these talents yearning to merge, yet something had always been lacking to achieve that union. At last, this time, the 4th talent of dragon bones had awakened, as if a core had been established. Observing the 4 talents shimmering on the interface, Chen Feng felt an exhilarating anticipation arise within him. To fuse the dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon bones. Chapter 64. Advanced Talent, Dragon Transformation. Prior to this, since embarking on the 2nd level of the blood dragon devouring technique, Chen Feng had contemplated whether these talents could indeed merge. After all, they were talents awakened from various tiers of the same cultivation method. Should they successfully merge, extraordinary transformations might ensue. However, this fusion had remained elusive until the successful awakening of the 4th level, which imparted a sense of potential for amalgamation. Thus, Chen Feng resolutely opted for fusion. In that instant, as Chen Feng made his decision, the 4 talents, dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon bones, began to flicker and swiftly coalesce on the interface. Following this, new information refreshed on the panel. You have fused the talents of dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon bones, resulting in a new advanced talent: dragon transformation. Dragon transformation? Chen Feng gazed in astonishment at the information displayed. Subsequently, a torrent of grand knowledge surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Furthermore, an immense energy surged into his being. The 4 talents of dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon bones began to form a cohesive whole. The vitality coursing through him became increasingly fervent. However, as the dragon bones had only recently been cultivated in the upper limbs, the transformation of this vital energy primarily manifested within his arms. After a few minutes, Chen Feng finally opened his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. A hint of awe gracing his expression. So this is how it is? He gazed at his arm, solemnly thinking, dragon transformation. Buzz. In that moment, as he stirred within, a formidable power surged into his right hand. A series of crimson scales materialized upon his arm. In mere moments, his upper limb transformed into a blood-red dragon claw. The crimson scales shimmered with brilliance. Chen Feng was astonished. With just a slight attunement, he could perceive that, following the dragon transformation, his claw-like arm had become significantly more powerful and resilient. His mind stirred momentarily, and in the next instant, the dragon claw reverted to a human hand. Yet again, with another fleeting thought, the hand transformed back into a dragon claw. Sensing the immense power within the claw, Chen Feng pondered deeply. This could indeed serve as a trump card. Moreover, given the current circumstances, as he continued to cultivate the blood dragon devouring technique, could the subsequent awaken talents not transform into a blood dragon? He wondered what level of power and defense might be attained in that case. Contemplating these matters, Chen Feng did not linger long. He resumed the refinement of the remaining essence of demons. 2 vials of 5th-tier demon essence had elevated the 4th level of his blood dragon devouring technique to a proficiency of 40. In the time that followed, Chen Feng familiarized himself with his own strength. A glance at the clock revealed it was barely 10 o'clock in the morning. Feeling the tumultuous blood coursing through his veins, he cast another look toward the direction of Black Mountain and softly mused. It was time to prepare for departure. From Black Mountain Village, he would venture into the Blackstone Academy. Nearly a month had passed since his arrival, and during this time, his gains had been substantial. His chi cultivation had reached half-step into the 4th tier, and his body refinement had broken through to the 4th tier as well. Furthermore, he had mastered formidable techniques, such as the heavenly Peng soaring art and the Vajra, subduing demon fist. It was time to fulfill his promise. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Feng set forth toward the direction of the wind and cloud rankings. Before heading to Black Mountain, he decided to make an attempt at the wind and cloud rankings. Based on the information he had previously reviewed, only the top 5 had reached the threshold of 4th-tier martial artists. Those above the true Qi realm were unlikely to surpass him by much, while the latter 5 remained within the 3rd-tier realm. Akin to his own nascent grasp of condensed true Qi, to challenge the wind and cloud rankings, he could, as per his earlier conversation with Wan Baoyang, notify him to relay any pertinent details. However, this time, Chen Feng chose not to send a message. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Instead, he focused on adjusting his state and proceeded toward the wind and cloud tower. Upon arriving at the location of the wind and cloud tower, he was somewhat astonished to discover a considerable gathering of martial artists outside. Various discussions and murmurs filled the air, accompanied by sounds of astonishment. What was happening? Chen Feng felt a twinge of confusion. During this process, several students spotted Chen Feng, their expressions reflecting surprise. After all, he had become somewhat of a minor celebrity within the Blackstone Academy. Some onlookers, intrigued, remarked, "Is Chen Feng here to challenge the wind and cloud rankings? Today promises to be quite the spectacle." The previous champion of the wind and cloud minor rankings and the current leader of the wind and cloud rankings are both attempting to ascend on the same day. How interesting. Indeed, it is time to inform others, for an exciting spectacle is about to unfold. It remains uncertain which of the two will ascend higher on the illustrious rankings. Rumor has it that Chen Feng has been sequestered in the academy, partaking in no tasks. Thus it is unlikely that his rank could surpass that of Hui Yuxuan. Whispers of speculation permeate the air. As Chen Feng listened to his classmates' discussions, he quickly discerned the unfolding events, a flicker of astonishment igniting within his eyes. To his surprise, it was none other than Hui Yuxuan, the one who had been dethroned from the pinnacle of the minor rankings, who was now striving for glory on the grand leaderboard. Contemplating this, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to observe Hui Yuxuan's ascent and gauge the magnitude of their disparity. He was in no hurry as he made his way towards the grand leaderboard. Although a considerable crowd had gathered, they parted to create a space for Chen Feng upon his arrival. Soon, he stood before the grand leaderboard, his gaze sweeping across the rankings. His attention was immediately drawn to the 10th position, which had been claimed by Hui Yuxuan. Following her, Wan Baoyang occupied the 8th spot, while Lin Jin held the 6th. Chen Feng was notably taken aback by Hui Yuxuan's ranking, as her cultivation level revealed itself to be of the 4th grade True Qi realm. Witnessing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at Hui Yuxuan's remarkable talent. Having once held the top position on the minor leaderboard, he was aware of the rewards and insights bestowed by the spirit of the Grand Tower at its 9th level. It was highly probable that Hui Yuxuan possessed a formidable Earth-grade martial technique. However, its identity remained a mystery. It is said that the essence of the Grand Tower lies in the battles among the students. After each confrontation, a mirror-like clone is left behind, effectively replicating the combatants' varied techniques. Should a challenger fail to fully replicate their opponent's prowess in a single attempt, they risk being defeated and ousted from the rankings. Those who falter, believing in their chances, often re-enter the fray to reclaim their positions. Thus, any warrior who earns their name upon the grand leaderboard has typically endured multiple fierce contests to solidify their rank. This mirrors the ongoing rivalry between Baoyang and Lin Jin, who have repeatedly engaged in a relentless struggle for their standings. Their encounters have spanned dozens, if not hundreds, of battles, fostering an acute understanding of each other's techniques and inevitable conflicts. As Chen Feng contemplated the rankings displayed on the grand leaderboard, the information he had gathered echoed in his mind. At that moment, the 8th position began to flicker incessantly. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, realizing this signified that Hui Yuxuan had commenced her challenge against Baoyang. In Chen Feng's eyes lingered a trace of contemplation, as he pondered the cultivation techniques and martial skills that the once reigning champion of the minor Fengyan list, Hui Yuxuan, must have mastered to ascend to the grand Fengyan list in such a brief span of time. Chapter 65. She is Hui Yuxuan, the ascendant of the grand Fengyan list. Gazing at the flickering names upon the grand Fengyan list, Chen Feng felt a twinge of perplexity. His own meteoric rise had been attributed to his innate talents. Yet even with such advantages, he had invested a considerable duration before breaking into the 4th tier of cultivation. Hui Yuxuan, who had previously peaked at the 3rd tier while holding the top position on the minor Fengyan list, had now astonishingly advanced to the 4th tier with remarkable swiftness, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, Chen Feng was not in haste. He decided to observe how this former top contender of the minor Fengyan list would fare on the grand Fengyan list. Unlike the minor list, the grand Fengyan list allowed for combat against the mirror avatars of other challengers. While it was unlikely to ascertain the exact nature of one's techniques with absolute certainty, engaging in such duels could provide insights into their methods. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng patiently waited outside. The challenge to ascend the grand Fengyan list was a rare event within the Blackstone Academy, especially after Chen Feng's arrival, which quickly disseminated the news. The simultaneous appearance of 2 top contenders from the minor Fengyan list was indeed a spectacle to behold. Curiosity drew onlookers, some casting glances at Chen Feng, questioning, "Is this slender man truly Chen Feng? He seems rather unremarkable." Achieving the top rank on the minor Fengyan list typically indicated recognition from the Fengyan Tower as a prodigy. And the only remaining question was how far Chen Feng could advance. Should his ranking fall beneath that of Hui Yuxuan, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. Indeed, maintaining the top position on the minor Fengyan list guaranteed a substantial monthly yield of resources. Amidst hushed conversations, time gradually slipped away. On the grand Fengyan list, a hum resonated. As the brilliance flickered, the ranking of Baoyang shifted downward, landing him in the 9th position, while Hui Yuxuan ascended to 8th place. "Brother one has been defeated," Chen Feng murmured softly, intrigued by Hui Yuxuan's prowess. He recalled his prior collaboration with Baoyang and recognized that his cultivation at the 3rd tier was not to be underestimated. Baoyang had even managed to escape from a 3rd tier pinnacle wolf demon. Although he had not encountered many others, he knew that in terms of agility, he was not inferior to his own mastery of the Yunyan Xiaoyao step at that time. Clearly, Hui Yuxuan's strength should not be underestimated. The challenges on the grand Fengyan list continued unabated. Soon, the moment arrived for Hui Yuxuan to challenge Lin Jin, who held the 6th position on the Fengyan leaderboard. Although Chen Feng felt a twinge of curiosity about Lin Jin's character, it was evident that his ability to triumph over Baoyang indicated a considerable level of strength. The question now was how far Hui Yuxuan could progress. Those outside the arena could not witness the unfolding challenges within, relying solely on the leaderboard's rankings to speculate on the events transpiring inside. Before long, Lin Jin's ranking was supplanted by Hui Yuxuan. This occurrence elicited astonishment among the onlookers. Was Hui Yuxuan truly this formidable? What martial arts and techniques had he cultivated? In past encounters, the top challengers on the Fengyan leaderboard rarely advanced beyond the 8th or 10th ranks during their first attempts. Yet here was Hui Yuxuan, soaring directly to 6th place on his inaugural challenge. Indeed, maintaining a position within the top 10 of the Fengyan leaderboard was a feat reserved for a select few exceptional talents. Most others had experienced numerous challenges, honing their martial skills to near perfection. It was rare for someone to make such a bold ascent in their first attempt. Speculation swirled about how far Hui Yuxuan might climb. Would he dare to challenge the 5th rank? It seemed unlikely, as even the lowest among the top 5 had attained the 4th tier, not merely in name, but as genuine practitioners with developed acupoints. Surely, Hui Yuxuan would not attempt such a daunting feat. Amidst the hushed discussions, some glances shifted toward the quietly waiting Chen Feng within the crowd. A few observers sighed, feeling a sense of pity for him. Hui Yuxuan had spent several months at the top of the Fengyun minor leaderboard, evidently preparing to tackle the Fengyun major leaderboard, while Chen Feng had lingered there for merely a few days, now facing potential embarrassment. What thoughts occupied Chen Feng's mind at this moment? Rumors suggested that Hui Yuxuan had awakened a water attribute talent. His foray into the Fengyun major leaderboard was bound to attract considerable attention. Over there stood Song Wanyu, the second-ranked contestant on the leaderboard, who had also come to witness the event. It remained uncertain whether Hui Yuxuan would continue his challenges or take a brief respite. As whispers circulated, anticipation grew regarding Hui Yuxuan's ultimate performance. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained composed, seemingly indifferent, yet he found the surrounding chatter intriguing. So, Hui Yuxuan had awakened a martial talent as well. This was the first time he had heard of another warrior possessing an awakened talent. If this were the case, it was likely that all 5 of the top contenders on the Fengyun leaderboard had awakened martial talents. As Chen Feng pondered these revelations, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. He turned his gaze toward the Fengyun leaderboard, his eyes widening in surprise. The name of the 3rd-ranked warrior was now flickering, indicating that Hui Yuxuan was indeed challenging the contender occupying that esteemed position. Upon the illustrious Fengyun leaderboard, 2 names flickered incessantly. This time, the duration of the flickering of these names extended beyond that of the preceding ones. After several dozen minutes, the names finally settled. Initially, the name of Hui Yuxuan dimmed, only to be followed shortly by a sudden radiance as her name illuminated the board, securing the 3rd position. The previous holder of the 3rd rank, a martial artist, plummeted to 4th place. Hui Yuxuan firmly established her place as the 3rd on the Fengyun leaderboard, eliciting astonishment among the onlookers. She triumphed? Hui Yuxuan emerged victorious? Ascending from the 1st position on the Fengyun minor board directly to the 3rd on the major board? Her talent is indeed remarkable. I recall that the former 3rd-ranked Luo Tong had slain a 4th-tier demon, indicating that Hui Yuxuan is no weakling among the 4th-grade martial artists. Various exclamations filled the air. Amidst this, some wondered whether Hui Yuxuan would continue her ascent. However, it was not long before the gates of the Fengyun Tower swung open. A graceful figure stepped forth, prompting the assembled students to gasp in unison. It was the enchanting Hui Yuxuan, truly formidable. Undoubtedly, she is a genius of our Blackstone Academy in recent years. Indeed, Hui Yuxuan is exceptional. Perhaps our academy will soon boast a martial prodigy capable of ascending to the human rankings. If we could produce such a talent, our reputation would soar throughout the Deqian, and our academy would gain access to greater cultivation resources. The air was filled with expressions of delight. The emergence of a genius from any academy brings immeasurable benefits. Outside the throng, upon witnessing the figure that emerged, Chen Feng felt a twinge of surprise and murmured, "So, she is Hui Yuxuan." The woman emerging from the Fengyun Tower was clad in a flowing white dress. The very same white-clad figure with whom Chen Feng had conversed on the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion regarding the 5-elemental divine condensation. This revelation left Chen Feng in awe. No wonder she had chosen the 5-elemental divine condensation. Her talent is indeed extraordinary. It appears that he would soon engage with Hui Yuxuan's avatar to observe how she cultivates her technique. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Feng stepped forward, making his way toward the Fengyun Tower, resolved to challenge the Fengyun leaderboard. Chapter 66, The Shadow in Black. The celestial rock soars let us discern what sets the Fengyun leaderboard apart. As Chen Feng stepped forth, the surrounding students turned their gazes toward him. It's Chen Feng. Is he about to challenge the Fengyun leaderboard? A captivating spectacle is unfolding, as whispers abound regarding Chen Feng's burgeoning friendship with Wan Baoyang, the ninth-ranked contender on the Fengyun Grand List. Curiosity lingers. How far can Chen Feng ascend? Some speculate that securing the top position on the Fengyun minor list is a testament to Chen Feng's considerable prowess. However, his brief tenure at the summit raises doubts about the depth of his cultivation, even if he has acquired techniques from the Tower Spirit. Indeed, one might feel embarrassment in his shoes, pondering the wisdom of lingering longer at the pinnacle of the minor list. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, Chen Feng appears unfazed, his demeanor calm and his heart as tranquil as still water. His ambition to conquer the Fengyun Grand List is primarily driven by a promise made in the past. Attaining the top rank not only validates his endeavors, but also secures investments from both the Blackstone Academy and the branch of the Wanxiang Tower, rendering the pursuit worthwhile. For Chen Feng, the prospect of obtaining a soul cultivation technique from the Tower Spirit upon achieving the top rank adds a compelling allure. Lost in contemplation, Chen Feng strides confidently toward the entrance of the Fengyun Grand Tower. Upon his arrival, he encounters Hui Yuxuan, who seems taken aback and acknowledges him with a nod. Chen Feng responds with a composed nod of his own, harboring a sense of admiration for Hui Yuxuan, the five-element divine power at this moment. He fully perceives that she has successfully cultivated this formidable technique, a revelation that elicits gasps from the surrounding students. It is evident that Chen Feng and Hui Yuxuan are familiar with each other, leaving the audience to ponder the outcome of their potential confrontation. As the discussions swirl, Chen Feng steps into the Grand Tower, where the last contender's name begins to flicker on the board. He remains indifferent to the external chatter. Meanwhile, Hui Yuxuan, who initially intended to depart after her own challenges, halts, captivated by the unfolding rankings on the Fengyun Grand List. This unexpected pause surprises some students, who exclaim their astonishment at her interest in Chen Feng's ascent. It is only natural. After all, Chen Feng has risen to prominence by surpassing Hui Yuxuan's ranking. Observers eagerly speculate on a possible encounter, eager to discern who among them is the stronger. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, Hui Yuxuan is internally astonished. So, this is Chen Feng, the cultivator of the five-element divine power. What depths of skill might he possess? As he embarks on his journey through the Fengyun Grand List, the outside world will inevitably glean insights into his formidable techniques. In the depths of her thoughts, Hui Yuxuan pondered these matters. As time elapsed and news spread, it wasn't long before a multitude of practitioners began to converge upon this location. Many were astonished upon seeing Hui Yuxuan's name on the illustrious list of heroes. Before long, Wan Baoyang also arrived at the scene. He felt indifferent about his descent to the 9th position on the leaderboard. However, upon confirming that Chen Feng had already entered the Tower of Heroes, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Did Chen Feng truly possess the confidence to challenge the leaderboard so soon? He wondered how high Chen Feng could ascend. If he could secure a place in the top 10, his father would likely be relieved of his worries. Wan Baoyang contemplated these thoughts, regarding Chen Feng's decision to keep his challenges secret as inconsequential. Each individual selects their moment to confront the leaderboard differently. To him, it was evident that Chen Feng was influenced by Hui Yuxuan's challenge. He merely speculated how many trials it would take for Chen Feng to reach the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Aside from Wan Baoyang, Master Qian, who was also keeping a watchful eye on this event, there was a glimmer of expectation in Qian Hu's gaze. He wondered how far Chen Feng could advance. Unless he were to surpass Hui Yuxuan directly, his reputation might suffer some impact. Regardless, his swift ascent to the leaderboard had already exceeded Qian Hu's expectations. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the external circumstances. He had now entered the Tower of Heroes. For him, the objective was to discern what rewards awaited those who dared to challenge the leaderboard. Upon entering the tower, he found a stark contrast to his previous experience in the minor challenge. The first level revealed a space shrouded in mirrors, featuring a circular arena approximately several tens of meters in diameter, encircled by upright prisms. Only on the side, facing the entrance, was there a single width passage, flanked by prisms above and below. Outside the arena stood a weapon rack, adorned with various arms such as swords, spears, and halberds. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that nearly all the weapons were crafted from wood, presumably to prevent practitioners from wielding devastating weapons that could severely damage the surrounding mirrors. This sight surprised Chen Feng. He was permitted to use weapons, aligning with the challenge rules of the leaderboard. Stepping onto the arena signified the commencement of the challenge. Chen Feng first examined the weapons available to him. Currently, his only skill was the Crimson Flame Blade technique, though he felt its power was somewhat diminished. Thus, without further ado, he took a decisive step forward, ascending onto the arena of the first level, prepared to test the might of the Diamond Subduing Demon Fist and the Skypong Soaring technique. Just as Chen Feng set foot on the arena, the challenge commenced. Before him, atop the prism, a radiant glow flickered. Suddenly, a man clad in black emerged directly from the prism, his countenance cold and formidable, wielding a long black blade. Crack! The blade slashed downwards. Without a moment's hesitation, the black-clad man shouted and charged towards Chen Feng. With narrowed eyes, Chen Feng murmured, "A martial artist with a blade technique?" At that moment, information from the previous wind and cloud rankings flashed through his mind. Originally ranked 9th, now 10th, was Zhao Qi, known for his mastery of blade techniques. As Chen Feng stepped onto the arena, Zhao Qi's mirror doppelganger approached him, brandishing a long knife with a grim expression. Swoosh! The doppelganger's blade fell, aimed directly at Chen Feng. Skyhawk's soaring technique. Chen Feng's expression remained calm, though a flicker of thought crossed his mind. In an instant, he vanished from his original position like a fleeting phantom. Chen Feng was also observing the mirror doppelganger, seeking to discern any patterns. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the doppelganger appeared to be a shadow composed of spiritual energy, resembling a puppet seemingly controlled by surrounding mirrors. Just then, as the information on the panel refreshed, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. What? So obvious? He then lifted his gaze to the mirrored doppelganger before him, a hint of joy gracing his features. Chapter 67. Hidden Opportunities. In the sprint, the panel displayed a refreshed message. You have utilized the Skyhawk soaring technique in battle. Proficiency level 3. Chen Feng felt a surge of delight within. Previously, after merging the Skyhawk soaring technique with the cloudy smoke leisurely step, he had awakened the Skyhawk phantom talent. Since then, his daily training had yielded only slow progress in proficiency. He had not anticipated that entering the wind and cloud rankings, even while challenging merely a mirror doppelganger, would result in such a significant boost in mastery. Once more, Diamond Subduing Demon Fist. With a resounding boom beneath the Skyhawk phantom, Chen Feng's fist struck the mirror doppelganger, sending Zhao Qi's illusionary form hurtling away. The panel continued to refresh. You have utilized the Skyhawk soaring technique in battle. Proficiency increased. You have utilized the Diamond Subduing Demon Fist. Your proficiency in the Diamond Subduing Demon Fist is now level 5. Excellent. Once more, as he felt the control over both skills enhance, a spark of determination flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. He had made the right choice in coming here. With renewed excitement, he charged once more towards the mirror doppelganger. There was no need for restraint. The relentless application of the diamond conquering fist was essential within the throes of battle. Coupled with the agile movements of the celestial rock technique, in a mere span of time, the high tower was filled with the phantoms of Chen Feng. It was not until another punch landed that this mirror doppelganger was utterly shattered to fragments. Yet, Chen Feng perceived the enhancement of his skill proficiency, a glimmer of joy lighting his eyes. He refrained from ascending to the next level immediately. Instead, he awaited the restoration of the mirror doppelganger before mounting the platform once more to strike again. Prior to entering the Tower of Winds and Clouds, Chen Feng had garnered a fundamental understanding of the rules within this formidable edifice. The challenge dictated that by vanquishing the doppelganger of this level and sending it tumbling from the platform, one could advance to the next tier. Alternatively, should one employ other means to obliterate the mirrored entity, progression to the next level would similarly be permitted. However, should one fail to seize the moment to ascend after shattering the doppelganger, the foe's mirrored form would coalesce again. Only upon departing and manifesting his own mirror doppelganger would the opponents vanish, or be relegated to the platform of the preceding level. Initially, Chen Feng had intended to bulldoze through the challenges to claim his rightful rewards. Yet, the trial of the first level transformed his perspective. Such an excellent venue for honing skills and enhancing proficiency was indeed a rare find. Consequently, Chen Feng adopted a more patient approach, biding his time on the platform until Zhao Qi's doppelganger was restored, ready to engage anew. The diamond conquering fist, the celestial rock technique. His proficiency continued its upward trajectory. It was only after Zhao Qi's doppelganger had been vanquished thrice and ceased to coalesce anew that Chen Feng sighed and prepared to proceed to the next trial. He had clearly deduced that after consecutively shattering the enemy thrice, the spirit of the Tower of Winds and Clouds would no longer manifest the opponent's mirrored form, necessitating his advance. This realization brought a tinge of regret to Chen Feng's heart, yet he resolved to extract every ounce of benefit from each level. The mirror doppelganger was evidently unlike ordinary puppets. With each defeat, the martial skills and strength wielded by the opponents seemed to evolve. The second level. Chen Feng chuckled inwardly and stepped into the next tier, continuing to refine his martial arts. Now, he moved at a steady pace, conquering level after level. With each passing challenge, he felt increasingly adept. However, his demeanor elicited astonishment among the other students and martial artists outside the Tower of Winds and Clouds. Some gazed in disbelief, questioning, what is happening with Chen Feng? Isn't he also the fastest through the Tower of Winds and Clouds? Yet his progression appears so languid. Indeed, just moments ago, when Hui Yuxuan faced the challenge, her speed in overcoming obstacles far surpassed that of Chen Feng. The time she took was likely less than 1/5 of Chen Feng's. Could it be that Chen Feng is merely a facade? Such sluggishness is extraordinary, even slower than my own pace during my challenges. Someone sighed, a hint of derision evident in their eyes. Upon seeing this individual, other students realized, so is senior brother Li, who once graced the illustrious Wind and Cloud ranking. It seems that Chen Feng is nothing more than a hollow victor. We could easily challenge him and ascend the ranks ourselves. Even a single reward would be worthwhile. There was a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in some eyes. Securing a spot on the Wind and Cloud ranking guarantees a reward, and such positions are typically earned through repeated challenges. Given Chen Feng's apparent speed, many students believed he had fortuitously secured his place on the ranking without any real merit. They were indifferent to Chen Feng, eagerly awaiting the moment when they could confront him, seize his position, and claim their rewards. At that moment, someone mocked. It appears not all first-place contenders on the Wind and Cloud ranking are geniuses. Perhaps some have resorted to insidious means. Now that Chen Feng is set to challenge Wan Baoyang, who is not to be compared with Zhao Qi. How long do you think Chen Feng can withstand Wan Baoyang's mirrored avatars? I estimate he will be eliminated within mere minutes. Someone scoffed. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten? It is said that Chen Feng and Wan Baoyang are friends. Perhaps they have engaged in combat exchanges privately. And Chen Feng may well be familiar with Wan Baoyang's various combat techniques, potentially lasting even longer than Zhao Qi, who ranks 10th. Voices of varying opinions filled the air. Amidst the crowd, Wan Baoyang, who had been quietly awaiting Chen Feng's challenge, now bore a troubled expression. Gazing at the flickering names upon the Wind and Cloud ranking, he pondered, Brother Chen, what is happening? With your prowess, defeating my younger brother should be effortless, should it not? He had witnessed Chen Feng's strength firsthand. Even before Chen Feng's breakthrough, he had been able to slay a peak third-tier wolf demon solely through his innate talent. That was a creature he still could not contend with, even after its full eruption. If that were the case, why would Chen Feng require so much time to defeat him? Especially now, he could see names flickering on the ranking, intermittently displaying his own alongside Chen Feng's. This was evidently due to the intense battle, suggesting that both were on the brink of collapse. Such a scenario had previously unfolded when Hui Yuxuan challenged the third-ranked Luo Tong, clearly indicating a state of equilibrium. Or perhaps, each had reached their respective limits. Hui Yuxuan thus chose to abandon the challenge. Wan Baoyang had considered that once Chen Feng made his move, he might also encounter a situation of equal strength, which would necessitate a retreat. However, he did not expect such a scenario to manifest in his own case. This left him somewhat perplexed. and he could only wait to see how the rankings on the Fengyan leaderboard would stabilize. Similarly, on the other side, Hui Yuxuan, who was observing the battle, was equally astonished. She murmured, "What is happening?" She had previously exchanged thoughts with Chen Feng, and atop the five elements divine aura, she could sense the true five elements qi emanating from him. Although the initial attributes of their cultivation might differ, the essence of the five elements divine aura's power was unmistakable. Yet, relying solely on this power should not have prolonged the confrontation for such an extended period, should it? Hui Yuxuan glanced at Wan Baoyang, a contender who, despite occupying a place on the Fengyan leaderboard, posed no significant threat in her eyes. She could hardly believe he could delay Chen Feng for long. Was there something peculiar about the Fengyan leaderboard? Hui Yuxuan pondered softly. After all, the Fengyan small tower contained various rewards. As for the Fengyan leaderboard, it merely involved mirrored combat, which could indeed hone one's martial skills. Yet it seemed to lack something compared to the Fengyan small tower. Now, the fact that Chen Feng lingered on each level of the Fengyan leaderboard for such an extended period aroused her curiosity. Had Chen Feng discovered something? She mused quietly. As she gazed at the Fengyan leaderboard, a flicker of anticipation glimmered in her eyes. Indeed, at that very moment, the students who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle suddenly erupted in exclamations. He won. At that instant, a radiant glow enveloped Chen Feng's name, which had been engaged in battle with Wan Baoyang, followed by Wan Baoyang's name fading from view, while Chen Feng's name ascended to the 9th position on the Fengyan leaderboard. Chapter 68. A New Talent. The shadow of the diamond fist. Upon witnessing this scene, Wan Baoyang's expression remained placid, yet his eyes betrayed a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Was there something extraordinary within the Fengyan leaderboard? Wan Baoyang pondered deeply, feeling an urge to break into the Fengyan leaderboard himself to uncover the truth. Naturally, such thoughts were rare among their peers. Many other students, upon witnessing this moment, merely shook their heads in derision. See, Chen Feng truly is lacking. Otherwise, how could it take him so long to challenge Wan Baoyang? Indeed, Wan Baoyang's strength was not particularly formidable. He merely excelled in defense. And if victory came with such difficulty, it was apparent that Chen Feng would soon meet his demise. "I concur," came the whispers laden with disdain. In this atmosphere, many students regarded Chen Feng's challenge for the 8th rank with a sense of condescension. Even though he ascended to the illustrious rankings prior to Chen Feng, there was also the remarkable student Hui Yuxuan, who soared to the 3rd position on the grand leaderboard, having previously claimed the top spot on the junior leaderboard. This accomplishment came after she deftly navigated multiple challenges, directly penetrating the ranks. In contrast, Chen Feng's progression seemed to be marked by a recurring pattern of narrowly defeating his opponents at the last moment, which led many fellow students to cast doubt on both his speed in climbing the ranks and his overall strength. Some even speculated that should Chen Feng appear, they might have a chance to vanquish him and ascend the leaderboard themselves. Consequently, as time elapsed, numerous students who had previously been defeated on the grand leaderboard congregated before the grand tower, intently observing Chen Feng's latest challenge. This spectacle elicited astonishment and shock among many. In fact, some students even initiated betting pools regarding how far Chen Feng would advance, what rank he might achieve, and how long it would take him to challenge a specific ranking. Lin Shui, upon hearing this, hastened to the base of the grand tower. Naturally, she overheard the remarks of the surrounding students. As merely a family member, she found herself unable to counter their assertions and could only silently encourage him in her heart. "Husband, give it your all. You are the best." For Lin Shui, she firmly believed in Chen Feng's unparalleled prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Feng himself remained unfazed by the commotion outside the tower. He had now ascended to the 8th level. However, this time, he did not rush to challenge the level's master. Instead, a glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes, for he realized that progress through combat yielded the fastest enhancements. Glancing at the panel information, he noted, "Your Diamond Demon Suppression Fist has reached a proficient level, awakening a new primary talent, Diamond Fist Shadow." Observing this information and sensing the power it contained, a hint of delight flickered in Chen Feng's gaze. He had finally mastered the Diamond Demon Suppression Fist, which signified the addition of a new trump card to his offensive arsenal. The diamond fist shadow allowed him to conjure a golden fist shadow that enveloped his fist during attacks, akin to a gauntlet, significantly amplifying both the strength and defense of his blows. As Chen Feng contemplated the implications of this talent, he mused that the diamond fist shadow resembled an equipped enhancement. Suddenly, with a mere thought, golden fist shadows instantaneously manifested around his fists, akin to a delicate golden veil. When he touched it with his fingers, he was astounded by the immense power it contained. His current strength was insufficient to easily pierce this fist shadow. He pondered what level of weaponry this defense could rival. According to his current understanding, weapons are categorized into various levels, namely heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. He had always resided within the confines of the academy, and only upon returning to the village of Heishan did he acquire an ordinary weapon, which fell short of even the lowest tier, the yellow grade. However, at this moment, the shadow of his fist resembled that of a gauntlet, formed through the congealment of his vital essence, adding a considerable weight to his exertions. With these thoughts in mind, he charged directly towards the 8th level. The 8th level, now known as Peng 1, was occupied by a slender man with a serious and cold expression, wielding a long sword. As Peng 1 stepped onto the ground, his sword transformed into a mere illusion, hurtling towards Chen Feng. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The windstorm sword technique. He had perused various martial arts and techniques within the triangular cabinet of the scripture pavilion and possessed a profound understanding of the information pertaining to these combat skills. Naturally, upon witnessing Peng Wen's attack, he recognized it immediately as the windstorm sword technique, which was characterized primarily by its swiftness. In the past, Chen Feng would have opted to retreat, relying on the speed of the Tianping vertical technique to create distance and ultimately defeat Peng Wen. However, this time, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he chuckled lightly. "Come, let me test the strength of the diamond fist shadow." With a booming laugh, Chen Feng did not evade. Instead, he charged forward, penetrating the bounds of Peng Wen's windstorm sword intent. In mere moments, the sound of clashing metal echoed as the two engaged in fierce combat. Chen Feng enveloped himself in the diamond subduing fist, rendering his defense impenetrable. Simultaneously, he fiercely countered the onslaught of the windstorm sword. Within a brief span, they exchanged blows dozens of times. A smile of delight spread across Chen Feng's face. More, his diamond fist shadow indeed withstood the onslaught of Peng Wen's windstorm sword technique without shattering, simultaneously unleashing an awe-inspiring force. Moreover, Chen Feng was further elated to discover that after awakening the talent of the diamond fist shadow, the enhancement speed of his diamond subduing fist not only remained constant, but seemed to accelerate. You engaged in an intense battle utilizing the diamond subduing fist. Your proficiency in the diamond subduing fist is now at 5. You executed a fierce attack with the diamond subduing fist. Your proficiency in the diamond subduing fist is now at 5. Finally, as Chen Feng endured the windstorm sword technique, he seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch. Boom! His fist struck directly against Peng Wen's mirrored doppelganger, resulting in an explosive shatter. In that instant, the information refreshed once more. You used the diamond subduing fist to obliterate an enemy. Your proficiency in the diamond subduing fist is now at 10. Martial technique, diamond subduing fist, proficiency progress, 26. As he gazed at the newly refreshed information, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Defeating the mirror clone was tantamount to vanquishing an adversary, and this time it had remarkably elevated his proficiency. Did this imply that merely by conquering this level, he could elevate his diamond subduing demon fist to nearly an entire realm? Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Indeed, venturing into the Fengyun ranking was a fortuitous decision. Where else could one find such an exceptional arena for honing martial skills? With these reflections, Chen Feng did not linger but stood poised in the arena, awaiting his next challenge. In scarcely a minute's time, a resonance of spiritual energy began to coalesce in the center of the stage. Suddenly, Peng Wen's figure materialized once more. Upon his reappearance, he uttered not a word, instead charging directly towards Chen Feng. Whirlwind sword technique. Accompanied by the sound of tearing space, the speed of the whirlwind sword technique this time surpassed all previous encounters. Yet, Chen Feng showed no signs of restraint, swiftly launching his own assault. His ferocious fists hurtled towards Peng when S-blade, without concern for injury. After several exchanges, Chen Feng felt the rush of blood surging within him. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch to Peng Wen's heart, causing the mirror clone to explode into fragments. The proficiency of the diamond subduing demon fist escalated by an astonishing 20%. Thus commenced the third bout. Following the thorough obliteration of this level, the proficiency of the diamond subduing demon fist soared to 70. This ignited a flicker of hope within Chen Feng. It seemed that the subsequent level would allow him to elevate the proficiency of his technique to an even more advanced tier, achieving mastery. Such an evolution would undoubtedly enhance the potential of the diamond fist shadow. He pondered whether it might even transform into another innate talent. Moreover, as he ascended to the next tier and beheld his opponent on the arena, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. It was Lin Jin. Chapter 69. The frantic enhancement of movement techniques. Mastery progression. The adversary at this level was none other than Lin Jin, the very individual who had exhibited inexplicable hostility towards him during his initial entrance into the Blackstone Academy, when Wan Baoyong had escorted him for enrollment. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he regarded Lin Jin, who, despite his impassive demeanor, emanated an unsettling aura. A chill crept into Chen Feng's heart. "Let me see how much nourishment you can provide me," he scoffed coldly. In that instant, Lin Jin sprang into action, charging towards Chen Feng with fervor. Diamond subduing demon fist. Celestial rock ascension technique. With a deft movement, Chen Feng evaded and positioned himself behind Lin Jin, delivering a decisive blow. Outside the tower, Lin Jin had also arrived at this juncture. Standing apart from the crowd, accompanied by a few sycophants, Lin Jin gazed at the flickering names of himself and Chen Feng atop the prestigious rankings. This spectacle deepened the shadows on his countenance, and a cold glint shimmered in his eyes as he mused. Is this the same Chen Feng who has only recently entered the academy? To challenge my mirrored avatar so swiftly is indeed astonishing. No wonder the messenger Huang insisted on eliminating this Chen Feng without mercy. Yet, it is regrettable that this Chen Feng has remained cooped up within the academy for such an extended period. Now, it appears that with my current capabilities, handling this Chen Feng will be quite a challenge. I must report this matter. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Jin turned with a scowl and departed the scene. Though a few other students noted this occurrence, they merely assumed Lin Jin was in a foul mood due to his declining ranking and the consecutive challenges he faced that day. Only Wan Baoyong, observing Lin Jin's retreating figure, furrowed his brow slightly. Inside the tower, with a swift motion, Chen Feng evaded Lin Jin's assault. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at such speed. Was this the famed Tianpeng Zonghing technique? He quickly darted away again, while Lin Jin's form, resembling a phantom, closely pursued him. This proximity instilled a sense of gravity in Chen Feng. Clearly, Lin Jin had honed his skills to this level. Initially, Chen Feng had approached the challenges presented by the rankings without concern, having previously dismantled mirrored avatars with ease. He had anticipated no significant obstacles before confronting the top contenders. However, he found himself on the brink of a setback this time. Although Lin Jin exuded a certain brashness, this was their first engagement with each other's mirrored avatars. And Chen Feng was taken aback by Lin Jin's speed, which was surprisingly comparable to his own. At that moment, noticing the proficiency of the Tianpeng Zongheng technique escalating on his status panel, Chen Feng contemplated the implications. Thus, when facing Lin Jin's aggression, he refrained from deploying the Vajra, subduing demon fist to withstand the blows. Instead, he opted for the Tianpeng Zongheng technique, as their figures danced through the space in a series of rapid flashes. Chen Feng led the charge, while Lin Jin trailed closely behind. It appeared as though they were inseparable shadows, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chen Feng's speed consistently outpaced Lin Jin's, just enough to prevent him from closing the gap. You have vigorously employed the Tianpeng Zongheng technique, and your proficiency in it is steadily increasing. As he observed the steady improvement in his proficiency, Chen Feng felt a surge of delight. It seemed that before long, his mastery of the celestial rock technique would ascend to a level of consummate expertise. Such an advancement would undoubtedly enhance his speed once more. With a flurry of movements, the entirety of this floor was filled with Chen Feng's figures. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these apparitions were mere phantoms, gradually coming to a halt as they mimicked his movements. In stark contrast, the specter of Lin Jin trailing behind appeared exceedingly fragile. In an instant, it shattered like a bubble, unable to match Chen Feng's pace. Amidst the chase, a glimmer of joy illuminated Chen Feng's eyes. The celestial rock technique had finally advanced. Your celestial rock technique has greatly improved through intense pursuit. Your celestial rock technique has reached the level of consummate mastery 1. In that very moment, as the celestial rock technique attained its pinnacle, a torrent of profound insights regarding its practice flooded into his mind. Moreover, Chen Feng felt a surge of true energy coursing through the meridians in his legs, making them feel remarkably lighter, as if multiplied by several times. With a mere flicker of concentration, he leaped forward. Instantly, his form shot out, leaving a trail of phantoms in his wake. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, in pursuit, had only just reached the first of Chen Feng's illusions. After his doppelganger shattered the celestial rock phantom, he stood momentarily dazed before resuming his chase. Witnessing this, a tinge of regret flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Alas, after his celestial rock technique had broken through to consummate mastery, he had outstripped Lin Jin's speed, rendering the latter utterly incapable of keeping pace. Consequently, the proficiency gained from this encounter was diminished. Realizing this, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. It was a pity. Furthermore, a thread of contemplation wove through his mind. Based on his earlier conjectures, having reached consummate mastery in the upper half of the celestial rock technique, he had anticipated an enhancement of the advanced talent, celestial rock phantom. To his surprise, there was no such increase. However, he did notice a significant acceleration in speed while employing the technique. As he pondered this, Chen Feng continued to analyze the foundational principles of this phenomenon. It became increasingly evident that engaging in combat, where an adversary could exert pressure, would expedite the enhancement of his skill proficiency. If the enemy is too weak, then the proficiency gained is virtually non-existent. Furthermore, regarding the enhancement of innate talents, Chen Feng pondered whether reaching a mastery level without any further improvement might necessitate the integration of new martial arts techniques, thereby allowing for another enhancement of his innate abilities. Moreover, based on previous experiences of integration, it appears that elevating the level of martial arts techniques requires the fusion of higher-tier skills. At present, Chen Feng had no viable methods for other martial arts techniques. However, he harbored a sense of anticipation solely for the Tianpeng Zongheng technique. After all, within the recesses of his soul space, there floated a jade slip containing the latter half of this technique. According to his prior interactions with the spirit of the Fengyan Tower, should he successfully cultivate the complete Tianpeng Zongheng technique, its tier would ascend to the heavenly level, placing it among the pinnacle of movement techniques within the entire Dacian dynasty. At this moment, Chen Feng felt a burgeoning expectation. Not only would mastering the Tianpeng Zongheng technique lead to an elevation in rank, but if his speculation was correct, the advancement of this technique would also enhance his advanced innate talent, Tianpeng illusion. Presently, his highest talent was indeed the advanced level. He could only wonder what rank he would attain upon promotion. What enhancements would such a level of talent bestow? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Feng did not linger. As Lin Jin's mirror doppelganger lunged at him once more, he swiftly maneuvered behind it and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the doppelganger into fragments. Without a moment's pause, he took a step forward and continued his ascent to the next level. Chapter 70. The Divine Archer. No retreat. This was the 6th tier, representative of the 6th ranking on the Fengyan leaderboard. If the pressure exerted by his adversaries remained insufficient, the enhancement of his martial arts proficiency would progress exceedingly slowly. almost to no effect. Presently, Chen Feng felt a flicker of hope, yearning for those higher-ranked warriors to exert more pressure upon him, allowing for a prolonged period of improvement. He fervently wished they would not be too weak. Otherwise, he feared it would not be long before he pierced through the Fengyan Tower. The quest for such a secure mode of challenge would likely take an indeterminate amount of time. Outside the tower, as Chen Feng ascended to the 5th level, denoting the 6th ranking on the Fengyan leaderboard, the expressions of numerous students shifted dramatically, a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd gathered outside the tower. Some exclaimed, "He won? Chen Feng defeated Lin Jin? Is this real?" Others chimed in, "Indeed, what is happening? Wasn't Chen Feng supposed to be weak? I battled Lin Jin before, and I didn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Jin's shadow before he overwhelmed me. How can Chen Feng triumph over him? This must be a fabrication." Various exclamations filled the air. Prior to this moment, numerous students had expressed skepticism and derision towards Chen Feng. In the past, ascending to the prestigious rankings of the Wind and Cloud list had garnered admiration and reverence from many students. However, this time, due to the remarkable feat of Hui Yuxuan, who had claimed the 3rd position before Chen Feng, a hint of disdain arose towards Chen Feng's subsequent challenge. Now, as Chen Feng triumphed over Lin Jin and prepared to confront Wu Shuqing, many expressions began to shift. Particularly at this moment, Wu Shuqing remained present, listening to the chatter around her. Her countenance darkened, and she merely snorted coldly. In an instant, a wave of intense energy enveloped the area, suppressing those who dared to speak thoughtlessly. Their faces turned pale, and some even gasped in pain, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Fear glimmered in their eyes as they hurriedly bowed to the observing Wu Shuqing before swiftly retreating from the forefront. This scene instilled a sense of awe among the countless martial artists still engaged in conversation, rendering them silent. Both Lin Jin and Wu Shuqing were not nameless figures within the academy. Lin Jin, in particular, was known for his swiftness and ruthless tactics. Typically, after any conflict, he would retaliate with extreme measures, either forcing opponents onto the martial arts arena or covertly coercing them into submission. In light of this, many began to recognize the strength of Chen Feng. Though he was a new student, he had also secured a place on the Wind and Cloud list, making him not someone ordinary students could provoke, especially with Wu Shuqing present, whose current ranking was 6th, having previously held the 5th position. She was among the few on the list who had condensed true energy. Now, as Chen Feng commenced his challenge against Wu Shuqing, continuing to underestimate him would also imply a lack of respect for Wu Shuqing. It was no wonder that Wu Shuqing took a few steps forward, approaching the Wind and Cloud list, her expression fluctuating with uncertainty as she observed the changes in the rankings. Meanwhile, Wan Baoyong stood at the side, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had it truly come to this? He had anticipated Chen Feng's victory, but had not expected it to be so decisive. After losing to Lin Jin, he had attempted to reclaim his standing, only to find Lin Jin's speed had increased to a point where he could not even grasp the hem of his garment. Now, it was evident that Chen Feng had also made significant progress. One could only wonder how far he would go. Should he defeat Wu Shuqing? It would clearly signify that Chen Feng had reached the 4th grade realm. Wan Baoyong felt a flicker of anticipation within him, murmuring softly to himself. At that moment, within the tower, Chen Feng took a step down and arrived at the 5th level. As Chen Feng flickered in form, his gaze was fixed upon the arena ahead. In his mind, he recalled the 5th-ranked competitor, Wu Shuqing. He remembered she had cultivated true energy, which signified that she had ascended to the realm of a 4th-grade martial artist. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. Contemplating these thoughts, he finally stepped onto the stage. After a brief moment, a mirror-like doppelganger rapidly coalesced before him, transforming into a young woman clad in a blue garment, her visage strikingly beautiful. Chen Feng found himself puzzled by the weapon she wielded. However, in the next instant, Wu Shuqing produced a longbow from her grasp, and a blazing arrow was swiftly launched towards him. Archery? Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng's expression shifted as he exclaimed in shock, "Heavenly Rock's soaring technique." With a mental cry, he executed a swift maneuver to evade Wu Shuqing's assault. Boom! At that precise moment, the spot where he had stood erupted with a thunderous roar as her arrow struck, exploding upon impact. Observing this, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, his countenance darkening. A master archer, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable marksman amidst the challenges of the wind and cloud ranking. He himself had once relied on basic archery skills to vanquish foes of the Huang family, but upon entering the Blackstone Academy, he had set aside archery due to the absence of adversaries, focusing instead on elevating his cultivation. Moreover, possessing an innate talent for archery, he understood the terror of a master archer, who, once assured of their safety, could unleash devastating prowess. Crack, crack, crack. The air was filled with the sounds of destruction as his surroundings were obliterated once more. Even with his speed, he found himself forced to evade Wu Shuqing's deadly onslaught. This could not continue. He had to close the distance. For a master archer, proximity would neutralize their threat. Resolving within, Chen Feng charged towards Wu Shuqing. Heavenly rock soaring technique. His form became an ethereal shadow, conjuring a flurry of illusions upon the arena. He aimed to confuse Wu Shuqing's judgment through these phantoms and evade her attacks. Initially, this tactic proved effective, allowing him to dodge several arrows. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng intended to close in on her as she grappled with the distraction, aiming to overwhelm her. Simultaneously, he practiced his footwork during this evasive maneuver. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of alarm crossed Chen Feng's face. This was not good. Zzz. At that very moment, amidst the fierce onslaught of Wu Shuqing, he astonishingly discerned the precise location of his true self. An arrow swiftly pierced through the void, landing exactly where his essence resided. Chen Feng felt a twinge of gravity in his heart, suspecting that this might have been a mere stroke of luck on Wu Shuqing's part. However, to his astonishment, in the ensuing moments, several more arrows fell upon the very spot of his true being. He had been seen through. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. Moreover, it was uncertain whether this was a result of adjustments made against archers within the rankings or a deliberate targeting by the spirit of the Fengyan Tower. The spatial dimensions of this layer were evidently much larger than before. In the previous arenas, the distance between Chen Feng and his opponents had only been a matter of several dozen meters. Yet, during this confrontation with Wu Shuqing, that distance extended to an astonishing 30 meters. Even with his phantasmal agility, he barely managed to close the gap by a few dozen meters. Nevertheless, as the adversary continued to attack while evading, the distance rapidly widened once more. This left Chen Feng feeling somewhat perplexed. What was happening? How had Hui Yuxuan managed to defeat this Wu Shuqing? Upon recognizing that Hui Yuxuan was the white-clad woman, he understood that she too cultivated the 5 elements' divine essence. The cultivated true qi, however, should not have been able to evade such arrows, he mused. Based on Chen Feng's perception, Wu Shuqing's arrows were not inferior in accuracy to his own. It was evident that her mastery as an archer surpassed his own. It was clear that Wu Shuqing had dedicated herself to the craft of archery, honing various techniques and skills related to the art. In contrast, Chen Feng had spread himself thin, dabbling in an array of methods and techniques. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he solemnly declared to himself, a change in strategy was imperative. Otherwise, he risked elimination from this contest. Chapter 71, Advanced Talent, 5-star Constellation, The Pale Man Boom. In an instant, the afterimage of Chen Feng, having evaded the attack, was shattered to pieces. Chen Feng squinted, contemplating how to vanquish Wu Shuqing. Hui Yuxuan had managed to swiftly overwhelm Wu Shuqing, evidently employing her own unique tactics. He considered enduring Wu Shuqing's assault, and then closing the distance to counterattack. He first unleashed the dual strikes of the Diamond Fist Shadow to clash with Wu Shuqing's arrows. Amidst the thunderous roar, his strikes shattered Wu Shuqing's arrows. However, his Diamond Fist Shadow also trembled, and he was forced back several steps by the immense force imbued within the arrows. Particularly concerning for Chen Feng was the realization that Wu Shuqing's arrows were capable of precisely locking onto each point of attack. Several arrows fell in succession, with the final arrow containing a ferocious surge of fire attribute true qi. A surge of true energy erupted forth, causing a twinge of pain that weighed heavily on his heart. If he continued to withstand such an onslaught, he feared that the arrows might pierce through his defenses. Should that occur, it would spell trouble. He found himself in a predicament where he could neither endure nor approach the enemy, relegated instead to a relentless evasion of the arrows. According to the challenge rules of the wind and cloud rankings, if the challenger and the challenged were to reach a stalemate, the latter would be deemed the victor. Thus, if Chen Feng persisted in evading indefinitely, the eventual outcome would be a declaration of his failure in this challenge, resulting in his elimination. Naturally, Chen Feng was unwilling to accept such a fate. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the weapon rack at the edge of the arena, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. With another resounding boom, after dodging Wu Shuqing's attack, Chen Feng's form abruptly ceased its forward advance. Instead, he took a step back, racing towards the weapon rack, where he seized a simple longbow and a quiver of arrows. In that instant, Wu Shuqing's assault did not relent. Rather, it intensified, sending another arrow hurtling towards his back. However, as Chen Feng grasped the bow, he swiftly pivoted and released an arrow of his own. "Kulme!" Chen Feng snorted coldly. With a thunderous roar, the two arrows met midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion of splinters. A glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Feng's eyes. There was potential here. He glanced at the information panel. "You have engaged in a fierce counterattack using archery. Your basic archery proficiency is now at level 5. Basic archery mastery progress, 35. Intermediate talent, triple arrow." Seeing the refreshed information, a flicker of joy illuminated Chen Feng's gaze. Once more, this time, he held nothing back, launching into a fierce contest of archery against Wu Shuqing. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Arrows flew in rapid succession, colliding and exploding in the air. In mere moments, new information appeared on the panel. Your basic archery has reached perfection. Your basic archery has evolved into intermediate archery, entry progress, 1. Your intermediate talent, triple arrow, has been enhanced. As he absorbed the newly displayed information, Chen Feng contemplated deeply. In that instant, he sensed a profound enhancement in his control over both the arrows and his targets, especially upon the evolution of his basic archery. A refreshing energy seemed to sweep through his mind, endowing his eyes with a newfound clarity. With effortless precision, he could now shatter his opponent's arrows with a mere flick of his bowstring. In this moment, a flicker of surprise illuminated Chen Feng's heart. He had not anticipated that the archery skills that had once protected him in his vulnerable childhood could rise once more. Indeed, he thought to himself, let it come again. However, at that very instant, to his astonishment, another arrow fell from his quiver, shattered into fragments by Wu Shuqing. Strikingly, she did not retaliate immediately. Instead, she stood silently, bow in hand, with her arrow aimed directly at his position. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a thread of perilous energy in the air. He heard Wu Shuqing's chilling voice from across the way. "Flame arrow." A humming sound resonated as a red aura began to coalesce around the arrow she had drawn. Chen Feng gazed intently and saw the arrow glowing with a fierce crimson light, imbued with an overwhelming potency that had multiplied several times over. A grave expression crossed Chen Feng's face. This was the manifestation of true qi reinforcement. The most significant distinction between a fourth-tier true qi martial artist and one of the lower tiers lay in this very enhancement, which granted a far more potent tearing force. Typically, a third-tier martial artist could merely hone their physical form, unable to withstand the onslaught of true qi. This occasion was no different. In that fleeting moment, the flame arrow surged forth, and Chen Feng retaliated with an arrow of his own. The two projectiles collided in mid-air, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Yet, the opponent's flame arrow still retained a lingering ember of fiery, true qi that surged toward him. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed as he shattered it with a single arrow. Once more, triple star convergence. Recognizing that his adversary was employing her ultimate techniques, he resolved not to hold back. In an instant, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. As Wu Shuqing's flame arrow came rushing towards him again, the speed of his hand accelerated exponentially, akin to a fleeting shadow, unleashing a trio of arrows in rapid succession. Moreover, with an enhancement to his innate talents, he remarkably added another arrow to his barrage. Quadruple star convergence. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he murmured softly, "Boom!" The foremost two arrows obliterated the flame arrow in midair. The remaining two arrows, without a moment's pause, sped towards Wu Shuqing. As her mirrored visage shifted with a hint of surprise, Chen Feng's arrows pierced her throat, one following the other. Her figure shattered instantaneously. You have engaged in an intense archery duel and slain your enemy. Your proficiency in intermediate archery has reached level 10. Your proficiency in intermediate archery continues to improve. A flurry of notifications refreshed on the panel before him. A smile spread across Chen Feng's face as he chuckled. Let it come again. He turned his gaze forward. After a brief moment, the ethereal duplicate of Wu Shuqing coalesced once more. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng unleashed a barrage of arrows. This time, the manifestation of Wu Shuqing showed no signs of restraint, launching a fiery assault of arrows. Boom! 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 In an instant, the air was filled with the explosive shattering of arrows, culminating in a series of strikes from Chen Feng's three-star barrage. Only after successfully eliminating Wu Shuqing's mirror image for the third time did a smile grace Chen Feng's face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Splendid!" At that moment, new information appeared on his interface. Your intermediate archery has reached a state of perfection. Your intermediate archery has evolved into advanced archery. Your intermediate talent, 3-star barrage, has been upgraded to advanced talent, 5-star barrage. Skill, advanced archery, entry progress 10. Advanced talent, 5-star barrage. Gazing at the information on his panel, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. He had acquired a means for ranged assault. The wind and cloud rankings truly served as a remarkable venue for skill enhancement. He pondered what challenges awaited him in the subsequent layers. With a sense of anticipation, he stepped forward, descending towards the 6th layer. This layer, originally the 4th in the wind and cloud rankings, had now become the 5th. Chen Feng contemplated its name, which he recalled to be Su Yunfeng. He wondered what strategies this warrior might employ. Upon arriving at the lair, he glanced at the arena, which was astonishingly similar to the previous one, with a diameter of nearly 30 meters. A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Could it be that the warrior in this lair was also a practitioner of ranged attacks? While reflecting on this, Chen Feng recalled that during his battle with Wu Shuqing, he had elevated his foundational archery skills to an advanced level. Even Wu Shuqing had succumbed to his onslaught. Thus, he felt no trepidation when facing another ranged combatant. With a light chuckle, he selected his bow and arrows before stepping onto the arena of this lair, eager to observe the tactics employed by the warrior here. Before long, a flicker of light illuminated the arena ahead, coalescing into a figure clad in white. This apparition appeared somewhat frail, his pallid complexion suggesting a hint of weakness. What kind of ranged attack is this? Witnessing the figure's appearance, Chen Feng felt a pang of astonishment and gasped in disbelief. Chapter 72, Sword Mastery and the Celestial Rock Technique. Since the beginning of his martial arts journey, Chen Feng had predominantly encountered warriors of robust stature and healthy physiques. On occasion, he might come across those who practiced unique techniques, their forms even more formidable. After all, the path of a warrior inherently involves the cultivation of a powerful body. As for ranged attacks, like the previous Wu Shuqing, they also appeared far from frail. Otherwise, they would lack the requisite strength to sustain the force of their arrows. However, the pallid man before him seemed exceedingly feeble, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. Yet, given that he was ranked 5th on the storm and cloud leaderboard, currently at the 6th level, it was evident that he was not to be underestimated. Chen Feng maintained his composure, not allowing any semblance of disdain to cloud his judgment, as he fixated on the enigmatic Su Yunfeng, eager to discern his capabilities. Just as Chen Feng's mind grew solemn and his gaze intensified, Su Yunfeng suddenly raised his palm. What was happening? Chen Feng's eyes expressed confusion, for he had failed to perceive any imminent attack. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted noticeably. Buzz! A resonant hum erupted from the space in front of him, followed by a flash of silver that shot forth with startling speed in his direction. What was this? Chen Feng's countenance altered slightly. The celestial rock technique. He deftly flickered, leaving a shadow in his wake, narrowly evading the onslaught of the silver light. What are you doing? He sought to observe further, but in an instant, the silver silhouette, having struck behind him, pivoted and launched another assault. Sword mastery. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed as he finally discerned the nature of the silver light. A diminutive silver sword, approximately half a meter in length, possessing only a blade and no hilt. Celestial Rock Phantom. Chen Feng squinted, compelled to unleash his innate abilities, augmenting his movements with the celestial rock technique, allowing his form to flicker like an elusive phantom within space. The silver flying sword pursued relentlessly, crashing against each of his fleeting images. Perceiving this scene, Chen Feng's expression grew exceedingly grave. Sword mastery. Sword cultivators. In the Qin dynasty, this constituted a rather unique vocation. The offensive capability of a sword cultivator is arguably the most formidable among peers of equivalent rank. Sword mastery is one of the more prevalent techniques employed. Chen Feng had previously encountered a similar description within the scripture repository. Upon witnessing the flying sword wielded by this man, a realization struck him. 4 sword cultivators. It can be said that all their power is concentrated in the flying sword. From the inception of their training, they nurture the sword with their own essence. Upon reaching even greater realms, they can wield the sword to slay foes from 1,000 miles away, with the ability to traverse the skies on their swords. They possess immense offensive capabilities and extraordinary techniques. Furthermore, their speed is unparalleled. However, due to the scarcity of orthodox sword cultivators, Chen Feng did not discern this immediately. What to do? A grave expression clouded Chen Feng's face. At this moment, he dared not linger even for an instant and evaded with fervor. The proficiency of his Tianpeng Zongheng technique was continually being refreshed and enhanced. You are swiftly dodging the enemy's assault. Your proficiency in the Tianpeng Zongheng technique is increasing. Observing the information that kept refreshing, Chen Feng contemplated deeply, no longer hesitating, and continued to employ the Tianpeng Zongheng technique to evade the sword techniques. Sword cultivators are indeed terrifying beings. In later stages, after mastering various martial arts, some can even evade a warrior's perception while flying on their swords. Such was the case with Luo Yunfeng's flying sword. At its initial appearance, Chen Feng had not sensed any fluctuations until the sword was upon him. Yet now, having sensed these elements, the flying sword could no longer reach him. This sword, in comparison to Lin Jin's speed, had increased by at least several dozen times. Nevertheless, Chen Feng's own speed had also undergone a significant enhancement. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng deftly evaded the sword's onslaught. And as he watched the proficiency of the Tianpeng Zongheng technique rise continuously, a glimmer of anticipation ignited within him. It seemed that this time, he might perfect the first half of the technique. Finally, after dodging for what felt like several hours, he could perceive the trajectory of the flying sword. At that moment, a flicker of delight sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes as he beheld new information refresh on the panel. Your Tianpeng Zongheng technique has reached perfection. Buzz. In that instant, Chen Feng felt as though the Tianpeng Zongheng technique he had practiced had suddenly come to life. The flying sword was still rushing toward him, yet he felt an unprecedented awareness. With a mere gentle push of his foot against the ground, he soared away, evading the sword strike. At last, he had achieved perfection. A sense of joy welled up in Chen Feng's heart. He had not anticipated that this venture into the wind and cloud rankings would yield such substantial gains. Prior to this, I had been diligently cultivating my primary techniques, yet progress in my martial skills had been rather stagnant. However, to my astonishment, the opportunity presented by the Wind and Cloud Great Ranking Challenge allowed me to attain perfection in the first half of the Celestial Rock Soaring technique. More importantly, the second half of this technique exists within my soul space. According to the information previously imparted by the Spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, once I perfected the first half of the Celestial Rock Soaring technique, the second half will be directly unsealed. At this moment, I find myself eagerly anticipating the second half of the technique, curious about the transformations that may ensue upon its integration. The mere mastery of the first half has already bestowed upon me significant enhancements, and judging by the integration information displayed, it is highly likely that I will ascend to a higher level. Just then, within my perception, I sensed a remarkable change occurring in my soul space. A resonance emanated from the golden scroll that had been hovering at the periphery of my faith power. Indeed, it was the second half. I marveled. With a flash, the golden scroll erupted, transforming into 5 resplendent characters. Celestial Rock Void Technique. Alongside this revelation, a wealth of martial technique information surged into my mind, all pertaining to the Celestial Rock Void Technique. Upon thoroughly examining this information, a glimmer of astonishment sparked in my eyes. No wonder it is deemed the second half of the Celestial Rock Soaring Technique. It is clear that one cannot pursue the second half without first perfecting the first. This is no mere celestial level technique, I mused softly. According to the information regarding the second half of the Celestial Rock Void Technique, should I successfully master this martial art, I would have the opportunity to comprehend the essence of the void, a realm accessible only to 6th grade warriors. The prowess of this technique is indeed formidable. Thus, even if I devote myself solely to the cultivation of the Celestial Rock Soaring Technique, refining it to an exceptionally profound level, I could grasp the true essence and transcend into a 6th grade true essence warrior. In any regional capital, such a position would be considered that of a top-tier powerhouse. Furthermore, with the emergence of the second half of the Celestial Rock Soaring Technique, the information regarding the Celestial Rock Void Technique appeared on my display. Celestial Rock Void Technique, Entry Progress 1. I found myself pondering. I had anticipated that this martial art would directly merge with the Celestial Rock Soaring Technique. However, upon its manifestation, it maintained its current state. The information of the Celestial Rock Soaring Technique flickered, as if attempting to integrate the Celestial Rock Void Technique. But after a brief flicker, it halted. It seems I contemplated that a little more is needed to master the Celestial Rock Void Technique to a proficient level and awaken the corresponding talent before achieving fusion. Is this essential? Chapitre 73, Promotion, Spiritual Level Technique. Spiritual level talents. With this speculation in mind, Chen Feng chose not to delve further. At that moment, having just begun his practice of the Celestial Rock Void Technique, although he had yet to awaken the corresponding talent, Chen Feng's speed in executing the Celestial Rock Traversing Technique had noticeably improved once again. With a gentle step to the left, a flying sword darted out, narrowly grazing his form, while it appeared merely a hair's breadth away. A closer inspection revealed an exquisite mastery over the sword's attack speed, trajectory, and his own evasive maneuvers. The sword launched a series of relentless assaults, yet Chen Feng deftly sidestepped each strike. Observing the refreshed information on the panel, he noted that the proficiency gained from practicing the Celestial Rock Void Technique was significantly diminished. Each successful dodge yielded only a couple of proficiency points. This realization left Chen Feng somewhat disheartened. After evading yet another attack from the flying sword, he moved onward without hesitation. In that instant, his form transformed into a series of phantoms, reappearing before the pale-faced doppelganger of Su Yunfeng. Diamond Demon Subduing Fist. Chen Feng unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Su Yunfeng's doppelganger shattered into fragments. In that final moment, Chen Feng thought he might have imagined it. He seemed to catch a glimmer of surprise in the eyes of Su Yunfeng's mirror image, prompting a moment of reflection. As Su Yunfeng's figure reemerged, he retained his previous pallid appearance, yet Chen Feng sensed an increase in the speed of his swordplay. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Chen Feng's eyes. The Celestial Rock Void Technique. Chen Feng continuously employed the Celestial Rock Void Technique to evade Su Yunfeng's onslaught. Though a few of Su Yunfeng's flying swords grazed his attire or severed strands of hair, Chen Feng felt no trepidation. Rather, he experienced a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, as Su Yunfeng regained his strength, the pressure he exerted intensified, simultaneously enhancing the proficiency of the Celestial Rock Void Technique. You have evaded a fierce pursuit of flying sword attacks. Your proficiency in the Celestial Rock Void technique has increased by 5. Once more, a spark of determination flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. He refrained from seizing the opportunity to eliminate Su Yunfeng's form. Instead, he persistently utilized the Celestial Rock Void technique, continuously evading Su Yunfeng's relentless assaults. The proficiency of the Celestial Peng Void technique was steadily enhancing. Chen Feng felt a sense of anticipation, believing that it would not be long before he could elevate the technique to a proficient level, thus allowing him to merge new martial skills and talents. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he deftly evaded the sword attacks unleashed by Su Yunfeng after his second resurrection. As his proficiency increased, once it dipped to a mere 1. 2. Chen Feng finally managed to vanquish Su Yunfeng's mirrored avatar. He awaited the third revival of this avatar, murmuring softly, "Just a few more dodges, and I will attain proficiency." Indeed, with the third resurgence of Su Yunfeng's mirrored form, Chen Feng employed the Celestial Peng Void technique several more times, ultimately elevating his proficiency to a proficient level. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes as he gazed at the panel information. If his conjecture was correct, this time he would likely merge new techniques and skills. The information on the panel refreshed. Your Celestial Peng Void technique has undergone intense pursuit and has now reached proficient status. You have awakened a new skill talent, Void Perception. At the moment this talent awakened, a flicker of expectation lit Chen Feng's eyes as he contemplated merging the Celestial Peng Traversing technique with the Celestial Peng Void technique. The instant he made this decision, the information on the panel began to flash rapidly. Then, the entries for the Celestial Peng Traversing technique and the Celestial Peng Void technique vanished, only to reappear merged into a singular technique entry. Your Celestial Peng Traversing technique and Celestial Peng Void technique have fused and evolved into the Spirit level technique, Celestial Peng Void Traversing technique. Your advanced talent, Celestial Peng Phantom, has evolved into the Spirit level talent, Traversing Golden Light. Spirit level? Chen Feng regarded the refreshed information on the panel with astonishment. Techniques were classified into 4 tiers: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow, and he had been unaware of the existence of spirit-level techniques until now. This was his first spirit-level technique. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In that moment, following the fusion of the techniques, a more formidable power surged into his being. He was still attuning himself to this newfound strength and technique, initially uncertain of the distinction between spirit level and heaven level. However, within moments, a spark of astonishment illuminated his gaze as he discerned the differences. As he continued to perceive, Chen Feng suddenly sensed a remarkable compatibility between himself and the surrounding space. With a hum, he took a step to the side. Despite exerting minimal effort, he felt as though he were a feather, effortlessly evading the oncoming sword attack. Indeed, when the flying sword approached, Chen Feng experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if he were not evading the assault of the flying sword, but rather, it was the force emanating from the sword that circumvented his very being. This was undeniably peculiar. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he pondered. Could this be a manifestation of some void entity? With a lack of substantial information, he could only set this thought aside for the moment, awaiting further enlightenment to unravel the mystery. At that instant, having successfully dodged the attack from Su Yunfeng's flying sword, he could only sigh inwardly. After integrating his techniques into the Celestial Rock's Void Traversal art, particularly with the awakening of the spiritual grade talent of Golden Radiance, his proficiency in maneuvering beneath the flying sword diminished significantly. The opportunity to exploit the situation had vanished. With no other recourse, Chen Feng descended, instantly evading the sword and reappearing behind Su Yunfeng. With a single, forceful punch, he obliterated the mirror image of his opponent. Without lingering, he pressed onward to the next level. The fourth on the wind and cloud rankings, Luo Tong, wielded a spear, impenetrable and swift. Yet, under the swiftness of Chen Feng, there was no resistance to be found. After enhancing his agility, he effortlessly dismantled Luo Tong. Continuing to the next layer, A flicker of contemplation crossed Chen Feng's mind. The next level must be occupied by Huiyu Xuan, the female cultivator who, like him, had mastered the 5 phases divine energy and previously held the top spot on the wind and cloud small rankings. The preceding competitors on the wind and cloud rankings had required considerable effort for him to surpass. How had Huiyu Xuan triumphed over them so effortlessly? Chen Feng found himself genuinely anticipating a confrontation with Huiyu Xuan's mirror image. Eager to discern the source of her prowess and the extent of her mastery over the 5 phases divine energy. As he ascended to the 8th level of the wind and cloud rankings, a multitude of students had already gathered outside the tower. In the past, when Chen Feng had first challenged the wind and cloud rankings, he had expended an immense amount of time, barely managing to prevail, leaving many to view him with derision. They believed he was merely a figure of hollow fame, or that luck alone had secured him the top spot on the wind and cloud small rankings. They thought that by challenging him, they might usurp his position and claim the rewards of the wind and cloud rankings for themselves. However, as Chen Feng appeared to struggle, laboriously overcoming one after another of the wind and cloud rankings competitors, he had now reached the 8th level, poised to challenge Huiyu Xuan. The onlookers surrounding the tower were already filled with awe and astonishment. What was transpiring? Was Chen Feng honing his skills? Indeed, the arduous journey of ascending step by step raises the question of what Chen Feng truly seeks. I find myself questioning whether I am misjudging his capabilities. Can Chen Feng truly triumph over Huiyu Xuan? It seems evident that within the wind and cloud rankings tower, there must be opportunities yet unknown to us. Otherwise, how could someone of Chen Feng's stature, as the first on the minor wind and cloud rankings, coupled with such formidable strength, require such a protracted duration to achieve success? A flicker of anticipation lingers in the eyes of numerous students. Once prejudice is cast aside, when they observe Chen Feng's maneuvers anew, their eyes gleam with the realization that there lies an undiscovered fortune within. Chapter 74. Confronting Huiyu Xuan, the old principal's opportunity, particularly outside the tower. As Chen Feng navigates the wind and cloud rankings, one by one, he overcomes the students of the rankings. This is akin to witnessing 2 individuals surpassing the ranks of the wind and cloud rankings in a single day, a rarity in the annals of Blackstone Academy. In such circumstances, many who have been surpassed are drawn to the spectacle. Presently, Chen Feng's challenge is directed at Huiyu Xuan, who currently holds the 3rd position in the wind and cloud rankings and has recently vanquished a multitude of competitors. When many martial artists gaze upon Huiyu Xuan, a look of astonishment graces their features. Without Chen Feng's presence, the day's most significant event would undoubtedly be Huiyu Xuan's challenge for the wind and cloud rankings, having secured 3rd place on her inaugural attempt. Yet now, with Chen Feng's continued ascent and the commotion he has stirred, the rankings have introduced an element of uncertainty. Some in the crowd express their admiration, remarking on the exceptional caliber of this cohort of students. Both Huiyu Xuan and Chen Feng, embarking on their first attempts at the rankings, have achieved such commendable standings. Regardless of whether Chen Feng can overcome Huiyu Xuan, his accomplishments are noteworthy. Indeed, even if Chen Feng does not succeed in challenging Huiyu Xuan, it remains a reasonable outcome, considering Huiyu Xuan's extensive tenure at the top of the minor wind and cloud rankings. While the 2 individuals ahead of them have trained in the academy for at least a year, wielding techniques more refined than their own, I too ponder the nature of Huiyu Xuan's success in the rankings and remain curious about Chen Feng's primary techniques. Should he face elimination, I shall certainly seek to test my own abilities against his. The air is rife with discussions of astonishment and intrigue. To them, Chen Feng embodies the essence of a dark horse. Glances are frequently cast towards Huiyu Xuan, searching for any discernible distinction. Amidst the crowd, Huiyu Xuan observes the shifts in the wind and cloud rankings, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and contemplation. How has this Chen Feng managed to reach such heights? While I possess my own innate talents, I cannot help but wonder what has propelled Chen Feng forward, regardless of how you have triumphed over those who came before you. Here, you shall undoubtedly find resistance insurmountable. It is somewhat regrettable. Once you emerge, There will be ample opportunity for exploration to discern the nature of each individual's talents. In the case of Chen Feng, who has consistently challenged multiple ranks and is advancing with unstoppable momentum, it is reasonable to surmise that he too has awakened a talent. Otherwise, it would be implausible for him to achieve such heights within a short span of time. The question now lies in the nature of the talent awakened by his opponent. Hui Yuxuan pondered these thoughts, casting a curious glance towards another woman nearby. What was the story with her? She had merely lost one match. Such a reaction seemed excessive. The woman in question was none other than Wu Shuqing, ranked 5th on the illustrious leaderboard. She had first been defeated by Hui Yuxuan and subsequently by Chen Feng. At this moment, other students around began to regard Wu Shuqing with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism. Whispers circulated among them. What is happening here? Wu Shuqing is not without strength. I recall her being an exceptional archer. During the leaderboard assessments, it appeared she had certain advantages over other professions, including archers or martial artists. How could she possibly lose? Could it be that Chen Feng's abilities counter her attacks? A physical cultivator, perhaps, murmured a few students, their voices barely above a whisper, yet unmistakably audible in the presence of the elite students of the leaderboard. Their discussions were entirely within earshot of Wu Shuqing and her companions. Initially, Hui Yuxuan had anticipated that Wu Shuqing would react with anger and seek to reprimand those who dared to speak so freely. Such a response would have been in line with her character. To her surprise, however, Wu Shuqing merely stood outside the leaderboard, calm and composed, observing the changes unfold with a tranquil expression, leaving Hui Yuxuan wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Could it be that Chen Feng and Wu Shuqing have crossed paths before? Hui Yuxuan mused softly. Was Wu Shuqing biding her time, waiting for Chen Feng to emerge so that she might confront him and reclaim her position? Hui Yuxuan felt a flicker of anticipation, curious to witness whether Wu Shuqing would indeed reclaim her rank. In a more distant locale, atop a rooftop, teacher Qian Hu circled, gazing towards the direction of the leaderboard. With his cultivation level, he could perceive the fluctuations among the rankings. A sense of astonishment flickered in Qian Hu's eyes as he murmured, "From the moment I first encountered you, I sensed your talent would be formidable. Yet, I never anticipated you would incite such a substantial stir in such a brief period." His sense of disbelief regarding Chen Feng's prowess was palpable. The pace of advancement is truly comparable to those legendary figures of lore. At that moment, suddenly, the space beside him shimmered ever so slightly. Following this, an elderly man with silvery hair and skin as smooth as that of an infant appeared beside Qian Hu. With a respectful demeanor, Qian Hu addressed him, "Old principal." The white-haired elder glanced at the rankings on the Fengyan leaderboard with surprise, inquiring, "So many have come this time? Is the one challenging the Fengyan leaderboard the Chen Feng you mentioned earlier?" The old principal's astonishment was evident as he merely cast a glance at the leaderboard. Qian Hu respectfully replied, "Indeed, old principal, this Chen Feng possesses remarkable talent. In less than a month, he has ascended from a mere first-tier martial artist to the 4th tier. Now, he is surging through the Fengyan leaderboard, and it won't be long before he claims the top position." Upon hearing this, the principal pondered, "Are you suggesting that this Chen Feng has a chance to ascend to the human rankings?" Qian Hu affirmed, "Yes, principal. If Chen Feng truly ascends to the human rankings, the resources available to Blackstone Academy will significantly increase." Principal Wu Zhenxing's eyes gleamed with interest as he remarked, "Very well. Let's first await his ascent to the top of the Fengyan leaderboard. If he succeeds, that opportunity is certainly worth considering." Qian Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "Excellent. I will relay your thoughts to Chen Feng." Nodding, Principal Wu Zhenxing glanced at the Fengyan leaderboard before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Qian Hu felt an even deeper sense of reverence. The principal's strength was undeniably growing. He then turned his gaze towards the Fengyan leaderboard, filled with anticipation. To him, Chen Feng's progress to this stage was already commendable, and now it remained to be seen how many challenges were needed to secure the top spot. The opportunity that the principal mentioned ignited a fervor within him as well. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, or perhaps indifferent to it, were the happenings outside the tower. For him, the paramount concern was self-improvement. As long as he grew strong enough, all obstacles would become trivial. Presently, he had entered the 8th level, where the third ranked on the Fengyun leaderboard, Hui Yuxuan, resided. Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation regarding Hui Yuxuan, whispering to himself, "Let me see how you reach this level and what mastery your 5 elements divine energy holds." Chapter 75. The enigmatic Hui Yuxuan, a total domination. Contemplating these matters, Chen Feng lifted his gaze towards the arena of this level. It did not resemble the previous arenas occupied by long-range combatants. Instead, it appeared quite normal. This indicated that Hui Yuxuan was likely not a long-range fighter. With that in mind, there was nothing to be particularly concerned about. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Chen Feng took a decisive step forward, landing directly on the arena. In that instant, on the opposite side of the stage, a figure began to coalesce, embodying the power of mirroring. A woman clad in a flowing white dress, none other than Hui Yuxuan. Chen Feng's expression remained calm as he observed Hui Yuxuan, keen to discern what set her apart. She appeared much like she did within the scripture pavilion, serene and composed, dressed in pristine white. Had it not been for their previous exchanges atop the 5 elements divine barrier, she would have seemed like an ethereal ice goddess. What manner of offensive capabilities did she possess to triumph over her earlier opponents? Chen Feng pondered, his curiosity piqued. She bore no visible weapon. Her movements were unremarkable, suggesting a speed that was hardly remarkable. Her physique, while not as frail as that of the sword cultivator, was still of an average build, indicative of normal refinement. If this were all, how could she have achieved such a streak of victories? Chen Feng had systematically descended through the ranks, familiarizing himself with the skills of each adversary. Yet, before him stood Hui Yuxuan, a mystery he could not decipher. Moreover, her mirror doppelganger simply stood there, motionless, seemingly awaiting his assault. With narrowed eyes, Chen Feng realized he could not afford to prolong the standoff. If he hesitated further, he risked immediate elimination. Sky Phoenix Void Traversal Technique. With a sudden movement, Chen Feng transformed into a phantom, vanishing from his original position and charging toward Hui Yuxuan. Since he could not discern any apparent action, he resolved to take the initiative and uncover the truth behind Hui Yuxuan. The distance between them was merely a few dozen meters. In comparison to Chen Feng's speed, it was but a matter of seconds before he could traverse the arena and stand before Hui Yuxuan. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted subtly. It was at this juncture that he sensed something amiss. Despite his rapid approach, it seemed as though Hui Yuxuan was perpetually retreating. Rather than closing the gap, the distance between them only widened. What was happening? A sense of alarm gripped Chen Feng as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. It was an entirely different sensation from facing ranged attacks. There was no peculiar disturbance to be found. At that precise moment, Hui Yuxuan extended her hand and called out, "I seal." As her words resonated, the environment around her began to shift dramatically, centering upon her presence. Beneath the delicate feet of Hui Yuxuan, a faint sensation akin to frost began to emerge, swiftly spreading across the entire arena with astonishing speed. Even as Chen Feng detected this bizarre transformation and sought to evade it, he found himself with no refuge, even amidst the ethereal void of the sky. The entire platform lay enveloped beneath this layer of frost. In the subsequent moment, as Chen Feng's expression shifted and he attempted to employ some means of defense, he discovered it was utterly futile. The frost surged over his feet, rapidly extending up his legs, enveloping his torso and head, until he was completely shrouded in this icy veil. "What is this?" Chen Feng's face reflected shock as he murmured, "Is this truly the power of a 4th-grade martial artist?" He could sense that the true energy emanating from Hui Yuxuan was not so exaggerated. Yet, this strange frost rendered him utterly powerless, sealing him in place. He could even feel the blood coursing through his veins beneath this frost, seemingly on the verge of solidification. If this continued, it would not be long before he was deemed a failure and eliminated. Would he be forced to reveal his dragon transformation? Chen Feng's expression grew grim as he contemplated this. Under the influence of this uncanny force, He could now see Hui Yuxuan slowly advancing towards him from the opposite side of the arena. With her approach, the power of the frost intensified, almost transforming her into an ice sculpture. A flurry of thoughts raced through Chen Feng's mind. Five-element divine energy. How could Hui Yuxuan, who practices this technique, unleash such power? He pondered how he might resist and shatter this icy prison. Should he employ his fire element true energy? Various ideas flashed through his mind, leading him to summon the scant reserves of his fire element true energy. He reasoned that since the five-element divine energy was a primary cultivation technique, it primarily harnessed true energy. He had yet to hear of anyone practicing multiple primary true energy techniques simultaneously. Most, like himself, only complemented their training with a body-tempering technique. In this dire situation, using his fire element true energy should reveal something beneficial. However, as he channeled it, he was met with an even greater shock. The moment his fire element true energy touched the surface of the frost, instead of melting it, an overwhelming tide of frost surged forth, engulfing his fire element energy, causing it to dissipate in the blink of an eye. Even the fire element true energy within his body was completely consumed. How could this be? Chen Feng's heart raced with astonishment. Both were merely nascent practitioners who had recently ascended to the fourth-tier realm. How could there be such a vast disparity? This sensation felt anything but ordinary. It was as if the water-type true energy was imbued with something extraordinary. Could it be that Hui Yuxuan had refined numerous treasures of water attribute? A flurry of thoughts raced through Chen Feng's mind, yet none proved fruitful. Should he resort to his dragon transformation technique? A spark ignited in his eyes as ideas flitted through his consciousness. He possessed a hidden ace, the dragon transformation technique. Although the blood energy within him was currently suppressed by the frost, he could still perceive its fluctuations. Observing Hui Yuxuan approaching, he sensed that while conventional methods would not suffice to dispel the frost, unleashing his dragon claws through the transformation would undoubtedly rend the icy barrier asunder. However, hesitation lingered in his heart, for they were within the confines of the Fengyun Tower. During his prior venture into the small tower, he had discerned that the spirit of the tower could monitor the entirety of its surroundings. If he were to employ his dragon transformation, it would inevitably attract the attention of the tower's spirit. Though he had gained substantial rewards from the tower spirit, which had significantly enhanced his prowess, he was reluctant to reveal all his capabilities, wishing to retain a trump card. Moreover, he contemplated the possibility of delaying his challenge. After all, his agreement with the Wuxian Tower and the Fengyun Tower spirit stipulated that he must ascend to the top of the Fengyun leaderboard within a year to obtain the promised resources. There seemed to be no need to expose his hidden strengths for this challenge, devoid of life and death stakes. These thoughts stirred a sense of agitation within Chen Feng, even evoking a faint trace of murderous intent. Yet, just as these reflections occupied his mind, an unexpected surprise flickered across his countenance. Chapter 76. The Battle of Murderous Intent. Like a raging tide, at that moment, Chen Feng had presumed that his body and all his abilities were ensnared by the frost, but to his astonishment, he sensed a surge of vibrant energy emanating from within. Skill, murderous intent. Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. This was the skill he had awakened during the slaying of enemies. For an extended period, ensconced within the academy, he had encountered no peril nor engaged in combat, leaving the skill dormant and forgotten. Until now, enveloped in Hui Yuxuan's frost and beset by agitation, he finally felt that surge of energy. What is happening? Chen Feng thought in surprise. The panel displayed the information. Skill, killing intent, initial talent, killing intent dread, proficiency level 30. In that instant, as Chen Feng sensed the killing intent, he was astonished to observe that the figure of Hui Yuxuan approaching him, who had initially moved at a slow yet steady pace, began to waver and slow down. Even the frost that had frozen upon him started to show signs of melting. This scene prompted contemplation in Chen Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and declared, killing intent dread. In that moment, he activated the talent of killing intent dread. Instantly, a formidable surge of blood energy emanated from his being. In the blink of an eye, the frost enveloping him shattered into fragments. The killing intent rapidly spread towards the figure of Hui Yuxuan. The frost, under the onslaught of his killing intent, offered no resistance and swiftly disintegrated into nothingness. Even Hui Yuxuan, who was advancing towards him, could not withstand the force for even a second before exploding into oblivion. At that moment, the entire environment of the arena underwent a profound transformation. Chen Feng then realized that he remained in the same position he had occupied when he first ascended the platform, and there was no frost in sight. A few meters in front of him, there was no trace of Hui Yuxuan's figure. Only the area surrounding his body was suffused with a sanguine mist. At the opposite end of the arena, several dozen meters away, stood a mirror image of Hui Yuxuan, her eyes narrowed and her body trembling. A realization dawned upon Chen Feng, and he murmured softly, "So this is it, the realm of frost? Or perhaps the realm of freezing? No wonder Hui Yuxuan could reach this level so quickly. She has already comprehended the power of the realm." During his recent studies regarding realms, he had not immersed himself deeply in the subject. He had only encountered brief mentions of the information related to cultivation levels, learning that martial artists of the 6th-tier realm were referred to as possessing true realms. True martial intent within one's martial domain manifests as celestial phenomena capable of annihilating entire cities with a mere flick of the wrist. Below the 6th-tier realm, there exist exceptional prodigies who can grasp the power of the realm, which could also be seen as the embryonic form of true intent. A martial artist who comprehends the power of the realm finds it easier to transcend into the 6th-tier realm. Moreover, the earlier one comprehends it, the greater the probability of breaking through to the true realm of the 6th tier. Having grasped these thoughts, Chen Feng turned his gaze back to Hui Yuxuan, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. So that is how it is. His own awakening of killing intent was a result of having vanquished many foes. Initially, I believed it to be merely a means of intimidation. However, it was only when faced with the challenge of the sublime that its true potency erupted. Particularly at this moment, the information refreshing on the panel ignited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Could this truly be possible? Your killing intent has shattered the attack of the frozen realm. Your proficiency in killing intent is now at level 10. Such a remarkable enhancement. Once more, a smile of delight adorned Chen Feng's face as he whispered. As he gazed ahead at the figure of Hui Yuxuan, his spirit stirred. Buzz. In the next instant, the power of his killing intent surged, rendering Hui Yuxuan utterly incapable of resistance. Chen Feng merely flickered in place, positioning himself before Hui Yuxuan, and with a single punch, obliterated her mirrored doppelganger into fragments. Following this, he refrained from ascending to the next tier, choosing instead to await the re-emergence of Hui Yuxuan's mirror image. Within Chen Feng's mind, contemplation lingered. Observing that Hui Yuxuan occupied the 3rd position on the wind and cloud rankings implied that the warriors in the 1st and 2nd places had also mastered the sublime, and likely possessed a greater command of it than Hui Yuxuan. As he looked upon the restored mirrored doppelganger of Hui Yuxuan, he intoned solemnly, once more, "Buzz." Another wave of resonance enveloped him, drawing Chen Feng once more into the icy realm, this time with a swifter and broader freezing effect than before. Yet, Chen Feng merely snorted disdainfully. The might of his killing intent erupted. In an instant, a crimson aura of killing intent permeated the surroundings, shattering the icy realm. You have emerged victorious in a contest of the sublime. Your proficiency in killing intent is now at level 10. As Hui Yuxuan's realm dissipated, Chen Feng descended with a single step, once again annihilating her mirror doppelganger. Following her 3rd resurrection, he vanquished her once more. Skill, killing intent, proficiency 70. A thoughtful glimmer danced in Chen Feng's eyes. He was still a fraction short of advancement. He set his gaze upon the next tier, that of the 2nd-ranked warrior on the wind and cloud rankings. Their mastery of the sublime would undoubtedly surpass that of Hui Yuxuan. Desiring a more cautious approach, he contemplated advancing only after achieving a higher level. Yet, with no means of progression at present, he had no choice but to take a step forward into a higher realm. Regardless of the opponent's cultivation or mastery of the sublime, one battle would reveal all. Outside the tower, as Chen Feng triumphed over Hui Yuxuan and prepared to challenge the second-ranked warrior, many observers were left in a state of bewilderment. Some murmured, "Has he won? What on earth is happening with Chen Feng?" Indeed, I recall the second rank belongs to senior brother Peng Yang, who has previously slain envoys of the demon cult. How has Chen Feng reached this level? He is extraordinarily formidable. Does he possess such terrifying talent? I even took the liberty to investigate. It is said that Chen Feng hails from a small village beyond the city. Having only received investment from the Wanxiang Tower and not yet acquired resources from any other faction. How has he come this far? In the eyes of many, there exists a blend of complexity and reverence. When they first witnessed Chen Feng stepping onto the prestigious wind and cloud rankings, some harbored feelings of envy and jealousy. However, as Chen Feng systematically vanquished his adversaries on the rankings, all that remained was a profound sense of awe. At the forefront of the crowd, the moment Hui Yuxuan beheld her name being replaced, her previously composed demeanor faltered, and she instinctively took a step forward. Upon confirming that Chen Feng's name had indeed solidified in its position, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes as she murmured softly, "He has truly triumphed." This revelation implied that Chen Feng had been concealing his true capabilities all along. Was his comprehension of the five elements divine or genuine? Reflecting on their prior discussions, a myriad of emotions danced within Hui Yuxuan's gaze. Yet, she remained uncertain about the nature of Chen Feng's insights. Could he possibly overcome the two formidable opponents ahead? Meanwhile, on the other side, one Baoyang's exhilaration only intensified rather than waned. His heart raced with excitement as he thought, "He has won. Is this Chen Feng's first challenge? And is he truly poised to claim the top position?" Although he rationally deemed it improbable, the notion was one he could not suppress. In fact, he could not restrain himself from sharing the news of Chen Feng's relentless momentum, as though he were destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the wind and cloud rankings. With his father,